Elementary. Before the girls' volleyball match, there was a moment of silence, and the opposing team gave the Uvalde players and coaches 21 roses, one representing each of the shooting victims.
One North Carolina woman made Wednesday a party to remember over a century in the making. This is Gussie Taylor Dennis, who celebrated her, guess how old she is? 105, it says right there on that banner. She had sweet treats with her family to mark the monumental occasion. Dennis credits hard work and God for her longevity, which runs in the family. Her younger sister there is 97 years old.
Wow, oh, moving around, dancing. Now to a group of women reshaping the motorcycle community and helping empower others in a yearly ride to Sturgis. Darsha Nelson from our NBC affiliate KNBN has more.
And what we do is we empower women to ride motorcycles.
100 bikes lined up at the Lodge at Deadwood Tuesday for the 14th annual Biker Bells morning ride.
It's a wonderful thing that we can go do it now, you know, and we have lots of women ahead of us to thank for that because, you know, there was a day women weren't even supposed to wear pants.
From the straightforward to the straight up stunning, each bike is unique. As is each rider's reason for being here.
I was in active addiction for over 32 years. I've lost my whole family from it. And once I got myself into treatment, I founded this group.
All together because of our passion and love of life on the wheels, you know, the two wheels.
These women from all walks of life celebrated. One big sisterhood taking the hills by storm 1 mile at a time.
Is such an empowering thing because I am worthy today. That's why we named it Women of Worth, and we are worthy to be out there on the open road. Believe in yourself. You can do this.
That does look fun. Our thanks to Darsha for that report.
All right, it looks cat-like reflexes for an Oregon State trooper to catch a dog that was leaping right out of a car. The troopers saw the pup making a break for it during a traffic stop and nabbed him out of the air and then returning the pooch back safely in the car. He had been getting some puppy kisses from a smaller dog at the time in perfect position to catch anyone trying to escape. Both dogs and the driver were let go with a warning. He's like, what am I doing here? What's wrong? It makes me wonder what kind of guilt this puppy is carrying.
I know, right? And they are on a highway, so that dog could have panicked and ran a different way. It ended well. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Frances Rivera. We'll see you tomorrow when we celebrate Friday. Have a good one.
Former President Trump spending the day invoking his Fifth Amendment rights almost 450 times in a civil case over his business practices. This as the pressure is building for the FBI and Justice Department to explain the search of his Florida home.
Is the worst of our inflation nightmare finally over? New data is showing some good news out there, setting the stock market soaring and gas prices dropping. Will other high prices also come back to earth?
A show of force. One Florida sheriff isn't mincing words. He says arming up inside the halls of our schools is the best deterrence to keep our kids safe.
I firmly believe that if you do not meet violence with violence, you will be violently killed.
Our Carrie Sanders reports on the law enforcement plan to arm up to keep kids safe in schools.
Caught in the middle, families of migrants bused by the Texas governor to New York City with little direction or guidance. We'll take you inside the conflict.
And the outpouring for Uvalde, Texas school team as they hit the court for their first game since the May 24th school shooting. It's Thursday, August 11th, and Early Today starts right now.
Good to be with you this morning. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Days after FBI agents searched his Mar-a-Lago estate, former President Trump is called to answer questions in New York. For over 4 hours, Mr. Trump was deposed inside the offices of the state's Attorney General, Letitia James. She is looking into the Trump Organization's business practices and whether it exaggerated its finances. NBC's Jay Gray joins us now from D.C. Jay, good morning. Mr. Trump's lawyer says that during those 4 hours, his client only answered one question.
Yeah, Philip, Francis, good morning to you. And that one question was, what is your name? He provided his name, and then a source telling NBC News he invoked his Fifth Amendment right more than 440 times during the questioning. In a written statement, Mr. Trump acknowledged that in the past he has asked, if you're innocent, why are you taking the Fifth? He now says that when your family and company are the targets of a politically motivated witch hunt, you have no choice. His children, Don Jr. and Ivanka, did choose to answer questions in their depositions, part of the ongoing investigation into the family's business practices. Eric Trump, though, invoked the Fifth more than 500 times when he testified 2 years ago. Meanwhile, still a lot of questions about the search and seizure at Mar-a-Lago, part of a separate federal investigation. And there seems to be mounting pressure now, even within the Department of Justice, for Attorney General Merrick Garland to come out and say something publicly about what was the driving force behind sending FBI agents into Mr. Trump's Florida residence and office. Nothing from the AG's department at this point. But again, it seems that some within that division, as well as both Republicans and Democrats, are calling for some kind of comment from Merrick Garland.
So far, none yet. All right, Jay Gray starting us off this morning. Jay, thank you.
Thanks.
Wall Street is rallying after a slight reprieve from soaring prices. New data from July shows red-hot inflation is finally cooling off. The Dow soaring 535 points on the news, while the S&P rose 2% and the Nasdaq jumped nearly 3%. And futures are pointing to more green at the open. Here's Tom Costello.
On a hot and steamy summer day, word that inflation remains hot, but maybe losing steam was welcome news at the White House.
Jobs are booming and Americans are working, and we're seeing some signs that inflation may be beginning to moderate.
The administration under pressure to tame inflation before the midterm elections in November. The good news, gas prices have dropped $1 after hitting an all-time high in June, now averaging $4.01 a gallon nationally, and could fall below $4 this week. And airfares have dropped nearly 8% in a month. But Americans are still paying for sticker shock on just about everything compared to a year ago. Gas prices still up 44%. Those airline ticket prices up 28%. Food up 11%. And the average household will spend $864 on back-to-school shopping this year. Clothing, sneakers, backpacks, all more expensive. In Miami, the raw ingredients for Isabel Garcia Nevitt's chocolate business have jumped 10 to 15%, forcing her to postpone expansion plans and charge customers more.
I think most people know, and most people are aware that there's inflation, that we are in a sort of a strange economic times.
Meanwhile, housing costs have jumped 5.7% in a year. Rents also soaring. Jordan Hubbard gets assistance to attend NYU in Manhattan, but is now struggling to find a place to live during his senior year.
When I first showed up to NYU, rent was $1,100, $1,200, and that was affordable. But now, at being over $1,600, that's just not a thing for me anymore.
The hope that inflation may have peaked earlier this summer, and with 50-year low unemployment, a full recession could be less likely.
If we can indeed lower the rate of price increases, lower inflation, then consumers have a fighting chance in this economy to keep spending and keep growing. And that's good news.
If inflation is starting to recede, it could mean the Fed won't have to raise rates as much in September when it meets again. It will also, though, be looking at the August inflation and jobs numbers. And, of course, higher rates mean credit cards, car loans, bank loans all get more expensive, and mortgage rates are influenced by what the Fed does as well. Back to you.
Okay, Tom, thank you.
In California, 16-year-old Kylie Rodney has been missing for 5 days now. Police have released this photograph taken of Rodney at a store the same day near Lake Tahoe. She was last seen at a campground party attended by more than 200 other young people. Authorities fear she may have been abducted. Her car, a silver Honda CR-V, has not been found.
Breaking overnight, the U.S. has now surpassed 10,000 cases of monkeypox, according to the CDC. New York leads the nation with more than 2,000 cases, followed by California, which has more than 1,800. Florida has more than 1,000, and Georgia, Illinois, and Texas have over 700 cases, respectively. The first infection of this current outbreak in the U.S. was found in Massachusetts and reported to the CDC on May 17th of this year.
President Biden has signed the PACT Act into law, expanding health care for veterans who are exposed to toxic burn pits. And the president took a moment to thank comedian Jon Stewart, who has been a staunch advocate for veterans and rallied public support for this legislation.
You refuse to let anybody forget. Refuse to let them forget. And we owe you big, man. We owe you big.
Stewart was met with a standing ovation.
Make my day. That was the retort from Texas Governor Greg Abbott to New York City's mayor after Eric Adams quipped to reporters that he wanted to bus New Yorkers to Texas to campaign for Abbott's midterm rival, Beto O'Rourke. Adams has slammed Abbott for busing thousands of migrants straight from the border to New York and other sanctuary cities. Gabby Acevedo with our New York station WNBC reports.
New Yorkers welcoming newly arrived migrants coming into the Port Authority bus terminal in Midtown, straight from the Texas-Mexico border.
We expect approximately 3 buses with a few, perhaps over 100 people.
It was an emotional moment for many. Commissioner Manuel Castro with the New York City Office of Immigrant Affairs was there to greet people early morning. Castro pointing out that after surviving a dangerous journey from Central and South America, these families are now caught in the middle of a political battle over immigration policy in the U.S.
This is a political stunt by Governor Abbott. He's unfortunately using human beings as political pawns.
New York City seemed more prepared for the new arrivals, even counting on a doctor on site to do medical evaluations.
We also have the street health outreach and wellness units that are at Port Authority during the day that'll be available for arrivals in the future.
Mayor Adams has said that asylum seekers will get all the help they need here, but he wants the state of Texas to communicate and coordinate with his office.
The bus company that is chartered by the state of Texas is not communicating with New York City, so it's hard to know the time of arrival.
I heard the news and I said, you know what, let's do something about this.
John Torres, a Colombian native, drove all the way from Maryland, bringing a suitcase with supplies, clothing, and other items. John says he feels the plight of immigrants coming into a new country and wanted to help.
Give them at least something they can start out with, at least some meal, something they can have money in their pocket, at least for a couple of hours they can do something with that.
No, thanks to Gabby for that report.
Some extreme weather wreaking havoc in the Northeast. A flash flood warning was issued for the area surrounding Washington, D.C., in Maryland and Virginia after heavy rain dropped several inches. Flooding on the Capitol Beltway left a number of drivers stranded.
Let's get a check of your Thursday weather with NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns, who's in for Michelle. Bill, more flooding concerns in the forecast?
Less than past days. This is actually one of the quietest days we've had in a while. As far as heat alerts go and flash flood warnings, the number of people included has been dropped significantly. So last night, obviously, the horrific flooding around the D.C. area. We had some flash flooding in Kentucky and West Virginia, too. That has gotten better, but we still do have numerous downpours around the Charleston area of West Virginia. And we have a thunderstorm complex that's right over the top of downtown Philadelphia now. This will be trying to make its way towards New York City and areas just south of New York City as we go throughout the next hour or two. And as far as the areas of concern for today, heaviest rainfall will be near that stationary front, especially Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia. Umbrellas ready. Also areas of North Carolina. We get a break today, Virginia, and also in areas of Kentucky, which is much needed. And then tomorrow, all the storms really dive to the south. So it's still hot in a few spots, obviously near 100 once again in areas of South Dakota. That's a look at your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. So for today, we are watching that secondary cold front coming down, and that has the really cooler, drier Canadian refreshing air mass behind it. So that's going to be coming down through the Ohio Valley and Great Lakes today. Still very hot and humid, though, in the south. We'll talk more about these temperature changes coming up in their weekend forecast ahead.
Yeah, we're almost there. All right, Bill. Thank you. Fast forwarding into your Thursday, legendary actress Diane Keaton is the latest celebrity to grace the TCL Chinese Theater. Keaton will place her hand and footprints into the cement in a ceremony outside the theater in Los Angeles later today.
Major League Baseball built it, and today is this year's Field of Dreams game. The Chicago Cubs and Cincinnati Reds will meet under the lights in Dyersville, Iowa at 7 p.m. Eastern, inspired by the iconic movie.
Kenan Thompson will receive his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame later today. The longest tenured SNL cast member ever. He was announced to host the Emmy Awards earlier this week.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Leading the news, a Florida sheriff is speaking his mind, announcing school deputies in his counties will carry rifles in the wake of Uvalde. Our Kerry Sanders has the story.
A Florida sheriff is fighting fire with fire.
I firmly believe that if you do not meet violence with violence, you will be violently killed.
Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey posting this video on Facebook explaining why he is arming school resource deputies with long guns as part of their, quote, new style uniform.
A tactical appearance that clearly signifies we mean business when it comes to protecting our children, and a tactical advantage that gives our team the ability to instantly address an active shooter.
And he's not alone. A North Carolina sheriff taking similar steps, arming all school resource officers with an AR-15 rifle in the wake of a rise of school shootings across the country.
And I'm very distraught about the condition that our country is going in. If we don't put the brakes on and do an about-face, we're headed to destruction.
These actions taken in the wake of the Uvalde, Texas school massacre, where surveillance video showed officers waiting in the hallways, hesitating to take out the heavily armed gunmen.
If they do come to my school, I want my resource officers to have the ability to meet violence with violence.
He says the weapons, which will be paid for by donations from community members, will be kept in a gun safe in an undisclosed location at each school, and SROs will receive training. One local parent, a gun shop owner, says the move will keep his kids safe.
They should be able to have the same equipment that, possibly an active shooter would have, and be able to take them down from a longer distance if need be.
But the American Federation of Teachers has generally been critical of putting more arms in schools.
Conservative politicians know that this is really important. We have to keep kids safe. We have to keep schools safe. And so they're coming up with something to create more guns, not less guns. It's wrong.
But in Ohio, Governor Mike DeWayne signed a bill into law that makes it easier for teachers to carry guns in schools. Instead of teachers needing 700 hours of training to possess a firearm on school grounds, they'll now be able to finish in 24 hours.
This training will be focused training specifically tailored to those working in schools.
The governor says schools are not required to arm teachers, but teachers still pushed back.
To introduce firearms into a setting where there are, hundreds of children each day is just not a wise course of action.
Victims' families and survivors in Parkland, Florida, are now waiting for the sentencing of the confessed gunman who murdered 17 students and staff at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. One survivor telling me if they had had protection like they now have in Brevard County, Florida, just maybe the massacre would have never happened.
All right, thanks to Kerry Sanders for that report.
Still to come, everything's bigger in Texas, including your appetite after this one. The new fried foods heading to the State Fair this year.
Okay, how about washing it down with this? Coca-Cola's new drink. Is it a dream come true? Jeez.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Harry Styles!
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it. Everybody's good, and that's it.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Well, say howdy to this year's fried food finalists at the State Fair of Texas. On the savory side, visitors will be channeling their inner Italian cowboy. That was a deep fried lasagna roll you saw there. And a fried charcuterie board complete with chopped mozz, salami, and crisp green apples. And for the sweets, there's horchata shake. That's pretty good, along with the deep fried Rocky Road Bluebell ice cream. And finally, there's this, something called a peanut butter paradise. It's a smorgasbord of candy on top of a deep fried honey bun. Looks like the kids just threw everything you could possibly think of in there.
When you deep fry it, it's all good. It's
sure
all
is.
Good. Now, this is a little bit more debatable, right, when it comes to sodas. How about this? Coca-Cola mixing up your soft drink of your dreams, literally, starting on August 15th. Coke is introducing Dream World. It's a new dream-flavored beverage that, quote, bottles up the surrealism of the subconscious. The Digital Reality Music Festival will also launch the same day the soda hits stores. Dreamworld is the fourth abstract release from the company's Gen Z-inspired creation programs. I don't know, what does a dream taste like, number one?
I mean, it depends on what's in your head.
Dream, right?
Exactly. I guess you got to microdose the Coke to figure it out. I don't know.
And you know, we've seen this flop in the past. You got the 80s with the whole new Coke and all the flavored Cokes in between.
They had a space flavored Coke. It was kind of just like cotton candy flavors, just an overload of sugar.
Yeah, I think, you know, Oreos need to stick with all the different flavors. Coke just needs to stay Coke. That's just me.
Exactly.
Now, Pepsi's got to do their version, too.
All right, if you're dreaming of the weekend, Bill will have a deep fried look at your forecast next.
And Paw Patrol, quick reflexes save the day as the fur flies during a traffic stop.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back to Early Today. Never too early to prepare for the weekend. So on Friday, our getaway day, the rain chances mostly along the Gulf. We're watching that beautiful air mass from the Great Lakes to the Ohio Valley. Even on Saturday, you're going to enjoy this from Charlotte to Raleigh. Sunny and warm, low humidity, but still very hot in the middle of the country. And then finally by Sunday, we hold on to the great weather for many areas of the East.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive. Dateline, missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In today's top stories, at least 3 people are dead after a house exploded in Evansville, Indiana. The dramatic blast was captured on video. The fire department is still looking for more victims. 39 other homes were damaged, some of them so badly that they weren't safe to re-enter. The local fire chief says no gas leak had been detected. The ATF will conduct a blast analysis to try and find the cause of the explosion.
An Instagram and OnlyFans model is facing murder charges this morning. Police in Hawaii arrested Courtney Clenny after a warrant was issued by law enforcement in Miami-Dade County. The Miami Herald reports the 26-year-old is accused of stabbing her boyfriend to death in April. Her attorney told the paper that she was in Hawaii for rehab over substance abuse and PTSD. He called her arrest a shock, saying they were cooperating with the investigation.
A new Ipsos USA Today poll has found that most Americans would want the chance to vote on an abortion measure on their state ballot. The survey shows that 7 in 10 support this. That's 77% of Republicans, 73% of Democrats, and 67% of independents. If the chance to vote on abortion existed in their state, 76% of Democrats would vote in favor of making abortion legal. 52% of independents and 34% of Republicans would also vote to uphold abortion rights.
It was an emotional night on the volleyball court in Uvalde, Texas. The school district playing its first sporting event since the May 24th massacre at Robb Elementary. Before the girls' volleyball match, there was a moment of silence, and the opposing team gave the Uvalde players and coaches 21 roses, one representing each of the shooting victims.
It took some cat-like reflexes for an Oregon State trooper to catch a dog that was leaping out of a car. The trooper saw this little pup making a break for it during a traffic stop and nabbed him right out of the air. He guided the pooch back into the car safely. He had been getting some puppy kisses from a smaller dog at the time, so he was in perfect position to catch anyone trying to escape. Both dogs and the driver were let go with a warning.
All right, what better way to start your Thursday than with baby animals? This is Dahlia. The baby rhino was born in July and made her debut yesterday at the Cleveland Metro Park Zoo. The calf is an eastern black rhino, an endangered species with less than 750 left in the wild. And in Wisconsin, Milwaukee County Zoo visitors witnessed the first baby giraffe born since 1990. According to zoo coordinators, the unnamed male calf was born on August 4th and was up and walking just an hour and a half later.
Just like that, back to school season is upon us, but for many families, it has gotten harder to afford the supplies. So volunteers in New York City are working with the Salvation Army to fill 8,000 backpacks with all the basics, helping to ease the burden for students across the 5 boroughs. Thanks for watching Early Today. See you tomorrow.
Economic bright spot. Stocks rally in the wake of a better-than-expected July inflation report. Gas prices continue to drop. Groceries remain high. But what about the all-important back-to-school shopping for consumers?
Invoking the Fifth Amendment nearly 450 times, former President Trump questioned by the New York Attorney General in a civil probe of his business practices as the heat is raised for the DOJ to speak up about the search of Mar-a-Lago.
A 16-year-old girl attending a party with hundreds mysteriously disappears. New surveillance images have emerged as police continue an investigation into a possible abduction.
Would you spend millions or even a single dollar to buy real estate inside the metaverse? Well, our Sam Brock takes us inside a whole new world.
And it's always a good day to celebrate when you're 105 years old. We'll introduce you to Gussie Taylor Dennis as we kick off a busy Thursday. Early today starts right now.
Good morning. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Francis Rivera. Just days after FBI agents searched his Mar-a-Lago estate, former President Trump is called to answer questions in New York. Over 4 hours, Mr. Trump was deposed inside the offices of the state's Attorney General, Letitia James, who is looking into the Trump Organization's business practices and whether it exaggerated its finances. Let's turn now to NBC's Jay Gray, who joins us from D.C. And Jay, good morning. Trump's lawyer says during those 4 hours, his client only answered one question.
Yeah, Francis, Philip, good morning to you. The only question he answered, what is your name? He provided that information, a source telling NBC News that the former president invoked his Fifth Amendment right more than 440 times during the questioning. In a written statement, Mr. Trump did acknowledge that in the past he has asked, if you're innocent, why are you taking the Fifth? But now says when your family, company, and are the targets of a politically motivated witch hunt, you have no choice. Now, his children, Don Jr. and Ivanka, did choose to answer questions from the Attorney General's office in the ongoing investigation into family business practices. Eric Trump, however, invoked the Fifth more than 500 times when he testified 2 years ago. Meanwhile, still a lot of questions surrounding the search and seizure at Mar-a-Lago earlier this week. That, of course, part of a separate federal investigation. And there does seem to be mounting pressure now, even from within the Department of Justice, for Attorney General Merrick Garland to say something about why that was carried out. We are hearing, of course, from both Democrats and Republicans as well, all anxious to hear some kind of word from the Department of Justice about why FBI agents were called in. To this point, though, we've just heard nothing from them.
Especially given the timing with the upcoming midterms and a potential announcement from former President Trump. Thank you, Jay.
New signs that red-hot inflation is finally cooling. Just overnight, gas prices fell below an average of $4 a gallon nationwide, and Wall Street cheered lower than expected inflation numbers. The Dow soared 535 points yesterday, while the S&P rose 2% and the Nasdaq jumped nearly 3%. And futures are pointing to more green at the open. Tom Costello has what it all means for your wallet.
On a hot and steamy summer day, word that inflation remains hot, but maybe losing steam was welcome news at the White House.
Jobs are booming and Americans are working, and we're seeing some signs that inflation may be beginning to moderate.
The administration under pressure to tame inflation before the midterm elections in November. The good news, gas prices have dropped $1 after hitting an all-time high in June, now averaging $4.01 a gallon nationally, and could fall below $4 this week. And airfares have dropped nearly 8% in a month. But Americans are still paying for sticker shock on just about everything compared to a year ago. Gas prices still up 44%. Those airline ticket prices up 28%. Food up 11%. And the average household will spend $864 on back-to-school shopping this year. Clothing, sneakers, backpacks, all more expensive. In Miami, the raw ingredients for Isabel Garcia Nevitt's chocolate business have jumped 10 to 15%, forcing her to postpone expansion plans and charge customers more.
I think most people know, and most people are aware that there's inflation, that we are in a sort of a strange economic times.
Meanwhile, housing costs have jumped 5.7% in a year. Rents also soaring. Jordan Hubbard gets assistance to attend NYU in Manhattan, but is now struggling to find a place to live during his senior year.
When I first showed up to NYU, rent was $1,100, $1,200, and that was affordable. But now, at being over $1,600, that's just not a thing for me anymore.
The hope that inflation may have peaked earlier this summer, and with 50-year low unemployment, a full recession could be less likely.
If we can indeed lower the rate of price increases, lower inflation, then consumers have a fighting chance in this economy to keep spending and keep growing. And that's good news.
If inflation is starting to recede, it could mean the Fed won't have to raise rates as much in September when it meets again. It will also, though, be looking at the August inflation and jobs numbers. And, of course, higher rates mean credit cards, car loans, bank loans all get more expensive, and mortgage rates are influenced by what the Fed does as well. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you.
Breaking overnight, the U.S. has now surpassed 10,000 cases of monkeypox, according to the CDC. New York leads the nation with more than 2,000 cases, followed by California, which has more than 1,800. Florida has more than 1,000, and Georgia, Illinois, and Texas have over 700 cases, respectively. The first infection of this current outbreak in the U.S. was found in Massachusetts and reported to the CDC on May 17th of this year.
The FBI has joined the search for missing 16-year-old Kylie Rodney in California. She was last seen at a campground party attended by hundreds of other young people. Aaron McLaughlin reports.
The search intensifying for missing 16-year-old Kylie Rodney.
We do not have any new leads, and that, I can tell you, is very frustrating for us.
After the California teen disappeared from a party with hundreds of other kids at a Lake Tahoe area campground in the early hours of August 6th.
Out of the 200 to 300 juveniles and young adults who were at that party, somebody knows something about Kylie.
Police releasing this image showing Kylie at a local store hours before the party, and an image of a hoodie loaned to Kylie before she disappeared. Her silver Honda also missing.
Shortly after midnight, she had verbally communicated to her friends that she was wanting to go home.
Detectives say the last time her cell phone pinged was 33 minutes past midnight.
Extremely concerned. It's an absolute nightmare. This is every parent's nightmare.
Each detail of the investigation haunting her family.
I asked her to wake me up when she got home, like she always does, and she said, okay, and thanks, Mom, I love you. And that's the last I ever heard from her.
The search for Kylie expanding to involve multiple agencies, including the FBI. Police also pushing the partygoers, including teens from Nevada to the Bay Area, to come forward with any information.
We're not concerned about what was happening out at the party. Our only concern is to get Kylie back.
Aaron McLaughlin, NBC News.
SpaceX brought itself one step closer to sending its Starship system into space. The company successfully completed a static test of a single engine that would be used to launch the spacecraft. Last month, the booster system caught fire on the launch pad during a test. SpaceX also tested the prototype for the Starship's upper section. That part would fly into space during the orbital flight test.
President Biden has signed the long-awaited PACT Act into law. This legislation will expand health care benefits to veterans exposed to toxic burn pits. During the signing event, the president praised comedian Jon Stewart, who has been a staunch advocate for veterans and rallied public support for the bill. He was met with a standing ovation.
A day after announcing her evolution away from the game, Serena Williams took to the court in Toronto. Williams dropped a straight sets match to Belinda Bencic at the National Bank Open, ending her run in the tournament in the second round. Williams said goodbye to a Toronto crowd that brought signs, a lot of cheers to that match. The tennis legend hinted that she was to step away from the game after the U.S. Open, which begins later this month.
Let's turn now to your Thursday weather and NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns, who was in for Michelle this morning. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Great to see you guys. We tracked a lot of heavy rain during the overnight hours, and now we just have like one or two areas. So things have been improving. We have to watch this little area of rain going through areas of West Virginia, the mountainous terrain. We've had this complex of thunderstorms approaching Philadelphia. Now it's beginning to head towards the New York City area. It looks like it'll be mostly south of New York City, but definitely if you're driving on the New Jersey Turnpike in the next hour or two, do be prepared for some slowdowns because of that. As far as the forecast goes today, beautiful as it gets in Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland. Enjoy that. Watching still very hot conditions from San Antonio northwards up to the Dakotas. Areas in the southeast, you'll have your typical afternoon storm. Still very hot in Tampa. Your relief from the heat begins today in D.C., 87. Tomorrow will be a little more enjoyable. And in case you're going to be out late tonight, the Perseid meteor shower actually peaks tonight. The best viewing will be after midnight. And typically, if you're in a good area, 60 to 100 meteors per hour. But unfortunately, and this is kind of the the super moon is out there too. This is the full sturgeon moon tonight. The moonlight will outshine a bunch of the meteors. So, you know, maybe you get lucky. Maybe some clouds just block the moon, and that's it. You know, who knows? Go give it a try. That's a look at your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. So we're going to continue to watch this cooler air moving down from the north today. Lower humidity values too. Highs today only in the upper 70s in central Michigan. Still very warm and humid down in the southeast, and that'll spawn our afternoon's thunderstorms. And of course, we're getting close to the weekend, so that forecast is coming up.
Okay, excited for it. Thank you, Bill. Early today is Back in a Minute with the Instagram model turned murder suspect.
And saved from a sinking disaster. The daring rescue caught on camera in Texas.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
New this morning, an Instagram and OnlyFans model is facing murder charges this morning. Police in Hawaii have arrested Courtney Clenny after a warrant was issued by law enforcement in Miami-Dade County. The Miami Herald reports that the 26-year-old is accused of stabbing her boyfriend to death in April. Her attorney told the paper that she was in Hawaii for rehab over substance abuse and PTSD. He called her arrest a shock, saying they were cooperating with the investigation.
San Francisco has won a landmark case against Walgreens, a federal judge finding that the pharmacy chain substantially contributed to the city's opioid crisis. In his ruling, the judge said that Walgreens failed to look into possible illegitimate opioid prescriptions for nearly 15 years. Damages will be determined in a later trial. Other companies were originally included in the suit, but they all were settled out of court before the ruling. Walgreens says it will appeal.
Thanks to some quick-thinking Good Samaritans, a woman in Texas made a very narrow escape from a sinking car. Check this out here. Following a water main break, a massive sinkhole, it's seen here swallowing up that vehicle. The driver was trapped inside. Bystanders and first responders quickly arrived. They're all helping to lift the car above the water. It allowed the woman just enough time to flee through the rear view window. And you see there the car goes. Officials say she was taken to the hospital for only minor injuries.
Wow. Straight ahead here on Early Today, brick and mortar meets the metaverse. Why some are going online to get a home that's away from home.
And a driving force behind women empowerment. The group of bikers hitting the highway for sisterhood.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Coming up, a Today exclusive as we approach the 25th anniversary of Princess Diana's death. A talk with filmmakers behind the new HBO documentary, The Princess.
The metaverse is now hitting the real estate market. Our Sam Brock goes to Florida and tours the first property being sold as an NFT in the virtual world.
In the white-hot Miami housing market, there's one thing that sets this still under construction property apart, and it's not the Lambo out front.
Come on in and let me show you around.
Welcome to Meta Residence 1.
It can be whatever the homeowner wants it to be.
It's the first property anywhere in the world about to be sold not just as a house in real life,
Over here in the kitchen,
but as an NFT in the metaverse.
as we come in here, we have the gym.
A digital asset with its own unique code that cannot be duplicated. Buy the NFT, a virtual house being built in a virtual world, and you get the real house and the Lamborghini.
So let's take a look at what a 7-bedroom, 9-bathroom house looks like, not just in this universe, but in the metaverse. Through these doors, you'll find all this furniture that's actually for sale in real life. And of course, a museum-quality LED screen to show what else? NFTs.
It definitely was tough at first to get people on board and, tell them, hey, I want to build this house in the metaverse. And everybody's like, what are you talking about?
Gabe Sierra is the home's developer and an early investor in virtual real estate. Sierra and his partners are creating an exact digital version of this sprawling South Florida mansion in a nod to how popular the metaverse has become, giving us a tour in both worlds. The Sandbox and Decentraland are two of the biggest metaverse platforms, 3D interactive spaces where commerce is king.
Everything you do in the real world will have some variation of it inside the Sandbox, and we're talking about obviously gaming, but also education, shopping, socializing, everything you can think of. We'll have some form of it.
And in these worlds, virtual land is being snapped up at a fever pitch.
But this is a living, breathing, digital version of the house that you can build upon. You can add multiple stories to it. You can go crazy with it.
Sierra is building in the sandbox and has invested in dozens more properties. There are 166,000 plots of land, a number that will never change. Individual lots have sold for thousands of dollars to hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Walking through the sandbox with flip-flops on.
Part of the draw, location, being near early stakeholders, including celebrities like Snoop Dogg, who's offering concerts on his land called Snoopverse, and Fortune 500 companies like Adidas and Gucci.
Have you had a hard time convincing individuals or businesses to pluck down hundreds of thousands of dollars for virtual real estate?
I think people realize that the value of the land in itself is not that interesting. What matters for us and for the landowners is really the economic activity they're going to build on top of it.
Is it fair to compare investing in the metaverse now, like buying a piece of Manhattan before it was a metropolis?
It could be, absolutely.
But early adopters like Sierra believe wherever it does go, it's the future.
Where are we right now?
So we just landed in the nightclub underneath the house.
As I'm dancing, am I looking at a shark?
This is our shark tank, which has great whites and hammerhead sharks inside of it.
How many people are in this club?
There's hundreds of people in this club. Luckily, we don't have zoning laws in the metaverse.
A new way to look at real estate, but the land is limited and the rush is on. Sam Brock, NBC News, Miami.
All right.
I don't really get it, but then I've sunk so much money into mine coins and Robux for my kids anyway, so isn't that the same thing?
Yeah, hey, it's close. Never know.
With extra zeros, a lot of extra zeros after that. Okay, Bill's going to have your early look at your weekend forecast next.
Is he going to be talking about the weather here or where? In the metaverse. And a celebration over a century in the making, a 105-year-old reveals her secret to longevity.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Welcome back to Early Today. The weekend forecast looking fantastic for so many areas. The exceptions down along the Gulf Coast on Saturday and some scattered storms from New Mexico up into Colorado. Sunday looks like a winner for many in the East. Enjoy.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
It was an emotional night on the volleyball court in Uvalde, Texas. The school district playing in the first sporting event since the May 24th massacre at Robb Elementary. Before the girls' volleyball match, there was a moment of silence, and the opposing team gave the Uvalde players and coaches 21 roses, one representing each of the shooting victims.
One North Carolina woman made Wednesday a party to remember over a century in the making. This is Gussie Taylor Dennis, who celebrated her, guess how old she is? 105, it says right there on that banner. She had sweet treats with her family to mark the monumental occasion. Dennis credits hard work and God for her longevity, which runs in the family. Her younger sister there is 97 years old.
Wow, oh, moving around and dancing. Now to a group of women reshaping the motorcycle community and helping empower others in a yearly ride to Sturgis. Darsha Nelson from our NBC affiliate KNBN has more.
And what we do is we empower women to ride motorcycles.
100 bikes lined up at the lodge at Deadwood Tuesday for the 14th annual Biker Bells morning ride.
It's a wonderful thing that we can go do it now, you know, and we have lots of women ahead of us to thank for that, because, you know, there was a day women weren't even supposed to wear pants.
From the straightforward to the straight up stunning, each bike is unique.
Sick.
As is each rider's reason for being here.
I was in active addiction for over 32 years. I've lost my whole family from it. And once I got myself into treatment, I founded this group.
We're all together because of our passion and love of life on the wheels, you know, the two wheels.
These women from all walks of life celebrated. One big sisterhood taking the hills by storm 1 mile at a time.
It is such an empowering thing because I am worthy today. That's why we named it Women of Worth. And we are worthy to be out there on the open road. Believe in yourself. You can do this.
That does look fun. Our thanks to Darsha for that report.
All right, it looks cat-like reflexes for an Oregon State trooper to catch a dog that was leaping right out of a car. The troopers saw the pup making a break for it during a traffic stop and nabbed him out of the air and then returning the pooch back safely in the car. He had been getting some puppy kisses from a smaller dog at the time in perfect position to catch anyone trying to escape. Both dogs and the driver were let go with a warning. He's like, what am I doing here? What's wrong? It makes me wonder what kind of guilt this puppy is carrying.
I know, right? And they are on a highway, so that dog could have panicked and ran a different way. It ended well. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Francis Rivero. We'll see you tomorrow when we celebrate Friday. Have a good one.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, pleading the fifth. Former President Donald Trump under oath, declining to answer hundreds of questions from the New York Attorney General's office. More on his hours-long deposition in the civil investigation into his business practices, including the only question he did answer. Plus, new information about the FBI search of Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. We have team coverage this morning. Signs of relief. Some good economic news breaking overnight. The national average of gasoline now falling below $4 a gallon as House lawmakers prepare to pass the president's Inflation Reduction Act. We'll take a look at the next steps on Capitol Hill and how soon it could be signed into law. Plus, we'll break down what's in it and what it all means for your wallet. Fire with fire. Controversy in classrooms across America over several proposals to arm school officers with rifles.
If they do come to my school, I want my resource officers to have the ability to meet violence with violence.
The renewed debate following a series of deadly school shootings. And flipping the script, a new show shining a spotlight on the Black immigrant experience, written by someone who knows exactly what it's like. Joe will introduce us to the co-creator of a new series out today, plus how he's holding the door open for the next generation of Black creatives in Hollywood. And if you caught what I said at the top there, flipping the script, it's a new series we're starting.
Yes, new series, and that is Mike Goyo, who has a new show coming out today. So we're excited to bring you that conversation.
Yeah, and we'll keep doing it throughout the week.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, we'll get into that later this hour. We begin this morning, though, with the latest on those legal challenges the former president is facing in 2 different states.
One of those states is New York, where Donald Trump invoked his Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination during a 4-hour deposition. Now, that deposition is part of the New York State Attorney General's civil investigation into the Trump Organization's business practices. The AG's office alleges that the company inflated financial statements which were signed off on by the former president. And just one day earlier, on Monday in Florida, FBI agents searched Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence. That is part of an investigation into classified documents that Trump is alleged to have kept after leaving office. In a statement released yesterday, Trump cited that search as part of his reasoning for invoking the Fifth Amendment in the New York deposition. He said, quote, "If there was any question in my mind, the raid of my home, Mar-a-Lago, on Monday wiped out any uncertainty. I have absolutely no choice because the current administration and many prosecutors in this country have lost all moral and ethical bounds of decency." A senior Justice Department official and a former DOJ official tell NBC News about a growing push within the department for Attorney General Merrick Garland to address the motives behind the search in a public statement. We're going to dig into all of this for you this morning in just a moment. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos on all of the issues facing Trump. But let's start off with NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard and NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley for the latest on the investigations in both New York and Florida. Vaughn, let's start with you. What more can you tell us about this deposition yesterday, including the former president?
This was a deposition that was a long time coming, Joe. This is a situation in which Don Jr., as well as Eric and Ivanka Trump, had already been deposed by the New York Attorney General's office. Ultimately, lawyers for Donald Trump agreed to sit down with the New York Attorney General's office. We're told that Letitia James, the Attorney General herself, was in there for multiple hours with Donald Trump. But the important part of this is that Donald Trump, our producer Adam Reese, has been told by a source familiar, invoked the Fifth Amendment more than 440 times yesterday over the course of those more than 40 hours, only answering his name when questioned. So this is a situation here in which the New York Attorney General's office is looking at the extent to which the Trump Organization potentially inflated the valuation of its assets in order to receive tax benefits and other financial benefits. I want to let you look at part of the statement, though, put out yesterday by the former president, in which he was talking about this deposition and his decision to invoke the Fifth Amendment. He said in part, quote, "I once asked, if you're innocent, why are you taking the Fifth Amendment? Now I know the answer to that question. When your family, your company, and all the people in your orbit have become the targets of an unfounded, politically motivated witch hunt, supported by lawyers, prosecutors, and the fake news media, you have no choice." Of course, there has been no evidence presented that any of these investigations are not without merit. At the same time, the former president has not been charged, and these are civil proceedings taking place with the New York Attorney General's office, Joe.
All right, so Vaughn, you are standing near Mar-a-Lago. Ryan, I want to ask you about the latest on that search at Mar-a-Lago. As you report, the DOJ and FBI have been quiet about this, perhaps quieter than usual given the high stakes. So why is that, and could that change? Could they decide to put more information out there because the former president is controlling so much of the narrative right now?
You're exactly right in that Donald Trump is really controlling the narrative on this and has basically been telling the story. The vast overwhelming majority of information that was coming out about this search is coming from Trump and from his camp, Donald Trump's broader camp. A lot of the lawyers have been sharing information with reporters, and DOJ is really can't emphasize this enough, been playing this by the book. It's been very difficult to just get basic details of confirmations. Typically, when there's a search and there's law enforcement activity, you'll even be able to confirm just an address, right? You can give the address of Mar-a-Lago, for example, and say, okay, was there law enforcement activity here? And they'll come back and say, we can confirm there was law enforcement, court-authorized law enforcement activity at that location. Even that was a struggle with this case. So they're really just playing it by the book and making sure that they follow every single protocol of DOJ, because they know this is going to go and be looked over with a fine-tooth comb, that every part of this and every step of the way is going to be highly scrutinized by Republicans in Congress. It's just such a high-profile matter. There is some pushback within DOJ, as NBC News has reported, about the idea that this is a moment that calls for DOJ to sort of break those protocols and give more information about this ongoing probe. But I think it's highly unlikely from Merrick Garland. I think he's been extremely clear that he wants to follow these protocols. He is a by-the-book sort of guy and has emphasized that throughout the course of his time as Attorney General of the United States.
Vaughn, we did see the FBI director, Christopher Wray, take some questions yesterday. He was asked about the growing calls for online violence, including threats circulating online against federal agents in the DOJ after that search at Mar-a-Lago. What did the director have to say about all that?
Yeah, actually, Joe, if I could, of course, the director was asked about the search warrant that was executed here by his agents here at Mar-a-Lago, and he said that he is not able to talk about the investigation. As Ryan was just pointing out here, that is that gap and that is that void, but that's not for a lack of us not seeing him. He was there in Nebraska yesterday, and instead he did comment on these threats here. Our Ben Collins, a reporter who has covered disinformation and the serious nature in which elements of the dark web have talked about violence here in the United States against federal officials here. This is a situation in which Ben has outlined the direct threats. We're talking about civil war. We're talking about violence against these very officials at the highest levels of government here. I want to let you hear from Director Wray address some of these threats.
As to the issue of threats, I will say that I'm always concerned about violence and threats of violence against law enforcement, and any threats made against law enforcement, including the men and women of the FBI, as with any law enforcement agency, are deplorable and dangerous.
We are not familiar with any acts of violence here at this point over the last 70 hours or so since that raid commenced here. At the same time, we all watched what unfolded on January 6, 2021, and that is such a large part of the reason why these threats are taken so seriously.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard and Ryan Riley, thanks for kicking us off this hour. We appreciate it.
Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Danny, good morning. So let's start with this deposition by New York Attorney General in this investigation with the New York Attorney General. What do you make first of his use of the Fifth Amendment, just how much it was used? Was his team correctly invoking that right here?
If I were advising Donald Trump, I'd probably tell him to do the same thing, which is invoke the Fifth Amendment and refuse to answer questions in a deposition. But that choice comes with some heavy consequences. While it's true that the assertion of the Fifth can't be used against you and by the way, the Fifth Amendment is the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution. It's the privilege against self-incrimination. You can't be compelled in a criminal case to be witness against himself. But as you can see there from the on screen, but it means more than that. It really means that the government can never compel you to speak or testify in a way that would incriminate you, and that includes in civil proceedings. And while what he says in invoking the Fifth can't be used against him in a criminal case, it absolutely can be used against him in a civil proceeding. And what I expect is that Trump's attorneys deemed that an acceptable risk and told him to assert the Fifth in answer to questions at a civil deposition.
Now, New York Attorney General Letitia James says her team is considering filing a civil case against Trump. How would his refusal to answer questions impact that? Does it?
It does. In any civil proceeding, a jury, for example, can draw a negative inference from the assertion of the Fifth Amendment. It's a little tricky, but basically it means that the jury or a fact finder can take the evidence that the other side has and assume that the witness who refused to answer just didn't have any evidence to counter it. So that can be a very devastating thing for a civil case, but a witness may decide that, well, I'll take the loss on my civil case if it means that I will avoid criminal culpability or criminal prosecution. Now, the real world consequence also is that when somebody asserts the Fifth Amendment, that perks up the ears of law enforcement. While they can't use that silence against the witness, they certainly can say, I think there's something afoot here. We should look into this. But in Trump's case, I mean, at this point, what isn't being looked into? I can't imagine anyone's in state or federal law enforcement's ears were perked about this that weren't already perked before.
So, Danny, what's next? Where does the Attorney General's office go from here?
They continue their investigation. Surely they anticipated that he might take the Fifth Amendment in a deposition. They continue to investigate. He's not the only source of their information, and they go forward. I think they even see this as a win, both politically, because Trump has publicly asserted the Fifth after years ago saying that only guilty people essentially take the Fifth Amendment, but also procedurally, now they have an assertion of the Fifth Amendment, which they will probably try to use against him and have whatever fact finder in whatever case they may bring draw a negative inference against the former president.
All right, Danny Savalas, thank you so much.
The Justice Department has charged an Iranian national with plotting to kill former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton. And we're learning it could have been part of a larger alleged plot targeting even more officials. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell reports.
The Department of Justice unsealed charging documents revealing an Iranian murder plot against John Bolton, the Trump National Security Advisor. The individual charged, Shahram Poursafi, is an Iranian national believed to be located in Tehran and a member of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps. The Justice Department alleges that he was working on behalf of the IRGC and starting in October 2021 attempted to pay U.S. nationals $300,000 to carry out the murder on U.S. soil in Washington, D.C. or in Maryland. The DOJ believes the attempted murder was in retaliation for the U.S. assassination of Qasem Soleimani, the commander of the Quds Force, the Special Operations Division of the Revolutionary Guard. That happened back in January 2020, after John Bolton had left the administration, but he was well known as a hardliner on Iran. He was also one of the architects of the maximum pressure campaign the Trump administration waged against Iran, and he was a leading critic of the Iran nuclear deal, which is in the final make-or-break stages of negotiations for the U.S. and Iran to re-enter that agreement, possibly soon. Iran was designated a state sponsor of terror by the Trump White House, and as part of those talks, Iran had demanded that the U.S. lift the terror label. But the Biden administration has steadfastly refused to do that. And this incident likely demonstrates exactly why. In a statement released today, Bolton said, "I wish to thank the Justice Department for initiating the criminal proceeding unsealed today, the FBI for its diligence in discovering and tracking the Iranian regime's criminal threat to American citizens, and the Secret Service for once again providing protection against Tehran's efforts." Bolton has had Secret Service protection since December because of threats against his life like this one. The Justice Department saying, "This is not the first time we have uncovered Iranian plots to exact revenge against individuals on U.S. soil, and we will work tirelessly to expose and disrupt every one of these efforts." We are trying to reach the Iranian government for comment. Back to you.
Andrea Mitchell, thank you.
And now to the economy and your money, and some good news this morning for everyone trying to catch a break at the pump. According to AAA, the national average price of a gallon of regular gas has now fallen below $4 a gallon, just below, to $3.99. That's a major drop, though, from the peak of nearly $5 a gallon in mid-June. This comes after some encouraging news yesterday that the pace of inflation may also be slowing down a bit, and as lawmakers in Washington work to pass the Inflation Reduction Act. The Senate passed the bill over the weekend in a marathon weekend vote, and the House is expected to take it up tomorrow. It's considered the centerpiece of President Biden's economic agenda, and the bill is dividing Congress along party lines. The massive spending bill is aimed at easing the strain on your wallet as well as controlling the climate crisis, and it offers major savings on prescription drugs and health insurance premiums. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now to take a look at what's in this and how it could help you save more. Ali, good morning. So this bill has a lot to do with climate change, but there's also quite a few health care benefits in here. First, let's talk about that. How would the bill benefit seniors on Medicare specifically? I know there's some big changes here.
Yeah, Savannah. Well, first of all, just schedule-wise, we heard House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announce yesterday that this will be taken up in the House, and it has a very good chance of passing there. Remember, Democrats technically don't need Republican support to get it passed in the House tomorrow and send it to President's desk. But as you mentioned there, one of the massive provisions in this bill is related to health care, negotiating drug prices. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer saying that one of the health care provisions in this starts next year, and it will allow Americans to not have to pay more than $2,000 out of pocket for prescription drugs. Another major provision in this bill is Medicare will now be able to start negotiating directly with drug companies. That's something that won't take effect, unfortunately, until 2026. But one controversial provision in this bill had to do with insulin pricing, and that has to do with Medicare patients who will now not have to pay more than $35 a month for insulin. That was after several Republican senators blocked that cap from being extended to just normal Americans with private insurance. That was an extremely controversial move, something that Democrats have already seized on and started campaigning on, attacking their Republican opponents ahead of the midterm elections, Savannah.
Now let's talk about the climate piece of this. What are those benefits there? What stands out for you? I know there's these electric vehicle credits, things that you can do in your house that means you get some credits. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so this is a historic investment in clean energy, in climate change, really the biggest in this nation's history. It includes $369 billion in funding to fight global warming and invest in clean energy. There's $369 billion, as I mentioned, that will encompass several provisions that Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer laid out, really saying that it'll make electrical costs for your home go down. It'll boost manufacturing of electrical vehicles, boost the manufacturing of electrical appliances. It'll also cut carbon emissions around 40% from 2005 levels by the year 2030 by using more clean power, solar, wind. So this is definitely a historic deal for Democrats. Some of them were not happy with how far this went. They thought it could go farther, but this is definitely being seen as a win, a victory lap for the Biden administration. And Democrats are saying that this isn't the end, that this streak of legislative victories isn't the end for them. They say they're going to come back after this August recess and do more and try to keep the focus and attention of voters on their legislative victories ahead of the midterm, Savannah.
All right, Ali Rafa, thank you so much.
Some breaking weather news overnight. Flash flooding in Washington, D.C. caught many residents by surprise. As much as 4 inches of rain fell in some neighborhoods.
And Bill Cairns joins us again this week with more. Hi, Bill. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. In this video of Rhode Island Avenue, this is northwest portions of the Washington, D.C. area, and that's where we had this extreme flooding. And the owner of this shop says this is the third time that the road is flooded in the last 3 weeks. So I know we've had at least 2 really big rainstorms in northwest portions of D.C., but maybe they have some drainage issues there also along with that interstate. But yeah, when you get 3 inches of rain in a quick period of time, there's not many drainage systems that can handle that volume of water. water. So yeah, look at that. It's like being in a fishbowl. All right, so here's what we're going to deal with today. The flash flood threat is diminishing. That is great news for our friends in Kentucky, West Virginia, and also Virginia and the D.C. area. So the cooler air will be moving in. We have one little last batch of heavy rain. It has been impacting areas from Philadelphia to just south in New York City and all through New Jersey during the morning. This is about to head off the coast. It looks like Long Island will get soaked, so expect things to be a little slow. We could have some minor airport problems there at JFK Airport and also maybe possibly at LaGuardia, but that should clear up pretty quickly this morning. As far as other areas of concern for today, as this front drops to the south, we will see additional areas of heavy rain and thunderstorms, but it will be in areas like Tennessee, North Carolina. We'll have to watch the mountains from Asheville to Knoxville to Boone to make sure we don't get any flash flooding. We'll also see some periods of very heavy rain around Charleston and Savannah. Of course, Charleston, anytime it pours, you do get some areas of localized flash flooding. And then into Friday, we mostly keep that thunderstorm threat to eastern North Carolina and around Charleston to Myrtle Beach and the Georgetown areas there of South Carolina. So as far as heavy rainfall goes, if we're going to see any flash flooding over the next couple of days, we'll have to watch the Carolina coast and also our friends from Lake Charles to New Orleans, Mobile, Pensacola, Panama City. That area could get soaked as we go throughout the next couple of afternoons. So for today's forecast, the cool, beautiful Canadian air is on the way in. Chicago, suck it up and enjoy it today. 78, that's it for your high with sunshine. Same goes for Detroit and Cleveland. And eventually, that's what will move into New York. And everyone will love your Friday forecast from Virginia northwards. D.C., 82 and sunny. Same for New York and Boston and Philly. That's the reward day, guys, for all the hot, humid weather we've had lately. Unfortunately, our friends in the middle of the country, not quite yet. Still upper 90s to near 100 from Dallas all the way to Omaha.
Yeah. We are owed several reward days, so it's good to see they're coming now.
Especially after, what was that, Tuesday here? Yeah. All right, Bill, thanks so much. Great to have you with us.
Coming up, a growing immigration crisis hundreds of miles from the southern border. More on the political battle as buses full of migrants arrive in cities like New York and D.C.
Plus, children of war, a look at life for some of the youngest Ukrainians impacted by the Russian invasion. Up next on Morning News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop star, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Welcome back. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is busing thousands of migrants to Washington, D.C. and New York City. It's his response to a record-breaking number of migrants crossing the southern border.
Now, officials from those cities are slamming Abbott, saying he's using migrants as political pawns. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esamoah has the story.
A New York welcome after a Texas rejection. On Wednesday morning, 3 more buses filled with migrants arriving in New York City. Women with children seen carrying little more than a plastic bag and a small collection of documents. This comes as Texas Governor Greg Abbott repeatedly sends thousands of migrants from the border state to Democrat-run cities like Washington, D.C. and New York, all since May. A move triggering sharp condemnation from New York's mayor on Sunday.
This is horrific.
The cities say lack of notice about migrant arrivals has meant a lack of preparation for city immigration officials.
A bus company that is chartered by the state of Texas is not communicating with New York City, so it's hard to know the time of arrival. This is a political stunt by Governor Abbott. He's unfortunately using human beings as political pawns.
In Washington, D.C., more than 5,500 migrants and asylum seekers have been transported to the nation's capital from Texas, prompting D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser to request assistance from the National Guard, a request denied by the Pentagon, according to a letter reviewed by NBC. As for Texas's reasoning, in a statement, Governor Abbott says, quote, in addition to Washington, D.C., New York City is the ideal destination for these migrants who can receive the abundance of city services and housing that Mayor Eric Adams has boasted about within the sanctuary city. But New York's mayor says it's adding strain to New York's already stretched thin social services.
A little over 4,000 of asylum seekers that are now into our shelter system. 4,000.
Mayor Adams announcing emergency measures to expand shelter capacity for asylum seekers on Tuesday, and now asking the federal government for assistance. All as the ACLU Texas and National call on the federal government to investigate Texas Governor Abbott. Abbott says he will not stop sending buses until the Biden administration changes its U.S.-Mexico border policies, a decision that leaves migrants and asylum seekers in flux. Merecemos una oportunidad. And right behind me, you'll see the transit hub of Port Authority right here in New York City. It's where that group of an estimated 100 asylum seekers arrived on buses Wednesday morning. Now, New York City officials continue to say that Texas did not alert them to the group's arrival. However, they were still able to provide medical services and other resources. However, the mayor's office and others have said they're worried they won't be able to keep up with demand. Back to you.
Zincle, thank you. Now to the war in Ukraine. The UN says about 2/3 of all Ukrainian children have fled their homes at some point during the war.
NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is there with the story of 3 kids who are trying to navigate childhood in an active war zone.
My name's Zlata.
Zlata is 9 years old, from Mariupol, a city destroyed by war, now occupied by Russia. And tell me about the day that you left Mariupol. What do you remember about that day?
My dad yanked me out of bed and shouted, "Everyone to the floor," and we crawled to the hallway.
These are Ukraine's children of war, a generation growing up to the sounds of air raid sirens, artillery, and missiles. Many now refugees in their own country. Did you bring any of your toys with you from Mariupol?
No, we couldn't bring anything.
Mama. 7-year-old Katya is also from Mariupol. When war broke out, her parents went searching for supplies and water, leaving Katya alone at home. What were you thinking when you were all by yourself and you heard those loud sounds?
I thought, this is the end for me. I got scared. I began running around the house. I didn't know where I should go.
Her parents made it home, and the family went to join Katya's grandmother.
Soon, the electricity was gone. 2 days later, the water was gone. The next day, the gas went out. They cooked food on a fire.
Katya and Zlata made it out of Mariupol before the city fell to Russia, fleeing to Kyiv, where 10-year-old Maxim also lives.
I in 6th grade. My favorite objects of school is PE.
Before the war, Max liked playing basketball and rooting for the LA Lakers.
On the first day of the war, we went to a shelter. It stank of mold and mildew so bad.
The next day, Max's family fled Kyiv, making it to Romania, then on to Germany, where they had nowhere to live. He spent 2 months sleeping on a cot. What do you understand about why this war is happening?
I don't know.
Roughly 2/3 of Ukraine's children have had to flee their homes at some point in this war, according to the UN. Many of them now struggling with trauma that could affect them for years to come. Psychologist Anna Chasanikova works with kids traumatized by war. She's from Mariupol herself.
Before the war, children only saw military equipment on TV, in movies, and in video games.
She says kids under 4 don't yet understand the word war, but the older kids understand why they've lost everything.
Children fear they may run out of food, and they're afraid of running out of water.
Are you scared to go back?
Yes, because of the city. There's no city anymore.
Max's family returned to Kyiv after the Russians retreated to the east. What was the first thing you noticed when you got back to Ukraine?
Buildings destroyed by missiles.
When the air raid sirens sound, Katya says she's not scared, just angry.
I know I must be mature, because when I'm a grown-up, my parents won't protect me. I'll have to be fearless, like them.
Our thanks to Josh Letterman for that report. And one of those young girls told us the person she misses the most is her grandmother in Mariupol, who's stuck there with a broken leg, and she's concerned she will never be able to see her again.
Hope they are reunited. More international headlines now, starting with breaking news out of eastern Ukraine following a night of heavy shelling.
Yeah, Morgan Chesky joins us now from Zaporizhia in southeastern Ukraine with that and more. Hey, Morgan.
Hey, Jill Savannah, good morning. It has been an active 24 hours here in Ukraine, and we do have some new video just in after some overnight shelling that at last check leaves at least 3 people dead. And this is happening in that war-torn area in the eastern part of the country. Ukrainian officials say Russia is attacking more than 60 settlements and military targets in a bid to establish full control over the regions of Luhansk and Donetsk. Ukraine's military says it prevented Russian advances, though, towards several of those towns. And in North Korea, leader Kim Jong-un is declaring victory against COVID-19 and ordering the end of anti-COVID restrictions after apparently contracting the virus himself. At a national meeting, his sister Kim Yo-jong said her brother had been seriously ill with a high fever and blamed leaflets from South Korea for causing that recent outbreak. North Korea admitted to an outbreak of the Omicron variant of the virus back in May. Finally, to the Bahamas, where a French freediver just broke the deepest dive world record in bifins. 26-year-old Arnaud Giraud dove to a depth of 393.7 feet in 3 minutes and 34 seconds, breaking his 7th world record in his career and the second one just this week. Giraud was competing in the vertical blue freediving competition, which takes place every year in the Bahamas. These freedivers, guys, elite athletes at the top of their game. Some have been known to be able to lower their heartbeat to as few as 14 beats a minute.
No way.
Amazing stuff. That's incredible. That is also the deep end of the pool right there. All right. Thank you, Morgan.
Scary end. Thanks, Morgan. All right, coming up on Morning News Now, controversy in the classroom. Parents in several communities divided over plans to arm school resource officers with rifles.
When we come back, more on the fallout following a series of deadly mass shootings.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're back with a closer look at the school shooting crisis in America and the debate over how heavily to arm adults in schools. 2 county sheriffs are now weighing in with a controversial proposal.
Yeah, it includes wanting law enforcement in some schools to have long guns and AR-15s. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders has the story.
A Florida sheriff is fighting fire with fire.
I firmly believe that if you do not meet violence with violence, you will be violently killed.
Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey posting this video on Facebook explaining why he is arming school resource deputies with long guns as part of their, quote, new style uniform.
A tactical appearance that clearly signifies we mean business when it comes to protecting our children, and a tactical advantage that gives our team the ability to instantly address an active shooter.
And he's not alone. A North Carolina sheriff taking similar steps, arming all school resource officers with an AR-15 rifle in the wake of a rise of school shootings across the country.
And I'm very distraught about the condition that our country is going in. If we don't put the brakes on and do an about-face, we're headed to destruction.
These actions taken in the wake of the Uvalde, Texas school massacre, where surveillance video showed officers waiting in the hallways, hesitating to take out the heavily armed gunmen.
If they do come to my school, I want my resource officers to have the ability to meet violence with violence.
He says the weapons, which will be paid for by donations from community members, will be kept in a gun safe in an undisclosed location at each school, and SROs will receive training. One local parent, a gun shop owner, says the move will keep his kids safe.
They should be able to have the same equipment that, possibly an active shooter would have, and be able to take them down from a longer distance if need be.
But the American Federation of Teachers has generally been critical of putting more arms in schools.
Conservative politicians know that this is really important. We have to keep kids safe. We have to keep schools safe. And so they're coming up with something to create more guns, not less guns. It's wrong.
But in Ohio, Governor Mike DeWayne signed a bill into law that makes it easier for teachers to carry guns in schools. Instead of teachers needing 700 hours of training to possess a firearm on school grounds, they'll now be able to finish in 24 hours.
This training will be focused training specifically tailored to those working in schools.
The governor says schools are not required to arm teachers, but teachers still pushed back.
To introduce firearms into a setting where there are, hundreds of children each day is just not a wise course of action.
Our thanks to Carrie Sanders for that report. And Madison County Schools Superintendent says school administrators have been meeting regularly with local law enforcement officials to discuss these potential updated safety measures.
Coming up, it's called the Inflation Reduction Act, and it's impacting more than just your wallet. Up next, Bill Cairns is back to break down how the bill could help combat climate change.
Plus, a look at the hot housing market. Get this, inside the metaverse, why some people are spending real money for virtual land. This is Morning News Now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show. Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Harry Styles!
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. If it becomes law, which appears likely, the Inflation Reduction Act would be the biggest climate investment in U.S. history.
So in this week's Climate Control, we're looking at what the law would mean for American consumers who want to make more environmentally conscious decisions.
NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is back with us again. Bill, good to see you and have you here live with us for Climate Control. So one key feature of the Inflation Reduction Act is that it relies on incentives, not punishments, to try and speed up the transition to clean energy. Walk us through some of the things it would offer everyday folks.
Yeah, we want to know, like, what's in it for me, right? Like, how can I take advantage of this if I'm looking to get, say, an electric vehicle? So let's start there, because this is probably the most complex part of all of the climate benefits that are possible here. So you get up to $7,500 for new electric vehicles and up to $4,000 for used electric vehicles. But there are some catches in this. First off, it has to be manufactured in the United States. So that immediately eliminates a lot of very popular electric cars that have coming from other portions of the country. Also, 40% of the metals have to be mined of the battery in North America. If that's not possible, then you get only half of that $7,500 credit. So do your research. There are some popular models that won't be eligible for a couple years until the manufacturing process changes on that. And also, let's move into some of the stuff for your homes too, because this stuff is a little more straightforward. This stuff is actually a little more easier for you to do. Let's talk about, things that can help your house, say energy costs cost by about 20%. You can get $2,000, say new windows, doors, insulation, a $4,000 rebate if it's 35% or more. And there's also some credit for heat pumps and stuff like that. And as far as solar goes, it still looks like that tax credit is going to be significant if you're looking to put solar panels on your house. With solar, it's about 30% tax credits for installing solar panels. And you have 10 years, guys, to do all this stuff. And back to those electric vehicles, our friends at CNBC were telling us, if you have plans to get a vehicle already, don't wait for this to be signed into law. There's such a high demand and such a low supply. Just go ahead and do it. Don't wait.
Oh, yeah. The wait list for so many of these EVs is just crazy. And so much fine print here, Bill. So thanks for going through that with us. All right, let's talk about this crazy weather we've been seeing. So, I mean, this summer has been so brutal for so many people. We were talking about how tough Tuesday was here in the Northeast. I mean, cities just seem like they're setting records for extreme heat all over the country week after week. But tell us, put it in context for us. How unusual is this? How many records are being broken, and do you attribute it to climate change?
I think it's still important that we teach people the difference between weather and climate. What you're putting on your clothes today for is the weather you're going to experience. When we look at your whole summer, that's your wardrobe that you plan for, and that's your climate. So if you think it's been hot, let's take a look and show you if it actually has been or not. So we average 17 90-degree days, typically in an average summer in New York. We've had 19 already, and we still have much of August to go. Philadelphia, you're 5 over your normal total already, too. In the Southeast, it's kind of the same thing. So this is how one way we can measure if it's been a hot summer or not, and if it's warmer than normal, and how much climate change can kick into this. So well above in Charlotte. Atlanta's already above, and you've seen all the stories from Texas this summer, and you know how bad the drought is. Typically, there should be about 18 100-degree days in San Antonio, and there's been 56. So yes, we can say it has been a very hot summer, and climate change does have a part in it.
Wow.
The numbers tell the story, yeah.
In San Antonio, oh my goodness.
Bill, thank you so much. Good to see you. Let's jump back inside the metaverse. Today, as part of our ongoing series, we're going to bring you the fascinating story behind real estate in these interactive online worlds.
That's right. Parcels of virtual land are selling for very real money, and at sometimes eye-popping rates. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock explains.
In the white-hot Miami housing market, there's one thing that sets this still under construction property apart, and it's not the Lambo out front.
Come on in and let me show you around.
Welcome to Meta Residence 1.
It can be whatever the homeowner wants it to be.
It's the first property anywhere in the world about to be sold not just as a house in real life,
Over here in the kitchen,
but as an NFT in the metaverse.
as we come in here, we have the gym.
A digital asset with its own unique code that cannot be duplicated. Buy the NFT, a virtual house being built in a virtual world, and you get the real house and the Lamborghini.
So let's take a look at what a 7-bedroom, 9-bathroom house looks like, not just in this universe, but in the metaverse. Through these doors, you'll find all this furniture that's actually for sale in real life, and of course, a museum-quality LED screen to show what else? NFTs.
It definitely was tough at first to get people on board and, tell them, hey, I want to build this house in the metaverse. And everybody's like, what are you talking about?
Gabe Sierra is the home's developer and an early investor in virtual real estate. Sierra and his partners are creating an exact digital version of this sprawling South Florida mansion in a nod to how popular the metaverse has become, giving us a tour in both worlds. The Sandbox and Decentraland are two of the biggest metaverse platforms, 3D interactive spaces where commerce is king.
Everything you do in the real world will have some variation of it inside the Sandbox, and we're talking about obviously gaming, but also education, shopping, socializing, everything you can think of. We'll have some form of it.
And in these worlds, virtual land is being snapped up at a fever pitch.
But this is a living, breathing, digital version of the house that you can build upon. You can add multiple stories to it. You can go crazy with it.
Sierra is building in the Sandbox and has invested in dozens more properties. There are 166,000 plots of land, a number that will never change. Individual lots have sold for thousands of dollars to hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Walking through the Sandbox with flip-flops on.
Part of the draw, location, being near early stakeholders, including celebrities like Snoop Dogg, who's offering concerts on his land called Snoopverse, and Fortune 500 companies like Adidas and Gucci.
Have you had a hard time convincing individuals or businesses
to pluck down hundreds of thousands of dollars for virtual real estate.
I think people realize that the value of the land in itself is not that interesting. What matters for us and for the landowners is really the economic activity they're going to build on top of it.
Is it fair to compare investing in the metaverse now, like buying a piece of Manhattan before it was a metropolis?
It could be, absolutely.
But early adopters like Sierra believe wherever it does go, it's the future.
Where are we right now?
So we just landed in the nightclub underneath the house.
As I'm dancing, am I looking at a shark?
This is our shark tank, which has great whites and hammerhead sharks inside of it.
How many people are in this club?
There's hundreds of people in this club. Luckily, we don't have zoning laws in the metaverse.
A new way to look at real estate, but the land is limited and the rush is on. Sam Brock, NBC News, Miami.
Well, let's get you some financial headlines in this universe where in real life, back to school season's right around the corner. And this year it's met with the highest inflation in decades.
CNBC's Courtney Reagan joins us with that and more. Hey, Courtney, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Yes, so more than 40% of back-to-school shoppers say inflation will change how they shop for the upcoming school year. This is according to a new report from Bankrate. A third say back-to-school purchases will strain their budgets, and 95% say they're actively looking at ways to save money. The most popular ways are with coupons, discounts, and sales, followed by buying fewer items and buying cheaper brands. They're also stretching what they have for another year or buying more used or secondhand items and are using credit card rewards to offset some of the costs. Microsoft is reportedly laying off a team of workers who are focused on winning back consumers. The company created the, quote, Modern Life Experiences Group in 2018 to target so-called prosumers or professional consumers. The cuts affect about 200 people who have been told to find another position at Microsoft or take severance pay. Microsoft recently cut less than 1% of its workforce and has been cutting open job roles as it slows hiring. Well, Coca-Cola thinks it's found the flavor of your dreams. The company is launching a new special edition soft drink called Dreamland. Coke says it, quote, bottles up the technicolor tastes of the subconscious. The new flavor is part of Coke's effort to attract new Gen Z consumers. Dreamland will be available in stores nationwide on Monday in both regular and zero sugar versions. It's gotten my attention. I'll give it a shot. Back over to you.
It's an unusual way to describe a taste, but
isn't it? Joe's forced me to try weirder sounding
What happened
sodas.
to vanilla or orange?
Too easy.
Right.
Too easy.
Thanks, Courtney.
We'll have to try it out. Thank you. Coming up on Morning News Now, a new show flipping the script on the typical Hollywood success story.
The Black immigrant culture is something that isn't often explored on television. So we really wanted to do that.
After the break, I'll introduce you to the show's co-creator who's working to diversify the faces you see on and off TV.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our show's about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive. Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. You might not be able to blame Drake for having trust issues after seeing his dad's tattoo. The rapper took to Instagram to throw a little shade at his father's tattoo of his face. The caption read, quote, "Why you do me like this? We family." Now, of course, Drake's father took to the comment section to defend the artwork, saying he's had 16 different tattoo artists try to fix the image, saying it was first inked 5 years ago. No word yet on if Drake's dad, Dennis, is planning a 17th attempt to fix it. You hate to see it, Joe, when tattoos go wrong.
Yeah, and I don't know if a 17th would make a difference anyway at this point. So,
yeah.
All right. Good for them. Thanks, Savannah.
Yeah.
Now to our new series, Flipping the Script, featuring artists in the entertainment industry working to shine a light on diversity. Enter Mike Goyo, one of the creators of the new show Send Help, premiering today on AMC's streaming network All Black. The show's main character, a first-generation Haitian-American man trying to make it in Hollywood. Now, Goyo shot to prominence while writing for hit shows like Insecure and Ginny in Georgia, but he tells me writing was actually his second act after originally planning to be a doctor and working at a call center to help pay off student loans. I talked to him about how he got his foot in the door and how he's holding it open for the next generation.
The show is called Send Help.
My mom's Haitian, so if it's not General Hospital, she ain't checking for it.
It's about a first-generation Haitian-American man living in LA, pursuing his life in Hollywood.
I was a series regular on a hit show.
So Send Help, what's the type of help he needs?
All kinds of help. Relationship help, mental help, help with his family.
Sure, I keep some things to myself, but what's wrong with that?
The need for help, that's probably something most of us can relate to, right?
Yeah. No, absolutely. This story is based on Jean-Elie, who's my co-creator. So him as a Haitian-American man, I'm also Haitian-American, we wanted to really kind of like hone into the culture.
So many people say visibility is vital, and it's a slow changing process to get more stories told, right?
No, absolutely. Like the Black immigrant culture is something that isn't often explored on television. So we really wanted to do that. Being an immigrant, being Haitian American, and being able to have this career, I get a lot of young people coming up to me like, "Hey, I would love to do what you do. Thank you for being an inspiration." And that to me is like, oh wow, creating that visibility and letting other young Haitian American writers, immigrant writers know that they can also do this has been amazing.
Do you think things in Hollywood are changing when it comes to who's in front of the camera and who's behind the camera?
Yeah, absolutely. The needle's always moving. The needle's always moving forward.
But Goyo says more work needs to be done. It's why he created the Black Boy Writes, Black Girl Writes mentoring initiative to support and amplify marginalized voices in the entertainment industry. Recently, 14 young writers were selected out of 900 applicants.
900 writers applied for your mentorship program. What does that tell you?
It tells you there's a need, it tells you that people are really kind of like yearning for this opportunity and just needing a way in. And they're all extremely talented, all very talented writers. They just need the access, and it's just become more and more aware that the access is missing. So hopefully our program is providing that.
You worked on Insecure, Issa Rae's show. Help us understand just how groundbreaking Insecure was.
It was great to be able to work on, but even before working on it, I was just such a fan of the show. I just love what Issa was able to create with it and the platform that she's been able to create for other writers and creatives coming up in the industry.
For any young writers out there who are watching this right now, looking at you and going, I want to be Mike, I want to be just like him, what's the biggest advice you want to give them?
The biggest advice I would give them is to keep writing. You're only as good as your last project, but even then, it's a muscle. You have to continue to work it. So my best advice, and the best advice I've ever gotten, is to keep writing.
Our thanks to Mike Goyo for taking some time to talk with us again. You can check out his new show, Send Help, today, streaming now on AMC's All Black. We were both struck by that 900 people applied, and I think it's a message to anyone out there who's in the business. If there's anything you can do right now to make a difference, it's mentor young people, especially young artists of color who are looking for that help, those resources, that guidance right now. You can make a difference.
Absolutely. I wonder how we even selected 14.
Those people, I bet, are pretty good.
From that's
a talented group of people.
I mean, and I'm sure there were so many more there, like you said, that are looking for that foot in the door, so to speak. You know what I mean? Yeah, very cool.
Making a difference, and has a great new show out, too.
Amazing interview and a kickoff to our new series, Flipping the Script.
More to come on Flipping the Script. Thanks to our team for putting that together. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, under scrutiny, former President Donald Trump pleads the fifth more than 400 times in a 4-hour deposition. The latest on the New York State civil investigation into the Trump Organization and where it could go next. Well, down south in Florida, new information about the FBI search of Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. What we're learning this morning. Underwater, breaking overnight, drivers stranded and neighborhoods submerged as strong storms bring flash flooding to the D.C. area. Several people had to be rescued from their cars, and some businesses, like this dog daycare, had to use sandbags to keep the worst of the flooding from coming in. The latest on the cleanup and the other storms wreaking havoc across the country. Deadly blast, a house explosion caught on camera. At least 3 people are dead. Search and rescue teams still looking for people after the blast damaged dozens of nearby homes.
Run down as fast as I could. There was already people on the scene there was devastating seeing a couple of people on the ground.
We have the latest from the scene this morning as investigators try to figure out what caused it. Also this morning, signs of relief. Good news overnight. The average price of gas is now below $4 a gallon nationwide. And it's not just gasoline. Retail prices are falling too. And new signs that overall inflation may be slowing down. We're going to take a look at what's behind it all, plus the one part of your morning routine that's still costing more right now. Hint, it is in this thermos. It is not bourbon.
You're very responsible, thermos, and neither of us spill coffee, which happens moments before the show.
No, it's never happened. Never. Ever.
But that is a bummer for us, who we consume a lot of it.
It is, exactly. More on that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with the latest on those mounting legal challenges facing the former president.
Yeah, Donald Trump was questioned for 4 hours yesterday in the civil investigation led by New York State Attorney General Letitia James into the Trump Organization's business dealings. The former president invoked his Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination during the deposition and cited the FBI's search of his Florida estate as part of his reasoning for doing so. Here's NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker with the latest.
Good day to you. Former President Trump is facing mounting legal pressure on multiple fronts, with new fallout from that FBI search on his Mar-a-Lago estate and reports overnight that the Bureau may have had help from a Trump World insider. This comes as the former president sat for a civil deposition on Wednesday that could have its own ripple effects.
This morning, new details are emerging about the latest legal challenge for former President Trump. According to a source with knowledge of the case, Mr. Trump invoked his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination more than 440 times during a deposition that lasted 4 hours. It's part of a civil investigation of his business practices by New York Attorney General Letitia James. His lawyer says he answered one question, his name, and read a statement accusing James and her team of a witch hunt. This after he previously mocked others for invoking the Fifth.
Fifth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, Fifth Amendment. Horrible. Horrible. You see, the mob takes the Fifth. If you're innocent, why are you taking the Fifth Amendment?
Now I know the answer to that question, Mr. Trump said in a statement before the deposition, saying his family, company, and people in his orbit were political targets. Mr. Trump also saying the FBI's search of his Mar-a-Lago estate on Monday in an unrelated investigation solidified his decision to take the Fifth, calling Monday's search a surprise attack, even though the Bureau was executing a court-approved search warrant. That search connected to classified documents from the Trump administration, and this morning reports that an insider may have provided information to authorities. The Wall Street Journal reporting that someone familiar with the stored papers told investigators there may be still more classified documents at the private club after the National Archives retrieved 15 boxes earlier in the year. People familiar with the matter told the Journal. NBC News has not confirmed that report. It comes as pressure is mounting on the Justice Department to explain its actions. A current senior Justice Department official and a former DOJ official telling NBC News multiple officials within the DOJ believe Attorney General Merrick Garland should make a public statement explaining the need for the search. FBI Director Christopher Wray, who was appointed by Mr. Trump, was asked about the former president's baseless claims agents may have planted evidence at Mar-a-Lago during the search.
That's not something that I can talk about, so I'd refer you to the department.
But Wray did condemn the surge in violent threats against law enforcement by some Trump supporters online in the wake of Monday.
Now, one interesting note here. In 2018, Mr. Trump signed a law that strengthened the penalty for mishandling classified documents from a misdemeanor to a felony, a move he made after criticizing Hillary Clinton for mishandling sensitive information in her emails. Back to you.
All right, Kristen Walker, thank you.
Prices on just about everything remain high, but there is a glimmer of hope that the record inflation we've been experiencing could be easing slightly. Gas prices have dipped below $4 a gallon nationwide for the first time since March. It comes after a mixed bag of results in another key economic report out yesterday. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the story.
Yeah, good day. So most petroleum gas analysts I talked to think that we're going to probably hug the $4 a gallon mark for some time, 25 cents either side of that. Keep in mind, the administration tapped the Strategic Petroleum Reserve when Russia invaded Ukraine. That's 1 million barrels a day. That ends in October. So this may be a short-term reprieve at the pump, but there are some encouraging economic signs. This morning, more relief at the pump and coming below a key number. Gas prices dropping below $4 a gallon for the first time since March. Prices skyrocketed this summer amid inflation, supply concerns, and the war in Ukraine. Today, the national average is now $3.99, down $1.03 from the peak back in June.
I'm grateful that they're coming down.
But prices are still much higher than they were just a year ago. All part of continuing inflation eating into everyday Americans' pocketbooks. And today, the latest economic numbers show no change with the inflation numbers month to month. Good news with the overall year-over-year inflation number dipping slightly, down to 8.5%, still hot, and still at decades-high levels.
Everything is way above what I paid a year ago.
President Biden hopes Congress will help move the relief needle in the right direction.
We need to pass the Inflation Reduction Act right away. That's the most consequential thing that Congress can do to keep our progress.
But experts say that $430 billion piece of legislation the House is set to take up tomorrow will have little effect on the more immediate factors that could help lower inflation.
It doesn't strike me that there's any legislation that's going to fix the inflation problem in the short term.
Meanwhile, housing and food costs continue to climb, with higher prices on all of the major grocery staples. The biggest hike in eggs, which have nearly doubled to about $3 for a carton. All of it adding to what's already been an unprecedented and unpredictable economy. A month ago, everyone was concerned about a possible recession. Is that no longer as big of a concern?
Recession is still a concern, but if we can indeed lower the rate of price increases, lower inflation, then consumers have a fighting chance in this economy.
As you know, the Fed meets in September. It will consider raising rates yet again to fight inflation. That's almost a done deal. The question is how big of a rate hike will come in September after a big one last month. The Fed wants to see more positive signs that the economy is, in fact, maintaining full employment, if possible, but also that inflation is starting to edge lower. Its target is 2% inflation. We are right now at 8.5%, so it has some work to do to get there. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. Turning now to that deadly explosion in southwest Indiana. 3 people were killed yesterday when a house in Evansville suddenly blew up. 39 other homes were also damaged in the explosion, leaving behind a scene of devastation. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in Evansville with the latest. Jesse, good morning.
Joe, good morning. You can see behind me debris scattered across the street. And even though we were being kept back behind a police line, it is obvious that at least one of the structures still standing is blown out and not a safe place to be. I spoke with the mayor here in Evansville earlier this morning, and he says that some of these homes are still not even safe enough to be searched. And that's one of the reasons we still do not know just how many people might at this point be missing.
The deadly blast caught on camera just before 1 p.m. Wednesday.
Investigating an explosion with heavy smoke.
Debris shooting through the air, flying all the way down this Evansville, Indiana street.
Dispatch 1 Engine 4 is on scene. We have a complete demolished house.
This morning, a closer look shows the devastation is even worse. Officials say at least 3 people are dead. 2 of the victims killed inside the home that exploded.
It was bad. I looked over and saw the guy in the grass, and I knew it looked bad. But there's a lot of people lost everything down here. Their houses are totally gone.
The fire chief says a 4th person was injured and 39 homes were damaged, 11 now uninhabitable, with some structures badly battered and buckling.
It felt like a big tractor trailer semi hit our buildings. It was that big explosion, and it shook inside the building.
Now authorities are trying to figure out how many people may still be missing. For a time, the fire chief says first responders couldn't get within a roughly 100-foot radius as the ATF finished its blast analysis.
There could be other victims. We've not yet completed our search. The buildings are not safe to enter.
This marks the 2nd deadly home explosion in Evansville since 2017. And the fire chief says Wednesday's blast was bigger. There's still no word on what caused this latest devastation.
It was a gut punch. It really was. It was devastating, and there are a lot of families hurting tonight, and our hearts are with them.
The fire chief here says that there were no signs of natural gas detected as in terms of a leak when they did the immediate testing in the aftermath of this explosion, but natural gas leaking has not been ruled out yet as a cause of this blast either. And we asked the fire chief what they expect to find as they continue with their search efforts. This morning, you can see first responders making their way through the debris field again. This morning, the fire chief told us it is not likely that there would be survivors. Joe?
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thanks so much.
And out of the nation's capital, where a powerful storm caused major flash flooding overnight. More than 4 inches of rain fell in less than 2 hours, overrunning highways, city streets, and metro stations. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with the latest on this. Hey, Emily, good morning.
Good morning to you, Savannah. You can see here in New York the remnants of that storm system that hammered parts of the East Coast. In Washington, D.C., residents there had little time to prepare for torrential rain that dumped 4 inches in less than 2 hours. The summer of extreme weather striking again this morning, with flooding in the Washington, D.C. area trapping residents and storms wreaking havoc across the country. In Washington, D.C., heavy rains dumping as much as 4 inches in less than 2 hours.
These cars are all gonna sink.
Brown floodwaters pressed precariously up against the glass doors of this dog day care shop.
This is almost halfway up the door.
Downpours making a soggy commute for some residents. On the Capitol Beltway, chaos as long lines of cars clogged the roadways, forcing road crews to use rakes and shovels to clear out storm drains, prompting numerous water rescues.
I was coming through and then everything just hit the truck.
It comes in a summer of severe weather and destructive storms. In Georgia, after severe thunderstorms and winds this week, 2 U.S. soldiers were struck and killed by a falling tree while training, according to Army officials. 3 other service members were injured. And in Texas, a miraculous rescue after a woman trapped in her car in El Paso was saved just moments before her vehicle was mostly swallowed by a sinkhole. And an array of hope this morning. Parts of the country, including Kentucky, a state that has been ravaged by immense amounts of rain, are seeing no flood alerts for the first time in several days. A sign of relief and drier days to come. Guys, back to you.
All right, Emily, thank you so much.
Let's take a look at the forecast. More on that flooding and relief from the heat for millions.
Yeah, Bill Cairns is back with us now. Hey, Bill.
Hey, good morning, guys. I mean, in the summertime, have you ever heard a weather person say a heat dome is coming? Have you ever heard that term?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes, it's typically when we talk about, like, you know, extreme heat waves and stuff like that. Well, the opposite is about to happen this weekend. We're going to call it a cool dome because it's going to be coming down from Canada. Now, if this was the middle of winter and we have a cool dome coming from Canada, usually that means like an Arctic outbreak and really cold air. But this time of year, it's a refreshing change as this cool dome is going to be pushing today through the Great Lakes. And then by the time we get to Saturday, it's going to be all the way down into the Carolinas and even North Georgia. Pretty rare for a cold front to make it that far south this time of year, but that's what we're going to deal with. So for today, that cool dome is going to be settling into areas of Wisconsin, Michigan, upstate New York. So it's still going to be pretty warm from D.C. to New York to Boston today. Very warm, obviously, in the middle of the country. No cool dome for you. It's a miss for you, unfortunately. And then as we head towards Friday's forecast, still very hot in the middle of the country. As far as wet weather goes on Friday, it looks like just along the Gulf Coast. That's the best chance of that heavy rain threat and even some thunderstorms from New Orleans down along Panama City, Pensacola. But that cool dome will come down and settle. Look for it late in the afternoon in areas like Raleigh and Charlotte. You'll notice a change in the area. Wind direction will come out of the north, and that's the big sign things are changing. By the time we get to Saturday, that's when we see that sunny and warm conditions on the East Coast. Beautiful. Like the mornings will be crisp and cool, almost like a fall-like feel to them. And then the afternoon sun will still do its job and warm up. If we have any troublesome weather this weekend in areas of the Southwest, from Vegas all the way down to Phoenix and Tucson, we have to watch out for isolated flash flooding. And that heavy rain threat continues not just Saturday, but even Sunday, especially in Florida and along the Gulf Coast. And then the heat returns in a big way, near 100 in Nebraska on Sunday. So that's the area of the country that needs relief next. It's still very dry in Dallas northwards, up to 100 degrees possible in many areas of Oklahoma, too. In the Northeast is good. And finally, guys, when you wake up and you head to work tomorrow morning, you need to look up in the sky. Ooh. It will be peak viewing time for the Perseid meteor showers. Best viewing is after midnight. Wow. Typically, it can be as much as 60 to 100 meteors per hour. But there's two things. You have to get away from the city lights and that pesky moon. Unfortunately, we also have a full moon tonight. It's the Sturgeon full moon, and it's going to outshine some of the meteors. It won't block all of them, but sometimes you just don't get lucky, and this was one of those cases.
Oh, pesky moon, pesky moon. By the way, I'm getting an update. Next week's forecast, Thunderdome. No.
We've already done that one. I think Mel Gibson did that one.
Okay, all right. Never mind. All right. Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
Coming up on Morning News Now, Kobe Bryant's widow suing over leaked photos of the helicopter crash scene. We're going to take you inside for opening statements and where the case could go.
Plus, Scott Peterson could get a new trial decades after being convicted of killing his pregnant wife. We'll tell you why next.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
We're back with the latest on the invasion of privacy trial between Los Angeles County and the wife of NBA legend Kobe Bryant. The case got underway yesterday with both sides making opening statements. Vanessa Bryant is suing the sheriffs and fire departments over graphic photos taken by first responders at the scene of the helicopter crash that killed her husband, their teenage daughter, and 7 others.
The lawsuit claims the pictures were shared dozens of times by some of the first responders, including at a bar and an awards gala. For more on this, we are joined by civil rights attorney and former prosecutor Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. Kristen, good to have you with us. So the county's argument here, they said that these photos have never been in the media or on the internet or otherwise publicly available. So how good is that argument? How much of an impact does that have in this case? And if that changed down the road, if those pics did become public, would that change everything?
Yeah, I think the issue here is that in most cases for invasion of privacy, that would be a compelling argument. But here you have at least 8 deputies. There's an admission that they took the photos unlawfully or not in accord with policy and procedure. And then there was also admissions to distribution. And so when you're looking at invasion of privacy, one of the main substantial things you have to prove is not the extent necessarily of the distribution, but rather the degree of intrusion. And when you're talking about law enforcement officials taking pictures of objectively offensive and personal matters such as the dead remains of a husband and a 13-year-old daughter, certainly it will have a huge impact regardless of whether or not they'll be publicly available. The other thing that's important here is something that Ms. Bryant is arguing, saying it doesn't matter that they're not publicly available now. We've heard rumors on social media that these pictures are being sold on the black web. So I live in constant fear that these pictures could be publicly available for my daughters to see, for me to see in the future. And so she is also making those arguments as part of her emotional distress claim.
Now, Kristen, the county had actually already agreed to pay $2.5 million to settle a similar case brought by 2 other families whose relatives died in this same crash. Does that here suggest that they acknowledge some culpability or anything like that?
Well, I think that the reports from the sheriff, some of the public statements that he made already acknowledge culpability. But in any settlement, there typically is a clause that says, hey, we're going to pay you just to make this go away, but there's no admission of liability. We're not saying we're wrong, but what we are saying is we want this to go away. We don't want this to be publicly aired. So in this particular trial where Ms. Bryant is suing the first responders, it should not be a piece of evidence that the jury will consider because it's highly prejudicial. It should not be something the jury should consider in this particular case. However, we are talking about practical matters and, most jurors are probably going to know this fact and hopefully they will be fair and impartial in their assessment. But if they do know this fact, it may make them believe that the defendants are liable, as you mentioned, and that the damages at least range around $2.5 million.
So, Kristen, as this plays out, what are you going to be watching out for?
One of the important things I, as an attorney, love to look at is how other attorneys distinguish damages. So here you have a claim where, unfortunately, it's so distressing, the fact that she lost her husband and she lost her daughter, notwithstanding the circumstances by which she lost those two loved ones. But that's not going to create the damages by which the first responders are liable for. It's not attributable to the first responders. What is attributable is the emotional distress she is suffering as a result of the photos. So what I'm looking for is to see how the experts and the lawyers are able to distinguish the emotional distress she has that's not attributable to the defendants, which is the loss of her loved ones, distinguish that between what is attributable to the defendants if they are found liable, which is the unlawful taking and invasion of her privacy.
Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, thanks so much for joining us and helping us better understand what's unfolding with this trial. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And turning now to a potential new trial in a case that gripped the nation 20 years ago. A judge is set to decide whether Scott Peterson should be granted another trial after being convicted for the 2002 murder of his pregnant wife, Lacey. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has been following this case for months and joins us now from Los Angeles with the latest. Hey, Aaron, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, you may remember last year a judge decided to reduce Scott Peterson's sentence from death to life without parole. Now his defense team is hoping for the case to be retried entirely, claiming there is proof of juror misconduct. This morning, convicted killer Scott Peterson is back in court. His legal team set to present oral arguments one last time before a judge determines if Peterson should get a new trial for the murder of his wife Lacey and their unborn baby Connor.
Scott is hopeful. Scott's hopeful. It's been a very, very long journey, and he's hopeful that he will be granted a new trial.
The push comes after the defense team discovered a juror on the case may have lied on a pretrial questionnaire. The defense alleging juror Rochelle Nice failed to let the court know she herself had been a victim of domestic violence when she was pregnant, and that in 2000 she filed a restraining order in which she said she really fears for her unborn child. With her history unknown at the time, Nice went on to serve as juror number 7 and helped convict Scott Peterson.
Any regrets at all about?
Earlier this year, Nice testified that she didn't disclose her past during jury selection because she did not consider herself to be a victim of domestic abuse. Still, Peterson's defense team has argued Nice's history led to bias toward a conviction.
If in fact she had been a victim of domestic violence, whether or not she perceived herself to be, that would have been relevant information for the court to know.
Lacey's family declined our request for comment, but in a court hearing last December, Lacey's mother addressed Peterson directly, telling him 2 things that will never change. Lacey and Connor will always be dead, and you will always be their murderer. Nearly 2 decades ago, the months-long search for 27-year-old Lacey captivated the nation. Peterson's arrest came after Lacey's remains washed on shore miles from where he claimed to have been fishing the day she went missing. Now, after spending the last 18 years in prison, Scott Peterson may be tried once again for the murder he claims he did not commit. The judge has 90 days to decide if Scott Peterson should get a new trial. If that happens, his family tells us they are confident he will not be convicted again. Savannah.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin, thank you.
Coming up, new school year, new problems.
Across the country, schools are struggling to find enough teachers before the first day of class. What school districts are doing to keep teachers in the classroom, that's next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with a growing problem in America's schools, and the spotlight once again as kids head back to the classroom, the teacher shortage.
And with salaries in Florida among the nation's lowest, CNBC's Perry Russum takes a look at what Miami and other districts are doing to bring their educators back to school.
Here in Miami-Dade, we have probably almost 300 vacancies.
With a week to go until classes start in Miami, Carla Hernandez-Matz says they need teachers.
Is the talent pool there to fill the vacancies?
I don't think so.
Hernandez-Matz is the president of United Teachers of Dade, one of the largest teachers unions in the region. She says low wages, the rise in school shootings, and the politicizing of the classroom is driving teachers away in the state. Newly published data from the National Education Association shows teachers in Florida make on average $51,000 a year, fourth lowest in the country, and $14,000 below the national average.
Teachers didn't get into this profession to live in the penthouse, but we also didn't get into this profession to live in the poorhouse.
Across the country, school districts are recruiting to fill the nationwide shortage.
We just don't see this getting better.
In Alabama, the state is lowering the requirements to get a teaching certificate.
We want to get highly qualified teachers in every school.
One school district in Louisiana is offering a hiring bonus of $7,500.
We want to be very competitive, so a teacher chooses us.
North Carolina is considering fixing its shortage by basing teachers' pay on how students perform, not their years of classroom experience.
It sends the message that we as educators are not doing enough.
Florida now turning to military veterans to lead classrooms.
It'd be something I consider. It's a nice idea.
The program gives a 5-year teaching voucher to veterans who have not yet earned a bachelor's degree. They have to have a minimum of 4 years of active duty, 60 college credits, and at least a 2.5 GPA. They have to pass a test and are assigned a teaching mentor.
You had the head of the teachers union in Sarasota criticize it, saying, well, you just can't throw any warm body in the classroom. Well, I'll tell you something. People that have served our country are not just some warm body.
Hernandez-Matz calls the plan disrespectful.
I have a brother that's a Marine, or that was a Marine, and I know that he's not ready to step into my shoes and be a teacher, just like I'm not ready to step into his shoes and be on the front line.
Here in Miami-Dade County, Hernandez-Matz says somebody will be in the classroom with these students. One idea they're looking at is having school administrators act as teachers. These schools also have different coaches for reading and writing. Hernandez-Matz says they too will be stepping in for the teachers.
All right, Perry, thank you so much. And coming up, good news, bad news this morning if you're trying to save some money. First, we'll tell you why some of the country's biggest retailers are slashing prices on merchandise, even as inflation remains high.
But while gas and retail prices may be going down, there's one essential for a lot of us going up: a cup of coffee. What's driving up the cost of your morning brew? Next.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American. We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Welcome back. Attention all shoppers. A glimmer of hope is emerging at the checkout counter, with major retailers slashing prices now in order to get rid of excess inventory.
Stores like Walmart, Target, Macy's have all announced plans to boost promotions and sink prices. So how can you take advantage of these deals? Well, joining us now to answer these burning questions is shopping expert Trey Bodge. Trey, good morning. How are you? Good to see you. So first, let's tackle, this elephant in the room, this thing we keep on talking about. We're stressed about inflation. It's still, of course, impacting families nationwide, obviously, especially grocery prices jumping almost 1.5% last month, 13.4% year over year, according to Adobe's Digital Price Index. Obviously, we've all got to eat, so that's something that people have to be spending on. So what kind of deals can families take advantage of now to try to ease some of this pressure on their wallets?
Right. So the grocery category is such a problem right now. Obviously, this is kind of a non-negotiable. So for people looking to save at the grocery store, my advice would be make sure you're signing up for loyalty programs at the grocery stores. You can get maybe a free gas card. A lot of grocery stores are doing that, or get exclusive discounts. I would also look at coupon sites and see if you can find discounts there. For instance, couponcabin.com that I work with, they have a number of grocery deals at places like Fresh Direct or Instacart. But you were talking about these other categories that we're seeing some sort of better news in, and apparel is a good one because even though it's just down 1%, it's been spiking for an entire year. So it's really nice to see apparel prices go down a little bit. And so that's a category that I would look at from a consumer perspective. And I would also look at tech because tech is down about 9%. And that's a really nice thing to see, especially if you need a laptop or a phone.
Long list there. Appreciate that.
Yeah,
so, Trey, are there
absolutely.
any specific items shoppers should stock up on while prices are easing up, especially with parents trying to save as much as they can as their kids head back to school in the coming days or weeks?
Yeah, so obviously for back to school, we are looking at apparel for our kids. We're looking at school supplies. And like I said, apparel is down a little bit. And then I am seeing a lot of sales in these categories. Like you guys mentioned, a lot of these bigger retailers are slashing prices to clear excess inventory. So especially on warmer weather clothing, like summer clothing, which even if you live, say, on the East Coast like I do, you can wear that clothing deep into the fall. You can layer it with other things. And so that's a category that I would look at, especially as a parent if I'm buying for back to school. And then, of course, we need office supplies as well. And those prices are up a little bit. They're up 3% right now. So even though we need those things, we need to look for creative ways to save. So look for those sales and take advantage of them. Look for any tax-free weekends that your state may be having. And then, of course, pay with a credit card that allows you to earn points on your purchases. That's another way to save a little bit as well.
Trey, also, I'm wondering if there's any difference between shopping online and in-store in terms of getting a bigger deal, because I know online shopping actually took a major hit. It fell by $400 million in July over the month of June, quite a bit there. So does that mean that there's better deals in one place or the other?
You know, I was surprised to see that, too. I mean, because it's really been peaking, especially throughout the pandemic. People have been turning to online shopping. And I think that we're seeing a little bit of a dip now, of course, as the world opens up a little bit because of the pandemic calming down a touch. We're going back in store. And so the interesting difference to me between in-store and online is that retailers, especially those who have a lot of excess inventory, they can't have all that inventory on the sales floor in store. So if you shop online, what you might find is a broader selection, more colors, more sizes. The prices will be comparable, but the selection might be better online.
All right, Trey, thank you so much, and great to have you on with us again.
Thanks for having me back.
As we teased earlier, the one thing that's certainly not getting cheaper is your morning cup of coffee.
That's right. Demand for that cup of joe is at a 2-decade high. Wow. And that means the cost is now perking some people up, but for the wrong reason. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from inside a coffee shop in Miami. Hey, Sam, good morning.
I'm from the inside. Savannah, Joe, good morning. Look, that is exactly right, that about 2/3 of Americans now, which is a 2-decade high, have at least one cup of coffee every single day. The problem, as you're outlining right now, is it's a little bit more expensive than it used to be. A specialty cup like what you're looking at right here is on average more than $5. A regular cup, guys, is now above $4, which is more in some cases than a gallon of gas. And that, as America right now is adjusting to a new reality, a more expensive habit that many of us need just to start your day.
Whether you like it hot, iced, or even frozen, enjoying a cup of coffee is how millions of Americans start their day. But even though so many have a whole lot of love for the bean, it's becoming increasingly costly to get that morning caffeine rush.
The price of everything is going up, but I normally drink coffee at home, unless special occasions.
I know what it is. I hope you like it. Okay.
In North Dallas, Brittany Willis is a franchise owner of a PJ's Coffee of New Orleans. She says everything from cooking oil to cups now costs more, pushing coffee prices up too.
Inflation is really challenging. I've been very hesitant to increase my prices, but you get to a point as a business owner where you have to say, am I looking to sustain and survive so I can continue to offer this product?
The National Coffee Association reports about 2/3 of Americans drink a cup of joe every day, the highest figure in decades. But many average Joes do appear to be adjusting to new circumstances.
Coffee now is not something of an everyday going out, it's more of a treat.
And here's why. It's now more than $4 for a regular coffee, 9% higher than this time last year. For a specialty cup, that's more than $5, up 7%, according to industry data, which means trouble's brewing for budgets. Necessities like food and gasoline have already eaten into discretionary spending. Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz jolting investors in June.
It's hard to be optimistic unless there is a plan to get inflation under control.
While the inflation rate is slowing slightly, high prices are still a major issue for everyday consumers. The cost of food at home up 1.3% in July, while coffee nearly tripled that figure in the same month. Businesses like Brittany's hoping high prices don't grind away demand.
Coffee as a whole continues to grow, and we're actually seeing sales increases as a result. I mean, what's better than a warm or a cold cup of coffee?
Joe and Savannah, one of the interesting things about this is a lot of people probably think, okay, I'm going to skip the coffee shop and just have my drink at home. That might not be cheaper. We talked about the fact that specialty drinks are up about 7%, regular drinks 9%. But what about these instant coffee cups, Keurig cups? I'm sure you use these at home. These are up 17% according to the latest CPI. At-home coffee in general as a genre is up 20%. So you're paying more right now, at least relatively speaking, to have your coffee at home than to have it at a coffee shop. And during the pandemic, a lot of people are coming out and working from home in shops like this and getting that full experience might actually save you a couple bucks as well. Guys, back to you.
It gets you out of the house. I remember how excited I was during the pandemic. Like, I'm going to go get coffee now.
Yeah, no, that's so true. It's like your big field trip for the day. My cold brew, I buy cold brew and have the jugs at home, went from $9.99 to $14.99.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
Yikes.
That's huge.
That's huge.
Yeah, so I am feeling it. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Sam. Appreciate it.
Sam. And now let's stay on your money, get you some more financial headlines. It looks like your Disney Plus subscription is about to get a little pricier.
NBC's Courtney Reagan joins us with that and more money news. Hey, Courtney, good morning.
Hi, yeah. So Disney now has 221 million customers for its streaming services, Disney Plus, ESPN Plus, and Hulu, edging it past Netflix for the first time ever. The company is also raising the price of Disney Plus to $10.99 a month in December and Hulu by $1 to $2, depending on what plan you have. To help attract new customers, Disney will roll out an ad-supported version of Disney Plus on December 8th for $7.99 a month. That's the same as the current price of the ad-free version. And a fifth of U.S. teenagers are using YouTube constantly. A new survey from Pew Research finds more than 90% of teens use YouTube, while 2/3 say they use TikTok. The third most popular social media platform is Instagram, with 62% using it. A tenth say they use it almost all the time, despite Instagram occasionally telling them to take a break. Facebook has fallen off. It was the top social media app 7 years ago, but now that figure has dropped to 32%. Although many teens say they'd find it hard to give up social media, a third admit they spend too much time on those apps. And Google is calling out Apple for what it calls a, quote, broken experience with texts sent between Android and iOS devices. In a post on its website, Google blames a number of issues on Apple's outdated choice of messaging service. Texts between iPhones using iMessage are encrypted and show up in blue bubbles. When an Android user sends a text to an iPhone, it shows up in green bubbles, with photos and video you send showing up blurry and pixelated. Google is hoping its new Get the Message campaign can sway Apple to adopt texting technology used by the rest of the industry. A little tech shaming.
Yeah,
over to you.
Tech shaming, that's a good way to put it.
Well, when you see the green, you are like, oh. I mean, not bad.
I try not to be, but.
Yeah, I don't even mean it bad. I just am like, well, because the thing is when it's green, sometimes I'm like, did it not go through?
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Yep, that happens
It's confusing.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Courtney, thank you.
Thanks. Something to talk about.
Now, an exclusive first look at an upcoming HBO documentary on Princess Diana.
Yeah, it's called The Princess, and the film will give viewers an intimate look at Diana's life and how her relationship with Prince Charles came under intense scrutiny from the media and the public. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons gives us an exclusive look.
Hey guys, there have been many documentaries about Princess Diana, but this one is unique. Immersive, they call it. As we approach the 25th anniversary of her death, the filmmakers have used TV clips and video archive from the Diana years to trace her life and transport you back to that tumultuous royal era.
The princess has been the best thing to happen to the monarchy in centuries.
Did you get a chance to see her?
Diana is very big news everywhere.
Princess Diana was a global icon, millions feeling connected to her, even before the era of social media.
A hollow and tormented marriage are giving the British media and its public little else to talk about.
Now, a new HBO documentary, simply called The Princess, is turning back the clock, laying out key events in her life as they happened. British producer Simon Chin and director Ed Perkins gave us an exclusive insight into their work.
The challenge for us was to do something that was just entirely different, that kind of enabled you audiences to come at the story in a different way.
Is not only to kind of create a sort of time machine where we take audiences back into all of our past, but it really is to allow the film to kind of act as a bit of a mirror.
The film, a gripping timeline of Diana's life in the public eye, using only archival material. Then Lady Spencer was 19 when she stepped into the public limelight. Her engagement to Prince Charles in 1981, the beginning of what seemed like a fairy tale.
What was your instant impression? Well, I remember thinking what a very jolly and amusing and attractive 16-year-old she was. I don't know what you thought of me.
pretty amazing.
The film documents the highs and lows. Her wedding day, watched by 750 million people, and perhaps her happiest moments, the birth of her two sons, William and Harry. Diana's subtle character, relatable, making her the people's princess.
She actually didn't speak that often publicly throughout her life, but she did have this kind of extraordinary ability through her own body language to tell her story.
The princess asks difficult questions about the constant scrutiny and controversy that followed Diana everywhere. As her marriage to the Prince of Wales unravelled, the press obsessed over every appearance.
She has a sick mind.
She likes to be with people.
She likes to be bloody well watched.
In retrospect, her interdependent and tumultuous relationship with the media looks like a foreshadowing of today's world.
It's the media that's causing the problems. Leave them alone.
I think we've got an unhealthy obsession.
Ultimately, the controversy forcing Diana to limit public life.
When I started my public life 12 years ago, I understood the media might be interested in what I did. But I was not aware of how overwhelming that attention would become.
Then, that unexpected, tragic end. A car accident that stunned the world. Mourners gathered around her home in Kensington Palace for days.
This became literally a sort of sea of flowers for as far as you can see it.
The global outpouring of grief and anger that spiraled and still resonates almost 25 years after her passing.
This film is about Diana, but actually this film is about all of us. It's about what Diana meant to us.
The film premiered at the Sundance Festival earlier this year and will be available on HBO and HBO Max on Saturday. Guys?
All right, Keir, thank you.
And coming up on Morning News Now, a farewell tour.
Tennis superstar Serena Williams plays her first match since announcing her retirement. We'll tell you how she did and what she said about stepping away from the court next.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back. We have waited 13 years to finally know what Kevin Malone puts in his famous chili. Yes, that chili, the chili he hilariously spilled all over himself in the office floor at NBC's hit sitcom The Office. Well, we've got some good news for you. Now you can make it yourself. Brian Baumgartner, who of course played Kevin on the show, is set to release the Seriously Good Chili Cookbook, and it features 177 different chili recipes from all around the world. It'll start shipping next month, but if you can't wait that long, don't worry. NBC's streaming platform Peacock famously put the recipe in, get this, its terms and conditions, which no one has ever read ever, and maybe now they finally will.
Yeah.
Savannah?
Wow. Yeah, you said famously. I didn't know about that. That was funny of them.
Yeah.
I love it. All right. Thanks, Joe.
Yep.
Now, according to the FAA, only 7% of commercial pilots are women. Well, now one camp in Wisconsin is working to change that. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa tells us how organizers are helping inspire young women to aim for the sky.
Ava Furchoff is 14 years old. Her dream is to be a pilot.
I was really fascinated with planes, you know, how they were built, how they could fly, ever since I was really little.
Ava spent 4 days in Wisconsin attending Girl Venture, a 4-day camp at EAA Air Venture Oshkosh, the world's largest air show of its kind.
Girl Venture is an empowerment camp for girls to let them know they can do anything that they really want to do. It also educates them to the diversity of aviation.
According to FAA data, in 2021, approximately 9% of all pilots were women, just 9%. Inspiring the next generation of pilots is critical because the U.S. is scrambling with a pilot shortage. The Bureau of Labor Statistics projects there could be about 14,500 openings for airline and commercial pilots each year for the next decade.
It is within their reach. It is something that in 8 years, hopefully they're sitting next to me in a cockpit and we're both flying a jet across the country, across the world. The fact that there is such a need and there's a demand and we can't fulfill that demand without people coming up behind us. And we need really awesome, great people who are going to be future co-workers.
During the pandemic, thousands of pilots were offered early retirement packages. Others were fired or furloughed because of lack of travel demand. The industry is experiencing a generational shift. In 2019, almost half the pilots in the air were baby boomers. But by 2029, not a single baby boomer will legally be able to fly a commercial aircraft because pilots are required to retire at 65 years old. Aspiring pilots have to log 1,500 hours of flight time. It's also no secret that learning to fly is expensive. That's why this camp teaches the girls how to write strong financial scholarship essays to help offset the costs.
We have a workshop that we put on to teach them how to research scholarships, what to put in the scholarship applications and letters to make them more viable to get.
The shortage extends to all different parts of the aviation field.
One of the things that we're doing here at the Girl Venture Camp is, of course, to encourage them to get into aviation, but not just as pilots, right? There are so many opportunities across the aviation community, and just like empowering these young girls to pursue whatever their dreams might be.
The Aviation Technician Education Council projects a shortage of 12,000 licensed mechanics by 2041. 16-year-old Josie Figueroa Duran is currently getting her A&P certification. This will allow her to work on aircraft mechanics as soon as she is done with high school. She is the only girl in her class.
It's just really discouraging sometimes to not find girls in classes, or for guys to be like, oh, like, you're a girl, like, you're not going to be able to do that, like, you're weak or whatever. And it's like, no, like, I can do the exact same thing as you, or probably even better.
But camps like Girl Venture show these girls that the sky is not the limit.
Anything is possible. You just have to set your mind to it, go jump into it, and you can get there.
Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
Tennis legend Serena Williams took to the court yesterday for the first time since announcing she would, quote, be evolving away from the game that she has dominated for decades. After losing her second-round match at the Canadian Open, a tearful Williams told the crowds that she was terrible at goodbyes. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson joined us now for more on that emotional match. Ann, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Serena Williams' farewell tour began in Toronto, and we all saw just how hard this is going to be. Leaving a sport she loves for a new phase of her life, not retiring, she says, but evolving, and as always, doing it on her own terms.
She left the court with flowers, tears, and a cacophony of cheers. Serena Williams unable to get past the second round in Toronto, losing in straight sets to 12th-ranked Belinda Bencic. Courtside, her young daughter Olympia, Williams' present and future, now pushing tennis into her past.
It's been a pretty interesting 24 hours.
After dominating the sport for more than 2 decades, Williams announced this week she's moving away from tennis in a cover story for the fashion magazine Vogue.
Like I said in my article, I'm terrible at goodbyes, but goodbye.
Legendary tennis coach Rick Macy prepared a young Serena Williams for her professional career.
It's time, and she knows it's time, but she's come to realize she doesn't have the firepower, and she's going to end it the way that she wants to.
Williams says she wants to grow her family, give Olympia, the little sister she says the 5-year-old prays for. And Williams doesn't want to be pregnant and playing again. She did that winning the 2017 Australian Open when she was 2 months along. Tennis great Billie Jean King among the athletes paying tribute. She's the GOAT. A warrior, an entertainer, fueled by the naysayers. Williams always expected the best from herself and loved proving people wrong.
So I think people admire just how long she's played and just how she's just transcended, not just playing the game, she's transcended the whole sport.
Now, as Williams prepares for her New York Swan Song at the U.S. Open later this month, she can savor a remarkable run of accomplishments. 73 singles titles, 23 doubles crowns, winning Grand Slam singles 23 times, one short of Margaret Court's record, and 4 Olympic gold medals. She's leaving the game on her own terms.
It's been a joy playing in front of you guys all these years.
And for anyone who doubts that Serena Williams can win the U.S. Open, as she reminded us in the Vogue article, Serena went from a C-section to a secondary pulmonary embolism to a Grand Slam final. It's going to be a long shot, but you can never discount the heart of a champion. Joe?
Very true, Ann. Thank you so much. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, pleading the fifth. Former President Donald Trump under oath, declining to answer hundreds of questions from the New York Attorney General's office. More on his hours-long deposition in the civil investigation into his business practices, including the only question he did answer. Plus, new information about the FBI search of Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. We have team coverage this morning. Signs of relief. Some good economic news breaking overnight. The national average of gasoline now falling below $4 a gallon as House lawmakers prepare to pass the president's Inflation Reduction Act. We'll take a look at the next steps on Capitol Hill and how soon it could be signed into law. Plus, we'll break down what's in it and what it all means for your wallet. Fire with fire. Controversy in classrooms across America over several proposals to arm school officers with rifles.
If they do come to my school, I want my resource officers to have the ability to meet violence with violence.
The renewed debate following a series of deadly school shootings. And flipping the script, a new show shining a spotlight on the Black immigrant experience, written by someone who knows exactly what it's like. Joe will introduce us to the co-creator of a new series out today, plus how he's holding the door open for the next generation of Black creatives in Hollywood. And if you caught what I said at the top, they're flipping the script. It's a new series we're starting.
Yes, new series, and that is Mike Goyo, who has a new show coming out today. So we're excited to bring you that conversation.
Yeah, and we'll keep doing it throughout the weeks.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, we'll get into that later this hour. We begin this morning, though, with the latest on those legal challenges the former president is facing in 2 different states.
One of those states is New York, where Donald Trump invoked his Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination during a 4-hour deposition. Now, that deposition is part of the New York State Attorney General's civil investigation into the Trump Organization's business practices. The AG's office alleges that the company inflated financial statements, which were signed off on by the former president. And just one day earlier, on Monday in Florida, FBI agents searched Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence. That is part of an investigation into classified documents that Trump is alleged to have kept after leaving office. In a statement released yesterday, Trump cited that search as part of his reasoning for invoking the Fifth Amendment in the New York deposition. He said, quote, "If there was any question in my mind, the raid of my home, Mar-a-Lago, on Monday wiped out any uncertainty. I have absolutely no choice because the current administration and many prosecutors in this country have lost all moral and ethical bounds of decency." A senior Justice Department official and a former DOJ official tell NBC News about a growing push within the department for Attorney General Merrick Garland to address the motives behind the search in a public statement. We're going to dig into all of this for you this morning. In just a moment, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos on all of the issues facing Trump. But let's start off with NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard and NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley for the latest on the investigations in both New York and Florida. Vaughn, let's start with you. What more can you tell us about this deposition yesterday, including the former president?
This was a deposition that was a long time coming, Joe. This is a situation in which Don Jr., as well as Eric and Ivanka Trump, had already been deposed by the New York Attorney General's office. Ultimately, lawyers for Donald Trump agreed to sit down with the New York Attorney General's office. We're told that Letitia James, the Attorney General herself, was in there for multiple hours with Donald Trump. But the important part of this is that Donald Trump, our producer Adam Reese, has been told by a source familiar, invoked the Fifth Amendment more than 440 times yesterday over the course of those more than 40 hours, only answering his name when questioned. So this is a situation here in which the New York Attorney General's office is looking at the extent to which the Trump Organization potentially inflated the valuation of its assets in order to receive tax benefits and other financial benefits. I want to let you look at part of the statement, though, put out yesterday by the former president, in which he was talking about this deposition and his decision to invoke the Fifth Amendment. He said in part, quote, "I once asked, if you're innocent, why are you taking the Fifth Amendment? Now I know the answer to that question. When your family, your company, and all the people in your orbit have become the targets of an unfounded, politically motivated witch hunt, supported by lawyers, prosecutors, and the fake news media, you have no choice." Of course, there has been no evidence presented that any of these investigations are not without merit. At the same time, the former president has not been charged, and these are civil proceedings taking place with the New York Attorney General's office, Joe.
All right, so Vaughn, you are standing near Mar-a-Lago. Ryan, I want to ask you about the latest on that search at Mar-a-Lago. As you report, the DOJ and FBI have been quiet about this, perhaps quieter than usual given the high stakes. So why is that, and could that change? Could they decide to put more information out there because the former president is controlling so much of the narrative right now?
You're exactly right in that Donald Trump is really controlling the narrative on this and has basically been telling the story. The vast, overwhelming majority of information that is coming out about this search is coming from Trump and from his camp, Donald Trump's broader camp. A lot of the lawyers have been sharing information with reporters, and DOJ is really can't emphasize this enough, been playing this by the book. It's been very difficult to just get basic details of confirmations. Typically, when there's a search and there's law enforcement activity, you'll even be able to confirm just an address, right? You can give the address of Mar-a-Lago, for example, and say, okay, was there law enforcement activity here? And they'll come back and say, we can confirm there was law enforcement, court-authorized law enforcement activity at that location. Even that was a struggle with this case. So they're really just playing it by the book and making sure that they follow every single protocol of DOJ, because they know this is going to go and be looked over with a fine-tooth comb, that every part of this and every step of the way is going to be highly scrutinized by Republicans in Congress. It's just such a high-profile matter. There is some pushback within DOJ, as NBC News has reported, about the idea that this is a moment that calls for DOJ to sort of break those protocols and give more information about this ongoing probe. But I think that it's highly unlikely from Merrick Garland. I think he's been extremely clear that he wants to follow these protocols. He is a by-the-book sort of guy and has emphasized that throughout the course of his time as Attorney General of the United States.
Vaughn, we did see the FBI director, Christopher Wray, take some questions yesterday. He was asked about the growing calls for online violence, including threats circulating online against federal agents in the DOJ after that search at Mar-a-Lago. What did the director have to say about all that?
Yeah, actually, Joe, if I could, of course, the director was asked about the search warrant that was executed here by his agents here at Mar-a-Lago, and he said that he is not able to talk about the investigation. As Ryan was just pointing out here, that is that gap and that is that void, but that's not for a lack of us not seeing him. He was there in Nebraska yesterday, and instead he did comment on these threats here. Our Ben Collins, a reporter who has covered disinformation and the serious nature in which elements of the dark web have talked about violence here in the United States against federal officials here. This is a situation in which Ben has outlined the direct threats. We're talking about civil war. We're talking about violence against these very officials at the highest levels of government here. I want to let you hear from Director Wray address some of these threats.
As to the issue of threats, I will say that I'm always concerned about violence and threats of violence against law enforcement, and any threats made against law enforcement, including the men and women of the FBI, as with any law enforcement agency, are deplorable and dangerous.
We are not familiar with any acts of violence here at this point over the last 70 hours or so since that raid commenced here. At the same time, we all watched what unfolded on January 6, 2021, and that is such a large part of the reason why these threats are taken so seriously.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard and Ryan Riley, thanks for kicking us off this hour. We appreciate it.
Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savelas. Danny, good morning. So let's start with this deposition by New York Attorney General in this investigation with the New York Attorney General. What do you make first of his use of the Fifth Amendment, just how much it was used? Was his team correctly invoking that right here?
If I were advising Donald Trump, I'd probably tell him to do the same thing, which is invoke the Fifth Amendment and refuse to answer questions in a deposition. But that choice comes with some heavy consequences. While it's true that the assertion of the Fifth can't be used against you and by the way, the Fifth Amendment is the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution. It's the privilege against self-incrimination. You can't be compelled in a criminal case to be witness against himself. But as you can see there from the on screen, but it means more than that. It really means that the government can never compel you to speak or testify in a way that would incriminate you, and that includes in civil proceedings. And while what he says in invoking the Fifth can't be used against him in a criminal case, it absolutely can be used against him in a civil proceeding. And what I expect is that Trump's attorneys deemed that an acceptable risk and told him to assert the Fifth in answer to questions at a civil deposition.
Now, New York Attorney General Letitia James says her team is considering filing a civil case against Trump. How would his refusal to answer questions impact that? Does it?
It does. In any civil proceeding, a jury, for example, can draw a negative inference from the assertion of the Fifth Amendment. It's a little tricky, but basically it means that the jury or a fact finder can take the evidence that the other side has and assume that the witness who refused to answer just didn't have any evidence to counter it. So that can be a very devastating thing for a civil case, but a witness may decide that, well, I'll take the loss on my civil case if it means that I will avoid criminal culpability or criminal prosecution. Now, the real world consequence also is that when somebody asserts the Fifth Amendment, that perks up the ears of law enforcement. While they can't use that silence against the witness, they certainly can say, I think there's something afoot here. We should look into this. But in Trump's case, I mean, at this point, what isn't being looked into? I can't imagine anyone's in state or federal law enforcement's ears were perked about this that weren't already perked before.
So, Danny, what's next? Where does the Attorney General's office go from here?
They continue their investigation. surely they anticipated that he might take the Fifth Amendment in a deposition. They continue to investigate. He's not the only source of their information, and they go forward. I think they even see this as a win, both politically, because Trump has publicly asserted the Fifth after years ago saying that only guilty people essentially take the Fifth Amendment, but also procedurally, now they have an assertion of the Fifth Amendment, which they will probably try to use against him and have whatever fact finder in whatever case they may bring draw a negative inference against the former president.
All right, Danny Savalas, thank you so much.
The Justice Department has charged an Iranian national with plotting to kill former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton. And we're learning it could have been part of a larger alleged plot targeting even more officials. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell reports.
The Department of Justice unsealed charging documents revealing an Iranian murder plot against John Bolton, the Trump National Security Advisor. The individual charged, Shahram Poursafi, is an Iranian national believed to be located in Tehran and a member of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps. The Justice Department alleges that he was working on behalf of the IRGC and starting in October 2021 attempted to pay U.S. nationals $300,000 to carry out the murder on U.S. soil in Washington, D.C. or in Maryland. The DOJ believes the attempted murder was in retaliation for the U.S. assassination of Qasem Soleimani, the commander of the Quds Force, the Special Operations Division of the Revolutionary Guard. That happened back in January 2020, after John Bolton had left the administration, but he was well known as a hardliner on Iran. He was also one of the architects of the maximum pressure campaign the Trump administration waged against Iran, and he was a leading critic of the Iran nuclear deal, which is in the final make-or-break stages of negotiations for the U.S. and Iran to re-enter that agreement, possibly soon. Iran was designated a state sponsor of terror by the Trump White House, and as part of those talks, Iran had demanded that the U.S. lift the terror label. The Biden administration has steadfastly refused to do that. And this incident likely demonstrates exactly why. In a statement released today, Bolton said, "I wish to thank the Justice Department for initiating the criminal proceeding unsealed today, the FBI for its diligence in discovering and tracking the Iranian regime's criminal threat to American citizens, and the Secret Service for once again providing protection against Tehran's efforts." Bolton has had Secret Service protection since December because of threats against his life, like this one. The Justice Department saying, "This is not the first time we have uncovered Iranian plots to exact revenge against individuals on U.S. soil, and we will work tirelessly to expose and disrupt every one of these efforts." We are trying to reach the Iranian government for comment. Back to you.
Andrea Mitchell, thank you.
And now to the economy and your money, and some good news this morning for everyone trying to catch a break at the pump. According to AAA, the national average price of a gallon of regular gas has now fallen below $4 a gallon, just below to $3.99. That's a major drop, though, from the peak of nearly $5 a gallon in mid-June. This comes after some encouraging news yesterday that the pace of inflation may also be slowing down a bit, and as lawmakers in Washington work to pass the Inflation Reduction Act. The Senate passed the bill over the weekend in a marathon weekend vote, and the House is expected to take it up tomorrow. It's considered the centerpiece of President Biden's economic agenda, and the bill is dividing Congress along party lines. The massive spending bill is aimed at easing the strain on your wallet as well as controlling the climate crisis, and it offers major savings on prescription drugs and health insurance premiums. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now to take a look at what's in this and how it could help you save more. Ali, good morning. So this bill has a lot to do with climate change, but there's also quite a few health care benefits in here. First, let's talk about that. How would the bill benefit seniors on Medicare specifically? I know there's some big changes here.
Yeah, Savannah. Well, first of all, just schedule-wise, we heard House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announced yesterday that this will be taken up in the House, and it has a very good chance of passing there. Remember, Democrats technically don't need Republican support to get it passed in the House tomorrow and send it to President's desk. But as you mentioned there, one of the massive provisions in this bill is related to health care, negotiating drug prices. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer saying that one of the health care provisions in this starts next year, and it will allow allow Americans to not have to pay more than $2,000 out of pocket for prescription drugs. Another major provision in this bill is Medicare will now be able to start negotiating directly with drug companies. That's something that won't take effect, unfortunately, until 2026. But one controversial provision in this bill had to do with insulin pricing, and that has to do with Medicare patients who will now not have to pay more than $35 a month for insulin. That was after several Republican senators blocked that cap from being extended to just normal Americans with private insurance. That was an extremely controversial move, something that Democrats have already seized on and started campaigning on, attacking their Republican opponents ahead of the midterm election, Savannah.
Now let's talk about the climate piece of this. What are those benefits there? What stands out for you? I know there's these electric vehicle credits, things that you can do in your house that means you get some credits. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so this is a historic investment in clean energy, in climate change, really the biggest in this nation's history. It includes $369 billion in funding to fight global warming and invest in clean energy. There's $369 billion, as I mentioned, that will encompass several provisions that Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer laid out, really saying that it'll make electrical costs for your home go down. It'll boost manufacturing of electrical vehicles, boost the manufacturing of electrical appliances. It'll also cut carbon emissions around 40% from 2005 levels by the year 2030 by using more clean power, solar, wind. So this is definitely a historic deal for Democrats. Some of them were not happy with how far this went. They thought it could go farther, but this is definitely being seen as a win, a victory lap for the Biden administration. And Democrats are saying that this isn't the end, that this streak of legislative victories isn't the end for them. They say they're going to come back after this August recess and do more and try to keep the focus and attention of voters on their legislative victories ahead of the midterm, Savannah.
All right, Ali, Rafa, thank you so much.
Some breaking weather news overnight. Flash flooding in Washington, D.C. caught many residents by surprise. As much as 4 inches of rain fell in some neighborhoods.
And Bill Cairns joins us again this week with more. Hi, Bill. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. In this video of Rhode Island Avenue, this is northwest portions of the Washington, D.C. area, and that's where we had this extreme flooding. And the owner of this shop says this is the 3rd time that the road is flooded in the last 3 weeks. So I know we've had at least 2 really big rainstorms in northwest portions of D.C., but maybe they have some drainage issues there also along with that interstate. But yeah, when you get 3 inches of rain in a quick period of time, there's not many drainage systems that can handle that volume of water. So yeah, look at that. It's like being in a fishbowl. All right, so here's what we're going to deal with today. The flash flood threat is diminishing. That is great news for our friends in Kentucky, West Virginia, and also Virginia and the D.C. area. So the cooler air will be moving in. We have one little last batch of heavy rain. It has been impacting areas from Philadelphia to just south in New York City and all through New Jersey during the morning. This is about to head off the coast. It looks like Long Island will get soaked, so expect things to be a little slow. We could have some minor airport problems there at JFK Airport and also maybe possibly at LaGuardia, but that should clear up pretty quickly this morning. As far as other areas of concern for today, as this front drops to the south, we will see additional areas of heavy rain and thunderstorms, but it will be in areas like Tennessee, North Carolina. We'll have to watch the mountains from Asheville to Knoxville to Boone to make sure we don't get any flash flooding. We'll also see some periods of very heavy rain around Charleston and Savannah. Of course, Charleston, anytime it pours, you do get some areas of localized flash flooding. And then into Friday, we mostly keep that thunderstorm threat to eastern North Carolina and around Charleston to Myrtle Beach and the Georgetown areas there of South Carolina. So as far as heavy rainfall goes, if we're going to see any flash flooding over the next couple of days, we'll have to watch the Carolina coast and also our friends from Lake Charles to New Orleans, Mobile, Pensacola, Panama City. That area could get soaked as we go throughout the next couple of afternoons. So for today's forecast, the cool, beautiful Canadian air is on the way in. Chicago, suck it up and enjoy it today. 78, that's it for your high with sunshine. Same goes for Detroit and Cleveland. And eventually, that's what we'll move into New York. And everyone will love your Friday forecast from Virginia northwards. D.C., 82 and sunny. Same for New York and Boston and Philly. That's the reward day, guys, for all the hot, humid weather we've had lately. Unfortunately, our friends in the middle of the country, not quite yet. Still upper 90s to near 100 from Dallas all the way to Omaha.
We are owed several reward days, so it's good to see they're coming now.
Especially after, what was that, Tuesday here? Yeah. All right, Bill, thanks so much. Great to have you with us.
Coming up, a growing immigration crisis hundreds of miles from the southern border. More on the political battle as buses full of migrants arrive in cities like New York and D.C.
Plus, children of war, a look at life for some of the youngest Ukrainians impacted by the Russian invasion. Up next on Morning News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No.
Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby. I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby. I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is busing thousands of migrants to Washington, D.C. and New York City. It's his response to a record-breaking number of migrants crossing the southern border.
Now, officials from those cities are slamming Abbott, saying he's using migrants as political pawns. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esamoah has the story.
A New York welcome after a Texas rejection. On Wednesday morning, 3 more buses filled with migrants arriving in New York City. Women with children seen carrying little more than a plastic bag and a small collection of documents. This comes as Texas Governor Greg Abbott repeatedly sends thousands of migrants from the border state to Democrat-run cities like Washington, D.C. and New York, all since May. A move triggering sharp condemnation from New York's mayor on Sunday.
This is horrific.
The cities say lack of notice about migrant arrivals has meant a lack of preparation for city immigration officials.
The bus company that is chartered by the state of Texas is not communicating with New York City, so it's hard to know the time of arrival. This is a political stunt by Governor Abbott. He's unfortunately using human beings as political pawns.
In Washington, D.C., more than 5,500 migrants and asylum seekers have been transported to the nation's capital from Texas, prompting D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser to request assistance from the National Guard, a request denied by the Pentagon, according to a letter reviewed by NBC. As for Texas's reasoning, in a statement, Governor Abbott says, quote, in addition to Washington, D.C., New York City is the ideal destination for these migrants who can receive the abundance of city services and housing that Mayor Eric Adams has boasted about within the sanctuary city. But New York's mayor says it's adding strain to New York's already stretched thin social services.
A little over 4,000 of asylum seekers that are now into our shelter system. 4,000.
Mayor Adams announcing emergency measures to expand shelter capacity for asylum seekers on Tuesday, and now asking the federal government for assistance. All as the ACLU Texas and National call on the federal government to investigate Texas Governor Abbott. Abbott says he will not stop sending buses until the Biden administration changes its U.S.-Mexico border policies, a decision that leaves migrants and asylum seekers in flux.
Merecemos una oportunidad.
And right behind me, you'll see the transit hub of Port Authority right here in New York City. It's where that group of an estimated 100 asylum seekers arrived on buses Wednesday morning. Now, New York City officials continue to say that Texas did not alert them to the group's arrival. However, they were still able to provide medical services and other resources. However, the mayor's office and others have said they're worried they won't be able to keep up with demand. Back to you.
Zin Clay, thank you. Now to the war in Ukraine. The UN says about 2/3 of all Ukrainian children have fled their homes at some point during the war.
NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is there with the story of 3 kids who are trying to navigate childhood in an active war zone.
My name's Zlata.
Zlata is 9 years old, from Mariupol, a city destroyed by war, now occupied by Russia.
And tell me about the day that you left Mariupol. What do you remember about that day?
My dad yanked me out of bed and shouted, "Everyone to the floor," and we crawled to the hallway.
These are Ukraine's children of war, a generation growing up to the sounds of air raid sirens, artillery, and missiles. Many now refugees in their own country.
Did you bring any of your toys with you from Mariupol?
No, we couldn't bring anything.
Mama. 7-year-old Katya is also from Mariupol. When war broke out, her parents went searching for supplies and water, leaving Katya alone at home. What were you thinking when you were all by yourself and you heard those loud sounds?
I thought, this is the end for me. I got scared. I began running around the house. I didn't know where I should go.
Her parents made it home, and the family went to join Katya's grandmother.
Soon, the electricity was gone. 2 days later, the water was gone. The next day, the gas went out. They cooked food on a fire.
Katya and Zlata made it out of Mariupol before the city fell to Russia, fleeing to Kyiv, where 10-year-old Maxim also lives.
I am 6th grade. My favorite objects of school is PE.
Before the war, Max liked playing basketball and rooting for the LA Lakers.
On the first day of the war, we went to a shelter. It stank of mold and mildew so bad.
The next day, Max's family fled Kyiv, making it to Romania, then on to Germany, where they had nowhere to live. He spent 2 months sleeping on a cot.
What do you understand about why this war is happening?
I don't know.
Roughly 2/3 of Ukraine's children have had to flee their homes at some point in this war, according to the UN. Many of them now struggling with trauma that could affect them for years to come. Psychologist Anna Chasanikova works with kids traumatized by war. She's from Mariupol herself.
Before the war, children only saw military equipment on TV, in movies, and in video games.
She says kids under 4 don't yet understand the word war, but the older kids understand why they've lost everything.
Children fear they may run out of food, and they're afraid of running out of water.
Are you scared to go back?
Yes, because of the city. There's no city anymore.
Max's family returned to Kyiv after the Russians retreated to the east.
What was the first thing you noticed when you got back to Ukraine?
These buildings destroyed by missiles.
When the air raid sirens sound, Katya says she's not scared, just angry.
I know I must be mature, because when I'm a grown-up, my parents won't protect me. I'll have to be fearless, like them.
Our thanks to Josh Letterman for that report. And one of those young girls told us the person she misses the most is her grandmother in Mariupol, who's stuck there with a broken leg, and she's concerned she will never be able to see her again.
Hope they are reunited. More international headlines now, starting with breaking news out of eastern Ukraine following a night of heavy shelling.
Yeah, Morgan Chesky joins us now from Zaporizhia in southeastern Ukraine with that and more. Hey, Morgan.
Hey, Jill, Savannah, good morning. It has been an active 24 hours here in Ukraine, and we do have some new video just in after some overnight shelling that at last check leaves at least 3 people dead. And this is happening in that war-torn area in the eastern part of the country. Ukrainian officials say Russia is attacking more than 60 settlements and military targets in a bid to establish full control over the regions of Luhansk and Donetsk. Ukraine's military says it prevented Russian advances, though, towards several of those towns. And in North Korea, leader Kim Jong-un is declaring victory against COVID-19 and ordering the end of anti-COVID restrictions after apparently contracting the virus himself. At a national meeting, his sister Kim Yo-jong said her brother had been seriously ill with a high fever and blamed leaflets from South Korea for causing that recent outbreak. North Korea admitted to an outbreak of the Omicron variant of the virus back in May. Finally, to the Bahamas, where a French freediver just broke the deepest dive world record in bifins. 26-year-old Arnaud Giraud dove to a depth of 393.7 feet in 3 minutes and 34 seconds, breaking his 7th world record in his career and the 2nd one just this week. Giraud was competing in the vertical blue freediving competition, which takes place every year in the Bahamas. These freedivers, guys, elite athletes at the top of their game. Some have been known to be able to lower their heartbeat to as few as 14 beats a minute.
No way.
That's incredible. That is also the deep end of the pool right there. All right. Thank you, Morgan.
Scary end. Thanks, Morgan. All right, coming up on Morning News Now, controversy in the classroom. Parents in several communities divided over plans to arm school resource officers with rifles.
When we come back, more on the fallout following a series of deadly mass shootings.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Can you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're back with a closer look at the school shooting crisis in America and the debate over how heavily to arm adults in schools. 2 county sheriffs are now weighing in with a controversial proposal.
Yeah, it includes wanting law enforcement in some schools to have long guns and AR-15s. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders has the story.
A Florida sheriff is fighting fire with fire.
I firmly believe that if you do not meet violence with violence, you will be violently killed.
Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey posting this video on Facebook explaining why he is arming school resource deputies with long guns as part of their, quote, new style uniform.
A tactical appearance that clearly signifies we mean business when it comes to protecting our children, and a tactical advantage that gives our team the ability to instantly address an active shooter.
And he's not alone. A North Carolina sheriff taking similar steps, arming all school resource officers with an AR-15 rifle in the wake of a rise of school shootings across the country.
I'm very distraught about the condition that our country is going in. If we don't put the brakes on and do an about-face, we're headed to destruction.
These actions taken in the wake of the Uvalde, Texas school massacre, where surveillance video showed officers waiting in the hallways, hesitating to take out the heavily armed gunmen.
If they do come to my school, I want my resource officers to have the ability to meet violence with violence.
He says the weapons, which will be paid for by donations from community members, will be kept in a gun safe in an undisclosed location at each school, and SROs will receive training. One local parent, a gun shop owner, says the move will keep his kids safe.
They should be able to have the same equipment that, possibly an active shooter would have, and be able to take them down from a longer distance if need be.
But the American Federation of Teachers has generally been critical of putting more arms in schools.
Conservative politicians know that this is really important. We have to keep kids safe. We have to keep schools safe. And so they're coming up with something to create more guns, not less guns. It's wrong.
But in Ohio, Governor Mike DeWayne signed a bill into law that makes it easier for teachers to carry guns in schools. Instead of teachers needing 700 hours of training to possess a firearm on school grounds, they'll now be able to finish in 24 hours.
This training will be focused training specifically tailored to those working in schools.
The governor says schools are not required to arm teachers, but teachers still pushed back.
To introduce firearms into a setting where there are, hundreds of children each day is just not a wise course of action.
Our thanks to Carrie Sanders for that report. And Madison County Schools Superintendent says school administrators have been meeting regularly with local law enforcement officials to discuss these potential updated safety measures.
Coming up, it's called the Inflation Reduction Act, and it's impacting more than just your wallet. Up next, Bill Cairns is back to break down how the bill could help combat climate change.
Plus, a look at the hot housing market. Get this, inside the metaverse, why some people are spending real money for virtual land. This is Morning News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. If it becomes law, which appears likely, the Inflation Reduction Act would be the biggest climate investment in U.S. history.
So in this week's Climate Control, we're looking at what the law would mean for American consumers who want to make more environmentally conscious decisions.
NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is back with us again. Bill, good to see you and have you here live with us for Climate Control. So one key feature of the Inflation Reduction Act is that it relies on incentives, not punishments, to try and speed up the transition to clean energy. Walk us through some of the things it would offer everyday folks.
Yeah, we want to know, like, what's in it for me, right? Like, how can I take advantage of this if I'm looking to get, say, an electric vehicle? So let's start there, because this is probably the most complex part of all of the climate benefits that are possible here. So you get up to $7,500 for new electric vehicles and up to $4,000 for used electric vehicles. But there are some catches in this. First off, it has to be manufactured in the United States. So that immediately eliminates a lot of very popular electric cars that have coming from other portions of the country. Also, 40% of the metals have to be mined of the battery in North America. If that's not possible, then you get only half of that $7,500 credit. So do your research. There are some popular models that won't be eligible for a couple years until the manufacturing process changes on that. And also, let's move into some of the stuff for your homes too, because this stuff is a little more straightforward. This stuff is actually a little more easier for you to do. Let's talk about, things that can help your house, say energy costs by about 20%. You can get $2,000, say new windows, doors, insulation, a $4,000 rebate if it's 35% or more. And there's also some credit for heat pumps and stuff like that. And as far as solar goes, it still looks like that tax credit is going to be significant if you're looking to put solar panels on your house. With solar, it's about 30% tax credits for installing solar panels. And you have 10 years, guys, to do all this stuff. And back to those electric vehicles, our friends at CNBC were telling us, if you have plans to get a vehicle already, don't wait for this to be signed into law. There's such a high demand and such a low supply. Just go ahead and do it. Don't wait.
Oh, yeah. The wait list for so many of these EVs is just crazy. And so much fine print here, Bill. So thanks for going through that with us. All right, let's talk about this crazy weather we've been seeing. So, I mean, this summer has been so brutal for so many people. We were talking about how tough Tuesday was here in the Northeast. I mean, cities just seem like they're setting records for extreme heat all over the country week after week. But tell us, put it in context for us. How unusual is this? How many records are being broken, and do you attribute it to climate change?
I think it's still important that we teach people the difference between weather and climate. What you're putting on your clothes today for is the weather you're going to experience. When we look at your whole summer, that's your wardrobe that you plan for, and that's your climate. So if you think it's been hot, let's take a look and show you if it actually has been or not. So we average 17 90-degree days, typically in an average summer in New York. We've had 19 already. We still have much of August to go. Philadelphia, you're 5 over your normal total already, too. In the Southeast, it's kind of the same thing. So this is how one way we can can measure if it's been a hot summer or not, and if it's warmer than normal, and how much climate change can kick into this. So well above in Charlotte, Atlanta's already above, and you've seen all the stories from Texas this summer, and you know how bad the drought is. Typically, there should be about 18 100-degree days in San Antonio, and there's been 56. So yes, we can say it has been a very hot summer, and climate change does have a part in it.
Wow.
The numbers tell the story, yeah.
In San Antonio, oh my goodness.
Bill, thank you so much. Good to see you. Let's jump back inside the metaverse. Today, as part of our ongoing series, we're going to bring you the fascinating story behind real estate in these interactive online worlds.
That's right. Parcels of virtual land are selling for very real money and at sometimes eye-popping rates. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock explains.
In the white-hot Miami housing market, there's one thing that sets this still under construction property apart, and it's not the Lambo out front.
Come on in and let me show you around.
Welcome to Meta Residence 1.
It can be whatever the homeowner wants it to be.
It's the first property anywhere in the world about to be sold not just as a house in real life,
Over here in the kitchen,
but as an NFT in the metaverse.
as we come in here, we have the gym.
A digital asset with its own unique code that cannot be duplicated. Buy the NFT, a virtual house being built in a virtual world, and you get the real house and the Lamborghini.
So let's take a look at what a 7-bedroom, 9-bathroom house looks like, not just in this universe, but in the metaverse. Through these doors, you'll find all this furniture that's actually for sale in real life. And of course, a museum-quality LED screen to show what else? NFTs.
It definitely was tough at first to get people on board and, tell them, hey, I want to build this house in the metaverse. And everybody's like, what are you talking about?
Gabe Sierra is the home's developer and an early investor in virtual real estate. Sierra and his partners are creating an exact digital version of this sprawling South Florida mansion in a nod to how popular the metaverse has become, giving us a tour in both worlds. The Sandbox and Decentraland are two of the biggest metaverse platforms, 3D interactive spaces where commerce is king.
Everything you do in the real world will have some variation of it inside the Sandbox, and we're talking about obviously gaming, but also education, shopping, socializing, everything you can think of. We'll have some form of it.
And in these worlds, virtual land is being snapped up at a fever pitch.
But this is a living, breathing, digital version of the house that you can build upon. You can add multiple stories to it. You can go crazy with it.
Sierra is building in the Sandbox and has invested in dozens more properties. There are 166,000 plots of land, a number that will never change. Individual lots have sold for thousands of dollars to hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Walking through the Sandbox with flip-flops on.
Part of the draw, location, being near early stakeholders, including celebrities like Snoop Dogg, who's offering concerts on his land called Snoopverse, and Fortune 500 companies like Adidas and Gucci.
Have you had a hard time convincing individuals or businesses to pluck down hundreds of thousands of dollars for virtual real estate?
I think people realize that the value of the land in itself is not that interesting. What matters for us and for the landowners is really the economic activity they're going to build on top of it.
Is it fair to compare investing in the metaverse now, like buying a piece of Manhattan before it was a metropolis?
It could be, absolutely.
But early adopters like Sierra believe wherever it does go, it's the future.
Where are we right now?
So we just landed in the nightclub underneath the house.
As I'm dancing, am I looking at a shark?
This is our shark tank, which has great whites and hammerhead sharks inside of it.
How many people are in this club?
There's hundreds of people in this club. Luckily, we don't have zoning laws in the metaverse.
A new way to look at real estate, but the land is limited and the rush is on. Sam Brock, NBC News, Miami.
Well, let's get to some financial headlines in this universe where in real life, back to school season's right around the corner. And this year it's met with the highest inflation in decades.
CNBC's Courtney Reagan joins us with that and more. Hey, Courtney, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Yes, so more than 40% of back-to-school shoppers say inflation will change how they shop for the upcoming school year. This is according to a new report from Bankrate. A third say back-to-school purchases will strain their budgets, and 95% say they're actively looking at ways to save money. The most popular ways are with coupons, discounts, and sales, following followed by buying fewer items and buying cheaper brands. They're also stretching what they have for another year or buying more used or secondhand items and are using credit card rewards to offset some of the costs. Well, Microsoft is reportedly laying off a team of workers who are focused on winning back consumers. The company created the, quote, Modern Life Experiences Group in 2018 to target so-called prosumers or professional consumers. The cuts affect about 200 people who have been told to find another position at Microsoft or take severance pay. Microsoft recently cut less than 1% of its workforce and has been cutting open job roles as it slows hiring. Well, Coca-Cola thinks it's found the flavor of your dreams. The company is launching a new special edition soft drink called Dreamland. Coke says it, quote, bottles up the technicolor tastes of the subconscious. The new flavor is part of Coke's effort to attract new Gen Z consumers. Dreamland will be available in stores nationwide on Monday in both regular and zero sugar versions. It's gotten my attention. I'll give it a shot. Back over to you.
It's an unusual way to describe a taste, but
isn't it? Joe's forced me to try weirder sounding
What happened
sodas.
to vanilla or orange?
Too easy.
Right.
Too
Thanks,
easy.
Courtney.
We'll have to try it out. Thank you. Coming up on Morning News Now, a new show flipping the script on the typical Hollywood success story.
The Black immigrant culture is something that isn't often explored on television. So we really wanted to do that.
After the break, I'll introduce you to the show's co-creator who's working to diversify the faces you see on and off TV.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive. Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Welcome back. You might not be able to blame Drake for having trust issues after seeing his dad's tattoo. The rapper took to Instagram to throw a little shade at his father's tattoo of his face. The caption read, quote, "Why you do me like this? We family." Now, of course, Drake's father took to the comment section to defend the artwork, saying he's had 16 different tattoo artists try to fix the image, saying it was first inked 5 years ago. No word yet on if Drake's dad, Dennis, is planning a 17th attempt to fix it. You hate to see it, Joe, when tattoos go wrong.
Yeah, and I don't know if a 17th would make a difference anyway at this point. So, yeah. All right. Good for them. Thanks, Savannah.
Yeah.
Now to our new series, Flipping the Script, featuring artists in the entertainment industry working to shine a light on diversity. Enter Mike Goyo, one of the creators of the new show Send Help, premiering today on AMC's streaming network All Black. The show's main character, a first-generation Haitian-American man trying to make it in Hollywood. Now, Goyo shot to prominence while writing for hit shows like Insecure and Ginny in Georgia, but he tells me writing was actually his second act after originally planning to be a doctor and working at a call center to help pay off student loans. I talked to him about how he got his foot in the door and how he's holding it open for the next generation.
The show is called Send Help.
My mom's Haitian, so if it's not General Hospital, she ain't checking for it.
It's about a first-generation Haitian-American man living in LA, pursuing his life in Hollywood.
I was a series regular on a hit show.
So Send Help, what's the type of help he needs?
All kinds of help. Relationship help, mental help, helped with his family.
Sure, I keep some things to myself, but what's wrong with that?
The need for help, that's probably something most of us can relate to, right?
Yeah. No, absolutely. This story is based on Jean-Elie, who's my co-creator. So him as a Haitian American man, I'm also Haitian American. We wanted to really kind of like hone into the culture.
So many people say visibility is vital, and it's a slow changing process to get more stories told, right?
No, absolutely. Like the Black immigrant culture is something that isn't often explored on television. So we really wanted to do that. Being an immigrant, being Haitian American, and being able to have this career, I get a lot of young people coming up to me like, hey, I would love to do what you do. Thank you for being an inspiration. And that to me is like, oh, wow, creating that visibility and letting other young Haitian American writers, immigrant writers know that they can also do this has been amazing.
Do you think things in Hollywood are changing when it comes to who's in front of the camera and who's behind the camera?
Yeah, absolutely. The needle's always moving. The needle's always moving forward.
But Goyo says more work needs to be done. It's why he created the Black Boy Writes, Black Girl Writes mentoring initiative to support and amplify marginalized voices in the entertainment industry. Recently, 14 young writers were selected out of 900 applicants.
900 writers applied for your mentorship program. What does that tell you?
It tells you there's a need, it tells you that people are really kind of like yearning for this opportunity and just needing a way in. And they're all extremely talented, all very talented writers. They just need the access, and it's just become more and more aware that the access is missing. So hopefully our program is providing that.
You worked on Insecure, Issa Rae's show. Help us understand just how groundbreaking Insecure was.
It was great to be able to work on, but even before working on it, I was just such a fan of the show. I just love what Issa was able to create with it, and the platform that she's been able to create for other writers and creatives coming up in the industry.
For any young writers out there who are watching this right now, looking at you and going, I want to be Mike, I want to be just like him. What's the biggest advice you want to give them?
The biggest advice I would give them is to keep writing. You're only as good as your last project, but even then, it's a muscle. You have to continue to work it. So my best advice, and the best advice I've ever gotten, is to keep writing.
Our thanks to Mike Goyo for taking some time to talk with us again. You can check out his new show, Send Help, today, streaming now on AMC's All Black. We were both struck by that 900 people applied, and I think it's a message to anyone out there who's in the business. If there's anything you can do right now to make a difference, it's mentor young people, especially young artists of color who are looking for that help, those resources, that guidance right now. You can make a difference.
Absolutely. I wonder how we even selected 14.
Those people, I bet, are pretty good.
From that's
talented group of people.
I mean, and I'm sure there were so many more there, like you said, that are looking for that foot in the door, so to speak. You know what I mean? Yeah,
but
very cool.
Making a difference, and has a great new show out, too.
Amazing interview and a kickoff to our new series, Flipping the Script.
More to come on Flipping the Script. Thanks to our team for putting that together. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, under scrutiny, former President Donald Trump pleads the fifth more than 400 times in a 4-hour deposition. The latest on the New York State civil investigation into the Trump Organization and where it could go next. Well, down south in Florida, new information about the FBI search of Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. What we're learning this morning. Underwater, breaking overnight, drivers stranded and neighborhoods submerged as strong storms bring flash flooding to the D.C. area. Several people had to be rescued from their cars, and some businesses, like this dog daycare, had to use sandbags to keep the worst of the flooding from coming in. The latest on the cleanup and the other storms wreaking havoc across the country. Deadly blast, a house explosion caught on camera. At least 3 people are dead. Search and rescue teams still looking for people after the blast damaged dozens of nearby homes.
Run down as fast as I could. There was already people on the scene there was devastating seeing people, a couple of people on the ground.
We have the latest from the scene this morning as investigators try to figure out what caused it. Also this morning, signs of relief. Good news overnight. The average price of gas is now below $4 a gallon nationwide. And it's not just gasoline. Retail prices are falling too. And new signs that overall inflation may be slowing down. We're going to take a look at what's behind it all, plus the one part of your morning routine that's still costing more right now. Hint, it is in this thermos. It is not bourbon.
You're very responsible thermos, and neither of us spill coffee, which happens moments before the show
it's never
sometimes.
happened. Never, ever.
But that is a bummer for us, who we consume a lot of it.
It is, exactly. More on that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with the latest on those mounting legal challenges facing the former president.
Yeah, Donald Trump was questioned for 4 hours yesterday in the civil investigation led by New York State Attorney General Letitia James into the Trump Organization's business dealings. The former president invoked his Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination during the deposition and cited the FBI's search of his Florida estate as part of his reasoning for doing so. Here's NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker with the latest.
Good day to you. Former President Trump is facing mounting legal pressure on multiple fronts, with new fallout from that FBI search on his Mar-a-Lago estate and reports overnight that the Bureau may have had help from a Trump World insider. This comes as the former president sat for a civil deposition on Wednesday that could have its own ripple effects.
This morning, new details are emerging about the latest legal challenge for former President Trump. According to a source with knowledge of the case, Mr. Trump invoked his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination more than 440 times during a deposition that lasted 4 hours. It's part of a civil investigation of his business practices by New York Attorney General Letitia James. His lawyer says he answered one question, his name, and read a statement accusing James and her team of a witch hunt. This after he previously mocked others for invoking the Fifth.
Fifth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, Fifth Amendment. Horrible. Horrible. You see, the mob takes the Fifth. If you're innocent, why are you taking the Fifth Amendment?
Now I know the answer to that question, Mr. Trump said in a statement before the deposition, saying his family, company, and people in his orbit were political targets. Mr. Trump also saying the FBI's search of his Mar-a-Lago estate on Monday in an unrelated investigation solidified his decision to take the Fifth, calling Monday's search a surprise attack, even though the Bureau was executing a court-approved search warrant. That search connected to classified documents from the Trump administration, and this morning reports that an insider may have provided information to authorities. The Wall Street Journal reporting that someone familiar with the stored papers told investigators there may be still more classified documents at the private club after the National Archives retrieved 15 boxes earlier in the year. People familiar with the matter told the Journal. NBC News has not confirmed that report. It comes as pressure is mounting on the Justice Department to explain its actions. A current senior Justice Department official and a former DOJ official telling NBC News multiple officials within the DOJ believe Attorney General Merrick Garland should make a public statement explaining the need for the search. FBI Director Christopher Wray, who was appointed by Mr. Trump, was asked about the former president's baseless claims agents may have planted evidence at Mar-a-Lago during the search.
That's not something that I can talk about, so I'd refer you to the department.
But Wray did condemn the surge in violent threats against law enforcement by some Trump supporters online in the wake of Monday.
Now, one interesting note here. In 2018, Mr. Trump signed a law that strengthened the penalty for mishandling classified documents from a misdemeanor to a felony, a move he made after criticizing Hillary Clinton for mishandling sensitive information in her emails. Back to you.
All right, Kristen Welker, thank you.
Prices on just about everything remain high, but there is a glimmer of hope that the record inflation we've been experiencing could be easing slightly. Gas prices have dipped below $4 a gallon nationwide for the first time since March. It comes after a mixed bag of results in another key economic report out yesterday. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the story.
Yeah, good day. So most petroleum gas analysts I talked to think that we're going to probably hug the $4 a gallon mark for some time, 25 cents either side of that. Keep in mind, the administration tapped the Strategic Petroleum Reserve when Russia invaded Ukraine. That's 1 million barrels a day. That ends in October. So this may be a short-term reprieve at the pump, but there are some encouraging economic signs. This morning, more relief at the pump and coming below a key number. Gas prices dropping below $4 a gallon for the first time since March. Prices skyrocketed this summer amid inflation, supply concerns, and the war in Ukraine. Today, the national average is now $3.99, down $1.03 from the peak back in June.
I'm grateful that they're coming down.
But prices are still much higher than they were just a year ago, all part of continuing inflation eating into everyday Americans' pocketbooks. And today, the latest economic numbers show no change with the inflation numbers month to month. Good news with the overall year-over-year inflation number dipping slightly, down to 8.5%, still hot, and still at decades-high levels.
Everything is way above what I paid a year ago.
President Biden hopes Congress will help move the relief needle in the right direction.
We need to pass the Inflation Reduction Act right away. That's the most consequential thing that Congress can do to keep our progress.
But experts say that $430 billion piece of legislation the House is set to take up tomorrow will have little effect on the more immediate factors that could help lower inflation.
It doesn't strike me that there's any legislation that's going to fix the inflation problem in the short term.
Meanwhile, housing and food costs continue to climb, with higher prices on all of the major grocery staples. The biggest hike in eggs, which have nearly doubled to about $3 for a carton. All of it adding to what's already been an unprecedented and unpredictable economy. A month ago, everyone was concerned about a possible recession. Is that no longer as big of a concern?
Recession is still a concern, but if we can indeed lower the rate of price increases, lower inflation, then consumers have a fighting chance in this economy.
As you know, the Fed meets in September. It will consider raising rates yet again to fight inflation. That's almost a done deal. The question is how big of a rate hike will come in September after a big one last month. The Fed wants to see more positive signs that the economy is, in fact, maintaining full employment, if possible, but also that inflation is starting to edge lower. Its target is 2% inflation. We are right now at 8.5%, so it has some work to do to get there. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. Turning now to that deadly explosion in southwest Indiana, 3 people were killed yesterday when a house in Evansville suddenly blew up. 39 other homes were also damaged in the explosion, leaving behind a scene of devastation. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in Evansville with the latest. Jesse, good morning.
Joe, good morning. You can see behind me debris scattered across the street, and even though we were being kept back behind a police line, it is obvious that at least one of the structures still standing is blown out and not a safe place to be. I spoke with the mayor here in Evansville earlier this morning, and he says that some of these homes are still not even safe enough to be searched, and that's one of the reasons we still do not know just how many people might at this point be missing.
The deadly blast caught on camera just before 1 p.m. Wednesday.
Investigating an explosion with heavy smoke.
Debris shooting through the air, flying all the way down this Evansville, Indiana street.
Dispatch 1 Engine 4 is on scene. We have a complete demolished house.
This morning, a closer look shows the devastation is even worse. Officials say at least 3 people are dead. 2 of the victims killed inside the home that exploded.
It was bad. I looked over and saw the guy in the grass, and I knew it looked bad. But there was a lot of people lost everything down here. Their houses are totally gone.
The fire chief says a 4th person was injured and 39 homes were damaged, 11 now uninhabitable, with some structures badly battered and buckling.
It felt like a big tractor trailer semi hit our buildings. It was that big explosion, and it shook inside the building.
Now, authorities are trying to figure out how many people may still be missing. For a time, the fire chief says first responders couldn't get within a roughly 100-foot radius as the ATF finished its blast analysis.
There could be other victims. We've not yet completed our search. The buildings are not safe to enter.
This marks the second deadly home explosion in Evansville since 2017. And the fire chief says Wednesday's blast was bigger. There's still no word on what caused this latest devastation.
It was a gut punch. It really was. It was devastating, and there are a lot of families hurting tonight, and our hearts are with them.
The fire chief here says that there were no signs of natural gas detected as in terms of a leak when they did the immediate testing in the aftermath of this explosion, but natural gas leaking has not been ruled out yet as a cause of this blast either. And we asked the fire chief what they expect to find as they continue with their search efforts. This morning, you can see first responders making their way through the debris field again. This morning, the fire chief told us it is not likely that there would be survivors. Joe?
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thanks so much.
And out of the nation's capital, where a powerful storm caused major flash flooding overnight. More than 4 inches of rain fell in less than 2 hours, overrunning highways, city streets, and metro stations. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with the latest on this. Hey, Emily, good morning.
Good morning to you, Savannah. You can see here in New York the remnants of that storm system that hammered parts of the East Coast. In Washington, D.C., residents there had little time to prepare for torrential rain that dumped 4 inches in less than 2 hours. The summer of extreme weather striking again this morning, with flooding in the Washington, D.C. area trapping residents and storms wreaking havoc across the country. In Washington, D.C., heavy rains dumping as much as 4 inches in less than 2 hours.
These cars are all gonna sink.
Brown floodwaters pressed precariously up against the glass doors of this dog day care shop.
This is almost halfway up the door.
Downpours making a soggy commute for some residents. On the Capitol Beltway, chaos as long lines of cars clogged the roadways, forcing road crews to use rakes and shovels to clear out storm drains, prompting numerous water rescues.
I was coming through and then everything just hit the truck.
It comes in a summer of severe weather and destructive storms. In Georgia, after severe thunderstorms and winds this week, 2 U.S. soldiers were struck and killed by a falling tree while training, according to Army officials. 3 other service members were injured. And in Texas, a miraculous rescue after a woman trapped in her car in El Paso was saved just moments before her vehicle was mostly swallowed by a sinkhole. And an array of hope this morning, parts of the country, including Kentucky, a state that has been ravaged by immense amounts of rain, are seeing no flood alerts for the first time in several days, a sign of relief and drier days to come. Guys, back to you.
All right, Emily, thank you so much.
Let's take a look at the forecast. More on that flooding and relief from the heat for millions.
Yeah, Bill Cairns is back with us now. Hey, Bill.
Hey, good morning, guys. I mean, in the summertime, have you ever heard a weather person say a heat dome is coming? Have you ever heard that term?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes, it's typically when we talk about, like, extreme heat waves and stuff like that. Well, the opposite is about to happen this weekend. We're going to call it a cool dome because it's going to be coming down from Canada. Now, if this was the middle of winter and we have a cool dome coming from Canada, usually that means like an Arctic outbreak and really cold air. But this time of year, it's a refreshing change as this cool dome is going to be pushing today through the Great Lakes. And then by the time we get to Saturday, it's going to be all the way down into the Carolinas and even North Georgia. Pretty rare for a cold front to make it that far south this time of year, but that's what we're going to deal with. So for today, that cool dome is going to be settling into areas of Wisconsin, Michigan, upstate New York. So it's still going to be pretty warm from D.C. to New York to Boston today. Very warm, obviously, in the middle of the country. No cool dome for you. It's a miss for you, unfortunately. And then as we head towards Friday's forecast, still very hot in the middle of the country. As far as wet weather goes on Friday, it looks like just along the Gulf Coast. That's the best chance of that heavy rain threat, maybe some thunderstorms from New Orleans down along Panama City, Pensacola. but that cool dome will come down and settle. Look for it late in the afternoon in areas like Raleigh and Charlotte. You'll notice a change in the air. Your wind direction will come out of the north, and that's the big sign things are changing. By the time we get to Saturday, that's when we see that sunny and warm conditions on the East Coast. Beautiful, like the mornings will be crisp and cool, almost like a fall-like feel to them. And then the afternoon sun will still do its job and warm up. If we have any troublesome weather this weekend in areas of the Southwest, from Vegas all the way down through Phoenix and Tucson, we have to watch out for isolated flash flooding. And that heavy rain threat continues not just Saturday, but even Sunday, especially in Florida and along the Gulf Coast. And then the heat returns in a big way, near 100 in Nebraska on Sunday. So that's the area of the country that needs relief next. It's still very dry in Dallas northwards, up to 100 degrees possible in many areas of Oklahoma, too. In the Northeast is good. And finally, guys, when you wake up and you head to work tomorrow morning, you need to look up in the sky. Ooh. It will be peak viewing time for the Perseid meteor showers. Best viewing is after midnight. Wow. Typically, it can be as much as 60 to 100 meteors per hour. But there's two things. You have to get away from the city lights and that pesky moon. Unfortunately, we also have a full moon tonight. It's the Sturgeon full moon, and it's going to outshine some of the meteors. It won't block all of them, but sometimes you just don't get lucky, and this was one of those cases.
Oh, pesky moon, pesky moon. By the way, I'm getting an update. Next week's forecast, Thunderdome. No.
We've already done that one. I think Mel Gibson did that one.
Okay, all right. Never mind. All right. Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
Coming up on Morning News Now, Kobe Bryant's widow suing over leaked photos of the helicopter crash scene. We're going to take you inside for opening statements and where the case could go.
Plus, Scott Peterson could get a new trial decades after being convicted of killing his pregnant wife. We'll tell you why next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
We're back with the latest on the invasion of privacy trial between Los Angeles County and the wife of NBA legend Kobe Bryant. The case got underway yesterday with both sides making opening statements. Vanessa Bryant is suing the sheriffs and fire departments over graphic photos taken by first responders at the scene of the helicopter crash that killed her husband, their teenage daughter, and 7 others.
The lawsuit claims the pictures were shared dozens of times by some of the first responders, including at a bar and an awards gala. For more on this, we are joined by civil rights attorney and former prosecutor Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. Kristen, good to have you with us. So the county's argument here, they said that these photos have never been in the media or on the internet or otherwise publicly available. So how good is that argument? How much of an impact does that have in this case? And if that changed down the road, if those pics did become public, would that change everything?
Yeah, I think the issue here is that in most cases for invasion of privacy, that would be a compelling argument. But here you have at least 8 deputies. There's an admission that they took the photos unlawfully or not in accord with policy and procedure. And then there was also admissions to distribution. And so when you're looking at invasion of privacy, one of the main substantial things you have to prove is not the extent necessarily of the distribution, but rather the degree of intrusion. And when you're talking about law enforcement officials taking pictures of objectively offensive and personal matters such as the dead remains of a husband and a 13-year-old daughter, certainly it will have a huge impact regardless of whether or not they'll be publicly available. The other thing that's important here is something that Ms. Bryant is arguing, saying it doesn't matter that they're not publicly available now. We have heard rumors on social media that these pictures are being sold on the black web. So I live in constant fear that these pictures could be publicly available for my daughters to see, for me to see in the future. And so she is also making those arguments as part of her emotional distress claim.
Now, Kristen, the county had actually already agreed to pay $2.5 million to settle a similar case brought by 2 other families whose relatives died in this same crash. Does that here suggest that they acknowledge some culpability or anything like that?
Well, I think that the reports from the sheriff, some of the public statements that he made already acknowledge culpability. But in any settlement, there typically is a clause that says, hey, we're going to pay you just to make this go away, but there's no admission of liability. We're not saying we're wrong, but what we are saying is we want this to go away. We don't want this to be publicly aired. So in this particular trial where Ms. Bryant is suing the first responders, it should not be a piece of evidence that the jury will consider because it's highly prejudicial. It should not be something the jury should consider in this particular case. However, we are talking about practical matters and, most jurors are probably going to know this fact and hopefully they will be fair and impartial in their assessment. But if they do know this fact, it may make them believe that the defendants are liable, as you mentioned, and that the damages at least range around $2.5 million.
So, Kristen, as this plays out, what are you going to be watching out for?
One of the important things I, as an attorney, love to look at is how other attorneys distinguish damages. So here you have a claim where, unfortunately, it's so distressing, the fact that she lost her husband and she lost her daughter, notwithstanding the circumstances by which she lost those 2 loved ones. But that's not going to create the damages by which the first responders are liable for. It's not attributable to the first responders. What is attributable is the emotional distress she is suffering as a result of the photos. So what I'm looking for is to see how the experts and the lawyers are able to distinguish the emotional distress she has that's not attributable to the defendants, which is the loss of her loved ones, distinguish that between what is attributable to the defendants if they are found liable, which is the unlawful taking and invasion of her privacy.
Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, thanks so much for joining us and helping us better understand what's unfolding with this trial. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And turning now to a potential new trial in a case that gripped the nation 20 years ago. A judge is set to decide whether Scott Peterson should be granted another trial after being convicted for the 2002 murder of his pregnant wife, Lacey. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has been following this case for months and joins us now from Los Angeles with the latest. Hey, Aaron, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, you may remember last year a judge decided to reduce Scott Peterson's sentence from death to life without parole. Now his defense team is hoping for the case to be retried entirely, claiming there is proof of juror misconduct. This morning, convicted killer Scott Peterson is back in court. His legal team set to present oral arguments one last time before a judge determines if Peterson should get a new trial for the murder of his wife Lacey and their unborn baby Connor.
Scott is hopeful. Scott's hopeful. It's been a very, very long journey, and he's hopeful that he will be granted a new trial.
The push comes after the defense team discovered a juror on the case may have lied on a pretrial questionnaire. The defense alleging juror Rochelle Nice failed to let the court know she herself had been a victim of domestic violence when she was pregnant, and that in 2000 she filed a restraining order in which she said she really fears for her unborn child. With her history unknown at the time, Nice went on to serve as juror number 7 and helped convict Scott Peterson.
Any regrets at all about?
Earlier this year, Nice testified that she didn't disclose her past during jury selection because she did not consider herself to be a victim of domestic abuse. Still, Peterson's defense team has argued Nice's history led to bias toward a conviction.
If in fact she had been a victim of domestic violence, whether or not she perceived herself to be, that would have been relevant information for the court to know.
Lacey's family declined our request for comment, but in a court hearing last December, Lacey's mother addressed Peterson directly, telling him 2 things that will never change. Lacey and Connor will always be dead, and you will always be their murderer. Nearly 2 decades ago, the months-long search for 27-year-old Lacey captivated the nation. Peterson's arrest came after Lacey's remains washed on shore miles from where he claimed to have been fishing the day she went missing. Now, after spending the last 18 years in prison, Scott Peterson may be tried once again for the murder he claims he did not commit. The judge has 90 days to decide if Scott Peterson should get a new trial. If that happens, his family tells us they are confident he will not be convicted again. Savannah.
All right, Erin McLaughlin, thank you.
Coming up, new school year, new problems.
Across the country, schools are struggling to find enough teachers before the first day of class. What school districts are doing to keep teachers in the classroom, that's next.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back now with a growing problem in America's schools and the spotlight once again as kids head back to the classroom, the teacher shortage.
And with salaries in Florida among the nation's lowest, CNBC's Perry Russum takes a look at what Miami and other districts are doing to bring their educators back to school.
Here in Miami-Dade, we have probably
almost 300 vacancies.
With a week to go until classes start in Miami, Carla Hernandez-Matz says they need teachers.
Is the talent pool there to fill the vacancies?
I don't think so.
Hernandez-Matz is the president of United Teachers of Dade, one of the largest teachers unions in the region. She says low wages, the rise in school shootings, and the politicizing of the classroom is driving teachers away in the state. Newly published data from the National Education Association shows teachers in Florida make on average $51,000 a year, fourth lowest in the country, and $14,000 below the national average.
Teachers didn't get into this profession to live in the penthouse, but we also didn't get into this profession to live in the poorhouse.
Across the country, school districts are recruiting to fill the nationwide shortage.
We just don't see this getting better.
In Alabama, the state is lowering the requirements to get a teaching certificate.
We want to get highly qualified teachers in every school.
One school district in Louisiana is offering a hiring bonus of $7,500.
We want to be very competitive, so a teacher chooses us.
North Carolina is considering fixing its shortage by basing teachers' pay on how students perform, not their years of classroom experience.
It sends the message that we as educators are not doing enough.
Florida now turning to military veterans to lead classrooms.
It'd be something I consider. It's a nice idea.
The program gives a 5-year teaching voucher to veterans who have not yet earned a bachelor's degree. They have to have a minimum of 4 years of active duty, 60 college credits, and at least a 2.5 GPA. They have to pass a test and are assigned a teaching mentor.
You had the head of the teachers union in Sarasota criticize it, saying, well, you just can't throw any warm body in the classroom. Well, I'll tell you something. People that have served our country are not just some warm body.
Hernandez-Matz calls the plan disrespectful.
I have a brother that's a Marine, or that was a Marine, and I know that he's not ready to step into my shoes and be a teacher, just like I'm not ready to step into his shoes and be on the front line.
Here in Miami-Dade County, Hernandez-Matz says somebody will be in the classroom with these students. One idea they're looking at is having school administrators act as teachers. These schools also have different coaches for reading and writing. Hernandez-Matz says they too will be stepping in for the teachers.
All right, Perry, thank you so much. And coming up, good news, bad news this morning if you're trying to save some money. First, we'll tell you why some of the country's biggest retailers are slashing prices on merchandise, even as inflation remains high.
But while gas and retail prices may be going down, there's one essential for a lot of us going up: a cup of coffee. What's driving up the cost of your morning brew? Next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Welcome back. Attention all shoppers. A glimmer of hope is emerging at the checkout counter, with major retailers slashing prices now in order to get rid of excess inventory.
Stores like Walmart, Target, Macy's have all announced plans to boost promotions and sink prices. So how can you take advantage of these deals? Well, joining us now to answer these burning questions is shopping expert Trey Bodge. Trey, good morning. How are you? Good to see you. So first, let's tackle, this elephant in the room, this thing we keep on talking about. We're stressed about inflation. It's still, of course, impacting families nationwide, obviously, especially grocery prices jumping almost 1.5% last month, 13.4% year over year, according to Adobe's digital price index. Obviously, we've all got to eat, so that's something that people have to be spending on. So what kind of deals can families take advantage of now to try to ease some of this pressure on their wallets?
Right. So the grocery category is such a problem right now. Obviously, this is kind of a non-negotiable. So for people looking to save at the grocery store, my advice would be make sure you're signing up for loyalty programs at the grocery stores. You can get maybe a free gas card. A lot of grocery stores are doing that, or get exclusive discounts. I would also look at coupon sites and see if you can find discounts there. For instance, couponcabin.com that I work with, they have a number of grocery deals at places like Fresh Direct or Instacart. But you were talking about these other categories that we're seeing some sort of better news in, and apparel is a good one because even though it's just down 1%, it's been spiking for an entire year. So it's really nice to see apparel prices go down a little bit. And so that's a category that I would look at from a consumer perspective. And I would also look at tech because tech is down about 9%. And that's a really nice thing to see, especially if you need a laptop or a phone.
Long list there. Appreciate that.
Yeah,
so, Trey, are there
absolutely.
any specific items shoppers should stock up on while prices are easing up, especially with parents trying to save as much as they can as their kids head back to school in the coming days or weeks?
Yeah, so obviously for back to school, we are looking at apparel for our kids. We're looking at school supplies. And like I said, apparel is down a little bit. And then I am seeing a lot of sales in these categories. Like you guys mentioned, a lot of these bigger retailers are slashing prices to clear excess inventory. So especially on warmer weather clothing, like summer clothing, which even if you live, say, on the East Coast like I do, you can wear that clothing deep into the fall. You can layer it with other things. And so that's a category that I would look at, especially as a parent if I'm buying for back to school. And then, of course, we need office supplies as well. And those prices are up a little bit. They're up 3% right now. So even though we need those things, we need to look for creative ways to save. So look for those sales and take advantage of them. Look for any tax-free weekends that your state may be having. And then, of course, pay with a credit card that allows you to earn points on your purchases. That's another way to save a little bit as well.
Trey, also, I'm wondering if there's any difference between shopping online and in-store in terms of getting a bigger deal, because I know online shopping actually took a major hit. It fell by $400 million in July over the month of June, quite a bit there. So does that mean that there's better deals in one place or the other?
You know, I was surprised to see that, too. I mean, because it's really been peaking, especially throughout the pandemic. People have been turning to online shopping. And I think that we're seeing a little bit of a dip now, of course, as the world opens up a little bit because of the pandemic calming down a touch. We're going back in store. And so the interesting difference to me between in-store and online is that retailers, especially those who have a lot of excess inventory, they can't have all that inventory on the sales floor in store. So if you shop online, online, what you might find is a broader selection, more colors, more sizes. The prices will be comparable, but the selection might be better online.
All right, Trey, thank you so much, and great to have you on with us again.
Thanks for having me back.
As we teased earlier, the one thing that's certainly not getting cheaper is your morning cup of coffee.
That's right. Demand for that cup of joe is at a 2-decade high. Wow. And that means the cost is now perking some people up, but for the wrong reason. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from inside a coffee shop in Miami. Hey, Sam, good morning.
I'm from the inside. Savannah, Joe, good morning. Look, that is exactly right, that about 2/3 of Americans now, which is a 2-decade high, have at least one cup of coffee every single day. The problem, as you're outlining right now, is it's a little bit more expensive than it used to be. A specialty cup like what you're looking at right here is on average more than $5. A regular cup, guys, is now above $4, which is more in some cases than a gallon of gas. And that, as America right now is adjusting to a new reality, a more expensive habit that many of us need just to start your day.
Whether you like it hot, iced, or even frozen, enjoying a cup of coffee is how millions of Americans start their day. But even though so many have a whole lot of love for the bean, it's becoming increasingly costly to get that morning caffeine rush.
The price of everything is going up, but I normally drink coffee at home, unless special occasions.
I know what it is, but I hope you like it. Okay.
In North Dallas, Brittany Willis is a franchise owner of a PJ's Coffee of New Orleans. She says everything from cooking oil to cups now costs more, pushing coffee prices up too.
Inflation is really challenging. I've been very hesitant to increase my prices, but you get to a point as a business owner where you have to say, am I looking to sustain and survive so I can continue to offer this product?
The National Coffee Association reports about 2/3 of Americans drink a cup of joe every day, the highest figure in decades. But many average Joes do appear to be adjusting to new circumstances.
Coffee now is not something of an everyday going out, it's more of a treat.
And here's why. It's now more than $4 for a regular coffee, 9% higher than this time last year. For a specialty cup, that's more than $5, up 7% according to industry data, which means trouble's brewing for budgets. Necessities like food and gasoline have already eaten into discretionary spending. Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz jolting investors in June.
It's hard to be optimistic unless there is a plan to get inflation under control.
While the inflation rate is slowing slightly, high prices are still a major issue for everyday consumers. The cost of food at home up 1.3% in July, while coffee nearly tripled that figure in the same month. Businesses like Brittany's hoping high prices don't grind away demand.
Coffee as a whole continues to grow, and we're actually seeing sales increases as a result. I mean, what's better than a warm or a cold cup of coffee?
Joe and Savannah, one of the interesting things about this is a lot of people probably think, okay, I'm going to skip the coffee shop and just have my drink at home. That might not be cheaper. We talked about the fact that specialty drinks are up about 7%, regular drinks 9%. But what about these instant coffee cups, Keurig cups? I'm sure you use these at home. These are up 17% according to the latest CPI. At-home coffee in general as a genre is up 20%. So you're paying more right now, at least relatively speaking, to have your coffee at home than to have it at a coffee shop. And during the pandemic, a lot of people are coming out and working from home in shops like this and getting that full experience might actually save you a couple bucks as well. Guys, back to you.
It gets you out of the house. I remember how excited I was during the pandemic. Like, I'm going to go get coffee now.
Yeah, I know that's so true. It's like your big field trip for the day. My cold brew, I buy cold brew and have the jugs at home, went from $9.99 to $14.99.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
Yikes.
That's huge.
That's huge.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
I am feeling it. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Sam. Appreciate it.
Sam. And now let's stay on your money, get you some more financial headlines. It looks like your Disney Plus subscription is about to get a little pricier.
NBC's Courtney Reagan joins us with that and more money news. Hey, Courtney, good morning.
Hi, yeah. So Disney now has 221 million customers for its streaming services, Disney Plus, ESPN Plus, and Hulu, edging it past Netflix for the first time ever. The company is also raising the price of Disney Plus to $10.99 a month in December, and Hulu by $1 to $2, depending on what plan you have. To help attract new customers, Disney will roll out an ad-supported version of Disney Plus on December 8th for $7.99 a month. That's the same as the current price of the ad-free version. And a fifth of U.S. teenagers are using YouTube constantly. A new survey from Pew Research finds more than 90% of teens use YouTube, while 2/3 say they use TikTok. The third most popular social media platform is Instagram, with 62% using it. A tenth say they use it almost all the time, despite Instagram occasionally telling them to take a break. Facebook has fallen off. It was the top social media app 7 years ago, but now that figure has dropped to 32%. Although many teens say they'd find it hard to give up social media, a third admit they spend too much time on those apps. And Google is calling out Apple for what it calls a, quote, broken experience with texts sent between Android and iOS devices. In a post on its website, Google blames a number of issues on Apple's outdated choice of messaging service. Texts between iPhones using iMessage are encrypted and show up in blue bubbles. When an Android user sends a text to an iPhone, it shows up in green bubbles, with photos and video you send showing up blurry and pixelated. Google is hoping its new Get the Message campaign can sway Apple to adopt texting technology used by the rest of the industry. A little tech shaming.
Yeah,
over to you.
Yeah. Tech shaming, that's a good way to put it.
Well,
All
when
right.
you see the green, you are like, oh. I mean, not bad.
I try not to be, but...
Yeah, I don't even mean it bad. I just am like, well, because the thing is when it's green, sometimes I'm like, did it not go through?
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Yep, that happens
It's confusing.
sometimes.
Yeah.
All right. Courtney, thank you.
Thanks. Something to talk about.
Now, an exclusive first look at an upcoming HBO documentary on Princess Diana.
Yeah, it's called The Princess, and the film will give viewers an intimate look at Diana's life and how her relationship with Prince Charles came under intense scrutiny from the media and the public. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons gives us an exclusive look.
Hey guys, there have been many documentaries about Princess Diana, but this one is unique, immersive, they call it. As we approach the 25th anniversary of her death, the filmmakers have used TV clips and video archive from the Diana years to trace her life and transport you back to that tumultuous royal era.
The princess has been the best thing to happen to the monarchy in centuries.
Did you get a chance to see her?
Diana is very big news everywhere.
Princess Diana was a global icon, millions feeling connected to her, even before the era of social media.
A hollow and tormented marriage are giving the British media and its public little else to talk about.
Now, a new HBO documentary, simply called The Princess, is turning back the clock, laying out key events in her life as they happened. British producer Simon Chin and director Ed Perkins gave us an exclusive insight into their work.
The challenge for us was to do something that was just entirely different, that kind of enabled you audiences to come at the story in a different way.
Is not only to kind of create a sort of time machine where we take audiences back into all of our past, but it really is to allow the film to kind of act as a bit of a mirror.
The film, a gripping timeline of Diana's life in the public eye, using only archival material. Then Lady Spencer was 19 when she stepped into the public limelight. Her engagement to Prince Charles in 1981, the beginning of what seemed like a fairy tale.
What was your instant impression?
Well, I remember thinking what a very jolly and amusing and attractive 16-year-old she was. I don't know what you thought of me.
Pretty amazing.
The film documents the highs and lows. Her wedding day, watched by 750 million people, and perhaps her happiest moments, the birth of her two sons, William and Harry. Diana's subtle character, relatable, making her the people's princess.
She actually didn't speak that often publicly throughout her life, but she did have this kind of extraordinary ability through her own body language to tell her story.
The princess asks difficult questions about the constant scrutiny and controversy that followed Diana everywhere. As her marriage to the Prince of Wales unravelled, the press obsessed over every appearance.
She has a sick mind.
She likes to be with people.
She likes to be bloody well watched.
In retrospect, her interdependent and tumultuous relationship with the media looks like a foreshadowing of today's world.
It's the media that's causing the problems. Leave them alone.
I think we've got an unhealthy obsession.
Ultimately, the controversy forcing Diana to limit public life.
When I started my public life 12 years ago, I understood the media might be interested in what I did. But I was not aware of how overwhelming that attention would become.
Then, tragic end, a car accident that stunned the world. Mourners gathered around her home in Kensington Palace for days.
This became literally a sort of sea of flowers for as far as you can see it.
The global outpouring of grief and anger that spiraled and still resonates almost 25 years after her passing.
This film is about Diana, but actually this film is about all of us. It's about what Diana meant to us.
The film premiered at the Sundance Festival earlier this year and will be available on HBO and HBO Max on Saturday. Guys?
All right, Keir, thank you.
And coming up on Morning News Now, a farewell tour.
Tennis superstar Serena Williams plays her first match since announcing her retirement. We'll tell you how she did and what she said about stepping away from the court next.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Harry Styles!
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We have waited 13 years to finally know what Kevin Malone puts in his famous chili. Yes, that chili, the chili he hilariously spilled all over himself in the office floor at NBC's hit sitcom The Office. Well, we've got some good news for you. Now you can make it yourself. Brian Baumgartner, who of course played Kevin on the show, is set to release the Seriously Good Chili Cookbook, and it features 177 different chili recipes from all around the world. It'll start shipping next month, but if you can't wait that long, don't worry. NBC's streaming platform Peacock famously put the recipe in, get this, its terms and conditions, which no one has ever read ever, and maybe now they finally will.
Yeah.
Savannah?
Wow. Yeah, you said famously. I didn't know about that. That was funny of them.
Yeah.
I love it. All right. Thanks, Joe.
Yep.
Now, according to the FAA, only 7% of commercial pilots are women. Well, now one camp in Wisconsin is working to change that. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa tells us how organizers are helping inspire young women to aim for the sky.
Ava Furchoff is 14 years old. Her dream is to be a pilot.
I was really fascinated with planes, you know, how they're built, how they could fly, ever since I was really little.
Ava spent 4 days in Wisconsin attending Girl Venture, a 4-day camp at EAA Air Venture Oshkosh, the world's largest air show of its kind.
Girl Venture is an empowerment camp for girls to let them know they can do anything that they really want to do. It also educates them to the diversity of aviation.
According to FAA data, in 2021, approximately 9% of all pilots were women, just 9%. Inspiring the next generation of pilots is critical because the U.S. is scrambling with a pilot shortage. The Bureau of Labor Statistics projects there could be about 14,500 openings for airline and commercial pilots each year for the next decade.
It is within their reach. It is something that in 8 years, hopefully they're sitting next to me in a cockpit and we're both flying a jet across the country, across the world. The fact that there is such a need and there's a demand and we can't fulfill that demand without people coming up behind us. And we need really awesome, great people who are going to be future co-workers.
During the pandemic, thousands of pilots were offered early retirement packages. Others were fired or furloughed because of lack of travel demand. The industry is experiencing a generational shift. In 2019, almost half the pilots in the air were baby boomers. But by 2029, not a single baby boomer will legally be able to fly a commercial aircraft because pilots are required to retire at 65 years old. Aspiring pilots have to log 1,500 hours of flight time. It's also no secret that learning to fly is expensive. That's why this camp teaches the girls how to write strong financial scholarship essays to help offset the costs.
We have a workshop that we put on to teach them how to research scholarships, what to put in the scholarship applications and letters to make them more viable to get.
The shortage extends to all different parts of the aviation field.
One of the things that we're doing here at the Girl Venture Camp is, of course, to encourage them to get into aviation, but not just as pilots, right? There are so many opportunities across the aviation community, and just like empowering these young girls to pursue whatever their dreams might be.
The Aviation Technician Education Council projects a shortage of 12,000 licensed mechanics by 2041. 16-year-old Josie Figueroa Duran is currently getting her A&P certification. This will allow her to work on aircraft mechanics as soon as she is done with high school. She is the only girl in her class.
It's just really discouraging sometimes to not find girls in classes, or for guys to be like, oh, like, you're a girl, like, you're not going to be able to do that, like, you're weak or whatever. And it's like, no, like, I can do the exact same thing as you, or probably even better.
But camps like Girl Venture show these girls that the sky is not the limit.
Anything is possible. You just have to say your mind to it, go jump into it, and you can get there.
Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
Tennis legend Serena Williams took to the court yesterday for the first time since announcing she would, quote, be evolving away from the game that she has dominated for decades. After losing her second-round match at the Canadian Open, a tearful Williams told the crowds that she was terrible at goodbyes. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson joins us now for more on that emotional match. Ann, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Serena Williams' farewell tour began in Toronto, and we all saw just how hard this is going to be. Leaving a sport she loves for a new phase of her life, not retiring, she says, but evolving, and as always, doing it on her own terms.
She left the court with flowers, tears, and a cacophony of cheers. Serena Williams unable to get past the second round in Toronto, losing in straight sets to 12th-ranked Belinda Bencic. Courtside, her young daughter Olympia, Williams' present and future, now pushing tennis into her past.
It's been a pretty interesting 24 hours.
After dominating the sport for more than 2 decades, Williams announced this week she's moving away from tennis in a cover story for the fashion magazine Vogue.
Like I said in my article, I'm terrible at goodbyes, but goodbye.
Legendary tennis coach Rick Macy prepared a young Serena Williams for her professional career.
It's time, and she knows it's time, but she's come to realize she doesn't have the firepower, and she's going to end it the way that she wants to.
Williams says she wants to grow her family, give Olympia, the little sister she says the 5-year-old prays for. And Williams doesn't want to be pregnant and playing again. She did that, winning the 2017 Australian Open when she was 2 months along. Tennis great Billie Jean King among the athletes paying tribute.
She's the GOAT.
A warrior, an entertainer, fueled by the naysayers. Williams always expected the best from herself and loved proving people wrong.
So I think people admire just how long she's played and just how she's just transcended, not just playing the game. She's she's transcended the whole sport.
Now, as Williams prepares for her New York swan song at the U.S. Open later this month, she can savor a remarkable run of accomplishments. 73 singles titles, 23 doubles crowns, winning Grand Slam singles 23 times, one short of Margaret Court's record, and 4 Olympic gold medals. She's leaving the game on her own terms.
It's been a joy playing in front of you guys all these years.
And for anyone who doubts that Serena Williams can win the U.S. Open, as she reminded us in the Vogue article, Serena went from a C-section to a secondary pulmonary embolism to a Grand Slam final. It's going to be a long shot, but you can never discount the heart of a champion. Joe?
Very true, Ann. Thank you so much. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good Thursday, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn. Right now on NBC News Now, relief at the pump. After 5 long months, the price of gas is falling below $4. What's causing the drop, and are the lower prices here to stay?
Changing guidance. The CDC rolling out new COVID rules today. What the new recommendations could mean for screenings and quarantine guidelines for those exposed to the virus.
Teacher shortage. Nearly 400,000 teaching jobs need to be filled across the country. How schools are coping and what some students can expect on the first day.
Princess Preview, a new documentary about Lady Di and her private struggles with the constant scrutiny and controversy that followed her everywhere. The exclusive look at the People's Princess a little later on this hour. FBI Director Christopher Wray is forcefully speaking out against the violent rhetoric towards his agents online.
Wray's comments come in the wake of the search of former President Trump's Florida home. An intelligence firm that tracks online chatter says it has seen a large uptick in threats against the FBI's personnel and facilities on social media. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now. Ken, an executive at this firm you spoke with is saying that these threats often contained references to violence against specific targets. What more do we know about these threats, where they're circulating, and also how is the FBI director now responding?
Good morning, Vicki. That's right. Brian Murphy, a former DHS and FBI official who's with the firm Logically, analyzes threats against election facilities on a routine basis. And in the past week, the firm noticed that there was a huge uptick in direct threats against FBI agents and FBI facilities. And we're not talking about sort of vague language on social media. We're talking about specific and credible threats, the kind that you would turn over to law enforcement, and that's exactly what they did. He said he's never seen anything like it in his career as an intelligence analyst. And FBI Director Chris Wray was asked about the uptick in threats to the FBI. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Any threats made against law enforcement, including the men and women of the FBI, as with any law enforcement agency, are deplorable and dangerous.
How concerned are you that after the raid, that could embolden, maybe even incentivize some of the same bad actors from January 6th doing something similar?
Again, violence against law enforcement is not the answer, no matter what anybody's upset about or who they're upset with.
Wray was speaking after visiting a field office in Omaha, Nebraska there. And I just want to emphasize, this is not normal. The FBI is generally an organization held in high regard across the United States, and it is not typically a target of hateful and violent threats. And it just shows what kind of climate we're in right now, that these threats have spiked in the wake of a lawful FBI search of the former president's compound.
Yeah, Ken, let's talk about transparency, though, for a minute, because the Justice Department has faced calls for even further transparency in regard to the search warrant at former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. So do we know if there are discussions inside the DOJ about Attorney General Merrick Garland publicly speaking or even just releasing a statement?
In fact, Morgan, there are. Our colleague Kristen Welker is reporting that there are some senior DOJ officials who have expressed concern and a desire for Merrick Garland to say more about this. But I have checked in with some sources that I have at the Justice Department, and they seem to be adamant that that is not going to happen anytime soon, that Garland is holding steadfast to the ironclad Justice Department policy that they don't talk about pending criminal matters. And they point to the example of former FBI Director James Comey, who did that in 2016, if you recall, and he spoke at length about an investigation into Hillary Clinton's private email server, and he was excoriated for doing that by the Department of Justice Inspector General, who said he violated policy and cast a cloud over the FBI. And a lot of people think his comments influenced the course of that election. So DOJ officials very mindful of that lesson, not wanting to violate policy, even in the face of all this misinformation and questions about their motives, guys.
All right, NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney for us there live from D.C. Ken, thank you.
All right, thank you, Ken. We're going to move on to some news now from the gas pump. The national average of a gallon of regular gas has fallen below $4.
And this is the first time since March that prices were that low, having peaked at just over $5 in June. CNBC Markets reporter Pippa Stevens joins us now. Pippa, it's great to see you. What's sort of bringing these gas prices lower? Pippa, why now?
Yeah, guys. Well, good morning. And finally, some good news for consumers at the pump. And the national average for a gallon has fallen now for 58 straight days. And as you said, now at $3.99, according to AAA. And the majority of this decline is thanks to the drop in oil prices. WTI, which is the U.S. oil benchmark, is trading right around $93 per barrel right now. And back in March, it was over 130. So that is a very swift decline for oil. And oil makes up more than half of the price of what we pay at the pump. So that's what's really driving these declines. A couple of other factors include several states suspending their state taxes, as well as softer demand out of China as the country tries to curb the spread of COVID. So all of these factors are driving down the price of gas, but it really does come back to the price of oil.
Pippa, new data on wholesale inflation is out today as well. That is the price that businesses pay for goods and services. What is that data saying about the cost that we as consumers are going to see moving forward?
Well, it really confirms the CPI data we saw yesterday, which showed that inflation is still high, but it is cooling. And in a way, the PPI number that we got today is sort of a leading indicator, because the theory goes that if producers are paying less for their goods, then they will pass some of that along to consumers. But it is important, guys, to keep in mind that, 1 month does not a trend make. And there are several factors that could push energy prices up in the second half of the year, including the big wild card of Russia's war in Ukraine. And right now, Russia is still producing a lot more oil than forecasts had initially called for. So there is a chance that as sanctions are ramped up towards the end of the year, we could see oil prices rise again. So some welcome news for consumers right now, but we really have to see more data to know if this is the sign of a long-term trend.
All right, we'll be tracking it. Thank you, CNBC Markets reporter Pippa Stevens. Well, the CDC is expected to release some new COVID quarantine and isolation guidelines this afternoon.
It all comes as nationwide infections and deaths have reached a plateau. Still, more than 400 people are dying each day, but Americans are now more protected. Around 67% of the country is fully vaccinated, and nearly half has received at least one booster shot. That's going to bring in Dr. Amesh Adalja, senior scholar at Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. Dr. Adalja, it's great to see you this Thursday. What can we expect ultimately from this new guidance?
In general, I think what you're going to see is a reflection of how far we've come in the pandemic in terms of the immunity in the population, vaccines, boosters, monoclonal antibodies, antivirals, rapid tests, all of which make COVID-19 a much more manageable infection than it ever has been. And I think that's going to be reflected in updated guidance that really starts to treat it more like other respiratory viruses, although there will still be important caveats when it comes to individuals who are infected with COVID.
Dr. Adalja, this also comes as we head into the new school year. What should school faculty and parents know about COVID-19 and protecting our kids?
Well, we know that COVID-19 is still going to be something that we deal with in our day in and day out, that schools are still going to have to think about cases. They're going to have policies to keep sick kids home so you don't get much spread. But this is something that now is more on par with other respiratory viruses. And I think that's a success for that's a successful mark of how far we've come. But it is something that schools are going to have to be cognizant of. And the priority has to be keeping kids in classrooms learning. They really should have a very, very high threshold for any kind of remote learning based on COVID-19, because this is not something that's going to ever really go away.
Dr. Adalja, let's talk a little bit about monkeypox. The risk very low, obviously, for school-age kids, but it is there. Can you tell us what parents should be thinking about when it comes to monkeypox?
I think it's reasonable to think about monkeypox and how schools may react, but I don't think that this is going to be a major threat. What we know is that monkeypox is right now very concentrated in a group of individuals, men who have sex with men, and we have not seen this virus spread throughout the general population. There are going to be cases that may occur in children, as there has been, but this is not something that's very contagious. It's not like a respiratory virus, and I think that schools will not likely have to do anything much in terms of their operations that they're already not doing for COVID-19 for monkeypox, but it's something that they want to be proactive about and have a plan so that there isn't panic when perhaps a case or an exposure may occur in a school, just as happened in the daycare center in Illinois.
All right, Dr. Amish Adalja, thank you so much.
Meanwhile, Facebook is facing major criticism after it turned over private messages between a Nebraska mother and her teenage daughter to police.
Yeah, court documents show the company gave the chats to law enforcement after Facebook was served with a warrant as part of an investigation into an illegal abortion. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now with the details on this one. Really troubling a lot of people, Blaine.
Yeah, guys, good morning to you. This is something that's certainly getting a lot of conversation. It's something that's really shining a spotlight on privacy in the digital world. Now, to be clear, this is something that happened before the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. But of course, a lot of people are concerned that in a post-Roe society, this could become the norm.
Social media titan Meta, the parent company of Facebook, is under fire after it turned over Facebook messages between a Nebraska teen and her mother as part of a criminal investigation into an illegal abortion. According to court documents, prosecutors say Celeste Burgess, then 17 years old, took abortion pills obtained by her mother, Jessica Burgess. Court documents lay out a string of Facebook messages between the two, including instructions on taking the pills. Now, both mother and daughter face multiple charges related to concealing a death, mishandling human remains, giving false information, and, for the elder Burgess, illegal abortion. Her attorney declined to comment. Prosecutors say at the time the teen was 29 weeks pregnant. In Nebraska, abortion is legal up to 20 weeks.
These tech companies are in a very difficult position, yet they are compelled by the law to turn over this information when they're subpoenaed.
Meta is now facing backlash online, with one user writing, "This is how it begins. One by one, we will lose privacy and freedom. Disgusting and unacceptable." The investigation and the warrant came weeks before the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, but experts say it could become a new reality as tech companies navigate questions of privacy and policing in a post-Roe society. In a statement, Meta responded to the criticism, writing, "Nothing in the valid warrants we received mentioned abortion," noting that the warrants related to illegally handling remains of a stillborn baby, not a decision to have an abortion.
Do you expect that we will see more cases like this?
Yes, as these abortion bans hit the books, as law enforcement starts to investigate, they are going to be requesting location data, message history from all sorts of companies, not just Facebook.
He says the overturning of Roe puts many tech companies in uncharted territory.
I think it creates an opportunity for them to start rethinking how much of that data they want to store, what they want to collect, and where they can kind of minimize the data that they're collecting.
Now, Blaine, this is also sort of raising a new debate around message encryption. What exactly is that debate about?
Yeah. That's absolutely right. You know, people are saying, experts are really saying that there are pluses and minuses on both sides of this when it comes to encryption. Now, it just so happens that just this morning, Meta announced that it's actually expanding its encryption services. They say this is a change that's been in the works for weeks. It's not in response to this particular case. But essentially, if you're using Messenger on your phone and you have encryption, if you back those messages up to the cloud or if you switch devices, now under this new expansion, those messages will also be encrypted as well, and that's not currently the case, guys.
NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander. Blaine, thank you.
In about 2 hours, a California man convicted in the murder of his wife and unborn child will hear whether he can get a new trial.
That's right. Lawyers for Scott Peterson and prosecutors are set to deliver closing arguments before a judge today. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin has the latest.
Hey there. You may remember last year a judge decided to reduce Scott Peterson's sentence from death to life without parole. Now his defense team is hoping for the case to be retried entirely, claiming there is proof of juror misconduct after the defense team discovered a juror on the case may have lied on a pretrial questionnaire. They're alleging jury Rochelle Nice failed to let the court know she herself had been a victim of domestic violence when she was pregnant, and that in 2000 she filed a restraining order against her ex-boyfriend in which she said she really fears for her unborn child. Nice went on to serve as juror number 7 and helped convict Scott Peterson. Earlier this year, Nice testified that she didn't disclose her past during jury selection because she did not consider herself to be a victim of domestic abuse. Still, Peterson's defense team has argued Nice's history led to bias toward a conviction. The judge has 90 days to decide if Scott Peterson should get a new trial. If that happens, his family tells us they are confident he will not be convicted again. Lacey's family declined our request for comment, but in a court hearing last December, Lacey's mother addressed Peterson directly, telling him 2 things that will never change. Lacey and Connor will always be dead, and you will always be a murderer. Back to you.
Good.
All right, preventing mass school shootings by arming teachers, how one state is making it easier for teachers to carry guns to class. But some parents and teachers unions say more guns is not the answer to fighting violence. That's coming up right after this break.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Yamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
An Iranian national has been charged by the Justice Department for plotting to kill former National Security Advisor John Bolton. The operative is a member of Iran's armed forces and is still at large. We're learning today, though, more about the larger plot targeting even more officials. Here's NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell.
The Department of Justice unsealed charging documents revealing an Iranian murder plot against John Bolton, the Trump National Security Advisor. The individual charged, Shahram Poursafi, is an Iranian national believed to be located in Tehran and a member of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps. The Justice Department alleges that he was working on behalf of the IRGC and starting in October 2021 attempted to pay U.S. nationals $300,000 to carry out the murder on U.S. soil in Washington, D.C. or in Maryland. The DOJ believes the attempted murder was in retaliation for the U.S. assassination of Qasem Soleimani, the commander of the Quds Force, the Special Operations Division of the Revolutionary Guard. That happened back in January 2020, after John Bolton had left the administration, but he was well known as a hardliner on Iran. He was also one of the architects of the maximum pressure campaign the Trump administration waged against Iran, and he was a leading critic of the Iran nuclear deal, which is in the final make-or-break stages of negotiations for the U.S. and Iran to re-enter that agreement, possibly soon. Iran was designated a state sponsor of terror by the Trump White House, and as part of those talks, Iran had demanded that the U.S. lift the terror label. But the Biden administration has steadfastly refused to do that. And this incident likely demonstrates exactly why. In a statement released today, Bolton said, "I wish to thank the Justice Department for initiating the criminal proceeding unsealed today, the FBI for its diligence in discovering and tracking the Iranian regime's criminal threat to American citizens, and the Secret Service for once again providing protection against Tehran's efforts." Bolton has had Secret Service protection since December because of threats against his life, like this one. The Justice Department saying, "This is not the first time we have uncovered Iranian plots to exact revenge against individuals on U.S. soil, and we will work tirelessly to expose and disrupt every one of these efforts." We are trying to reach the Iranian government for comment. Back to you.
Our thanks to Andrea Mitchell there. In the wake of the Uvalde, Texas elementary school shooting that took the lives of 19 students and 2 teachers, at least 2 county sheriffs are now saying they will arm school officers. But critics say that adding more guns to schools will only make children less safe. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders reports.
A Florida sheriff is fighting fire with fire.
I firmly believe that if you do not meet violence with violence, you will be violently killed.
Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey posting this video on Facebook explaining why he is arming school resource deputies with long guns as part of their, quote, new style uniform.
A tactical appearance that clearly signifies we mean business when it comes to protecting our children, and a tactical advantage that gives our team the ability to instantly address an active shooter.
And he's not alone. A North Carolina sheriff taking similar steps, arming all school resource officers with an AR-15 rifle in the wake of a rise of school shootings across the country.
I'm very distraught about the condition that our country is going in. If we don't put the brakes on and do an about-face, we're headed to destruction.
These actions taken in the wake of the Uvalde, Texas school massacre, where surveillance video showed officers waiting in the hallways, hesitating to take out the heavily armed gunmen.
If they do come to my school, I want my resource officers to have the ability to meet violence with violence.
He says the weapons, which will be paid for by donations from community members, will be kept in a gun safe in an undisclosed location at each school, and SROs will receive training. One local parent, a gun shop owner, says the move will keep his kids safe.
They should be able to have the same equipment that, possibly an active shooter would have, and be able to take them down from a longer distance if need be.
But the American Federation of Teachers has generally been critical of putting more arms in schools.
Conservative politicians know that this is really important. We have to keep kids safe. We have to keep schools safe. And so they're coming up with something to create more guns, not less guns. It's wrong.
But in Ohio, Governor Mike DeWayne signed a bill into law that makes it easier for teachers to carry guns in schools. Instead of teachers needing 700 hours of training to possess a firearm on school grounds, they'll now be able to finish in 24 hours.
This training will be focused training specifically tailored to those working in schools.
The governor says schools are not required to arm teachers, but teachers still pushed back.
To introduce firearms into a setting where there are, hundreds of children each day is just not a wise course of action.
Victims' families and survivors in Parkland, Florida, are now waiting for the sentencing of the confessed gunman who murdered 17 students and staff at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. One survivor telling me if they had had protection like they now have in Brevard County, Florida, just maybe the massacre would have never happened.
Coming up, mixed messaging, why Google is blaming Apple for customers' poor texting experiences.
We'll take a look at the new initiative that might just keep Android users from getting kicked out of that group chat.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The new school year just days away for a lot of kids across the country. Some started this week, actually.
That's right, but some teachers unions say that low pay and burnout are some of the reasons some educators are not heading back to those classrooms with their students. School districts are now having to recruit to fill the empty spots, and some even hiring bonuses. SCNBC correspondent Perry Russom has more.
Here in Miami-Dade, we have probably almost 300 vacancies.
With a week to go until classes start in Miami, Carla Hernandez-Matt says they need teachers.
Is the talent pool there to fill the vacancies?
I don't think so.
Hernandez-Matz is the president of United Teachers of Dade, one of the largest teachers unions in the region. She says low wages, the rise in school shootings, and the politicizing of the classroom is driving teachers away in the state. Newly published data from the National Education Association shows teachers in Florida make on average $51,000 a year, fourth lowest in the country, and $14,000 below the national average.
Teachers didn't get into this profession to live in the penthouse, but we also didn't get into this profession to live in the poorhouse.
Across the country, school districts are recruiting to fill the nationwide shortage.
We just don't see this getting better.
In Alabama, the state is lowering the requirements to get a teaching certificate.
We want to get highly qualified teachers in every school.
One school district in Louisiana is offering a hiring bonus of $7,500.
We want to be very competitive, so a teacher chooses us.
North Carolina is considering fixing its shortage by basing teachers' pay on how students perform, not their years of classroom experience.
It sends the message that we as educators are not doing enough.
Florida now turning to military veterans to lead classrooms.
It'd be something I consider. It's a nice idea.
The program gives a 5-year teaching voucher to veterans who have not yet earned a bachelor's degree. They have to have a minimum of 4 years of active duty, 60 college credits, and at least a 2.5 GPA. They have to pass a test and are assigned a teaching mentor.
You had the head of the teachers union in Sarasota criticize it, saying, well, you just can't throw any warm body in the classroom. Well, I'll tell you something. People that have served our country are not just some warm body.
Hernandez-Matz calls the plan disrespectful.
I have a brother that's a Marine, or that was a Marine, and I know that he's not ready to step into my shoes and be a teacher, just like I'm not ready to step into his shoes and be on the front line.
Here in Miami-Dade County, Hernandez-Matz says somebody will be in the classroom with these students. One idea they're looking at is having school administrators act as teachers. These schools also have different coaches for reading and writing. Hernandez-Matz says they too will be stepping in for the teachers.
Let's talk about some of these business headlines. Disney Plus and Hulu will soon be more expensive, with the streaming services aiming to boost their profits.
Yep, Google is also looking to send Apple a message to get rid of those green bubbles and to fix that texting experience.
I hate those green bubbles.
I know, it's kind of annoying, but it lets you know who you're talking to. Well, here's CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. He's going to talk to us about the business headlines. And Dom, let's start with Disney Plus. That company announced really incredible numbers on the earnings call Wednesday. Take us through the numbers. What do they mean for the company? And also, what do they say about the streaming space overall right now?
So Vicki, Morgan, the reason why lots of folks are talking about that Disney story, especially on Wall Street, is because it's the biggest driver of the upside in the Dow Jones Industrial Average so far today. So those Disney shares are up about 5 or 6% right now, and that's off the best levels that we saw earlier this morning. And that's thanks in large part to the media giant reporting quarterly profits and revenues that both, by the way, both topped analyst estimates. But the biggest catalyst were some of the streaming video numbers that you point out. Disney added 14.4 million new customers to its Disney Plus service. That was well ahead of the 10 million that analysts were consensus looking for. Now, in the process, Disney's total number of paying streaming subscribers across Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus topped 221 million. The reason why that's big is it means that Disney now has more paying subscribers than Netflix, which had 220.7 million at the end of June. Now, the caveat here is that Disney streaming subscribers generate less revenue per user than Netflix ones do. But Disney then plans to raise prices for Disney Plus by 38% to $10.99 a month. It remains to be seen whether they have the pricing power to do that without losing subs, but they're also adding a buck or two to the cost of Hulu per month. At the same time, they're going to start offering an advertising-supported tier of Disney Plus for a discounted $7.99 a month starting in December. So you're going to start seeing commercials with that lower tier. But the bottom line, ladies, is that streaming video competition is heating up, and that Disney numbers are the big reason why that stock is soaring so far in trading today.
Speaking of competition, Dom, I think the most important question of the day, are you an iPhone or an Android user?
I am an iPhone user, and I have 2 of them, by the way, church and
Okay,
state, right?
look.
I've got a work one and a personal
Same.
one.
I'm on the same team. So look, the war between Android and Apple, of course, is heating up. And the latest battle is over those pesky green little bubbles that iPhone users see anytime they text an Android user. So what exactly is Google hoping to get Apple to ultimately do here?
So it's annoying for a lot of those iPhone users, right? And by the way, the idea that if you're in a dead zone, sometimes if you only have Wi-Fi service, you can only get the iMessages on Apple across, right? So this is what's happening. Google, right, the developer of the Android system, is increasing kind of pressure on Apple to adopt this kind of next generation text messaging standard platform. It's called RCS. So what it's saying is that Apple's support of this new kind of platform would help prevent some of those problems that you referred to, right, when iPhone users text or message with people on chains that have Androids on them. Those green dots show up because it's an iMessage versus an SMS message. Images, video don't come across. Sometimes they take longer to come through. All of those problems might get resolved if they have a shared standard. Now, Google execs have kind of hinted that Apple doesn't want to support this new platform because iMessage is its own system, Apple's, right? And it kind of keeps people more tethered. And I guess maybe Morgan, Vicky, you and I are included in that system. We want to stay with Apple and we want other people to use Apple because we don't want those green dots. But if there was some kind of a universal standard, maybe it would help out. But again, I live, ladies, in a dead zone at home, so I can only rely on my Wi-Fi to get messages.
Right.
And if my friends send SMS messages, I don't have the cell phone service to receive them, so it's all a big, it's a big deal, I think.
It is.
Yeah, RCS. All right, we'll keep an eye out for it. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. Thank you, Dom.
Sure.
And going internationally for a moment, around the world, countries are struggling with this soaring inflation. Many commodities are tied to the U.S. dollar, so the actions taken by the central bank are likely to have ripple effects elsewhere across the globe. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley breaks it all down.
It's way more than just an American problem. Several countries are getting hit harder than the U.S. by inflation. For gas here, starting to drop to 4.010, still higher than last year, but on a steady decline. But that pump relief isn't hitting Europe yet. 6.61 a gallon in Germany, 6.97 in Italy, and 8.12 in the UK. A lot of this is because of the COVID pandemic and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which sent energy prices soaring worldwide. But here's the thing, experts say this global inflation tsunami mostly started in the States because of American COVID relief policies. But no matter where inflation goes next, many foreign countries are still very much at the mercy of American monetary policy.
I do believe much of the inflation around the world was exported from the U.S. That is, U.S. consumers were taking the money the government gave them, raising the prices for everyone around the world. And the Fed was slow to react so that inflation had time to spread everywhere.
Among other reasons, many global commodities like oil are priced in American dollars. That's why central banks don't enjoy nearly the same control over their prices as America's Fed.
Other countries won't have that long-term benefit, that long-term position that they can rely on. There are a variety of things they can do, but it's very, very difficult and a very delicate period of time.
And even for many wealthy nations, the inflation wave hasn't yet crested. Data from the last month ranks the U.S. as only having the 8th highest inflation among G20 countries. And while the U.S. just saw its inflation rate slow down, many European countries like Spain, the Netherlands, UK, and France saw their prices climb even further. Just about every country is seeing food increases of 5% or more. In some places like Turkey, it's over 30%, according to the World Bank.
I would expect that we're going to see hardships and a hard landing for many countries. We already have a number of developing countries in quite a lot of financial distress with high inflation rates. It's going to be a big problem in the coming months.
Well, activists are turning up the pressure on real-world companies inside the metaverse.
We're taking an inside look at how some users are demanding real action through digital protests. We'll take you there just after the break.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
All right, so there's an entirely new frontier for activism, and it's actually the metaverse.
Tech-savvy users are now organizing digital protests to take on real-world problems. Activists say protesting in the metaverse provides a unique opportunity for people to rally together that wouldn't have been possible in the physical world. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez with an inside look.
Cool. Whoa. This is my first outfit change in the metaverse. It's a custom NFT, one of only 48. And unlike other NFTs, it didn't cost thousands of dollars. It's free and was created by Halfway, a group of collaborators who organized one of the first viral protests ever in the metaverse.
We did way better than I thought we were going to do in terms of people participating and being able to log in, being able to receive the wearable.
The demonstration of nearly 40 people took place in Decentraland, right here in Samsung's digital flagship store.
I feel like you'd be kicked out pretty quickly if you went inside a store protesting in the physical world.
Right.
Decentraland is an emerging metaverse space, a 3D virtual world where users explore and can purchase digital real estate. You don't need 3D goggles to get in. You can use a laptop. The group says it was protesting the rapid commercialization of the metaverse.
There's no direct statement against Samsung.
This location was not selected to specifically target the brand, but it was rather a very current embodiment of what we were talking about.
Samsung did not reply to NBC News' request for comment.
Is it possible in the metaverse to put that type of pressure on corporations in the way that we've seen protests in the physical world can?
If a certain brand were to be in the news because their metaverse property has been taken over by protesters for 72 hours, I think that has potentially equaled the impact of a similar thing happening in the physical world.
Social protest mobilization plays a really big role in the physical world. Do you foresee it becoming a big part of the metaverse as well?
I think it could be a good alternative for not being able to protest in the physical world because it comes with too much risk.
Guy Goldenberg, co-founder of Ukraine-based tech group Multi-NFT, knows that risk.
My mother was arrested protesting in a real physical demonstration in Moscow.
His group held a protest against the Russian invasion of Ukraine inside the metaverse.
If she would have been able to do that without having a physical consequence, but still having a social meaning and an impact, that would be amazing.
While groups like Halfway and Multi-NFT experiment in this new frontier, some experts are thinking ahead about what users like activists should watch out for.
In the social media world, people were willing to get their privacy invaded. The metaverse will be worse in that sense because people will get so much of engagement and entertainment and immersive experience, that they may be willing to actually compromise a lot of their privacy.
That grim digital reality might be around the corner, but for now, groups like Halfway are more concerned about another hurdle for metaverse protests, the knowledge gap.
It was always a little bit difficult for me to get into that world because it's a very different language, different codes, and I'm not a very technical person.
Inez Piso entered the metaverse for the first time last January to join the protest in Decentraland. She says Halfway trained everyone for more than 2 hours on how to navigate the space, something the group says they'll continue to do ahead of any future projects.
That was maybe more than the protest itself. That was the power of that day.
Abortion access is uniquely impacting the transgender and the non-binary community.
One trans man is now sharing his experience with having an abortion and why he fears other trans people may not have the same opportunity. NBC News correspondent Zincle Asamoah has this story. Welcome, Zincle. This story has so many layers to it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Morgan and Vicky, for having me. So we've all been talking about what the Dobbs decision means for women, but it also matters for non-binary and trans birthing people. So I went to Atlanta, Georgia, to hear from one trans man about his experience with abortion.
When I think about my abortion, it saved my life.
Kazembe Jackson is a trans man.
I found out I was pregnant my junior year in college. I had just been sexually assaulted about 6 weeks earlier.
It was 2001 in Texas, and Kazembe was still in the process of transitioning from his sex assigned at birth.
If you had not been able to get your abortion in 2001, what would have happened?
I'm sure I and another person that came from that pregnancy would have been two very unhappy people, or I would have committed suicide.
Since the Supreme Court's June reversal of Roe v. Wade overturning the federal constitutional right to an abortion, trans advocates and community members like Kazembe say trans and non-binary individuals are left out of abortion discourse.
So nobody's saying not to include women, but I think what we are saying is there are other people other than women who need access to abortion too.
In the United States, according to Pew Research Center, 1.6% of adults in the U.S. are transgender or non-binary.
What do you see when it comes to the transgender and non-binary community and seeking out abortions?
First of all, it's very intimidating for a person who might be gender non-conforming to even feel comfortable going to a provider.
Dr. Marcy Bowers is a surgeon performing gender-affirming surgeries over 3 decades. She and other experts say that many trans-masculine individuals take testosterone, which generally blocks ovulation. Still, trans men can get pregnant while taking the hormone.
A person who really who has dysphoria around their genitals or their reproductive organs and doesn't want to be pregnant, that can add to the distress of being trans in the first place.
Some trans people do choose to carry their pregnancies to term, but providers say the choice to do so is necessary for equitable and gender-affirming health care. In Jackson's experience, he says having the choice to end his pregnancy was necessary for his sense of self.
Since Roe v. Wade was overturned, have you thought about yourself back in 2001?
I immediately thought back to what would have happened, and it put me in a mood that was very hopeless.
While abortion is no longer federally protected, Jackson says his hope now comes from local efforts to protect abortion at the state level.
We have people power. I think it's just about getting accurate information and pushing back.
I tell you, I got chills when Kazembe said hopeless.
Yeah.
And said that, he considered suicide. That's never something you want to hear someone feel like they were in such a dark place they had to do. And what's fascinating is whenever we report on these stories, right, you hear a lot of people describe how doctors would sometimes discourage them, or they would question their decision. What did Kazembe say? Because we're talking the South, we're talking 2001. Right. What did Kazembe say about his particular experience?
Absolutely. So Kazembe did express what you described, right? Which is he encountered resistance from healthcare providers saying, well, can you even get pregnant, right, at this time? How do you identify? But also there's the intersectional experience, right? Kazembe is both trans and Black. And so Kazembe described having to take, and in the South, right? And in the South. So he described having to take out a payday loan, which many consider predatory, just to pay $300. A payday loan of $300.
Break that down. What is that? Spell that out for me.
A payday loan, many consider it predatory loans that are often targeted to low-income people, often Black and brown.
To do this?
In order to pay for things that might be difficult for them to pay for.
This is what he had to use it for?
Yes. Right, to obtain an abortion, and that's not an isolated experience, right? It's reported that Black trans people, 34% of them live below the poverty line, and that's twice the average of non-Black trans people. And so this is an issue that really matters, and having access to abortions is key to that. So.
Thanks for bringing us the stories, Zincle, and
really
thanks to Kazembe for sharing his story, too.
Absolutely. Thank you both.
Thanks, Zincle.
All right, well, a church performance is catching the attention of a big name in Broadway, and not for the right reasons.
Yeah, that's right. We'll tell you what Lin-Manuel Miranda says about the Hamilton knockoff right when we come back. Stay with us.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Welcome back to you today. We've got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
All right. Here's what's popping now this Thursday. Lin-Manuel Miranda is not happy about his musical Hamilton being staged in a Texas church. Now, Door Christian Fellowship Ministries, they put on a rendition of this Broadway hit, and it concluded the performance with a pastor appearing to compare being gay to having a substance addiction. Miranda called the production illegal and unauthorized, and then signaled that he would be pursuing legal action.
Oh, wow. Well, it is not heaven. It is Iowa. That is where Major League Baseball is playing its second Field of Dreams game tonight. That's just steps away from where the iconic film was shot. Kevin Costner, who could forget? The Chicago Cubs will go head-to-head with the Cincinnati Reds.
Now, I know a lot of you listen to The Breakfast Club, and radio host Angela is saying farewell. She announced that she's leaving the popular radio program to launch her own show, and The Breakfast Club will continue with her two co-hosts, Charlamagne the God and DJ Envy. Yee told fans that she's always wanted her own show. She's wanted it for years. They finally approached her, and now her new show will air on iHeartRadio.
Go get it, Angela.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Well, a new show premiering today on AMC's all-black streaming network is shining a spotlight on diversity in Hollywood.
Now, the show, called Send Help, was created by Mike Goyo and is about a first-generation Haitian-American man trying to make it in Los Angeles. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer spoke with him to see how he got his foot in the door and how he's holding it open now for the next generation.
The show is called Send Help.
My mom's Haitian, so if it's not General Hospital, she ain't checking for it.
It's about a first-generation Haitian-American man living in LA, pursuing his life in Hollywood.
I was a series regular on a hit show.
So Send Help, what's the type of help he needs?
All kinds of help. Relationship help, mental help, help with his family.
Sure, I keep some things to myself, but what's wrong with that?
The need for help, that's probably something most of us can relate to, right?
Yeah. No, absolutely. This story is based on Jean-Elie, who's my co-creator. So him as a Haitian-American man, I'm also Haitian-American, we wanted to really kind of like hone into the culture.
So many people say visibility is vital, and it's a slow changing process to get more stories told, right?
No, absolutely. Like the Black immigrant culture is something that isn't often explored on television. So we really wanted to do that. Being an immigrant, being Haitian American, and being able to have this career, I get a lot of young people coming up to me like, hey, I would love to do what you do. Thank you for being an inspiration. And that to me is like, oh, wow, creating that visibility and letting other young Haitian American writers, immigrant writers know that they can also do this has been amazing.
Do you think things in Hollywood are changing when it comes to who's in front of the camera and who's behind the camera?
Yeah, absolutely. The needle's always moving. The needle's always moving forward.
But Goyo says more work needs to be done. It's why he created the Black Boy Writes, Black Girl Writes mentoring initiative to support and amplify marginalized voices in the entertainment industry. Recently, 14 young writers were selected out of 900 applicants.
900 writers applied for your mentorship program. What does that tell you?
It tells you there's a need, It tells you that people are really kind of like yearning for this opportunity and just needing a way in. And they're all extremely talented, all very talented writers. They just need the access, and it's just become more and more aware that the access is missing. So hopefully our program is providing that.
You worked on Insecure, Issa Rae's show. Help us understand just how groundbreaking Insecure was.
It was great to be able to work on, but even before working on it, I was just such a fan of the show. I just love what Issa was able to create with it, and the platform that she's been able to create for other writers and creatives coming up in the industry.
For any young writers out there who are watching this right now, looking at you and going, I want to be Mike, I want to be just like him, what's the biggest advice you want to give them?
The biggest advice I would give them is to keep writing. You're only as good as your last project, but even then, it's a muscle. You have to continue to work it. So my best advice, and the best advice I've ever gotten, is to keep writing.
Now to an exclusive look at the upcoming Princess Diana HBO documentary, The Princess.
The film provides an intimate look at her personal and public life, and it transports you back to that tumultuous royal era. Here's NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons with a sneak peek of this highly anticipated doc.
The princess has been the best thing to happen to the monarchy in centuries.
Did you get a chance to see her?
Yes! Diana is very big news everywhere.
Princess Diana was a global icon. Millions feeling connected to her, even before the era of social media.
A hollow and tormented marriage are giving the British media and its public little else to talk about.
Now, a new HBO documentary, simply called The Princess, is turning back the clock, laying out key events in her life as they happened. British producer Simon Chin and director Ed Perkins gave us an exclusive insight into their work.
The challenge for us was to do something that was just entirely different, that kind of enabled audiences to come at the story in a different way.
Is not only to kind of create a sort of time machine where we take audiences back into all of our past, but it really is to allow the film to kind of act as a bit of a mirror.
The film, a gripping timeline of Diana's life in the public eye, using only archival material. Then, Lady Spencer was 19 when she stepped into the public limelight. Her engagement to Prince Charles in 1981, the beginning of what seemed like a fairy tale.
What was your instant impression? Well, I remember thinking what a very jolly and amusing and attractive 16-year-old she was. I don't know what you thought of me.
Pretty amazing.
The film documents the highs and lows. Her wedding day, watched by 750 million people, and perhaps her happiest moments, the birth of her two sons, William and Harry. Diana's subtle character, relatable, making her the people's princess.
She actually didn't speak that often publicly throughout her life, but she did have this kind of extraordinary ability through her own body language to tell her story.
The princess asks difficult questions about the constant scrutiny and controversy that followed Diana everywhere. As her marriage to the Prince of Wales unraveled, the press obsessed over every appearance.
She has a sick mind.
She likes to be with people.
She likes to be bloody well watched.
In retrospect, her interdependent and tumultuous relationship with the media looks like a foreshadowing of today's world.
It's the media that's causing the problems. Leave them alone.
I think we've got an unhealthy obsession.
Ultimately, the controversy forcing Diana to limit public life.
When I started my public life 12 years ago, I understood the media might be interested in what I did. But I was not aware of how overwhelming that attention would become.
And then, that unexpected, tragic end. A car accident that stunned the world. Mourners gathered around her home in Kensington Palace for days.
This became literally a sort of sea of flowers for as far as you can see.
The global outpouring of grief and anger that spiraled and still resonates almost 25 years after her passing.
This film is about Diana, but actually, this film is about all of us. It's about what Diana meant to us.
Hey everyone, I'm Vicky Nguyen.
Happy Thursday, I'm Morgan Radford, and thank you so much for joining us. Right now on NBC News Now, sounding the alarm. The FBI investigating threats against the agency. We'll tell you what experts are saying about the violent comments following the search of former President Trump's home.
New precautions, the CDC rolling out updated COVID guidance today. How the rules could impact large gatherings this fall and why it's coming now.
House explosion. 3 people dead after a blast rocked an Indiana neighborhood. New questions today about the cause of that eruption that led to 40 homes being damaged.
I firmly believe that if you do not meet violence with violence, you will be violently killed.
Guns in school, a sheriff announcing why he's arming school resource officers with long guns. The move designed to keep kids safe, sparking controversy around the country.
New fallout today from the search of former President Donald Trump's Florida home. FBI Director Christopher Wray strongly condemning an uptick in online threats against his agency in the wake of that very search.
Any threats made against law enforcement, including the men and women of the FBI, as with any law enforcement agency, are deplorable and dangerous.
We are also following new developments from inside the DOJ regarding transparency surrounding that search. Let's get right to NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley. Ryan, an executive at an intelligence firm that's tracking the online chatter happening right now, told NBC News, quote, he's never personally seen anything like the spike in threats seen in the past few days against FBI personnel and facilities. What more are you hearing now about this increase in violent rhetoric? And also, what is the Justice Department looking at right now? Because a lot of people are calling on the DOJ to speak publicly about the warrant.
Yeah, the threats are a really big issue, and there's just been a real uptick in the rhetoric, both just generally violent rhetoric, and then specifically about the FBI and anyone who is associated with this search warrant. You know, the judge's page, for example, the magistrate judge in Florida, his page was taken down by the court apparently after some threats came into him. So they've definitely been targeted. There's a developing situation in Cincinnati, Ohio, right now, where what we know is that, based on the NBC affiliates reporting, there was an incident involving a weapon and a man who is now fleeing the scene at the FBI building in Cincinnati. We're actively working on some reporting on that right now and should have more coming forward, but that sort of is an indicator of what the FBI is really worried about here, given they're basically going to be a target for a lot of Trump supporters who are very unhappy with what the Bureau has done against the former president and could take potential action. And they're talking a lot about civil war.
Ryan, walk us through something the Wall Street Journal is reporting. I mean, they're saying that someone familiar with stored documents at Trump's Florida home told investigators there may actually be more classified documents at that property, and that's even after 15 boxes were sent to the National Archives earlier on this year. So that's, of course, all according to people familiar with that matter. According to the paper, NBC News, it's important to say, has not confirmed this report independently. But Ryan, what more are we learning about what is actually possibly in those documents? I mean, how this search has unfolded and really the DOJ's end game here.
Yeah, you know, there are a lot of factors in the air here, and, you know, it's tough because we're only getting essentially the Trump team side of this for large part because DOJ is being pretty silent about what was actually happening. They want to speak only through the court process. But I think that, you know, there's going to be this issue of the video coverage of Mar-a-Lago and whether or not the film has been turned over that could show a lot of the activity going in and out. But I think, you know, for them to take such extraordinary action like this after the former president Trump turned over these previous documents of boxes of classified documents, they would have to have that pretty well confirmed that there were additional materials that were withheld that were supposed to be in government possession. So I think it would be safe to say that it would make sense, along with the Wall Street Journal's reporting, that they would have some sort of direct look into that, that they might be able to confirm that in a very explicit way that there were more classified documents in Trump's possession or in Mar-a-Lago before they went through with the sort of extraordinary and historic measure that they took here, Morgan.
Yeah, Ryan, great context, great reporting. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley for us. Thank you, Ryan.
Well, we are expecting to hear some new guidance from the CDC on COVID quarantine and isolation protocols soon.
Now, this update comes just weeks before the start of the school year. While most of the country is seeing a drop or a plateau in new infections, 9 states are actually experiencing an increase over the past week. Senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us now live in our studio. Dr. John, it's always great to see you.
Great to be here.
I have to ask, you know, changing these guidelines, why now? What's different?
Well, I think what you're seeing here is what's happened throughout the pandemic. And in a pandemic, you know, time is kind of extended. And so the last guidelines we had for school were back in May. So we're talking 3 months later. And in pandemic time, that's a long period of time. We have a lot of things that have changed since then, particularly, you know, the BA.5 variant is out here. It's turned out to be a fairly stable variant that we know is happening. You know, we know more about masking. You know, people have gotten tired of masking and tired of all the rules and guidelines they have out there. And so I think the CDC is stepping in and saying, okay, let's make these a little more simplified, a little easier to understand, and not make them so specific. Kind of broaden the guidelines a little bit in some instances, narrow them down in other instances, so people have a better handle on how to do that, and hopefully we'll follow the guidelines.
So we have some new guidance on best practices, but what about the shots? Because I think a lot of people have gotten at least a booster. Some have gotten a third booster. Should we be considering a fourth booster in the fall? And do we think there will be a shot that's better tailored to what's out there right now?
So right now, the idea is you want to make sure that you have a booster on board. Everybody 5 and above should have a booster 5 months after they got their initial vaccines. So that's the important part, to have at least that one booster. That second booster, certain age groups, 50 and above, if you're immunocompromised, if you're at risk, then you should get that second booster. Now we're talking about another booster coming out in the fall that we think is going to be Omicron specific, or at least what we call it bivalent. It's going to have the old virus and Omicron in it, and that's going to be the one that I think you're going to hear recommendations in the fall saying you should be getting that as well. They'll probably have a time period after your last booster before you can get it. But at the same time, you want to make sure you get that because it looks like this might be turning into a yearly booster type situation. We want to be protected when we head into the winter because we know that's when the virus is probably going to crop up a little bit more.
Protected and prepared.
Yeah, I sure hope it's a good match, too. All right, senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres, as always, we thank you.
You bet.
Well, today, a major milestone at the gas pump. The national average for a gallon of regular gas has finally fallen below $4 for the first time since March.
That's right. Now, it's still 80 cents higher than a year ago, but prices have now fallen for 2 straight months after peaking above $5 back in June. Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver joins us now. Caleb, it's great to see you. Thanks for joining us. I guess the big question here is, what is pushing these prices lower, Caleb?
Yeah, good to be with you. And you call it good old-fashioned demand destruction. When prices top $5 a gallon, what do? We drove less. We did less errands. We reduced those big car trips that we had planned for the summer. Demand destruction brings down prices overall. But we also had a few states relieving the gas tax in their state. The federal government did not do that. And we also saw a little bit more supply on the market. That supply came from the release of the strategic petroleum reserves. That's about 1 million barrels a day, about a 20th of what we use every day. Not that big, but it did help a little bit. And also a little bit more production out of OPEC and OPEC plus. All of those factors together, plus the fact that we actually drove less, that's what's bringing prices down.
Well, Caleb, we are going to start seeing some cold weather soon, and, people start heating their homes. They use that fuel, that oil. Do you think that's going to affect gas prices? Are we going to see those car gas prices going higher?
Usually you see car gas prices shifting higher as we go into the summer. That's our biggest driving season of the summer. We had all those dynamics at once. We had the $5 gallon across the country. We had a lot of people doing a lot of revenge travel. We weren't able to get out, so we finally got out a little bit. But as we go into the fall, you're going to see those prices reduce even a little bit more, absent the unforeseen. The unforeseen is something that could impact the oil markets, but oil prices are down near $90 a barrel. They've been falling steadily for the past 3 or 4 months. Despite the situation in Ukraine right now, they're still falling month after month, and that is because there's less demand and more supply on the market.
All right. Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver. Thank you, Caleb.
I love that. I learned 2 new terms: demand destruction and revenge
We've been
travel.
talking about revenge travel.
Have we said that term?
Yes.
I haven't heard the term revenge travel. Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm revenge traveling these days.
It's like people are like, we're getting out no matter what.
I like that energy. All right. New York City Mayor Eric Adams is now asking for federal assistance as Texas sends more buses filled with undocumented migrants his way.
The Democratic mayor says the city is running out of shelter. He blames Republican Governor Greg Abbott for playing politics with asylum seekers. CNBC correspondent Valerie Castro has the latest.
New York City's Port Authority bus terminal bustling with media and social services support groups there to receive the latest busload of migrants from Texas.
We also have the street health outreach and wellness units that are at Port Authority during the day that'll be available for arrivals in the future.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams critical of Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
I think he's irresponsible. I don't think he's accomplishing anything more than exposing the type of individual that he is. And so there's nothing successful about treating people with this lack of dignity.
Abbott firing back on Fox News in response to claims that he's using migrants as political pawns.
New York is a sanctuary city. Mayor Adams said that they welcome in illegal immigrants. And now, once they have to deal with the reality of it, they're suddenly flummoxed and they cannot handle it. They are now getting a taste of what we're having to deal with.
In New York, the city's commissioner on immigrant affairs was there to receive the dozens of people, despite what he says is little information from Texas.
The bus company that is chartered by the state of Texas is not communicating with New York City, so it's hard to know the time of arrival.
Washington, D.C. has received its own buses from Texas and Arizona over the last several months. Aid groups there say they're now running out of resources.
In a week, we could see anywhere from 200 to 600 migrants. It just really depends.
In some cases, families have been seen sleeping on the streets, unable to find a safe place to stay, while homeless shelters reach capacity. Here in New York City, the Department of Homeless Services says about 4,000 asylum seekers have entered the shelter system since May, accounting for almost a 10% increase in the department's census. Back to you.
Valerie Castro, thank you. 3 people are dead after a house explosion in southern Indiana.
That's right. The blast damaging 39 other homes in the surrounding area. So for more on that, let's turn to NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch. Jesse, what are officials saying now about the cause of that fire?
Yeah, so Morgan and Vicky, we have an update that just came in here from the fire chief in Evansville that I want to start with. They just clarified that there are no further victims that have been found, which is good news because, for context, you can see behind me there's still all of this debris. First responders were not able to get inside some of these structures to finish their search because those structures were so unstable. They were able to shore up that equipment and conduct their secondary search. And so the fire chief says at this point they have been able to go through every area that they would want to, and they have not found any further victims. So what we know right now is that 3 people have been killed. A 4th person has been taken to the hospital. And on that question of the cause, that is still very much up in the air. We do know that they tested for a natural gas leak here in the immediate aftermath, and that did not come back positive. But that hasn't been ruled out yet as the cause, and they haven't come up with the explanation yet.
Jesse, earlier the fire department was saying 11 of the 39 homes are just not safe for people to go back to or to live in. Have they updated that number? And also, what's your sense right now of when residents can go back into that area?
Yeah, so the building department here is going through. The fire chief says they are finishing off the last couple blocks of their search to determine what structures are okay and which ones are uninhabitable. We know it's 11 right now, homes that are total losses. That includes the one that completely exploded and then 10 others that are so badly damaged they cannot be saved. According to the fire chief, it's about 15 families right now that are displaced and getting help from the Red Cross. And we expect throughout the day that number might go down as the building department possibly clears more people to go into their homes. But the fire chief talks about this being a rating system. There are homes that are going to have a red tag, you can't go in. There are going to be ones with a yellow tag that you can go in with an escort, and then ones where you can go back to your home. And obviously, when we look at it, the aftermath of this devastation, I can tell you, even from back here beyond the police line, there is at least one visible home that looks blown out and is not something you would want to go near. And again, even with the possibility that there could be people trapped inside, firefighters were not going into some of these structures until they had them shored up because of the concern for everyone's safety out here.
All right, NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch there for us. We appreciate it. Thanks, Jesse. And coming up, a murder-for-hire plot to kill former National Security Advisor John Bolton.
What we know about the attempted assassination and why the Justice Department believes he might not be the only one targeted. Stay with us.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Can you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop stuff, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show. We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
An Iranian national has been charged by the Justice Department for plotting to kill former National Security Advisor John Bolton. The operative is a member of Iran's armed forces and is still at large. We're learning today, though, more about the larger plot targeting even more officials. Here's NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell.
The Department of Justice unsealed charging documents revealing an Iranian murder plot against John Bolton, the Trump National Security Advisor. The individual charged, Shahram Poursafi, is an Iranian national believed to be located in Tehran and a member of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps. The Justice Department alleges that he was working on behalf of the IRGC and starting in October 2021 attempted to pay U.S. nationals $300,000 to carry out the murder on U.S. soil in Washington, D.C. or in Maryland. The DOJ believes the attempted murder was in retaliation for the U.S. assassination of Qasem Soleimani, the commander of the Quds Force, the Special Operations Division of the Revolutionary Guard. That happened back in January 2020, after John Bolton had left the administration, but he was well known as a hardliner on Iran. He was also one of the architects of the maximum pressure campaign the Trump administration waged against Iran, and he was a leading critic of the Iran nuclear deal, which is in the final make-or-break stages of negotiations for the U.S. and Iran to re-enter that agreement, possibly soon. Iran was designated a state sponsor of terror by the Trump White House, and as part of those talks, Iran had demanded that the U.S. lift the terror label. But the Biden administration has steadfastly refused to do that. And this incident likely demonstrates exactly why. In a statement released today, Bolton said, "I wish to thank the Justice Department for initiating the criminal proceeding unsealed today, the FBI for its diligence in discovering and tracking the Iranian regime's criminal threat to American citizens, and the Secret Service for once again providing protection against Tehran's efforts." Bolton has had Secret Service protection since December because of threats against his life, like this one. The Justice Department saying, "This is not the first time we have uncovered Iranian plots to exact revenge against individuals on U.S. soil, and we will work tirelessly to expose and disrupt every one of these efforts." We are trying to reach the Iranian government for comment. Back to you.
Our thanks to Andrea Mitchell there. In the wake of the Uvalde, Texas elementary school shooting that took the lives of 19 students and 2 teachers, at least 2 county sheriffs are now saying they will arm school officers. But critics say that adding more guns to schools will only make children less safe. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders reports.
A Florida sheriff is fighting fire with fire.
I firmly believe that if you do not meet violence with violence, you will be violently killed.
Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey posting this video on Facebook explaining why he is arming school resource deputies with long guns as part of their, quote, new style uniform.
A tactical appearance that clearly signifies we mean business when it comes to protecting our children, and a tactical advantage that gives our team the ability to instantly address an active shooter
And he's not alone. A North Carolina sheriff taking similar steps, arming all school resource officers with an AR-15 rifle in the wake of a rise of school shootings across the country.
And I'm very distraught about the condition that our country is going in. If we don't put the brakes on and do an about-face, we're headed to destruction.
These actions taken in the wake of the Uvalde, Texas school massacre, where surveillance video showed officers waiting in the hallways, hesitating to take out the heavily armed gunmen.
If they do come to my school, I want my resource officers to have the ability to meet violence with violence.
He says the weapons, which will be paid for by donations from community members, will be kept in a gun safe in an undisclosed location at each school, and SROs will receive training. One local parent, a gun shop owner, says the move will keep his kids safe.
They should be able to have the same equipment that, possibly an active shooter would have, and be able to take them down from a longer distance if need be.
But the American Federation of Teachers has generally been critical of putting more arms in schools.
Conservative politicians know that this is really important. We have to keep kids safe. We have to keep schools safe. And so they're coming up with something to create more guns, not less guns. It's wrong.
But in Ohio, Governor Mike DeWayne signed a bill into law that makes it easier for teachers to carry guns in schools. Instead of teachers needing 700 hours of training to possess a firearm on school grounds, they'll now be able to finish in 24 hours.
This training will be focused training specifically tailored to those working in schools.
The governor says schools are not required to arm teachers, but teachers still pushed back.
To introduce firearms into a setting where there are, hundreds of children each day is just not a wise course of action.
Victims' families and survivors in Parkland, Florida, are now waiting for the sentencing of the confessed gunman who murdered 17 students and staff at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School. One survivor telling me if they had had protection like they now have in Brevard County, Florida, just maybe the massacre would have never happened.
Coming up, mixed messaging, why Google is blaming Apple for customers' poor texting experiences.
We'll take a look at the new initiative that might just keep Android users from getting kicked out of that group chat.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Dateline, Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The new school year just days away for a lot of kids across the country. Some started this week, actually.
That's right, but some teachers unions say that low pay and burnout are some of the reasons some educators are not heading back to those classrooms with their students. School districts are now having to recruit to fill the empty spots, and some even hiring bonuses. SCNBC correspondent Perry Russom has more.
Here in Miami-Dade, we have probably almost 300 vacancies.
With a week to go until classes start in Miami, Carla Hernandez-Matz says they need teachers.
Is the talent pool there to fill the vacancies?
I don't think so.
Hernandez-Matz is the president of United Teachers of Dade, one of the largest teachers unions in the region. She says low wages, the rise in school shootings, and the politicizing of the classroom is driving teachers away in the state. Newly published data from the National Education Association shows teachers in Florida make on average $51,000 a year, fourth lowest in the country, and $14,000 below the national average.
Teachers didn't get into this profession to live in the penthouse, but we also didn't get into this profession to live in the poorhouse.
Across the country, school districts are recruiting to fill the nationwide shortage.
We just don't see this getting better.
In Alabama, the state is lowering the requirements to get a teaching certificate.
We want to get highly qualified teachers in every school.
One school district in Louisiana is offering a hiring bonus of $7,500.
We want to be very competitive, so a teacher chooses us.
North Carolina is considering fixing its shortage by basing teachers' pay on how students perform, not their years of classroom experience.
It sends the message that we as educators are not doing enough.
Florida now turning to military veterans to lead classrooms.
It'd be something I consider. It's a nice idea.
The program gives a 5-year teaching voucher to veterans who have not yet earned a bachelor's degree. They have to have a minimum of 4 years of active duty, 60 college credits, and at least a 2.5 GPA. They have to pass a test and are assigned a teaching mentor.
You had the head of the teachers union in Sarasota criticize it, saying, well, you just can't throw any warm body in the classroom. Well, I'll tell you something. People that have served our country are not just some warm body.
Hernandez-Matz calls the plan disrespectful.
I have a brother that's a Marine, or that was a Marine, and I know that he's not ready to step into my shoes and be a teacher, just like I'm not ready to step into his shoes and be on the front line.
Here in Miami-Dade County, Hernandez-Matz says somebody will be in the classroom with these students. One idea they're looking at is having school administrators act as teachers. These schools also have different coaches for reading and writing. Hernandez-Matz says they too will be stepping in for the teachers.
Let's talk about some of these business headlines. Disney Plus and Hulu will soon be more expensive, with the streaming services aiming to boost their profits.
Yep, Google is also looking to send Apple a message to get rid of those green bubbles and to fix that texting experience.
I hate those green bubbles.
I know, it's kind of annoying, but it lets you know who you're talking to. Well, here's CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. He's going to talk to us about the business headlines. And Dom, let's start with Disney Plus. That company announced really incredible numbers on the earnings call Wednesday. Take us through the numbers. What do they mean for the company? And also, what do they say about the streaming space overall right now?
So Vicki, Morgan, the reason why lots of folks are talking about that Disney story, especially on Wall Street, is because it's the biggest driver of the upside in the Dow Jones Industrial Average so far today. So those Disney shares are up about 5 or 6% right now, and that's off the best levels that we saw earlier this morning. And that's thanks in large part to the media giant reporting quarterly profits and revenues that both, by the way, both topped analyst estimates. But the biggest catalyst were some of the streaming video numbers that you point out. Disney added 14.4 million new customers to its Disney Plus service. That was well ahead of the 10 million that analysts were consensus looking for. Now, in the process, Disney's total number of paying streaming subscribers across Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus topped 221 million. The reason why that's big is it means that Disney now has more paying subscribers than Netflix, which had 220.7 million at the end of June. Now, the caveat here is that Disney streaming subscribers generate less revenue per user than Netflix ones do. But Disney then plans to raise prices for Disney Plus by 38% to $10.99 a month. It remains to be seen whether they have the pricing power to do that without losing subs, but they're also adding a buck or two to the cost of Hulu per month. At the same time, they're going to start offering an advertising-supported tier of Disney Plus for a discounted $7.99 a month starting in December. So you're going to start seeing commercials with that lower tier. But the bottom line, ladies, is that streaming video competition is heating up, and that Disney numbers are the big reason why that stock is soaring so far in trading today.
Speaking of competition, Dom, I think the most important question of the day, are you an iPhone or an Android user?
I am an iPhone user, and I have two of them, by the way, church and state, right? I've got a work one and a personal one.
I'm on the same team. So, look, the war between Android and Apple, of course, is heating up. And the latest battle is over those pesky green little bubbles that iPhone users see anytime they text an Android user. So what exactly is Google hoping to get Apple to ultimately do here?
So it's annoying for a lot of those iPhone users, right? And by the way, the idea that if you're in a dead zone, sometimes if you only have Wi-Fi service, you can only get the iMessages on Apple across, right? So this is what's happening. Google, right, the developer of the Android system, is increasing kind of pressure on Apple to adopt this kind of next generation text messaging standard platform. It's called RCS. So what it's saying is that Apple's support of this new kind of platform would help prevent some of those problems that you referred to, right, when iPhone users text or message with people on chains that have Androids on them. Those green dots show up because it's an iMessage versus an SMS message. Images, video don't come across. Sometimes they take longer to come through. All of those problems might get resolved if they have a shared standard. Now, Google execs have kind of hinted that Apple doesn't want to support this new platform because iMessage is its own system, Apple's, right? And it kind of keeps people more tethered. And I guess maybe Morgan, Vicky, you and I are included in that system. We want to stay with Apple, and we want other people to use Apple because we don't want those green dots. But if there was some kind of a universal standard, maybe it would help out. But again, if you're, I live, ladies, in a dead zone at home, so I can only rely on my Wi-Fi to get messages. And if my friends send SMS messages, I don't have the cell phone service to receive them, so it's all a big, it's a big deal, I think.
It is.
Yeah, RCS. All right, we'll keep an eye out for it. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. Thank you, Dom.
Sure.
And going internationally for a moment, around the world, countries are struggling with this soaring inflation. Many commodities are tied to the U.S. dollar, so the actions taken by the central bank are likely to have ripple effects elsewhere across the globe. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley breaks it all down.
It's way more than just an American problem. Several countries are getting hit harder than the U.S. by inflation. For gas here, starting to drop to 4.010, still higher than last year, but on a steady decline. But that pump relief isn't hitting Europe yet. 6.61 a gallon in Germany, 6.97 in Italy, and 8.12 in the UK. A lot of this is because of the COVID pandemic and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which sent energy prices soaring worldwide. But here's the thing, experts say this global inflation tsunami mostly started in the States because of American COVID relief policies. But no matter where inflation goes next, many foreign countries are still very much at the mercy of American monetary policy.
I do believe much of the inflation around the world was exported from the U.S. That is, U.S. consumers were taking the money the government gave them, raising the prices for everyone around the world. And the Fed was slow to react so that inflation had time to spread everywhere.
Among other reasons, many global commodities like oil are priced in American dollars. That's why central banks don't enjoy nearly the same control over their prices as America's Fed.
Other countries won't have that long-term benefit, that long-term position that they can rely on. There are a variety of things they can do, but it's very, very difficult and a very delicate period of time.
And even for many wealthy nations, the inflation wave hasn't yet crested. Data from the last month ranks the U.S. as only having the 8th highest inflation among G20 countries. And while the U.S. just saw its inflation rate slow down, many European countries like Spain, the Netherlands, UK, and France saw their prices climb even further. Just about every country is seeing food increases of 5% or more. In some places like Turkey, it's over 30%, according to the World Bank.
I would expect that we're going to see hardships and a hard landing for many countries. We already have a number of developing countries in quite a lot of financial distress with high inflation rates. It's going to be a big problem in the coming months.
Well, activists are turning up the pressure on real-world companies inside the metaverse.
We're taking an inside look at how some users are demanding real action through digital protests. We'll take you there just after the break.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
All right, so there's an entirely new frontier for activism, and it's actually the metaverse.
Tech-savvy users are now organizing digital protests to take on real-world problems. Activists say protesting in the metaverse provides a unique opportunity for people to rally together that wouldn't have been possible in the physical world. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez with an inside look.
Cool. Whoa! This is my first outfit change in the metaverse. It's a custom NFT, one of only 48. And unlike other NFTs, it didn't cost thousands of dollars. It's free and was created by Halfway, a group of collaborators who organized one of the first viral protests ever in the metaverse.
We did way better than I thought we were going to do in terms of people participating and being able to log in, being able to receive the wearable.
The demonstration of nearly 40 people took place in Decentraland, right here in Samsung's digital flagship store.
I feel like you'd be kicked out pretty quickly if you went inside a store protesting in the physical world.
Right.
Decentraland is an emerging metaverse space, a 3D virtual world where users explore and can purchase digital real estate. You don't need 3D goggles to get in. You can use a laptop. The group says it was protesting the rapid commercialization of the metaverse.
There's no direct statement against Samsung.
This location was not selected to specifically target the brand, but it was rather a very current embodiment of what we were talking about.
Samsung did not reply to NBC News' request for comment.
Is it possible in the metaverse to put that type of pressure on corporations in the way that we've seen protests in the physical world can?
If a certain brand were to be in the news because their metaverse property has been taken over by protesters for 72 hours, I think that has potentially equaled the impact of a similar thing happening in the physical world.
Social protest mobilization plays a really big role in the physical world. Do you foresee it becoming a big part of the metaverse as well?
I think it could be a good alternative for not being able to protest in the physical world because it comes with too much risk.
Guy Goldenberg, co-founder of Ukraine-based tech group Multi-NFT, knows that risk.
My mother was arrested protesting in a real physical demonstration in Moscow.
His group held a protest against the Russian invasion of Ukraine inside the metaverse.
If you would have been able to do that without having a physical consequence, but still having a social meaning and an impact, that would be amazing.
While groups like Halfway and Multi-NFT experiment in this new frontier, some experts are thinking ahead about what users like activists should watch out for.
In the social media world, people were willing to get their privacy invaded. The metaverse will be worse in that sense because people will get so much of engagement and entertainment and immersive experience that they may be willing to actually compromise a lot of their privacy.
That grim digital reality might be around the corner, but for now, groups like Halfway are more concerned about another hurdle for metaverse protests, the knowledge gap.
It was always a little bit difficult for me to get into that world because it's a very different language, different codes, and I'm not a very technical person.
Inez Piso entered the metaverse for the first time last January to join the protest in Decentraland. She says Halfway trained everyone for more than 2 hours on how to navigate the space, something the group says they'll continue to do ahead of any future projects.
That was maybe more than the protest itself. That was the power of that day.
Abortion access is uniquely impacting the transgender and the non-binary community.
One trans man is now sharing his experience with having an abortion and why he fears other trans people may not have the same opportunity. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esamoah has this story. Welcome, Zincle. This story has so many layers to it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Morgan and Vicki, for having me. So we've all been talking about what the Dobbs decision means for women, but it also matters for non-binary and trans birthing people. So I went to Atlanta, Georgia, to hear from one trans man about his experience with abortion.
When I think about my abortion, it saved my life.
Kazembe Jackson is a trans man.
I found out I was pregnant my junior year in college. I had just been sexually assaulted about 6 weeks earlier.
It was 2001 in Texas, and Kazembe was still in the process of transitioning from his sex assigned at birth.
If you had not been able to get your abortion in 2001, what would have happened?
I'm sure I and another person that came from that pregnancy would have been two very unhappy people, or I would have committed suicide.
Since the Supreme Court's June reversal of Roe v. Wade overturning the federal constitutional right to an abortion, trans advocates and community members like Kazembe say trans and non-binary individuals are left out of abortion discourse.
So nobody's saying not to include women, but I think what we are saying is there are other people other than women who need access to abortion too.
In the United States, according to Pew Research Center, 1.6% of adults in the U.S. are transgender or non-binary.
What do you see when it comes to the transgender and non-binary community and seeking out abortions?
First of all, it's very intimidating for a person who might be gender nonconforming
to even feel comfortable going to a provider.
Dr. Marcy Bowers is a surgeon performing gender-affirming surgeries over 3 decades. She and other experts say that many trans-masculine individuals take testosterone, which generally blocks ovulation. Still, trans men can get pregnant while taking the hormone.
A person who really who has dysphoria around their genitals or their reproductive organs and doesn't want to be pregnant, that can add to the distress of being trans in the first place.
Some trans people do choose to carry their pregnancies to term, but providers say the choice to do so is necessary for equitable and gender-affirming health care. In Jackson's experience, he says having the choice to end his pregnancy was necessary for his sense of self.
Since Roe v. Wade was overturned, have you thought about yourself back in 2001?
I immediately thought back to what would have happened, and it put me in a mood that was very hopeless.
While abortion is no longer federally protected, Jackson says his hope now comes from local efforts to protect abortion at the state level.
We have people power. I think it's just about getting accurate information and pushing back.
I tell you, I got chills when Kazembe said hopeless.
Yeah.
And said that, he considered suicide. That's never something you want to hear someone feel like they were in such a dark place they had to do. And what's fascinating is whenever we report on these stories, right, you hear a lot of people describe how doctors would sometimes discourage them, or they would question their decision. What did Kazembe say? Because we're talking the South, we're talking 2001. Right. What did Kazembe say about his particular experience?
Absolutely. So Kazembe did express what you described, right? Which is he encountered resistance from healthcare providers saying, well, can you even get pregnant, right, at this time? How do you identify? But also there's the intersectional experience, right? Kazembe is both trans and black. And so Kazembe described having to take, and in the South, right? And in the South. So he described having to take out a payday loan, which many consider predatory, just to pay $300. A payday loan of $300.
Break that down. What is that? Spell that out for me.
A payday loan, many consider it predatory loans that are often targeted to low-income people, often black and brown.
To do this?
In order to pay for things that might be difficult for them to pay for.
This is what he had to use it for.
Yes. Right, to obtain an abortion, and that's not an isolated experience, right? It's reported that black trans people, 34% of them live below the poverty line, and that's twice the average of non-black trans people. And so this is an issue that really matters, and having access to abortions is key to that. So.
Thanks for bringing us the stories, Zincle, and thanks to Kazembe for sharing his story, too.
Absolutely. Thank you both.
Thanks, Zincle.
All right, well, a church performance is catching the attention of a big name in Broadway, and not for the right reasons.
Yeah, that's right. We'll tell you what Lin-Manuel Miranda says about the Hamilton knockoff right when we come back. Stay with us.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now. It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening. now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Right now on NBC News Now,
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
we begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
All right. Here's what's popping now this Thursday. Lin-Manuel Miranda is not happy about his musical Hamilton being staged in a Texas church. Now, Door Christian Fellowship Ministries, they put on a rendition of this Broadway hit, and it concluded the performance with a pastor appearing to compare being gay to having a substance addiction. Miranda called the production illegal and unauthorized, and then signaled that he would be pursuing legal action.
Oh, wow. Well, it is not heaven. It is Iowa. That is where Major League Baseball is playing its second Field of Dreams game tonight. That's just steps away from where the iconic film was shot. Kevin Costner, who could forget? The Chicago Cubs will go head-to-head with the Cincinnati Reds.
Now, I know a lot of you listen to The Breakfast Club, and radio host Angela is saying farewell. She announced that she's leaving the popular radio program to launch her own show, and The Breakfast Club will continue with her 2 co-hosts, Charlamagne the God and DJ Envy. Yee told fans that she's always wanted her own show. She's wanted it for years. They finally approached her, and now her new show will air on iHeartRadio.
Go get it, Angela.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Well, a new show premiering today on AMC's all-black streaming network is shining a spotlight on diversity in Hollywood.
Now, the show called Send Help was created by Mike Goyo and is about a first-generation Haitian-American man trying to make it in Los Angeles. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer spoke with him to see how he got his foot in the door and how he's holding it open now for the next generation.
The show is called Send Help.
My mom's Haitian, so if it's not General Hospital, she ain't checking for it.
It's about a first-generation Haitian-American man living in LA, pursuing his life in Hollywood.
I was a series regular on a hit show.
So Send Help. What's the type of help he needs?
All kinds of help. Relationship help, mental help, help with his family.
Sure, I keep some things to myself, but what's wrong with that?
The need for help, that's probably something most of us can relate to, right?
Yeah. No, absolutely. This story is based on Jean-Elie, who's my co-creator. So him as a Haitian American man, I'm also Haitian American. We wanted to really kind of like hone into the culture.
So many people say visibility is vital, and it's a slow changing process to get more stories told, right?
No, absolutely. Like the Black immigrant culture is something that isn't often explored on television. So we really wanted to do that. Being an immigrant, being Haitian American, and being able to have this career, I get a lot of young people coming up to me like, hey, I would love to do what you do. Thank you for being an inspiration. And that to me is like, oh, wow, creating that visibility and letting other young Haitian American writers, immigrant writers know that they can also do this has been amazing.
Do you think things in Hollywood are changing when it comes to who's in front of the camera and who's behind the camera?
Yeah, absolutely. The needle's always moving. The needle's always moving forward.
But Goyo says more work needs to be done. It's why he created the Black Boy Writes, Black Girl Writes mentoring initiative to support and amplify marginalized voices in the entertainment industry. Recently, 14 young writers were selected out of 900 applicants.
900 writers applied for your mentorship program. What does that tell you?
It tells you there's a need, it tells you that people are really kind of like yearning for this opportunity and just needing a way in. And they're all extremely talented, all very talented writers. They just need the access, and it's just become more and more aware that the access is missing. So hopefully our program is providing that.
You worked on Insecure, Issa Rae's show. Help us understand just how groundbreaking Insecure was.
It was great to be able to work on, but even before working on it, I was just such a fan of the show. I just love what Issa was able to create with it, and the platform that she's been able to create for other writers and creatives coming up in the industry.
For any young writers out there who are watching this right now, looking at you and going, I want to be Mike, I want to be just like him, what's the biggest advice you want to give them?
The biggest advice I would give them is to keep writing. You're only as good as your last project, but even then, it's a muscle. You have to continue to work it. So my best advice, and the best advice I've ever gotten, is to keep writing.
Now to an exclusive look at the upcoming Princess Diana HBO documentary, The Princess.
The film provides an intimate look at her personal and public life, and it transports you back to that tumultuous royal era. Here's NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons with a sneak peek of this highly anticipated doc.
The princess has been the best thing to happen to the monarchy in centuries.
Did you get a chance to see her?
Yes! Diana is very big news everywhere.
Princess Diana was a global icon. Millions feeling connected to her, even before the era of social media.
A hollow and tormented marriage are giving the British media and its public little else to talk about.
Now, a new HBO documentary, simply called The Princess, is turning back the clock, laying out key events in her life as they happened. British producer Simon Chin and director Ed Perkins gave us an exclusive insight into their work.
The challenge for us was to do something that was just entirely different, that kind of enabled audiences to come at the story in a different way.
Is not only to kind of create a sort of time machine where we take audiences back into all of our past, but it really is to allow the film to kind of act as a bit of a mirror.
The film, a gripping timeline of Diana's life in the public eye, using only archival material. Then, Lady Spencer was 19 when she stepped into the public limelight. Her engagement to Prince Charles in 1981, the beginning of what seemed like a fairy tale.
What was your instant impression? Well, I remember thinking what a very jolly and amusing and attractive 16-year-old she was. I don't know what you thought of me.
Pretty amazing.
The film documents the highs and lows. Her wedding day, watched by 750 million people, and perhaps her happiest moments, the birth of her two sons, William and Harry. Diana's subtle character, relatable, making her the people's princess.
She actually didn't speak that often publicly throughout her life, but she did have this kind of extraordinary ability through her own body language to tell her story.
The princess asks difficult questions about the constant scrutiny and controversy that followed Diana everywhere. As her marriage to the Prince of Wales unravelled, the press obsessed over every appearance.
She has a sick mind.
She likes to be with people.
She likes to be bloody well watched.
In retrospect, her interdependent and tumultuous relationship with the media looks like a foreshadowing of today's world.
It's the media that's causing the problems. Leave them alone.
I think we've got an unhealthy obsession.
Ultimately, the controversy forcing Diana to limit public life.
When I started my public life 12 years ago, I understood the media might be interested in what I did. But I was not aware of how overwhelming that attention would become.
And then, that unexpected, tragic end. A car accident that stunned the world. Mourners gathered around her home in Kensington Palace for days.
This became literally a sort of sea of flowers for as far as you can see it.
The global outpouring of grief and anger that spiraled and still resonates almost 25 years after her passing.
this film is about Diana, but actually this film is about all of us. It's about what Diana meant to us.
Hey everyone, I'm Vicki Nguyen.
Happy Thursday, I'm Morgan Radford, and thank you so much for joining us. Right now on NBC News Now, sounding the alarm. The FBI investigating threats against the agency. We'll tell you what experts are saying about the violent comments following the search of former President Trump's home.
New precautions, the CDC rolling out updated COVID guidance today. How the rules could impact large gatherings this fall and why it's coming now.
House explosion. 3 people dead after a blast rocked an Indiana neighborhood. New questions today about the cause of that eruption that led to 40 homes being damaged.
I firmly believe that if you do not meet violence with violence, you will be violently killed.
Guns in school, a sheriff announcing why he's arming school resource officers with long guns. The move designed to keep kids safe, sparking controversy around the country.
New fallout today from the search of former President Donald Trump's Florida home. FBI Director Christopher Wray strongly condemning an uptick in online threats against his agency in the wake of that very search.
Any threats made against law enforcement, including the men and women of the FBI, as with any law enforcement agency, are deplorable and dangerous.
We are also following new developments from inside the DOJ regarding transparency surrounding that search. Let's get right to NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley. Ryan, an executive at an intelligence firm that's tracking the online chatter happening right now, told NBC News, quote, he's never personally seen anything like the spike in threats seen in the past few days against FBI personnel and facilities. What more are you hearing now about this increase in violent rhetoric? And also, what is the Justice Department looking at right now? Because a lot of people are calling on the DOJ to speak publicly about the warrant.
Yeah, the threats are a really big issue, and there's just been a real uptick in the rhetoric, both just generally violent rhetoric, and then specifically about the FBI and anyone who is associated with this search warrant. You know, the judge's page, for example, the magistrate judge in Florida, his page was taken down by the court apparently after some threats came into him. So they've definitely been targeted. There's a developing situation in Cincinnati, Ohio, right now, where what we know is that, based on the NBC affiliates reporting, there was an incident involving a weapon and a man who is now fleeing the scene at the FBI building in Cincinnati. We're actively working on some reporting on that right now and should have more coming forward, but that sort of is an indicator of what the FBI is really worried about here, given they're basically going to be a target for a lot of Trump supporters who are very unhappy with what the Bureau has done against the former president and could take potential action. And been talking a lot about civil war.
Ryan, walk us through something the Wall Street Journal is reporting. I mean, they're saying that someone familiar with stored documents at Trump's Florida home told investigators there may actually be more classified documents at that property, and that's even after 15 boxes were sent to the National Archives earlier on this year. So that's, of course, all according to people familiar with that matter. According to the paper, NBC News, it's important to say, has not confirmed this report independently. But Ryan, what more are we learning about what is actually possibly in those documents? I mean, how this search has unfolded and really the DOJ's end game here.
Yeah, you know, there are a lot of factors in the air here, and you know, it's tough because we're only getting essentially the Trump team side of this for large part because DOJ is being pretty silent about what was actually happening. They want to speak only through the court process. But I think that, you know, there's going to be this issue of the video coverage of Mar-a-Lago and whether or not the film has been turned over that could show a lot of the activity going in and out. But I think, you know, for them to take such extraordinary action like this after the former president Trump turned over these previous documents of boxes of classified documents, they would have to have that pretty well confirmed that there were additional materials that were withheld that were supposed to be in government possession. So I think it would be safe to say that it would make sense, along with the Wall Street Journal's reporting, that they would have some sort of direct look into that, that they might be able to confirm that in a very explicit way that there were more classified documents in in Trump's possession or in Mar-a-Lago before they went through with the sort of extraordinary and historic measure that they took here, Morgan.
Yeah, Ryan, great context, great reporting. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley for us. Thank you, Ryan.
Well, we are expecting to hear some new guidance from the CDC on COVID quarantine and isolation protocols soon.
Now, this update comes just weeks before the start of the school year. While most of the country is seeing a drop or a plateau in new infections, 9 states are actually experiencing an increase over the past week. Senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us now live in our studio. Dr. John, it's always great to see you.
Great to be here.
I have to ask, changing these guidelines, why now? What's different?
Well, I think what you're seeing here is what's happened throughout the pandemic. And in the pandemic, time is kind of extended. And so the last guidelines we had for school were back in May. So we're talking 3 months later. And in pandemic time, that's a long period of time. We have a lot of things that have changed since then, particularly, the BA.5 variant is out here. It's turned out to be a fairly stable variant that we know is happening. We know more about masking. People have gotten tired of masking and tired of all the rules and guidelines they have out there. And so I think the CDC is stepping in and saying, okay, let's make these a little more simplified, a little easier to understand, and not make them so specific. Kind of broaden the guidelines a little bit. In some instances, narrow them down in other instances so people have a better handle on how to do that, and hopefully we'll follow the guidelines.
So we have some new guidance on best practices, but what about the shots? Because I think a lot of people have gotten at least a booster. Some have gotten a 3rd booster. Should we be considering a 4th booster in the fall? And do we think there will be a shot that's better tailored to what's out there right now?
So right now, the idea is you want to make sure that you have a booster on board. Everybody 5 and above should have a booster 5 months after they got their initial vaccines. So that's the important part, to have at least that 1 booster. That 2nd booster, certain age groups, 50 and above, if you're immunocompromised, if you're at risk, then you should get that 2nd booster. Now we're talking about another booster coming out in the fall that we think is going to be Omicron specific, or at least what we call it bivalent. It's going to have the old virus and Omicron in it. And that's going to be the one that I think you're going to hear recommendations in the fall saying you should be getting that as well. They'll probably have a time period after your last booster before you can get it. But at the same time, you want to make sure you get that because it looks like this might be turning into a yearly booster type situation. We want to be protected when we head into the winter because we know that's when the virus is probably going to crop up a little bit more.
Protected and prepared.
Yeah, I sure hope it's a good match, too. All right, senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres, as always, we thank you.
You bet.
Well, today, a major milestone at the gas pump. The national average for a gallon of regular gas has finally fallen below $4 for the first time since March.
That's right. Now, it's still 80 cents higher than a year ago, but prices have now fallen for 2 straight months after peaking above $5 back in June. Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver joins us now. Caleb, it's great to see you. Thanks for joining us. I guess the big question here is, what is pushing these prices lower, Caleb?
Yeah, good to be with you. And you call it good old-fashioned demand destruction. When prices top $5 a gallon, what do? We drove less. We did less errands. We reduced those big car trips that we had planned for the summer. Demand destruction brings down prices overall. But we also had a few states relieving the gas tax in their state. The federal government did not do that. And we also saw a little bit more supply on the market. That supply came from the release of the Strategic Petroleum Reserves. That's about 1 million barrels a day, about a 20th of what we use every day. Not that big, but it did help a little bit. And also a little bit more production out of OPEC and OPEC Plus. All of those factors together, plus the fact that we actually drove less, that's what's bringing prices down.
Well, Caleb, we are going to start seeing some cold weather soon. And, people start heating their homes. They use that fuel, that oil. Do you think that's going to affect gas prices? Are we going to see those car gas prices going higher?
Usually you see car gas prices shifting higher as we go into the summer. That's our biggest driving season of the summer. We had all those dynamics at once. We had the $5 gallon across the country. We had a lot of people doing a lot of revenge travel. We weren't able to get out, so we finally got out a little bit. But as we go into the fall, you're going to see those prices reduce even a little bit more, absent the unforeseen. The unforeseen is something that could impact the oil markets, but oil prices are down near $90 a barrel. They've been falling steadily for the past 3 or 4 months. Despite the situation in Ukraine right now, they're still falling month after month, and that is because there's less demand and more supply on the market.
All right. Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver. Thank you, Caleb.
I love that. I learned 2 new terms: demand destruction and revenge travel.
We've been talking about revenge travel.
Have we said that term?
Yes.
I haven't heard the term revenge travel. Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm revenge traveling these days,
it's like
folks.
people are like, we're getting out no matter what.
I like that energy. All right. New York City Mayor Eric Adams is now asking for federal assistance as Texas sends more buses filled with undocumented migrants his way.
The Democratic mayor says the city is running out of shelter. He blames Republican Governor Greg Abbott for playing politics with asylum seekers. CNBC correspondent Valerie Castro has the latest.
New York City's Port Authority bus terminal bustling with media and social services support groups there to receive the latest busload of migrants from Texas.
We also have the street health outreach and wellness units that are at Port Authority during the day that'll be available for arrivals in the future.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams critical of Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
I think he's irresponsible. I don't think he's accomplishing anything more than exposing the type of individual that he is. And so there's nothing successful about treating people with this lack of dignity.
Abbott firing back on Fox News in response to claims that he's using migrants as political pawns.
New York is a sanctuary city. Mayor Adams said that they welcome in illegal immigrants. And now, once they have to deal with the reality of it, they're suddenly flummoxed and they cannot handle it. They are now getting a taste of what we're having to deal with.
In New York, the city's commissioner on immigrant affairs was there to receive the dozens of people, despite what he says is little information from Texas.
The bus company that is chartered by the state of Texas is not communicating with New York City, so it's hard to know the time of arrival.
Washington, D.C. has received its own buses from Texas and Arizona over the last several months. Aid groups there say they're now running out of resources.
In a week, we could see anywhere from 200 to 600 migrants. It just really depends.
In some cases, families have been seen sleeping on the streets, unable to find a safe place to stay, while homeless shelters reach capacity. Here in New York City, the Department of Homeless Services says about 4,000 asylum seekers have entered the shelter system since May, accounting for almost a 10% increase in the department's census. Back to you.
Valerie Castro, thank you. 3 people are dead after a house explosion in southern Indiana.
That's right. The blast damaging 39 other homes in the surrounding area. So for more on that, let's turn to NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch. Jesse, what are officials saying now about the cause of that fire?
Yeah, so Morgan and Vicky, we have an update that just came in here from the fire chief in Evansville that I want to start with. They just clarified that there are no further victims that have been found, which is good news because for context, you can see behind me there's still all of this debris. First responders were not able to get inside some of these structures to finish their search because those structures were so unstable. They were able to shore up that equipment and conduct their secondary search. And so the fire chief says at this point they have been able to go through every area that they would want to, and they have not found any further victims. So what we know right now is that 3 people have been killed, a 4th person has been taken to the hospital. And on that question of the cause, that is still very much up in the air. We do know that they tested for a natural gas leak here in the immediate aftermath, and that did not come back positive. But that hasn't been ruled out yet as the cause, and they haven't come up with the explanation yet.
Jesse, earlier the fire department was saying 11 of the 39 homes are just not safe for people to go back to or to live in. Have they updated that number? And also, what's your sense right now of when residents can go back into that area?
Yeah, so the building department here is going through. The fire chief says they are finishing off the last couple blocks of their search to determine what structures are okay and which ones are uninhabitable. We know it's 11 right now, homes that are total losses. That includes the one that completely exploded and then 10 others that are so badly damaged they cannot be saved. According to the fire chief, it's about 15 families right now that are displaced and getting help from the Red Cross. And we expect throughout the day that number might go down as the building department possibly clears more people to go into their homes. But the fire chief talks about this being a rating system. There are homes that are going to have a red tag, you can't go in. There are going to be ones with a yellow tag that you can go in with an escort, and then ones where you can go back to your home. And obviously, when we look at it, the aftermath of this devastation, I can tell you, even from back here beyond the police line, there is at least one visible home that looks blown out and is not something you would want to go near. And again, even with the possibility that there could be people trapped inside, firefighters were not going into some of these structures until they had them shored up because of the concern for everyone's safety out here.
All right, NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch there for us. We appreciate it. Thanks, Jesse. And coming up, a murder-for-hire plot to kill former National Security Advisor John Bolton.
What we know about the attempted assassination and why the Justice Department believes he might not be the only one targeted. Stay with us.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
An Iranian national has been charged by the Justice Department for plotting to kill former National Security Advisor John Bolton. The operative is a member of Iran's armed forces and is still at large. We're learning today, though, more about the larger plot targeting even more officials. Here's NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell.
The Department of Justice unsealed charging documents revealing an Iranian murder plot against John Bolton, the Trump National Security Advisor. The individual charged, Shahram Poursafi, is an Iranian national believed to be located in Tehran and a member of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps. The Justice Department alleges that he was working on behalf of the IRGC and starting in October 2021 attempted to pay U.S. nationals $300,000 to carry out the murder on U.S. soil in Washington, D.C. or in Maryland. The DOJ believes the attempted murder was in retaliation for the U.S. assassination of Qasem Soleimani, the commander of the Quds Force, the Special Operations Division of the Revolutionary Guard. That happened back in January 2020, after John Bolton had left the administration, but he was well known as a hardliner on Iran. He was also one of the architects of the maximum pressure campaign that the Trump administration waged against Iran, and he was a leading critic of the Iran nuclear deal, which is in the final make-or-break stages of negotiations for the U.S. and Iran to re-enter that agreement, possibly soon. Iran was designated a state sponsor of terror by the Trump White House, and as part of those talks, Iran had demanded that the U.S. lift the terror label. The Biden administration has steadfastly refused to do that. And this incident likely demonstrates exactly why. In a statement released today, Bolton said, "I wish to thank the Justice Department for initiating the criminal proceeding unsealed today, the FBI for its diligence in discovering and tracking the Iranian regime's criminal threat to American citizens, and the Secret Service for once again providing protection against Tehran's efforts." Bolton has had Secret Service protection since December because of threats against his life, like this one. The Justice Department saying, "This is not the first time we have uncovered Iranian plots to exact revenge against individuals on U.S. soil, and we will work tirelessly to expose and disrupt every one of these efforts. We are trying to reach the Iranian government for comment. Back to you.
Our thanks to Andrea Mitchell there. In the wake of the Uvalde, Texas elementary school shooting that took the lives of 19 students and 2 teachers, at least 2 county sheriffs are now saying they will arm school officers. But critics say that adding more guns to schools will only make children less safe. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders reports.
A Florida sheriff is fighting fire with fire.
I firmly believe that if you do not meet violence with violence, you will be violently killed.
Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey posting this video on Facebook explaining why he is arming school resource deputies with long guns as part of their, quote, new style uniform.
A tactical appearance that clearly signifies we mean business when it comes to protecting our children, and a tactical advantage that gives our team the ability to instantly address an active shooter.
And he's not alone. A North Carolina sheriff taking similar steps, arming all school resource officers with an AR-15 rifle in the wake of a rise of school shootings across the country.
I'm very distraught about the condition that our country is going in. If we don't put the brakes on and do an about-face, we're headed to destruction.
These actions taken in the wake of the Uvalde, Texas school massacre, where surveillance video showed officers waiting in the hallways, hesitating to take out the heavily armed gunmen.
If they do come to my school, I want my resource officers to have the ability to meet violence with violence.
He says the weapons, which will be paid for by donations from community members, will be kept in a gun safe in an undisclosed location at each school, and SROs will receive training. One local parent, a gun shop owner, says the move will keep his kids safe.
They should be able to have the same equipment that, possibly an active shooter would have, and be able to take them down from a longer distance if need be.
But the American Federation of Teachers has generally been critical of putting more arms in schools.
Conservative politicians know that this is really important. We have to keep kids safe. We have to keep schools safe. And so they're coming up with something to create more guns, not less guns. It's wrong.
But in Ohio, Governor Mike DeWayne signed a bill into law that makes it easier for teachers to carry guns in schools. Instead of teachers needing 700 hours of training to possess a firearm on school grounds, they'll now be able to finish in 24 hours.
This training will be focused training specifically tailored to those working in schools.
The governor says schools are not required to arm teachers, but teachers still pushed back.
To introduce firearms into a setting where there are, hundreds of children each day is just not a wise course of action.
Victims' families and survivors in Parkland, Florida, are now waiting for the sentencing of the confessed gunman who murdered 17 students and staff at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. One survivor telling me if they had had protection like they now have in Brevard County, Florida, just maybe the massacre would have never happened.
Coming up, mixed messaging, why Google is blaming Apple for customers' poor texting experiences.
We'll take a look at the new initiative that might just keep Android users from getting kicked out of that group chat.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening. now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Harry Styles! Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The new school year just days away for a lot of kids across the country. Some started this week, actually.
That's right, but some teachers unions say that low pay and burnout are some of the reasons some educators are not heading back to those classrooms with their students. School districts are now having to recruit to fill the empty spots, and some even hiring bonuses. SCNBC correspondent Perry Russom has more.
Here in Miami-Dade, we have probably almost 300 vacancies.
With a week to go until classes start in Miami, Carla Hernandez-Matt says they need teachers.
Is the talent pool there to fill the vacancies?
I don't think so.
Hernandez-Matt is the president of United Teachers of Dade, one of the largest teachers unions in the region. She says low wages, the rise in school shootings, and the politicizing of the classroom is driving teachers away in the state. Newly published data from the National Education Association shows teachers in Florida make on average $51,000 a year, 4th lowest in the country, and $14,000 below the national average.
Teachers didn't get into this profession to live in the penthouse, but we also didn't get into this profession to live in the poorhouse.
Across the country, school districts are recruiting to fill the nationwide shortage.
We just don't see this getting better.
In Alabama, the state is lowering the requirements to get a teaching certificate.
We want to get highly qualified teachers in every school.
One school district in Louisiana is offering a hiring bonus of $7,500.
We want to be very competitive, so a teacher chooses us.
North Carolina is considering fixing its shortage by basing teachers' pay on how students perform, not their years of classroom experience.
It sends the message that we as educators are not doing enough.
Florida now turning to military veterans to lead classrooms.
It'd be something I consider. It's a nice idea.
The program gives a 5-year teaching voucher to veterans who have not yet earned a bachelor's degree. They have to have a minimum of 4 years of active duty, 60 college credits, and at least a 2.5 GPA. They have to pass a test and are assigned a teaching mentor.
You had the head of the teachers union in Sarasota criticize it, saying, well, you just can't throw any warm body in the classroom. Well, I'll tell you something. People that have served our country are not just some warm body.
Hernandez-Matt calls the plan disrespectful.
I have a brother that's a Marine, or that was a Marine, and I know that he's not ready to step into my shoes and be a teacher, just like I'm not ready to step into his shoes and be on the front line.
Here in Miami-Dade County, Hernandez-Matt says somebody will be in the classroom with these students. One idea they're looking at is having school administrators act as teachers. These schools also have different coaches for reading and writing. Hernandez-Matt says they too will be stepping in for the teachers.
Let's talk about some of these business headlines. Disney Plus and Hulu will soon be more expensive, with the streaming services aiming to boost their profits.
Yep, Google is also looking to send Apple a message to get rid of those green bubbles and to fix that texting experience.
I hate those green bubbles.
I know, it's kind of annoying, but it lets you know who you're talking to. Well, here's CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. He's going to talk to us about the business headlines. And Dom, let's start with Disney Plus. That company announced really incredible numbers on the earnings call Wednesday. Take us through the numbers. What do they mean for the company? And also, what do they say about the streaming space overall right now?
So Vicki, Morgan, the reason why lots of folks are talking about that Disney story, especially on Wall Street, is because it's the biggest driver of the upside in the Dow Jones Industrial Average so far today. So those Disney shares are up about 5 or 6% right now, and that's off the best levels that we saw earlier this morning. And that's thanks in large part to the media giant reporting quarterly profits and revenues that both, by the way, both topped analyst estimates. But the biggest catalyst were some of the streaming video numbers that you point out. Disney added 14.4 million new customers to its Disney Plus service. That was well ahead of the 10 million that analysts were consensus looking for. Now, in the process, Disney's total number of paying streaming subscribers across Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus topped 221 million. The reason why that's big is it means that Disney now has more paying subscribers than Netflix, which had 220.7 million at the end of June. Now, the caveat here is that Disney streaming subscribers generate less revenue per user than Netflix ones do. But Disney then plans to raise prices for Disney Plus by 38% to $10.99 a month. It remains to be seen whether they have the pricing power to do that without losing subs, but they're also adding a buck or two to the cost of Hulu per month. At the same time, they're going to start offering an advertising-supported tier of Disney Plus for a discounted $7.99 a month starting in December. So you're going to start seeing commercials with that lower tier. But the bottom line, ladies, is that streaming video competition is heating up, and that Disney numbers are the big reason why that stock is soaring so far in trading today.
Speaking of competition, Dom, I think the most important question of the day, are you an iPhone or an Android user?
I am an iPhone user, and I have two of them, by the way, church and state, right? I've got a work one and a personal one.
I'm on the same team. So, look, the war between Android and Apple, of course, is heating up. And the latest battle is over those pesky green little bubbles that iPhone users see anytime they text an Android user. So what exactly is Google hoping to get Apple to ultimately do here?
So it's annoying for a lot of those iPhone users, right? And by the way, the idea that if you're in a dead zone, sometimes if you only have Wi-Fi service, you can only get the iMessages on Apple across, right? So this is what's happening. Google, right, the developer of the Android system, is increasing kind of pressure on Apple to adopt this kind of next generation text messaging standard platform. It's called RCS. So what it's saying is that Apple's support of this new kind of platform would help prevent some of those problems that you referred to, right, when iPhone users text or message with people on chains that have Androids on them. Those green dots show up because it's an iMessage versus an SMS message. Images, video don't come across. Sometimes they take longer to come through. All of those problems might get resolved if they have a shared standard. Now, Google execs have kind of hinted that Apple doesn't want to support this new platform because iMessage is its own system, Apple's, right? And it kind of keeps people more tethered. And I guess maybe Morgan, Vicki, you and I are included in that system. We want to stay with Apple, and we want other people to use Apple because we don't want those green dots. But if there was some kind of a universal standard, maybe it would help out. But again, if you're, I live, ladies, in a dead zone at home, so I can only rely on my Wi-Fi to get messages. And if my friends send SMS messages, I don't have the cell phone service to receive them, so it's all a big, it's a big deal, I think.
It is.
Yeah, RCS. All right, we'll keep an eye out for it. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. Thank you, Dom.
Sure.
And going internationally for a moment, around the world, countries are struggling with this soaring inflation. Many commodities are tied to the U.S. dollar, so the actions taken by the central bank are likely to have ripple effects elsewhere across the globe. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley breaks it all down.
It's way more than just an American problem. Several countries are getting hit harder than the U.S. by inflation. For gas here, starting to drop to 4.010, still higher than last year, but on a steady decline. But that pump relief isn't hitting Europe yet. 6.61 a gallon in Germany, 6.97 in Italy, and 8.12 in the UK. A lot of this is because of the COVID pandemic and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which sent energy prices soaring worldwide. But here's the thing, experts say this global inflation tsunami mostly started in the States because of American COVID relief policies. But no matter where inflation goes next, many foreign countries are still very much at the mercy of American monetary policy.
I do believe much of the inflation around the world was exported from the U.S. That is, U.S. consumers were taking the money the government gave them, raising the prices for everyone around the world. And the Fed was slow to react so that inflation had time to spread everywhere.
Among other reasons, many global commodities like oil are priced in American dollars. That's why central banks don't enjoy nearly the same control over their prices as America's Fed.
Other countries won't have that long-term benefit, that long-term position that they can rely on. There are a variety of things they can do, but it's very, very difficult and a very delicate period of time.
And even for many wealthy nations, the inflation wave hasn't yet crested. Data from the last month ranks the U.S. as only having the 8th highest inflation among G20 countries. And while the U.S. just saw its inflation rate slow down, many European countries like Spain, the Netherlands, UK, and France saw their prices climb even further. Just about every country is seeing food increases of 5% or more. In some places like Turkey, it's over 30%, according to the World Bank.
I would expect that we're going to see hardships and a hard landing for many countries. We already have a number of developing countries in quite a lot of financial distress with high inflation rates. It's going to be a big problem in the coming months.
Well, activists are turning up the pressure on real-world companies inside the metaverse.
We're taking an inside look at how some users are demanding real action through digital protests. We'll take you there just after the break.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
All right, so there's an entirely new frontier for activism, and it's actually the metaverse.
Tech-savvy users are now organizing digital protests to take on real-world problems. Activists say protesting in the metaverse provides a unique opportunity for people to rally together that wouldn't have been possible in the physical world. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez with an inside look.
Cool. Whoa. This is my first outfit change in the metaverse. It's a custom NFT, one of only 48. And unlike other NFTs, it didn't cost thousands of dollars. It's free and was created by Halfway, a group of collaborators who organized one of the first viral protests ever in the metaverse.
We did way better than I thought we were going to do in terms of people participating and being able to log in, being able to receive the wearable.
The demonstration of nearly 40 people took place in Decentraland, right here in Samsung's digital flagship store.
I feel like you'd be kicked out pretty quickly if you went inside a store protesting in the physical world.
Right.
Decentraland is an emerging metaverse space, a 3D virtual world where users explore and can purchase digital real estate. You don't need 3D goggles to get in. You can use a laptop. The group says it was protesting the rapid commercialization of the metaverse.
There's no direct statement against Samsung.
This location was not selected to specifically target the brand, but it was rather a very current embodiment of what we were talking about.
Samsung did not reply to NBC News' request for comment.
Is it possible in the metaverse to put that type of pressure on corporations in the way that we've seen protests in the physical world can?
If a certain brand were to be in the news because their metaverse property has been taken over by protesters for 72 hours, I think that has potentially equaled the impact of a similar thing happening in the physical world.
Social protest mobilization plays a really big role in the physical world. Do you foresee it becoming a big part of the metaverse as well?
I think it could be a good alternative for not being able to protest in the physical world because it comes with too much risk.
Guy Goldenberg, co-founder of Ukraine-based tech group Multi-NFT, knows that risk.
My mother was arrested protesting in a real physical demonstration in Moscow.
His group held a protest against the Russian invasion of Ukraine inside the metaverse.
If she would have been able to do that without having a physical consequence, but still having a social meaning and an impact, that would be amazing.
While groups like Halfway and Multi-NFT experiment in this new frontier, some experts are thinking ahead about what users like activists should watch out for.
In the social media world, people were willing to get their privacy invaded. The metaverse will be worse in that sense because people will get so much of engagement and entertainment and immersive experience that they may be willing to actually compromise a lot of their privacy.
That grim digital reality might be around the corner, but for now, groups like Halfway are more concerned about another hurdle for metaverse protests, the knowledge gap.
It was always a little bit difficult for me to get into that world because it's a very different language, different codes, and I'm not a very technical person.
Inez Piso entered the metaverse for the first time last January to join the protest in Decentraland. She says Halfway trained everyone for more than 2 hours on how to navigate the space, something the group says they'll continue to do ahead of any future projects.
That was maybe more than the protest itself. That was the power of that day.
Abortion access is uniquely impacting the transgender and the non-binary community.
One trans man is now sharing his experience with having an abortion and why he fears other trans people may not have the same opportunity. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esamoah has this story. Welcome, Zincle. This story has so many layers to it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Morgan and Vicki, for having me. So we've all been talking about what the Dobbs decision means for women, but it also matters for non-binary and trans birthing people. So I went to Atlanta, Georgia, to hear from one trans man about his experience with abortion.
When I think about my abortion, it saved my life.
Kazembe Jackson is a trans man.
I found out I was pregnant my junior year in college. I had just been sexually assaulted about 6 weeks earlier.
It was 2001 in Texas, and Kazembe was still in the process of transitioning from his sex assigned at birth.
If you had not been able to get your abortion in 2001, what would have happened?
I'm sure I and another person that came from that pregnancy would have been two very unhappy people, or I would have committed suicide.
Since the Supreme Court's June reversal of Roe v. Wade, overturning the federal constitutional right to an abortion, trans advocates and community members like Kazembe say trans and non-binary individuals are left out of abortion discourse.
So nobody's saying not to include women, but I think what we are saying is there are other people other than women who need access to abortion too.
In the United States, according to Pew Research Center, 1.6% of adults in the U.S. are transgender or non-binary.
What do you see when it comes to the transgender and non-binary community and seeking out abortions?
First of all, it's very intimidating for a person who might be gender nonconforming to even feel comfortable going to a provider.
Dr. Marcy Bowers is a surgeon performing gender-affirming surgeries over 3 decades. She and other experts say that many trans-masculine individuals take testosterone, which generally blocks ovulation. Still, trans men can get pregnant while taking the hormone.
A person who really who has dysphoria around their genitals or their reproductive organs and doesn't want to be pregnant, that can add to the distress of being trans in the first place.
Some trans people do choose to carry their pregnancies to term, but providers say the choice to do so is necessary for equitable and gender-affirming health care. In Jackson's experience, he says having the choice to end his pregnancy was necessary for his sense of self.
Since Roe v. Wade was overturned, have you thought about yourself back in 2001?
I immediately thought back to what would have happened, and it put me in a mood that was very hopeless.
While abortion is no longer federally protected, Jackson says his hope now comes from local efforts to protect abortion at the state level.
We have people power. I think it's just about getting accurate information and pushing back.
I tell you, I got chills when Kazembe said hopeless.
Yeah.
And said that, he considered suicide. That's never something you want to hear someone feel like they were in such a dark place they had to do. And what's fascinating is whenever we report on these stories, right, you hear a lot of people describe how doctors would sometimes discourage them, or they would question their decision. What did Kazembe say? Because we're talking the South, we're talking 2001. Right. What did Kazembe say about his particular experience?
Absolutely. So Kazembe did express what you described, right? Which is he encountered resistance from healthcare providers saying, well, can you even get pregnant, right, at this time? How do you identify? But also there's the intersectional experience, right? Kazembe is both trans and black. And so Kazembe described having to take, and in the South, right? And in the South. So he described having to take out a payday loan, which many consider predatory, just to pay $300. A payday loan of $300.
Break that down. What is that? Spell that out for me.
A payday loan, many consider it predatory loans that are often targeted to low-income people, often black and brown.
To do this?
In order to pay for things that might be difficult for them to pay for.
This is what he had to use it for.
Yes. Right, to obtain an abortion, and that's not an isolated experience, right? It's reported that black trans people, 34% of them live below the poverty line, and that's twice the average of non-black trans people. And so this is an issue that really matters, and having access to abortions is key to that.
So. Thanks for bringing us this story, Zinkley, and
really
thanks to Kazembe for sharing his story, too.
Absolutely. Thank you both.
Thanks, Zinkley.
All right, well, a church performance is catching the attention of a big name in Broadway, and not for the right reasons.
Yeah, that's right. We'll tell you what Lin-Manuel Miranda says about the Hamilton knockoff right when we come back. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
All right. Here's what's popping now this Thursday. Lin-Manuel Miranda is not happy about his musical Hamilton being staged in a Texas church. Now, Door Christian Fellowship Ministries, they put on a rendition of this Broadway hit, and it concluded the performance with a pastor appearing to compare being gay to having a substance addiction. Miranda called the production illegal and unauthorized, and then signaled that he would be pursuing legal action.
Oh, wow. Well, it is not heaven. It is Iowa. That is where Major League Baseball is playing its second Field of Dreams game tonight. That's just steps away from where the iconic film was shot. Kevin Costner, who could forget? The Chicago Cubs will go head-to-head with the Cincinnati Reds.
Now, I know a lot of you listen to The Breakfast Club, and radio host Angela is saying farewell. She announced that she's leaving the popular radio program to launch her own show, and The Breakfast Club will continue with her 2 co-hosts, Charlamagne Tha God and DJ Envy. Yee told fans that she's always wanted her own show. She's wanted it for years. They finally approached her, and now her new show will air on iHeartRadio.
Go get it, Angela.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Well, a new show premiering today on AMC's all-black streaming network is shining a spotlight on diversity in Hollywood.
Now, the show called Send Help was created by Mike Goyo and is about a first-generation Haitian-American man trying to make it in Los Angeles. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer spoke with him to see how he got his foot in the door and how he's holding it open now for the next generation.
The show is called Send Help.
My mom's Haitian, so if it's not General Hospital, she ain't checking for it.
It's about a first-generation Haitian-American man living in LA, pursuing his life in Hollywood.
I was a series regular on a hit show.
So Send Help. What's the type of help he needs?
All kinds of help. Relationship help, mental help, helped with his family.
Sure, I keep some things to myself, but what's wrong with that?
The need for help, that's probably something most of us can relate to, right?
Yeah. No, absolutely. This story is based on Jean-Elie, who's my co-creator. So him as a Haitian American man, I'm also Haitian American. We wanted to really kind of like hone into the culture.
So many people say visibility is vital, and it's a slow changing process to get more stories told, right?
No, absolutely. Like the Black immigrant culture is something that isn't often explored on television. So we really wanted to do that. Being an immigrant, being Haitian American, and being able to have this career, I get a lot of young people coming up to me like, hey, I would love to do what you do, thank you for being an inspiration. And that to me is like, oh wow, creating that visibility and letting other young Haitian American writers, immigrant writers know that they can also do this has been amazing.
Do you think things in Hollywood are changing when it comes to who's in front of the camera and who's behind the camera?
Yeah, absolutely. The needle's always moving. The needle's always moving forward.
But Goyo says more work needs to be done. It's why he created the Black Boy Writes, Black Girl Writes mentoring initiative to support and amplify marginalized voices in the entertainment industry. Recently, 14 young writers were selected out of 900 applicants.
900 writers applied for your mentorship program. What does that tell you?
It tells you there's a need, It tells you that people are really kind of like yearning for this opportunity and just needing a way in. And they're all extremely talented, all very talented writers. They just need the access. And it's just become more and more aware that the access is missing. So hopefully our program is providing that.
You worked on Insecure, Issa Rae's show. Help us understand just how groundbreaking Insecure was.
It was great to be able to work on, but even before working on it, I was just such a fan of the show. I just love what Issa was able to create with it and the platform that she's been able to create for other writers and creatives coming up in the industry.
For any young writers out there who are watching this right now, looking at you and going, I want to be Mike, I want to be just like him, what's the biggest advice you want to give them?
The biggest advice I would give them is to keep writing. You're only as good as your last project, but even then, it's a muscle. You have to continue to work it. So my best advice, and the best advice I've ever gotten, is to keep writing.
Now to an exclusive look at the upcoming Princess Diana HBO documentary, The Princess.
The film provides an intimate look at her personal and public life, and it transports you back to that tumultuous royal era. Here's NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons with a sneak peek of this highly anticipated doc.
The princess has been the best thing to happen to the monarchy in centuries.
Did you get a chance to see her?
Yes! Diana is very big news everywhere.
Princess Diana was a global icon. Millions feeling connected to her, even before the era of social media.
A hollow and tormented marriage are giving the British media and its public little else to talk about.
Now, a new HBO documentary, simply called The Princess, is turning back the clock, laying out key events in her life as they happened. British producer Simon Chin and director Ed Perkins gave us an exclusive insight into their work.
The challenge for us was to do something that was just entirely different, that kind of enabled audiences to come at the story in a different way.
Is not only to kind of create a sort of time machine where we take audiences back into all of our past, but it really is to allow the film to kind of act as a bit of a mirror.
The film, a gripping timeline of Diana's life in the public eye, using only archival material. Then, Lady Spencer was 19 when she stepped into the public limelight. Her engagement to Prince Charles in 1981, the beginning of what seemed like a fairy tale.
What was your instant impression? Well, I remember thinking what a very jolly and amusing and attractive 16-year-old she was. I don't know what you thought of me.
Pretty amazing.
The film documents the highs and lows. Her wedding day, watched by 750 million people, and perhaps her happiest moments, the birth of her two sons, William and Harry. Diana's subtle character, relatable, making her the people's princess.
She actually didn't speak that often publicly throughout her life, but she did have this kind of extraordinary ability through her own body language to tell her story.
The princess asks difficult questions about the constant scrutiny and controversy that followed Diana everywhere. As her marriage to the Prince of Wales unravelled, the press obsessed over every appearance.
She has a sick mind.
She likes to be with people.
She likes to be bloody well watched.
In retrospect, her interdependent and tumultuous relationship with the media looks like a foreshadowing of today's world.
It's the media that's causing the problems. Leave them alone.
I think we've got an unhealthy obsession.
Ultimately, the controversy forcing Diana to limit public life.
When I started my public life 12 years ago, I understood the media might be interested in what I did. But I was not aware of how overwhelming that attention would become.
And then, that unexpected, tragic end. A car accident that stunned the world. Mourners gathered around her home in Kensington Palace for days.
This became literally a sort of sea of flowers for as far as you can see.
The global outpouring of grief and anger that spiraled and still resonates almost 25 years after her passing.
This film is about Diana, but actually, this film is about all of us. It's about what Diana meant to us.
Right now on NBC News Now, for real, the nationwide average of a gallon of gas has dipped under $4 a gallon. But for how long? We'll ask the experts. Plus, breaking news, FBI threat, a serious threat at an FBI field office in Ohio. The standoff with the suspect is still happening right now. And Attorney General Merrick Garland is set to speak this hour. And Shamilton, why a Texas church could face a hefty fine over a controversial, unauthorized production of the hit Broadway show. Thanks for being with us this hour. I'm Zinklea Samoa in for Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with major news impacting the wallets of millions of Americans. The cost of gas falling below $4 a gallon for the first time since March. AAA reporting a gallon of regular now averaging at $3.99. So that's higher than a year ago, but well below last month's average of $4.68 per gallon. Meanwhile, stocks jumped for a second day with investors excited about yet another better than expected inflation report. We have a team of correspondents covering every angle of the big story at this hour. But let's begin with CNBC's Pippa Stevens and NBC News reporter Julia Jester. Pippa, what's driving gas prices lower, and what are experts saying whether we will continue to see prices drop?
Well, Zinklea, as you said, we're now below $4 on the national average for the first time since March. And much of this comes down simply to the fall in oil prices. Oil hit $130 back in March. It's now trading right around $93. So that is a big decline. And oil makes up more than half of what we pay at the pump. So that is the primary driver. Also, high prices is sometimes the cure for high prices. Consumers have cut back on their mileage because they don't want to pay, more than $5 at one point back in June. But looking forward, there are a lot of factors that could influence the direction of what we're paying at the pump, including those ongoing sanctions against Russian energy, as well as an end to the U.S. government releasing barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. So while it's welcome news right now, Zinklea, we have to wait a few more months to see if this is the start of a long-term trend.
And that's a helpful big picture, Pippa. Julia, I want to bring you in here because I was out talking with drivers once gas prices neared that $6 mark just weeks ago. Now you're at a gas station in Arlington, Virginia, just outside D.C. How much is it there right now, and what are you hearing from drivers?
So we're at a gas station in Arlington, Virginia, where it's $3.85 a gallon, which is a welcome relief to the drivers we've chatted with today. As you mentioned, it was not like this just a few weeks ago. June seeing a peak of just over $5, and the drivers here are really feeling these prices come down. Take a listen to what they told us earlier.
I blame it on the Russians. But now the good things are coming. The Ukrainians are winning, and the Russians are losing. So maybe gas price will continue to come down. We'll see.
I mean, the gas is super expensive. I usually put 93 on my personal car, and it was like 5 something, which was very expensive.
And so one driver told us that prices are still terrible. But another said that even just seeing the prices below that $4 mark is, quote, psychologically helpful to just the American psyche right now, being able to see that perhaps we have reached that peak of gas prices. They're feeling it fall. But what I've heard from nearly every driver is that while the reprieve on the gas front is welcome, they're still waiting for other cost of living prices to go down, especially food. So it's just one piece of the puzzle here with these gas prices, albeit an important one. Sinclair?
Definitely one piece of the puzzle. Pippa Stevens, Julia Jester, thank you both so much. Now let's bring in CNBC senior markets correspondent Bob Pisani now. Bob, we got some new economic data today about wholesale inflation and jobless claims. So talk to us about that data and what it shows about the state of our economy.
Well, the bulls are very happy today because the market is up and the facts are moving in their direction. So what moves the stock market? Worries about inflation. We've been concerned about these high prices. The evidence is yesterday from consumer prices and, as you said, from wholesale prices today is they're still too high, but they're moderating. They're starting to come down. That's the first step in this. That means it's less likely the Federal Reserve is going to keep aggressively raising interest rates. And that is what the market has been afraid of, because when you do that aggressively and you raise those rates, the economy tends to go down and sometimes into a recession. And that's the other point here. A recession seems a little less likely. Not only is inflation starting to moderate, but job growth, it's not as strong as it was a couple of months ago, but it's still very strong. You put it all together, the chances of a recession are much reduced, and that's why the stock market has been rallying. Now, one thing about this, you heard about gas prices down. That's true. That's good news. What we need to see is some moderation in wage growth. That's very, very sticky. Think about this. You get a raise, you're not going to give that raise back. People are going to keep asking for more raises. So that wage growth tends to be very, very sticky, and that could be an issue down the road for people who want inflation to moderate a little bit more.
But even with that issue, it's nice to hear some good news that a recession may not be as imminent as we had been saying prior. But Bob, how are the markets reacting to all of this right now?
We're at the highest level in the stock market since early May. Now, there have been bulls out there who've been arguing this for weeks, that we had dire fears in April and May and in June, Xinhui, about an imminent recession that was going to cause people to stop spending money, that it was going to cause earnings to go down, that was going to just cause a real mess in the second half of the year or early 2023. And that's why the stock market dropped so much in April, May, and June. But now we get this new data. Looking at this, everyone's starting to realize, well, maybe it's just not as bad as people were afraid of a few months ago, because the data is a little better and the economy is holding up pretty well and the earnings are holding up pretty well. So as a result, the stock market is starting to bust out. And now you got people who are saying, oh, stocks used to be really cheap. Now they're looking kind of expensive because so many people have been buying them in the last few weeks.
Bob Pisani in the room where it happens, too. Thank you so much.
Okay.
And in Indiana, search efforts resumed today after a massive explosion rocked a neighborhood in the state. The explosion was caught on video. You can see it right here. 3 people were killed and more than 36 homes were damaged or destroyed. The mayor of Evansville calling it, quote, a gut punch. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins me now from Evansville. Jesse, good to see you. So officials in Evansville just wrapped up a news conference a couple of hours ago. What's the latest?
Yeah, so we have some good news in Clay. You can see behind me that there's cleanup going on. They are continuing to tear down 11 structures, which we're told are total losses. However, the secondary search of the damaged area has been completed, and the fire department says they have not found any more victims, and they have now gone through every area that they still felt they needed to get a closer look at. So that means the death count stays at 3 people, unfortunately, killed, but that number is not expected to go up. We do not have any reports of missing people, and it's just 1 person who was injured. But, of course, there's still 15 families, according to the fire department, that are displaced at this point because, as I said before, we have several structures that are total losses, and there are other homes that are still being examined at last check by the building department here because they want to make sure that there is not severe enough damage that these structures are unsafe. And to give you a sense of how powerful this blast was, you can see in the surveillance video, it shot debris straight up in the air down the block. This building has some windows that are blown out, and a business about 2 miles from here tells us, their employees tell us, that they felt the blast all the way out there. So that just gives you an idea of how intense this blast was, and it's kind of remarkable because the mayor says this is a pretty popular road, and there were no cars driving by at the exact moment of the blast. So all things considered, this seems to have been a much worse situation averted. But of course, we're still talking about 3 people who have lost their lives. The fire chief spoke about the whole situation here several times this morning.
Even though this is a tragedy for the community here in Evansville, it really is a spotlight to how our community comes together to face a common opponent and work together for the good.
Now, at this point, they're still trying to figure out how this happened. The ATF is on site helping local officials, and the fire chief says that an initial early test at the scene showed that there were no signs of a natural gas leak, but that has not been ruled out yet. And again, we do not have at this point a cause of what started this explosion. Sinclair, back to you.
Jesse, you mentioned a loss of life. I mean, anytime that happens, it's tragic. Do you know anything about those 3 victims?
We do know that 2 of the people who died are a married couple, a husband and wife. We have been in touch with the man's mother, and she said that the one consolation of this whole situation appears to be that they were together when this happened. So we're trying to get more information about the 3rd victim as well. And at last word, officials were not releasing names because they had not finished making notification to the families in Clay.
And of course, I mean, the images there are just devastating, slightly unbelievable. I imagine cleanup efforts are going to take weeks, if not months. So what help can the community expect?
At this point, the Red Cross is out here assisting, again, 15 families that have been displaced. There's a possibility that more people will be allowed back into their homes as the day progresses, and they possibly open more of the area. But at this point, we're looking at 15 families who don't have a home to go to.
Jesse Kirsch keeping us updated in Indiana. Thank you for that. We're also following breaking news out of Ohio. The FBI says an armed man tried to enter a field office in Cincinnati with a nail gun and a rifle. That suspect is now in a standoff with police on an interstate.
Gunfire was exchanged between officers on scene and the suspect. At this time, no officers have been injured as a result of this. The scene is still active, and there is still an active standoff situation occurring at this time.
Meanwhile, there's growing pressure on the Justice Department and FBI to explain exactly why it searched former President Donald Trump's home at Mar-a-Lago. AG Merrick Garland is expected to speak this hour and give a statement. Let's bring in NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney now. Ken, good to see you. So what else can you tell us about the situation in Ohio right now?
Hi, Zinkley. Well, around 9:15 in the morning, we're told a man entered the FBI field office in Cincinnati, Ohio, with a nail gun and fired at law enforcement officers. And then the FBI responded with some armed officers. He held up an AR-15 rifle, we're told, and then fled. And there was a pursuit on Highway 71, and state police became involved, somehow tried to stop this guy, and a standoff ensued. We're told the suspect is wearing body armor, and as you saw there, the police said gunfire was exchanged. There's some reports the suspect may have been wounded. It's unclear. One thing that it's important to say is that the police and the FBI have not released an identity of this suspect, and we don't know the motive. But obviously, this is coming amid a huge uptick in threats to FBI personnel and FBI facilities in the wake of the Mar-a-Lago search. Again, we don't know if that's connected here, but there's an atmosphere in the country of threats to the FBI, and we saw this violence today in Cincinnati.
And Ken, I know that NBC has also just confirmed that former President Trump received a subpoena in the spring from the FBI. What else can you tell us about that?
Yeah, that's right. So the significance of this, Zinkley, is it may go some way to explaining how they got to the point where they were going to a judge and getting a search warrant, because that's exactly if the Justice Department suspects that a subject is not complying with the subpoena, then they go to the search warrant. So what we've learned is that when the Justice Department was in negotiations with Trump's lawyers, and they were down in Mar-a-Lago meeting with them about trying to get back some of these boxes of records that contain classified information, they also had with them a subpoena, which was essentially demanding certain documents. And it appears that they didn't get what they were demanding, and that they also may have thought they were lied to in some fashion. And that's what led them to seek a search warrant, to get a forcible search to go in and seize those documents. There's still a lot we don't know about this. What's in the boxes? You know, Trump's team is claiming that he, as president, he had absolute authority to declassify all that stuff. And that may still be a matter that may be litigated. But clearly, the U.S. government believed they had to get these documents back. And so they went and did that, Sinclair.
Ken Delaney, and on that breaking news, thank you so much. We're also following breaking news at this hour involving the coronavirus pandemic. The CDC is expected to issue new guidelines any moment involving quarantine and isolation rules. It comes as COVID cases across the country are going down. 27 states are actually seeing a decline in cases. NBC News chief medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins me now in studio. Dr. John, talk to us about this. What are you expecting to hear from the CDC?
And like you mentioned, we've been waiting for this for a week or so. They keep delaying it, and anytime now today, we think they're going to go ahead and release these guidelines. And what we think it's going to be is an update on the guidelines they've had over the last few months. For school guidelines in particular, last time they updated was back in May. Well, a lot of things have changed. We're talking 3 months. And in pandemic time frame, 3 months is a lot. A lot of things have gone on. BA.5 is out there now. It's the more dominant one. We know it's more contagious, not as dangerous, which is good. People aren't masking as much because they're tired. We're 2.5 years into the pandemic. And so what they're trying to do is, and this is what we think, and I think is going to happen, is they're going to come out with guidelines saying, hey, let's make sure that we give people the information they need to do the activities they want to do and should be doing, including going to school, going to work, those types of things. And so that way they can understand how to do that safely, instead of before where we were saying, if you have outbreaks, or even if you don't have outbreaks, but we're concerned about it, stay home. Now we're saying, I think they're going to say, go ahead and go, but do it safely, do it this way.
And Dr. John, you mentioned school, right? It's not lost on me that in just a few weeks, in some cases sooner, millions of young people will be going back to school. Is this the right time for the CDC to be maybe changing their guidelines?
And I think it is the right time, because I think what's going to happen is they're going to give guidelines that are specific to what's going on. If one of the things that's happened over the last few months, if they've come out with these county maps and these county warnings, and you can go to your own county and go, okay, am I at low risk right now of COVID? Do we have low numbers of COVID? Do we have high, moderate? And I think what we're going to do is make it dependent on that as well, and say, if you're low cases, which they've talked about in the past, then you might not need to do as much. If you're high cases in your county, you might need to do a little bit more, and kind of the accordion effect of let's treat this like a virus that's out there, much like we do a flu. If there's flu outbreaks, we start closing schools down, but we don't close them until there's an outbreak. We might see something similar to here, the same thing, to try and keep kids in school, because that's the important thing we've learned over the last couple of years.
And then briefly, I'd love to hear for any parents watching, any tips for keeping their families, their kids safe.
Tip number one, make sure they're vaccinated and they have a booster shot, because kids 5 and above should be getting that booster shot. On top of that, just talk to them about safety features. If you think they need to wear a mask, have them wear a mask. Talk to the school about their policies, and especially what's going to happen if there is an outbreak.
Well, Dr. John Torres, keeping us safe and healthy. Thank you.
You bet.
And the World Health Organization is out with an unusual warning today about monkeypox. The agency is urging people not to attack monkeys. A Brazilian news outlet is reporting at least 7 monkeys in Brazil have died after being poisoned or harmed. Police think people are attacking them over misplaced fear of the virus. Scientists are now looking into a new virus that's emerging in China. The mysterious virus has already been identified in at least 35 people. NBC News health reporter Aria Bendix joins me now to talk about this. So, Aria, you've been researching this. What can you tell us about the virus and how concerned we should be?
Yeah, every time we hear the words novel virus, we think maybe something along the lines of COVID, but researchers and scientists aren't really alarmed by this particular virus. We know that it's called the Dengue virus. It's a form of henipavirus. Other henipaviruses have resulted in more severe outcomes in humans, but these 35 patients seem to have relatively mild disease. Even though they were hospitalized, their symptoms were mostly flu-like, fever, fatigue, cough. And we also know that these patients, most of them, if not all of them, had contact with animals prior to getting infected. So scientists think that might be the way this is spreading, is through an animal vector such as a fruit bat or a shrew. They're still looking into that to determine, but we know that there's no human-to-human transmission, and that's really the good sign there. All of this to say this is something to monitor, but it's not necessarily something that's raising red flags or should incite panic at this point.
Something to monitor, but not be panicked about. We like to hear that. NBC's Aria Bendix, thank you. And entire neighborhoods from Washington, D.C. to Tennessee are recovering today after being submerged by flash flooding. Up next, we're tracking the new round of severe storms already on their way.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
News is happening now. To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Harry Styles!
News is happening now. To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Severe storms are hitting several states across the country. In Washington, D.C., more than 4 inches of rain fell in less than 2 hours, overwhelming neighborhoods and prompting several water rescues. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by tracking the forecast. But let's begin with NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa.
Hey there. Well, here in New York, you're seeing the remnants of the storm system that hammered parts of the East Coast. In Washington, D.C., for instance, residents had little time to prepare for torrential rain that dumped 4 inches in less than 2 hours. The summer of extreme weather striking again with flooding in the Washington, D.C. area, trapping residents and storms wreaking havoc across the country. In Washington, D.C., heavy rains dumping as much as 4 inches in less than 2 hours.
These cars are all gonna sink.
Brown floodwaters pressed precariously up against the glass doors of this dog day care shop.
This is almost halfway up the door.
Downpours making a soggy commute for some residents. On the Capitol Beltway, chaos as long lines of cars clogged the roadways, forcing road crews to use rakes and shovels to clear out storm drains, prompting numerous water rescues.
I was coming through and then everything just hit the truck.
It comes in a summer of severe weather and destructive storms. In Georgia, after severe thunderstorms and winds this week, 2 U.S. soldiers were struck and killed by a falling tree while training, according to Army officials. 3 other service members were injured. And in Texas, a miraculous rescue after a woman trapped in her car in El Paso was saved just moments before her vehicle was mostly swallowed by a sinkhole. And in an array of hope, parts of the country, including Kentucky, a state that has been ravaged by immense amounts of rain, are seeing no flood alerts for the first time in several days, a sign of relief and drier days to come. Back to you.
Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, what's the latest on the flash flood potential in that forecast?
I mean, that car, right, last night, and then the people in their house watching the flash flooding. And we've had a lot of flash flooding over the last couple of weeks. We'll continue that today, but we're shifting from the east to the west, where they've been dealing with it on and off for a couple of weeks. The areas of green are in New Mexico, the northern half of Arizona, a good section here of southern Utah, and also just outside of Las Vegas. That's where we have some flash flood watches. So we're going to see the monsoon storms popping up, and we will get some flash flood warnings. We actually have two of those right now in areas of New Mexico. So as we bring it back to the east, where we had all that rain yesterday, that's over with. Our front has sagged to the south a little more, so drier air is moving in. Great news for Kentucky and also Washington, D.C. and Baltimore had all that horrific rain yesterday. Now we're going to more focus with the rainfall threats to the south into areas of Tennessee, Kentucky, Tennessee to North Carolina, south of Kentucky. So for today, showers and downpours are already beginning to form as we go throughout the afternoon. They will really intensify here, especially throughout the south. It's a humid day, but the good news is these storms will be moving. They'll be popping up and then sinking and then dissipating. So we're not going to see them training over the same areas. That's why the flood threat today is a lot less than the last couple days. By the time we get to Friday afternoon, we just have to watch closely our friends around Charleston and Myrtle Beach. And of course, if you've been to Charleston and you've ever seen it rain hard, they're extremely flood prone. So the possibility does exist for some problems in Charleston. Rainfall forecast down along the Gulf, about 1 to 2 inches, and about 1 to 2 inches also for the coastal areas of the Carolinas. So the good news is less today than it was the last couple days, but it doesn't mean it can't happen somewhere.
Oh, boy, it can't happen somewhere. And now we've transitioned from heat to rain. So just a new element.
Yes.
Bill Cairns, thank you. And coming up, huge developments on the conflict in Ukraine. The latest on the strikes in Russian-controlled Crimea and what it means for an end to the war next.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Hear their stories, help bring them home.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're following breaking news at this hour. Attorney General Merrick Garland is set to speak from the Justice Department any moment now. So let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos now to talk about this. Danny, good to see you. So this comes following the FBI search of President Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence. This was an unprecedented search of a former president's home, and it elicited sharp critique from the right, even from moderate Republicans like Larry Hogan in Maryland. So what do you expect Merrick Garland to be saying right now?
It's hard to say what to expect Merrick Garland will say, because this is not something the Justice Department typically does. They don't execute search warrants and then call press conferences to explain what they're looking for and why they executed the warrant in your ordinary, regular guy case. That's not what this is. This is an extraordinary case and extraordinary circumstances. So this is a deviation from regular DOJ policy, which is to not, I should say, never comment on ongoing investigations. And that's because the intense political nature, essentially, Merrick Garland has determined that he must come out and make a statement about this search warrant to explain or dispel any, I guess, guessing around about what's been going on. Again, normally this is not the kind of thing DOJ worries about at all when they're conducting an investigation. They do their investigation, and they let the chips fall where they may, and they let everybody speculate about whatever they want to speculate about. This, again, is an unusual circumstance requiring unusual procedures.
And Danny, you talked about how, this has never happened before, and in a way, the DOJ may be going against their own protocols, right? Commenting on an ongoing investigation. If they're yielding to this political pressure, might it bite them in the back? What's your legal take on that?
It could. I mean, this is a calculated choice. And of course, Merrick Garland didn't make this decision alone. He has a number of people there at Main Justice to discuss this with, and they must have determined that commenting on the ongoing investigation, the benefits outweigh the risks. And the risks, when you think about it, you're not going to alert some suspect who didn't know he or she was being investigated. There's no doubt now that Donald Trump is aware that he's being investigated. So you're not going to scare anybody off or ruin your investigation in that sense. But politically, and Merrick Garland has to consider the political consequences, he has received a lot of criticism from the right for this investigation, including from the former president himself. So in this unusual case, Merrick Garland wants, I would say desperately, for DOJ to appear as an impartial institution pursuing justice. And the normal protocol of just remaining silent may not be enough in his judgment. He is likely, I expect, to come out and give a nonpartisan, perfectly reasonable explanation for conducting this search and executing this search warrant. At least that's his mission. His mission is going to be to explain away, without compromising the investigation, his reasons for approving, or the Department of Justice's reasons for permitting the FBI to seek, obtain, and execute a search warrant on the home and office of the former president.
And Danny, I know NBC News has just confirmed that former President Trump actually received a subpoena in the spring from the FBI. So what else can you tell us about that?
Well, this is not surprising. I mean, this seems to be, if you want to draw some inferences, this seems to be that DOJ tried by subpoena. Now, a subpoena is a document that essentially says to the subpoenaed person, hey, we're counting on you. We're trusting in you to go to your file cabinets, go to your computers, look at the list of things on the subpoena, get them, preserve them, obtain them, hand them over to us. Subpoenas are an act of faith at their core. So it might make sense that there were subpoenas issued and DOJ became less than competent that the person receiving the subpoena was acting in good faith. And DOJ, when they don't believe they can trust someone to go with a subpoena to look in their own files, because keep in mind, the files that DOJ may be asking for from the subpoenaed person may be files that are harmful to that person. Imagine the conundrum of being told, go look for document A, and as you're looking for document A through your file cabinet, knowing that if document A exists, it's bad for you. You can see why, in those quiet moments alone by the file cabinet, document A might just go missing instead of be found. So DOJ, the choice to issue a subpoena or execute a search warrant really comes down to one word: faith, or lack thereof. So it may be explained today that the reason this search warrant was executed was that Donald Trump or those around him responsible for complying with the subpoena didn't do so to the satisfaction of DOJ.
And Danny, I mean, you're talking about documents, and I'm reminded of that Presidential Records Act, right, that has been referenced. Many presidents are expected to preserve any official documents of communications. So what happens if that's violated and is found to have been a violation by President Trump?
There are a couple different statutes, and my view of this is that this is a really thorny issue for Merrick Garland. One such statute, you'll hear it a lot, Section 2071, criminalizes essentially the taking away of these documents by someone in custody of them, someone in custody being the president, for example, documents from, for example, the White House, taking them away and allowing them to be destroyed or converting them or essentially just taking them forever, though that is potentially a federal crime. The challenge for Merrick Garland is that same crime also contains looks like we have someone at the podium, but that potential crime also contains a bar from future office holding, which is a very rare thing in federal law. But that disqualifier may be seen by many on the right as cherry picking or conveniently choosing a statute that is something that would bar President Trump from running again to be President Trump one more time. The reality is with that statute is that disbarment from political office or official office may be unconstitutional, but that's not going to change the fact that people on the right are going to point at Merrick Garland and say, oh, isn't this convenient that you just happen to investigate a federal statute that just happens to contain in subsection B a bar from a person convicted of that crime from ever holding office? It will be too convenient for those on the right.
And Danny, I see someone at the podium now, but we're still standing by for AG Merrick Garland to come. And so I want to ask you, you talked about those arguments from the right. Much of the right has been critical of this search of Mar-a-Lago. I wonder, are any of their arguments, do they have legal ground? Is there a case where they do have legal standing?
They might. We don't know yet because we really don't know the nature of this investigation. We may know more after this press conference. But I mean, the right is essentially arguing that, look, this is an investigation of a crime. I expect you'll hear a lot on the right say that even if this is true, this Section 2071 is not a slam dunk crime by any stretch. Number one, the president has the right to declassify information. That doesn't really mean he has the right to take away documents. That's a slightly separate issue. It's nuanced, but it is different. They may say also that this is a form of political, and I'm using their words, witch hunt, because it is a democratically appointed attorney general executing a search warrant. Essentially, they will characterize it as for looking for boxes of documents that may have been improperly or even accidentally taken away from the White House. So, I mean, there are a number of different criticisms the right will level. It will be interesting to see how those change after today. And all that boils down to how much explanation Merrick Garland gives the public for executing the search warrant. Again, keep in mind that this is something DOJ just doesn't normally do. For most of my clients, they don't find out they're under investigation until they're indicted. There is no press conference saying, just so you know, we executed a search warrant on your phone records or your bank records. Just so you know, we want to give you a heads up. DOJ doesn't do heads up normally, but this is an unprecedented situation, a momentous situation. And so, as we've seen even in the past, James Comey, other situations with DOJ, special circumstances sometimes require a status update. But again, don't look for too much detail. Merrick Garland's only going to reveal as much as he feels he needs to accomplish his goals, which is to dispel theories from the right that this is a political investigation.
That's important framing right there, right? Not to expect too much detail from the AG. And as you talk about how unprecedented this is, I'm reminded of those alleged threats against law enforcement since the search at Mar-a-Lago. That would be unprecedented if true. What can you tell us about that? And have you seen that happen before in a case like this?
What's interesting is that typically, I mean, you don't see threats against law enforcement. And you really don't, for the most part. A lot of times folks ask, hey, aren't you afraid of the criminals that you're involved with? And they ask defense attorneys the same thing. And for the most part, I don't know how to explain it, except that there's just some unwritten understanding that criminals don't go after the U.S. attorney who prosecutes them or the police officer who arrests them. Please understand, there are some massive exceptions to that rule. And I know personally some prosecutors who have had their houses burned down by criminals. So it's definitely not a general or even standard rule, but largely threatening law enforcement agents or law enforcement officials is just not a good idea because they take it very seriously. It's just not a good plan for your future.
And I'm reminded also that former President Trump, whose estate was searched, has characterized this as a witch hunt of sorts. And of course, we're on the cusp of the midterm elections and soon 2024. What do you expect? Are there any potential legal implications for the election should the FBI, DOJ have found anything criminalizing?
A couple things. Policy-wise, Merrick Garland is in a difficult position because what point between now, the midterms, when Trump's campaign presumably starts for president in 2024, what window is there to prosecute, if you choose to prosecute former President Trump, what window of time is there that wouldn't be perceived as political? It almost doesn't exist. In fact, I would argue that it doesn't exist at all. So Merrick Garland is a very difficult situation in terms of a potential political campaign and the DOJ's general policy to stay out of political campaigns. So that is something that Merrick Garland has to be considering. The really interesting thing here is that a politician or a candidate for president who is charged with a crime is not technically disqualified from running. In fact, you could theoretically run from a jail cell to be president. Once somebody is president, the only way to remove them from that office is by impeachment. Impeachment, conviction, and then removal. The really interesting academic question is, what happens if somebody is prosecuted while a candidate, jailed, and then becomes president while imprisoned? The longstanding policy is that you can't prosecute a sitting president because it would literally arrest the entire executive branch. The other two branches are run by many people. You could imprison a Supreme Court justice and the court could go on. You could imprison a congressman, and we have, and Congress could go on. But if you arrest or imprison the chief executive, you are effectively arresting the entire executive branch, which is why presidents have immunity, at least during the presidency, from prosecution and imprisonment. But it's a thorny issue for Merrick Garland either way because of all the strange constitutional, never before dealt with issues.
A lot of nuance, a lot of unprecedented events. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos, thank you so much, and please stay with us. Now we're bringing in NBC News legal analyst Barbara. Barbara, what do you think the Attorney General needs to say today? Barbara McQuaid.
I think that he is not going to talk about the specifics of the search, but I think he is going to talk about the process of the search. And also, importantly, I would love for him to talk about why they don't talk about it. It's a very important policy that is designed to protect the accused when there is not the property owner, when there's not yet been a charge filed. And so I also think defending the norms. It's important that we have norms and that we use them and adhere to them, even in times when they are most tested. And so I think that he will very likely denounce these allegations of planted evidence and other kinds of things. And I don't know that we can say it's connected, but the calls for violence and even the attack we saw today on an FBI office is likely being spurred by some of this irresponsible rhetoric. And so I hope he will push back against that, defend the honor of the FBI in an effort to just get a little space here so that they can do their jobs.
And Barbara, you alluded to it, but can you talk more about the pressure AG Garland and the Department of Justice is under right now?
Well, ordinarily, the Justice Department says internally, tune out the noise. We don't care about the politics. We speak in court. And what matters is what's happened in a courtroom. And anything we say now doesn't help there. In fact, it could possibly hurt there. But I think this is a very unusual situation. The vacuum that is exists because of the inability of the Justice Department to comment has given a lot of space for critics of the Justice Department and of FBI to just make stuff up. And I think that for that reason, it's necessary to come out strong today and explain the process, explain the policy, and try to assure the public that things are being done on the up and up.
And Barbara, you know, we talked to Danny, we talked to Ken. I wonder what you are making of the new reporting today that Trump received a subpoena for the documents at Mar-a-Lago back in the spring, actually. How does that fill out the picture of how we got the FBI search on Monday to begin with?
Yeah, that's a really interesting new detail. You know, ordinarily you want to get the evidence you need by the least intrusive means possible. So the least intrusive would be a request to voluntarily turn it over. That appeared to not be effective. The next step that's less intrusive than a search warrant is a subpoena, because it basically says to the person, you know, give us this stuff. We've got a court order for it. If you don't, you could face contempt of court and even jail, but it does not entitle us to come into your house and rummage through your stuff. And so that's more of an intermediate step. The fact that happened and was also futile, I think, is what the Justice Department would point to say, yes, a search warrant is a pretty drastic measure, but we tried everything else, and he wouldn't give them over. So we were left with no choice but to use the search warrant. And I think that's an important fact for the public understanding that their first go-to step wasn't the most aggressive.
And Barbara, there are some unverified reports that some of the documents may have been classified. What would be the legal implications of that, if true?
Well, it could bring with it additional criminal charges. It's a crime just to take away and remove government records under the Presidential Records Act. But if those documents are also classified, that could violate other statutes as well. There's a 5-year felony for that. And the reason is that it's a serious crime because classified documents are, by definition, documents the disclosure of which would cause grave damage to the national security of the United States. And so it just amps up the consequences and the danger if somebody is mishandling not just government documents, but classified documents.
Absolutely. It would be a national security risk, especially considering Mar-a-Lago has different security requirements than, say, the White House. And I also wanted to get your take on the surge of threats or alleged threats to the FBI that we've been seeing since their search of Mar-a-Lago. What's your take?
Well, I think it is exactly like what we saw happen on January 6th. The president expresses his displeasure, and there are people out there who will take that as a call to arms. There's a term for this. It's called stochastic terror. It is when someone, a leader, that demonstrates his displeasure. You know, it'd be a shame if something should happen to my enemy, or will anyone rid me of this troublesome priest? Somebody's going to take that bait and engage in violence. And so I think that today's remarks are at least in part designed to kind of turn down that rhetoric.
And Barbara, I wonder, in all the events that have been happening, right? Monday's search, today's press conference that's just minutes away, has anything surprised you?
Well, the fact that they're having a press conference does surprise me. It is a tried and true by the book method that you don't speak other than in court. And for a search warrant, which is under seal, you don't speak until charges are filed or the person files a lawsuit for return of property. And so the fact that they're speaking does suggest to me that this is an extraordinary step, but I suppose these are also extraordinary times. You know, we talk about how it's important when you're investigating something high profile to do it by the book. Well, times have changed. Maybe it's time for the book to change as well. And maybe that's what we're seeing today.
And you say the fact that the press conference is happening is a surprise to you. What are the legal risks of doing this with an open investigation?
Well, there's the risk of violating a court's order to seal a document. Matters are sealed at order of the court. And so you can't just violate it because you feel like it. And so Merrick Garland has to be very careful about what he says today, not to violate that order. There is also the risk that any criminal case that follows from this, charges for mishandling government property or mishandling classified information, there's a concern that there will be a motion filed by the Trump team that these remarks were inappropriate and somehow jury pool by making statements outside of the normal court proceedings in the four corners of the charging document. And so there's some real risk talking here today, saying anything disparaging about Donald Trump. Instead, that's why I expect it to be more about the process than about any particulars of this case.
Barbara, I want you to stay with us, but I also want to bring back in our NBC legal analyst, Danny Savalos. So, Danny, I just asked Barbara if anything has surprised her when it comes to this Mar-a-Lago search with this hearing, or this press conference we're about to have from Attorney General Merrick Garland in just a few minutes. Has anything surprised you? And if so, what and why?
Well, Barb McQuaid took the words out of my mouth. I'm just going to take the words right back out of hers, because I totally agree that the biggest surprise is that we're staring at a podium waiting for Merrick Garland to come out and explain, give a status update on why, presumably, they executed a search warrant at the home and office of Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago, because DOJ is not in the business of status update. They're not in the business of explaining where they are in the process of an investigation. Oh, once someone's indicted, they'll come out with diagrams, with pictures, with PowerPoints, and explain maybe who has been indicted. They will put it up on their website and allow you to download the indictment, but not before, not during the investigation. And there are good reasons for that. Not only do you not want to tip off the people you're investigating, but you don't necessarily want to cast aspersions, essentially, at somebody who is innocent, whose property may be searched, which theoretically could be Mar-a-Lago. I mean, that's really what a search warrant is. A search warrant is about the property and the fact that evidence of a crime is likely to be there. It does not accuse a specific person of a crime. So there are many long-standing good reasons why DOJ doesn't give status updates like this. But as Barb said, maybe times are changing, and maybe that's a good thing.
Danny and Barbara, NBC News legal analysts, thank you both so much for breaking all that down. Now I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Ron Allen. He's outside the former president's golf club in Bedminster, New Jersey. Ron, it's good to see you. So what are you hearing? What are you seeing?
The president's been noticeably quiet, which is unusual for former President Trump, but he has been very quiet. We're not even sure of his location, whether he is here in Bedminster or traveling somewhere, or what exactly he is doing. His social media accounts have also been quiet. We were looking at The Truth, his own social media account, and there's not much on there, as has been the case over the past couple of days when he was going on about this being a witch hunt, about how unfair all this was, how politically motivated these investigations have been. So he has been relatively extremely quiet, and that's sort of eerie because it's not the norm, and you don't know what to expect. But that's the situation here. Merrick Garland, we expect to talk about the DOJ investigation, not necessarily about the investigation that has to do with the Manhattan District Attorney and the New York State Attorney General, that civil matter, and the criminal matter dealing with the Trump family business. We think this is going to be the press conference coming up, the statements coming up by Merrick Garland having to do with the situation at Mar-a-Lago and the federal DOJ and FBI's concerns about documents, separate investigation about documents, about confidential documents, about classified documents, and on the other hand, about the Trump family business, which was the issue yesterday before the State Attorney General, where he took the fifth some 440 times. So like everyone else, we stand by to see what the Attorney General has to say. And again, we have not heard from former President Trump, which is somewhat unusual, but we will probably hear something after Merrick Garland makes his remarks.
Definitely unusual, but I know that you'll be watching that closely. And Danny, I want to bring you back in because we see Ron, he's standing right in front of Trump's golf course in New Jersey. I wonder, what are the chances that another one of Trump's residences or businesses is searched? Is that something we could know, given what seems to be a more public-facing approach to this investigation at the moment?
Oh, that's hard to say. I mean, on the one hand, it may be the case that the problem that DOJ perceived with noncompliance with a subpoena was something that was only happening at Mar-a-Lago. Or it could be the case that the DOJ only believes that these documents were taken to Mar-a-Lago. That is a really interesting prospect, that these documents could be in any number of different Trump properties, homes, residences throughout the country, including New York and New Jersey, other places where Donald Trump spends a lot of time. But as far as I'm aware, there hasn't been any indication that DOJ intends to expand its execution of search warrants anywhere else. But keep in mind, the day before these search warrants were executed, we knew nothing about them. That's how the DOJ does its business. And that's why it has a greater than 90% conviction rate, because it's very good at its job and it keeps its investigation successfully under wraps. So if DOJ is contemplating executing search warrants at other Trump properties, I promise you two things. We probably don't know it. And number two, Merrick Garland will likely not signal that today.
And Ron, I know you're in New Jersey, just a few steps away from Trump's golf course. You mentioned he's been a bit silent right now, which is unusual for him. But what was he saying after this Monday raid? Talk to us about the tone that you're getting, both on his property but online as well.
The president was combative, as has been his custom. He and after the deposition yesterday and before it, he and Letitia James are adversaries. There is no love lost between them. She often makes very bold statements about how no one is above the law and about how she is going after people like President Trump and the former New York governor, Cuomo. On the other hand, former President Trump has called her a racist person who was politically motivated and who's built her political career on going after him. So there has really been very strong language back and forth between the two of them. Although Mr. Trump did say in a statement yesterday that the deposition was professional, we know that the Attorney General was in the room for part of it. In terms of his social media, the truth, there was one posting where he was making the allegation that President Obama had taken some 30 million or a huge number of documents out of the White House. And was this the same thing? He was making a comparison. There's no proof or no evidence that the claim that he is making about what President Obama did or didn't do is true. We haven't checked it out, but it doesn't seem to be true. It's, again, the sort of fodder that goes out there to his followers, the sort of victimhood where he says, what about somebody else? What about somebody else? And he has made this claim about President Obama supposedly taking documents out of the White House and promising to digitize them and not doing so. So there's that. Again, we have not heard much from President Trump over the past number of hours, but I expect that as soon as Mr. Garland is finished, we will hear something from Mr. Trump. Back to you.
NBC correspondent Ron Allen in Bedminster, New Jersey. Thank you so much. Now, let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli in South Carolina with President Biden. Mike, it's good to see you. So how does the Biden administration feel about all of this action that is happening at the DOJ with former President Trump right now?
Well, of course, politically right now, the White House has not welcomed this news. You look at the political position that President Biden has been in for much of this year with his approval rating sinking, and they've had just about as good a period of good news for this administration in the last few weeks than at any time really this year especially. And they wanted the focus this week to be on the legislative successes, the Inflation Reduction Act poised to pass the House tomorrow, the other bipartisan bills the president signed into law earlier this week. So in that respect, in the short term, this is unwelcome. But when you look at the broader perspective here of the White House, this is a president in President Biden who promised throughout the campaign to restore the independence of the Justice Department. And so what we see happening this week with law enforcement officials taking unprecedented actions to search the home of a former president, you clearly have separation in this Justice Department from the White House. In fact, the White House saying earlier this week that President Biden himself learned of that search at Mar-a-Lago from media reports. And just in the last hour, as we learned that Attorney General Garland was poised to make some sort of public statement, the White House yet again said they learned of his plans to make that statement only through public media reports. And so in the context of what President Biden promised to do to restore the soul of America, to restore a sense of law in this country and the independence of the rule of law, they see what Garland's independence in this moment as proof of that fact. And so they're welcoming it, obviously, in the respect of it fulfills a promise from the president, while assuring us and repeatedly telling us that they had no knowledge of what the Justice Department is doing, and that's exactly the way it should be.
And Mike, very quickly, I know President Biden has said he believes in the independence of the DOJ. So what kind of line does he need to walk here? He hasn't said anything about the investigation overtly so far.
Yeah, and I was among those reporters yesterday as the president was traveling here to South Carolina who tried to get, knowing this might be the last time we had a chance to talk to him while he's on vacation, to weigh in on this. And sometimes the president is certainly willing to come over and engage with reporters. You would think he especially wanted to talk about the legislative successes. But this is a president who knows what is at stake here, and they can't be seen, especially with Republicans quickly accusing the Biden administration of politicizing, in their view, the Justice Department with this raid of former President Trump. Biden needs to keep that law enforcement action at arm's length and make it clear he has no role in any of the decisions that are being made at the moment.
Mike Memoli in South Carolina, thank you so much. Let's bring back in Danny Savalos and Barbara, our legal analyst. So what are you hearing from your fellow analysts about this event that's going on right now? I know you both have said it's unprecedented, but Barbara, would love to hear from you on that.
Yeah, I think that it is really interesting that it demonstrates that we live in such different times. It used to be that I think the public gave benefit of the doubt to law enforcement, to the FBI, and there was a presumption of regularity that we'd wait and see. We'd assume that they were acting in good faith unless we saw otherwise. And now it seems like that has been turned on its head through the disinformation efforts of Donald Trump. This allegation that evidence has been planted, completely baseless. But now the narrative isn't so much prove that evidence was planted, it's prove that it wasn't. And it's very difficult to disprove a negative. We've seen this with election fraud as well. In the same way people will deny the election, you'll say, well, where's the evidence of fraud? They'll say, where's the evidence that there wasn't? And I think we are going in a very dangerous place when it's very difficult for people to know what to believe, when you've got people very willing to throw out their completely baseless information in an effort to distort and manipulate the public.
Danny, I wonder, what about you? Is there any opposition to this press conference that's about to happen? Are you hearing that in legal circles, that perhaps this is not the right thing to do?
No, not necessarily. I mean, most of my legal circles are defense attorneys, and defense attorneys would always welcome the idea that DOJ would give a press conference about the status of an ongoing investigation, because it's just something that's never done, that it certainly is interesting, if nothing else. I seriously doubt that this is going to herald a change in DOJ for their run-of-the-mill cases, or at least their cases involving defendants and suspects that no one has ever heard of. They will continue to not comment on investigations until an indictment or some other very good reason to comment on them. Again, that's for good reason. There are valid and important reasons why DOJ doesn't comment on ongoing investigations. But I wouldn't say that this is going to be a sign of changes to come. It might be a sign of changes to come as to Trump investigations, or perhaps investigations of someone like Rudy Giuliani or someone else who is high profile in Trump's circle. But I don't expect that this will change DOJ policy of not commenting and not holding press conferences to comment on ongoing investigations. This system has worked very well for them for many years. They are devastatingly effective at securing convictions in virtually all of their cases. Over 90% end in pleas, and those that go to trial, about 90% of them end in guilty verdicts. So DOJ knows what it's doing. This may be a deviation from what it normally does, but it is probably a deviation and nothing more, at least a deviation when the case is just so political like this one. As for the run-of-the-mill cases, DOJ will probably continue to not comment on ongoing investigations until they're ready to indict.
And I wanted to dig a little deeper with both of you into the Presidential Records Act. For our viewers who aren't familiar, it's that act of Congress that governs official records of the president and vice president and any records received after around 1981. So talk to us about, to the best of your knowledge, how this exactly works and why it's so important. Barbara?
Presidential records belong to the United States. It is part of our history. They're retained by the National Archives, so that we have a recording of what happened during the Trump administration and during his presidency. They don't belong to him, and so they're not his to take. Now, the interesting thing about the Presidential Records Act is there isn't much penalty there. It's a bit of a toothless statute. But there are other statutes that apply to this situation. There is a statute for the removal of government records. It was previously a felony, but ironically, it was President Trump himself who signed the bill into law, making it a 5-year felony that makes it a crime to take away documents that belong to the United States. And then, of course, mishandling of classified information, depending on one's intent, can be anywhere from grossly negligently mishandling information, all the way up to violations of espionage act.
And Barbara, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I see that AG Merrick Garland.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Kate Snow.
Good day, everyone. We're coming on the air with some breaking news. Attorney General Merrick Garland about to make his first public comments since the FBI searched former President Donald Trump's residence in Florida earlier this week. This will be the first time anyone from the Department of Justice has commented since the Mar-a-Lago search. About a dozen boxes worth of materials were seized from a safe and a storage area within Mr. Trump's residence. This statement from the Attorney General comes, of course, amid growing calls from Mr. Trump's supporters to explain what was behind that search. NBC's Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian has been following this story all along. Ken, what do we expect here?
Kate, I'm not expecting to learn a lot of new facts about the search. I'm prepared to be proven wrong. I think I'm expecting a primer on the process and why the Justice Department conducts searches pursuant to court orders, what are the circumstances, and possibly also some pushback on some of the criticism that the department has been taking from, as you mentioned, from Trump supporters who say that this is unfair, that it's politically motivated. There have even been remarks by some Trump lawyers that the FBI may have planted evidence. I expect Merrick Garland to push back on that. But Merrick Garland is a cautious, careful institutionalist who believes in the rules and believes in protocol. And protocol in this case says that the Justice Department does not talk about pending criminal investigations, no matter how badly people want them to do that. And so I don't expect him to talk about in detail about what, for example, what led the FBI to pursue this court-ordered search.
All right, Ken, here's the Attorney General now.
Good afternoon. Since I became Attorney General, I have made clear that the Department of Justice will speak through its court filings and its work. Just now, the Justice Department has filed a motion in the Southern District of Florida to unseal a search warrant and property receipt relating to a court-approved search that the FBI conducted earlier this week. That search was of premises located in Florida belonging to the former president. The department did not make any public statements on the day of the search. The former president publicly confirmed the search that evening, as is his right. Copies of both the warrant and the FBI property receipt were provided on the day of the search to the former president's counsel, who was on site during the search. The search warrant was authorized by a federal court upon the required finding of probable cause. The property receipt is a document that federal law requires law enforcement agents to leave with the property owner. The department filed the motion to make public the warrant and receipt in light of the former president's public confirmation of the search, the surrounding circumstances, and the substantial public interest in this matter. Faithful adherence to the rule of law is the bedrock principle of the Justice Department and of our democracy. Upholding the rule of law means applying the law evenly, without fear or favor. Under my watch, that is precisely what the Justice Department is doing. All Americans are entitled to the even-handed application of the law, to due process of the law, and to the presumption of innocence. Much of our work is by necessity conducted out of the public eye. We do that to protect the constitutional rights of all Americans and to protect the integrity of our investigations. Federal law, long-standing department rules, and our ethical obligations prevent me from providing further details as to the basis of the search at this time. There are, however, certain points I want you to know. First, I personally approved the decision to seek a search warrant in this matter. Second, The department does not take such a decision lightly. Where possible, it is standard practice to seek less intrusive means as an alternative to a search and to narrowly scope any search that is undertaken. Third, let me address recent unfounded attacks on the professionalism of the FBI and Justice Department agents and prosecutors. I will not stand by silently when their integrity is unfairly attacked. The men and women of the FBI and the Justice Department are dedicated, patriotic public servants. Every day, they protect the American people from violent crime, terrorism, and other threats to their safety while safeguarding our civil rights. They do so at great personal sacrifice and risk to themselves. I am honored to work alongside them. This is all I can say right now. More information will be made available in the appropriate way and at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Mr. Attorney General, the former president said this
FBI agents? Thank you all for your questions, but as I said, this is all I can say at this time.
All right, we've been listening to the Attorney General of the United States. Brief comments there. Let me bring back our Justice and Intelligence correspondent, Ken Delanian, who's been following all of this. In the beginning of his statement there, Ken, he said, we have filed a motion in the Southern District of Florida to unseal the search warrant, meaning we'll be able to see what they were after on Monday.
Absolutely right, Kate. In fact, we have this motion now. It doesn't reveal the details. It's asking the judge to unseal this affidavit. And just so people understand, this affidavit, which normally would be sworn out by an FBI agent, this is how the FBI communicates to the judge the probable cause that they believe exists to show that a crime had been committed and that there was evidence of that crime present at former President Donald Trump's residence at Mar-a-Lago. So this is the whole shebang. If there was a confidential human source, whatever led up to this search would be generally in an affidavit like this. They may redact names. And what's clear here is that this is a motion by the Justice Department asking the judge to unseal. So an interesting question will be, what is the Donald Trump position now? Will they oppose this effort to unseal the warrant, or will they support it, Kate?
And what will the judge do, right? Because ultimately it's the judge's call.
Right, but generally the interest in sealing is a law enforcement interest. It's the Justice Department that demands the seal to protect the confidentiality of sources, to protect the nature of the investigation. So often when the prosecutors say unseal, it gets unsealed.
And Ken, we also heard the Attorney General say, I personally approve the decision to seek a search warrant. That was obviously a very intentional thing to say out loud.
It was indeed, and it was what we all expected had happened, but it was interesting to hear it confirmed. And then we also, of course, heard him push back in a general way against the attacks that he's perceiving happening leveled against FBI agents and prosecutors who are being accused without evidence, really, of acting in a political way or an unfair way, Kate.
Let me go to NBC's Vaughn Hilliard. He's in Palm Beach, Florida, right outside Mr. Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. He joins us now. Vaughn, I imagine it's too quickly to get any reaction from folks inside the Trump camp, but clearly this was orchestrated by the Attorney General to address some of the concerns that you've been hearing from those close to former president.
Right, Kate, for about 48 hours, this was allowed to fester, and in large part, it was Trump and allies of his within the Republican Party who filled the void there, you know, not only calling into question what the Department of Justice was looking for, calling it a political witch hunt, a political operation to undermine him as he looks toward his own potential 2024 presidential run here. But in that meanwhile, this was Donald Trump ultimately also at the same time saying that they were not going to turn over and release publicly the search warrant that was handed over to them. Nor were they going to turn over that property receipt, which they are in custody of presently. And that's where you hear Merrick Garland lay out that they have filed that motion to unseal both the search warrant and that property receipt, which the Trump team already has in their possession, and they have declined to turn over. And I think it's interesting because I was talking with a source familiar on Trump's side of this, and they had said that the burden was on the Department of Justice to be transparent about why they issued this search warrant and wanted to execute it. But now what what you're hearing from the Department of Justice is saying essentially that the onus now turns back to the Trump team. I think the one other note on this here is when you're looking at the political ramifications of this, Kate, here, there's a lot of question marks as to why these documents were ultimately secured by the Department of Justice as part of this warrant. Because to our understanding, we have been told that a subpoena was issued to Donald Trump this spring. And then on June 3rd, there was a meeting in which Donald Trump and his lawyers turned over several boxes of material to the Department of Justice. Ultimately, it's clear that the Department of Justice, the FBI, did not get what exactly they were looking for, and that ultimately led to the search warrant executed earlier this week.
Yeah, so this doesn't just begin in the last couple of days. This is something that has some history back to the spring. Vaughn Hilliard, thank you. Let me go to Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker, who's with me now. Kristen, first off, I saw reporting that a senior White House official said the White House and President Biden did not have any knowledge that this was happening today, that Merrick Garland would be addressing the press. Let's start there.
Well, that's absolutely right, Kate. And President Biden has been trying to keep his distance. In fact, when that search occurred on Monday, when we all learned about it, the White House was quick to say that he hadn't been given a heads up about that either. He, of course, campaigned on a promise to keep his distance from the Justice Department. Now, in the early days of his presidency, he did have what many considered a misstep when he seemed to weigh in on what he thought should happen to those who did not comply with subpoenas. He walked those comments back, though, made it very clear he sees the Justice Department as independent from the White House, trying to draw a sharp contrast, of course, with his predecessor. So we are seeing that yet again play out today, when the White House making it very clear that he didn't have any type of a heads up on what the Attorney General was going to say or that he was going to speak at all. The president right now is vacationing in South Carolina, Kate.
Well, Kristen, this is going to have political ramifications, right? A Trump spokesperson earlier today called the search unprecedented, absolutely unnecessary raid, in their words, said the Department of Justice has been, quote, weaponized. How is the White House dealing with that political climate that we're in right now?
Well, that's a key question, because remember, the president was poised to take somewhat of a victory lap. He's had a number of legislative victories. He's poised to likely have another one tomorrow when the House passes a key piece of legislation. And so he was going to put his focus on the midterms. And the question becomes, is the White House concerned that that messaging is going to be soaked up by all of this focus now on this search and on his predecessor, former President Trump? The administration insisting that it's not going to detract away from their core messaging. But just taking a step back, Kate, to something that you said at the top, that the Attorney General was talking today in the wake of pressure from Trump supporters to come out and explain his actions. He was also getting pressured from those inside the Justice Department. I've been talking to current and former Justice Department officials who say they wanted to hear an explanation from the Attorney General about why this dramatic step was necessary. And so now we have it. It's also worth noting that FBI Director Christopher Wray was asked yesterday about former President Trump's baseless claim that FBI agents may have planted evidence, and he said he's not going to comment on anything that has to do with this investigation. And you really heard this robust defense from the Attorney General, essentially answering all of the criticism that may be lobbed against the FBI, against the Department of Justice, making it very clear that this was an action that he approved, that he believed was necessary.
And Kristen, indeed, he also said that the FBI agents do this work at personal sacrifice and risk. He said, I won't stand by silently when their integrity is being unfairly attacked. Kristen Welker at the White House for us. Kristen, thank you. That concludes our coverage for this hour. We're going to have much more tonight on NBC Nightly News. For all of us here at NBC News, I'm Kate Snow. Thank you for watching.
Welcome back. I'm Zinklea Samoa. We're following breaking news at this hour. Attorney General Merrick Garland speaking from the Justice Department just minutes ago, following the FBI search at the Mar-a-Lago home of former President Donald Trump. These were his first public comments since the search. You watched it live right here on NBC News Now. Garland saying the Justice Department will move to unseal the search warrant.
The department filed the motion to make public the warrant and receipt in light of the former president's public confirmation of the search, the surrounding circumstances, and the substantial public interest in this matter.
A source confirmed to NBC News that the former president received a subpoena for documents in the spring. The FBI believed he still had them in his possession, but had not turned them over to the National Archives. The threats to law enforcement are growing following the Mar-a-Lago search. The FBI says an armed man tried to enter a field office in Cincinnati with a nail gun and a rifle before fleeing. It is not clear whether this is connected to what happened at Mar-a-Lago. So to break all this down, we're going to bring back in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. So Danny, Attorney General Garland had been facing a lot of pressure to say something about this case. Of course, that was unprecedented. And what he had to say was substantive, but also short. So what are your biggest takeaways?
Just as expected, not a lot of information about the underlying investigation. In fact, Merrick Garland said as much. I'm not going to comment on the underlying investigation. Defended the brave men and women of the Department of Justice and the FBI. That was pretty standard. I expected that as well. Standing up for them, fighting back against what he perceives as unfair criticism and more than fair criticism. I mean, more than unfair criticism, beyond the pale type criticism of his FBI agents and his Department of Justice team. So not a big surprise there. It will be interesting to see that motion to unseal, what that tells us, if anything. It may not tell us a whole lot, but once that affidavit in support comes out, if it emerges, that will give us some real information. The search warrant itself may not give us too much information, but that affidavit, usually prepared by a special agent, really will detail a lot about an investigation. So when and if that comes to light, that will give us a pretty good guide, but that's not the kind of thing that normally gets released early in an investigation. So some things of interest, no surprise.
Yeah, Danny, and you spoke to it, but we heard Garland speak pretty passionately about what he called unfounded attacks on law enforcement since that search. And I want to play a little bit more of what Garland had to say generally, and we'll talk on the other side.
First, I personally approved the decision to seek a search warrant in this matter. Second, the department does not take such a decision lightly. Where possible, it is standard practice to seek less intrusive means as an alternative to a search and to narrowly scope any search that is undertaken. Third, let me address recent unfounded attacks on the professionalism of the FBI and Justice Department agents and prosecutors. I will not stand by silently when their integrity is unfairly attacked.
Strong words there. So what's your reaction to what the AG said?
I was surprised that the AG felt the need to come out and defend the men and women of the FBI and the Justice Department. But in a sense, I was not surprised. I mean, that kind of fidelity is a common feature of Department of Justice. So not that big of a surprise. I mean, they view themselves as a brotherhood or sisterhood of folks working towards a common cause, which is justice. And so for that reason, not too surprised that he came out and defended them. But in a sense, it was not something he could have gone either way with that. Could have declined to even give any life to those accusations by not commenting on them, or he could do as he did, which is come out and defend his people, which of course they absolutely would have appreciated. So again, very few surprises today, very short press conference as expected, and really no real new information about what this investigation is all about. In fact, most of us outside the DOJ have done our own inference drawing and arrived at much more in the way of conclusions than we got from this press conference.
And Danny, I want to lastly just ask you, I know the AG said that they have filed a motion to unseal those records, that warrant. What do you think, what impact do you think that will have?
It's significant. It's going to give us information about, especially the search warrant itself. We'll just describe with particularity the place to be searched and the things to be seized. But there's a lot to be gleaned from even that information. The real key is always the affidavit. The affidavit is one of the first things I go to when I get discovery. I want to see what the affidavit says, because it'll even have more information than the indictment. And of course, there's been no indictment in this situation so far. But the point is, indictments are a truncated, reduced version of the facts, just enough to indict someone and not so much to reveal your hand. Same too with an affidavit of probable cause. The agent doesn't want to reveal everything DOJ has, but just enough to convince a judge that it is more likely than not that there is evidence of criminal activity at a particular location. So the affidavit of probable cause, if released, is always a very interesting document for review.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos keeping us updated on that breaking news. Thank you so much. Now, let's bring in NBC News correspondent Ron Allen in Bedminster, New Jersey. Ron, good to see you again. So I know that you're just a few miles away from Trump's golf course. What are you hearing from the former president and his allies this afternoon?
We're seeing a post on social media that's a bit off the mark. It says, I continue to ask from former President Trump, I continue to ask what happened to the 33 million pages of documents taken to Chicago by President Obama. The fake news media refuses to talk about that. They want it canceled. Nothing about what Merrick Garland had to say, and nothing more about the issue of the search warrant and so forth as of yet from the president or any of his supporters as of yet, but we're watching to see if something happens. Interesting that Merrick Garland said that he was asking for these documents to be made public because President Trump had already made public that the search had happened. But there's a lot of detail. Hopefully everyone wants to know what's in the search warrant, what's in this receipt, what were exactly the documents that were in question, so on and so forth. But at this point, a somewhat muted response from former President Trump, but that may be just the first response. This was just 5 minutes ago. There may be more to come from him. We'll see. St. Clair?
Important to hear that reaction from former President Trump live in the moment. Ron Allen, thank you so much. Now, let's bring in former U.S. Attorney and NBC News legal analyst Barbara McQuaid. Barbara, good to see you again. So you were listening to those remarks from Merrick Garland. What's your take on what he said?
Oh, I think he threaded the needle just perfectly because he didn't say anything substantive, but what he did say is that we are going to follow our norms of speaking only through our court documents. And to effectuate that, we're going to unseal the search warrant. So it's brilliant. He doesn't have to say anything, but it's soon I would expect the court to grant that motion, if not today, very soon. It may be later this afternoon that we see the substance of this thing. And he felt that he had license to do that because Donald Trump has acknowledged that this search occurred at his premises. Ordinarily, no one would know about this because the Justice Department doesn't speak about it. But since he did, and since he's made such a firestorm, then they'll go ahead and unseal that. And I'm very eager to see what's inside that document. It will detail all of the reasons that they believe there is probable cause that evidence of a crime would be found at Mar-a-Lago. He also said one thing that was very interesting about we use the least obtrusive means necessary to get the evidence that we need in our cases. And that would ring true with this reporting that they used a subpoena at some point and were unsuccessful in getting the documents back and had to escalate things to a full-blown search warrant. I imagine that detail will be in the affidavit explaining the steps they took to try to get these documents because it goes to the element of willfulness, that he knows he has these things, he knows it's illegal to keep them, and yet continues to do so. So I thought he really played it just right.
Barbara, with that analysis, thank you so much. And joining us now is NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa from Washington, D.C. So, Ali, this has everyone in Washington and the country talking right now. Politicians on both sides of the aisle are weighing in. So what's been the reaction on the Hill to Garland's remarks?
Yes, and Clay, well, I think it's important to set the stage here and explain what we have heard from House and Senate Republicans leading up to this point, to this press conference by the Attorney General Merrick Garland. You know, in the past few days since we learned of this seizure of these boxes in Mar-a-Lago by the former president who announced it himself, that was really the match that lit this fire that has only grown with Trump allies, Republicans here on Capitol Hill, really seizing on that and using it as an opportunity to attack the Justice Department, attack the FBI. We've heard attacks on them calling for the agency to be defunded. We've heard them compare the FBI's seizure to KGB-style tactics, suggesting the FBI planted evidence in these boxes that were seized. We even heard the House's top Republican, Kevin McCarthy, suggest that the tables will be turned if and when Republicans win back the congressional majority here on Capitol Hill. warning Garland to, quote, preserve your documents and clear your calendar. You know, for the first few minutes after this hearing, it was pretty quiet from those same Republicans, and we're starting to hear some reaction from several Republican lawmakers here on Capitol Hill, and it's really the same message, still calling this a witch hunt, still attacking the FBI and the DOJ, Zinkley.
Ali Arafa with that news from Capitol Hill. Thank you for breaking it down. And thank you all for watching with that breaking news after Merrick Garland's announcement from Washington, D.C. There's much more news ahead on NBC News Now. We're right back after this break.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're also following breaking news this hour about the coronavirus pandemic. Within the past few minutes, the CDC has officially issued new guidance for Americans exposed to COVID. The agency is now saying because of the country's vast immunity, it's no longer necessary to quarantine if you've been exposed to someone with the virus. Big news, and it's all as COVID cases are going down nationwide. 27 states are actually seeing a decline in cases. In just the last 2 weeks, only 4 states have seen cases go up. Additionally, deaths are down by nearly 4% within the same time frame. Leading us off this hour is NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards and NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal. So, Erica, let's start with you. Walk us through this new guidance announced today and why the CDC decided to do this right now.
Hey, good afternoon. So the answer to the question of why now is the easiest, and that is the vast majority of Americans, 95% of us, now have some level of immunity to COVID-19, whether it's through vaccination or prior infection or both. Now, the biggest takeaway, as you mentioned, has to do with what to do after an exposure to COVID-19. Let's take a look at some of the details. CDC no longer recommends quarantining after an exposure unless you're in a high-risk congregate setting, like a jail, nursing home, or homeless shelter. Schools, however, are not such a high-risk place, and therefore, kids no longer have to quarantine, meaning they can stay in school. Now, if you do have an exposure, instead of quarantining, the CDC now says simply wear a mask for 10 days, and test yourself on day 5 after that exposure. Zinkley?
And Erica, let's talk about the concerns here, right? Because we're already hearing them from parents, from just anyone. The pandemic literally turned the world upside down, and now we're saying people exposed to COVID do not need to quarantine. So what's the message from health officials about some of these concerns and what feels like mixed messaging to many?
Yeah, that's a good point. So the shift in messaging really has to do with a change in strategy, if you will, moving away from preventing all cases to preventing the most severe outcomes, the most severe illness when it comes to COVID-19. And health officials say that it's reasonable at this stage in the game to get back to normal, to accept some kind of risk. This is a lot like how we handle the flu every year. Minimize your risk, but only shut down schools in case of a severe outbreak. Zinkley.
And important news is we're on the cusp of the new school year. So, Erica Edwards, thank you for breaking that down. Now, let's bring in NBC News medical fellow Akshay Syal. Thank you so much, doctor, for being here. So, what do you make of the CDC's new announcement?
Well, so as Erica said, I think this guidance is very timely. You know, we're heading into the new school year, and as we've learned, 95% of the population has some sort of immunity, whether that's acquired naturally, whether that's vaccination. There is that protection against severe disease. So I think this is really the CDC saying, or recognizing the importance of getting kids back in the classroom and keeping them there. You know, we've seen that kids don't learn as well when they're remotely. They don't interact with their friends. They don't go to basketball practice, whatever it is. I think it's the CDC really stressing the importance of that.
And, you know, during this pandemic, we've also seen waves and surges. Are you concerned with this new guidance, especially as we're coming up on the fall and the winter? If we see a surge, might it feed into that?
Well, all of the epidemiologists and the experts I've talked to, you know, they're expecting this virus to be a seasonal virus, meaning that every fall and winter we may see a surge regardless of whether or not this guidance happened, as we all gather indoors, Thanksgiving parties, you know, whatever it is. And so I think, you know, that may happen, and we'll address that should it happen if there's a new variant. But I think, you know, a future fall surge shouldn't prevent this guidance from happening today. And if that surge does happen, then we can address that going forward.
So sort of taking a living approach to this very living virus. Dr. Syal, thank you so much.
Thanks.
And thank you all for watching. Up next, we're going to talk about the war in Ukraine. It's taken a devastating toll on the children of that country. You'll meet some of the young kids displaced by the war.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Dateline, Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Dateline, Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
It's been almost 6 months since Russia launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Since then, the United Nations estimates about 2/3 of all Ukrainian children have been displaced. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is live for us in Odessa, Ukraine. Josh, it's good to see you. So I know you spoke with 3 children who have been forced to navigate life in a war zone. What did they tell you?
Well, Zinkley, summertime in Ukraine normally means for children summer camp and swimming and playing outdoors. But this summer, it looks more like spending time in bomb shelters and learning how to avoid landmines, raising concerns about psychological scars that could last a whole lifetime.
My name is Latsa.
Zlata is 9 years old, from Mariupol, a city destroyed by war, now occupied by Russia. And tell me about the day that you left Mariupol. What do you remember about that day?
My dad yanked me out of bed and shouted, "Everyone to the floor," and we crawled to the hallway.
These are Ukraine's children of war, a generation growing up to the sounds of air raid sirens, artillery, and missiles. Many now refugees in their own country. Did you bring any of your toys with you from Mariupol?
No, we couldn't bring anything.
Mama. Нет, ладно.
7-year-old Katya is also from Mariupol. When war broke out, her parents went searching for supplies and water, leaving Katya alone at home. What were you thinking when you were all by yourself and you heard those loud sounds?
I thought, this is the end for me. I got scared. I began running around the house. I didn't know where I should go.
Her parents made it home, and the family went to join Katya's grandmother.
Soon, the electricity was gone. 2 days later, the water was gone. The next day, the gas went out. They cooked food on a fire.
Katya and Zlata made it out of Mariupol before the city fell to Russia, fleeing to Kyiv, where 10-year-old Maxim also lives.
I in 6th grade. My favorite objects of school is PE.
Before the war, Max liked playing basketball and rooting for the LA Lakers.
On the first day of the war, we went to a shelter. It stank of mold and mildew so bad.
The next day, Max's family fled Kyiv, making it to Romania, then on to Germany, where they had nowhere to live. He spent 2 months sleeping on a cot. What do you understand about why this war is happening?
I don't know.
Roughly 2/3 of Ukraine's children have had to flee their homes at some point in this war, according to the UN. Many of them now struggling with trauma that could affect them for years to come. Psychologist Anna Chasanikova works with kids traumatized by war. She's from Mariupol herself.
Before the war, children only saw military equipment on TV, in movies, and in video games.
She says kids under 4 don't yet understand the word war, but the older kids understand why they've lost everything.
Children fear they may run out of food, and they're afraid of running out of water.
Are you scared to go back?
Yes, because of the city. There's no city anymore.
Max's family returned to Kyiv after the Russians retreated to the east. What was the first thing you noticed when you got back to Ukraine?
Buildings destroyed by missiles.
When the air raid sirens sound, Katya says she's not scared, just angry.
I know I must be mature, because when I'm a grown-up, my parents won't protect me. I'll have to be fearless, like them.
And Zincle, these young children are among the lucky ones who made it to safety, but not everyone was so lucky. Katya told me the person she misses most in Mariupol is her grandmother, who was hiding in a basement in April when something fell on her leg, broke it. She now can't walk, can't leave. Katya doesn't know if she'll ever see her grandmother again. Zincle?
Really chilling reporting there. Josh Letterman, thank you. And right now here in the U.S., a monster wildfire is tearing through France's famous wine region. More than 1,000 firefighters from across Europe are there right now trying to contain the flames. France is in the midst of its 4th heat wave this year. The government is describing the current drought conditions as the worst in the world. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now. Matt, how much progress have firefighters been able to make knocking down these flames?
Well, Zincle, you said it yourself, 1,000 firefighters in the Gironde region trying to battle these flames. They were actually doubled that number last night. So they're clearly not doing such a great job. If it went to 1,000, doubled from 500 in just the past 24 hours, they're trying their best. It is a really, really difficult fire. The problem for these guys is that once the fire goes out, it could very easily restart again or respark. That's exactly what we saw with the Gironde wildfire. This was a wildfire that was blazing through the Bordeaux region, through the Gironde region only 3 weeks ago. If you remember the really sky-high temperatures we saw here in Europe 3 weeks ago, that has just come back. We're seeing a redux of that same crisis, except now the Europe that is seeing this massive heat wave yet again has also been dried brittle over the past month. And so we're seeing a confluence of two really troubling things. Really severe lack of rainfall across southern, central, and even northwestern Europe, like here where I am in London, and sky-high temperatures. And that is really contributing to wildfires, and not just in France, Sinclair, but across the southern Mediterranean and really throughout all of central and southern Europe. Sinclair?
We'll definitely be following that closely. Matt Bradley, thank you. And social media giant Meta, Facebook's parent company, is facing controversy today after it was revealed that private Facebook messages were turned over to Nebraska prosecutors. They were exchanges between a mother and her teenage daughter. It's part of a criminal investigation into what prosecutors say was an illegal abortion. Here's NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander.
Social media titan Meta, the parent company of Facebook, is under fire after it turned over Facebook messages between a Nebraska teen and her mother as part of a criminal investigation into an illegal abortion. According to court documents, prosecutors say Celeste Burgess, then 17 years old, took abortion pills obtained by her mother, Jessica Burgess. Court documents lay out a string of Facebook messages between the two, including instructions on taking the pills. Now, both mother and daughter face multiple charges related to concealing a death, mishandling human remains, giving false information, and, for the elder Burgess, illegal abortion. Her attorney declined to comment. Prosecutors say at the time the teen was 29 weeks pregnant. In Nebraska, abortion is legal up to 20 weeks.
These tech companies are in a very difficult position, yet they are compelled by the law to turn over this information when they're subpoenaed.
Meta is now facing backlash online, with one user writing, "This is how it begins. One by one, we will lose privacy and freedom. Disgusting and unacceptable." The investigation and the warrant came weeks before the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, but experts say it could become a new reality as tech companies navigate questions of privacy and policing in a post-Roe society. In a statement, Meta responded to the criticism, writing, "Nothing in the valid warrants we received mentioned abortion," noting that the warrants related to illegally handling remains of a stillborn baby, not a decision to have an abortion.
Do you expect that we will see more cases like this?
Yes, as these abortion bans hit the books, as law enforcement starts to investigate, they are going to be requesting location data, message history from all sorts of companies, not just Facebook.
He says the overturning of Roe puts many tech companies in uncharted territory.
I think it creates an opportunity for them to start rethinking how much of that data they want to store, what they want to collect, and where they can kind of minimize the data that they're collecting.
Abortion isn't just a women's health care issue. It's an issue that impacts the trans and non-binary community as well. I spoke with one trans man about his experience with abortion and why some experts say it may harm the community to lack access.
When I think about my abortion, it saved my life.
Kazembe Jackson is a trans man.
I found out I was pregnant my junior year in college. I had just been sexually assaulted about 6 weeks earlier.
It was 2001 in Texas, and Jackson had not fully transitioned from his assigned gender at birth. If you had not been able to get your abortion in 2001, what would have happened?
I'm sure I and another person that came from that pregnancy would have been two very unhappy people, or I would have committed suicide.
Since the Supreme Court's June reversal of Roe v. Wade, overturning the federal constitutional right to an abortion, trans advocates and community members like Kazembe say non-binary individuals are left out of abortion discourse.
So nobody's saying not to include women, but I think what we are saying is there are other people other than women who need access to abortion too.
In the United States, according to Pew Research Center, 1.6% of adults in the U.S. are transgender or non-binary. What do you see when it comes to the transgender and non-binary community and seeking out abortions?
First of all, it's very intimidating for a person who might be gender non-conforming to even feel comfortable going to a provider.
Dr. Marcy Bowers is a surgeon performing gender-affirming surgeries over 3 decades. She and other experts say that many trans-masculine individuals take testosterone, which generally blocks ovulation. Still, trans men can get pregnant while taking the hormone.
A person who really who has dysphoria around their genitals or their reproductive organs and doesn't want to be pregnant, that can add to the distress of being trans in the first place.
Some trans people do choose to carry their pregnancies to term, but providers say the choice to do so is necessary for equitable and gender-affirming health care. In Jackson's experience, he says having the choice to end his pregnancy was necessary for his sense of self.
Since Roe v. Wade was overturned, have you thought about yourself back in 2001?
I immediately thought back to what would have happened, and it put me in a mood that was very hopeless.
While abortion is no longer federally protected, Jackson says his hope now comes from local efforts to protect abortion at the state level.
We have people power. I think it's just about getting accurate information and pushing back.
There's much more ahead on NBC News Now. We're back after this short break.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
On the money this hour, we are about 15 minutes away from the closing bell on Wall Street. So let's bring in and check in with CNBC's Seema Mahdi. Seema, how are the markets looking right now?
So it looks like stocks are losing steam into the close despite receiving those back-to-back economic reports that show signs of softening inflation. Today we received that producer price index for the month of June that actually dropped 0.5%. The expectation is that it was actually going to come in much higher than that at 0.2%, but it's still too early to declare victory against inflation. Those were the words used by Mary Daly, the Fed official who spoke to the Financial Times today. She says there's good news on the month-to-month data that consumers and businesses are getting some relief, but inflation still remains very high. So that remains the tension that is in this market, how much higher prices go, and what the Fed will do about it at its September meeting.
I wanted to ask you about mail. I hear that the Postal Service announced they will temporarily hike prices this holiday season. So how much are we talking about here?
Yeah, so the price increases really depend on the weight of the package and the distance of the delivery. From what we've gathered, commercial priority mail packages will see a 75-cent hike, and heavy long-distance deliveries will be up to $6.50. So similar price hikes that were implemented last year during the holiday season. The agency relies on postage to really fund its operation, especially as inflation takes a hit. It also comes after announcing that it plans to buy 25,000 electric delivery vehicles. But again, prices are going up as we get ready for Christmas shopping.
Prices going up, and you're keeping us informed about it. CNBC's Seema Modi, thank you so much. And if you're a coffee drinker, put down that mug. I got some bad news for you. That jolt of morning caffeine is actually costing you a little more these days. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock shows us what's behind these higher grounds.
We start our coffee routine in the morning at 4 or 5 a.m. For most people, maybe slightly more normal hours, 6 or 7. But the point is, it is essential 2 out of every 3 Americans have at least 1 cup of coffee every single day. It's now about $4 for a regular cup. A specialty like this latte, $5 a cup. If you extrapolate that over the course of a week, you're looking at about $30 per week. Of course, we all have more than 1 cup of coffee per day, making this a very expensive habit.
Whether you like it hot, iced, or even frozen, enjoying a cup of coffee is how millions of Americans start their day. But even though so many have a whole lot of love for the bean, it's becoming increasingly costly to get that morning caffeine rush.
The price of everything is going up, but I normally drink coffee at home, unless special occasions.
I know what it is, but I hope you like it. Okay.
In North Dallas, Brittany Willis is a franchise owner of a PJ's Coffee of New Orleans. She says everything from cooking oil to cups now costs more, pushing coffee prices up too.
Inflation is really challenging. I've been very hesitant to increase my prices, but you get to a point as a business owner where you have to say, am I looking to sustain and survive so I can continue to offer this product?
The National Coffee Association reports about 2/3 of Americans drink a cup of Joe every day, the highest figure in decades. But many average Joes do appear to be adjusting to new circumstances.
Coffee now is not something of an everyday going out, it's more of a treat.
And here's why. It's now more than $4 for a regular coffee, 9% higher than this time last year. For a specialty cup, that's more than $5, up 7% according to industry data, which means trouble's brewing for budgets. Necessities like food and gasoline have already eaten into discretionary spending. Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz jolting investors in June.
It's hard to be optimistic unless there is a plan to get inflation under control.
While the inflation rate is slowing slightly, high prices are still a major issue for everyday consumers. The cost of food at home up 1.3% in July, while coffee nearly tripled that figure in the same month. Businesses like Brittany's hoping high prices don't grind away demand.
Coffee as a whole continues to grow, and we're actually seeing sales increases as a result. I mean, what's better than a warm or a cold cup of coffee?
So for those who are thinking, all right, I know what I'm going to do. I'm just going to skip the coffee shop for now, drink at home. I'll save money that way, because we talked about the fact, guys, that coffee's up 7 to 9%. Instant coffee, like these Keurig cups, are up 17%. At-home coffee, according to the latest CPI, up 20%, more than double what this coffee is. So what we're seeing right now is a trend of people who are working from home. They come to the coffee shops, they enjoy the experience, spend all day here, and maybe spend less money than they would brewing on their stove. So just let that percolate a little bit, simmer just for a little while. I'm not going to say something really cheesy like it's mocha me crazy, but you kind of get the gist of this. Coffee is definitely on the rise.
And after the break, why 2 county sheriffs say law enforcement in some schools will have long guns and AR-15s.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas is reigniting the debate over guns in schools. Now, 2 county sheriffs are weighing in, saying law enforcement in some schools will have long guns and AR-15s. Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Kerry Sanders.
A Florida sheriff is fighting fire with fire.
I firmly believe that if you do not meet violence with violence, you will be violently killed.
Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey posting this video on Facebook explaining why he is arming school resource deputies with long guns as part of their, quote, new style uniform.
A tactical appearance that clearly signifies we mean business when it comes to protecting our children, and a tactical advantage that gives our team the ability to instantly address an active shooter.
And he's not alone. A North Carolina sheriff taking similar steps, arming all school resource officers with an AR-15 rifle in the wake of a rise of school shootings across the country.
And I'm very distraught about the condition that our country is going in. If we don't put the brakes on and do an about-face, we're headed to destruction.
These actions taken in the wake of the Uvalde, Texas school massacre, where surveillance video showed officers waiting in the hallways, hesitating to take out the heavily armed gunmen.
If they do come to my school, I want my resource officers to have the ability to meet violence with violence.
He says the weapons, which will be paid for by donations from community members, will be kept in a gun safe in an undisclosed location at each school, and SROs will receive training. One local parent, a gun shop owner, says the move will keep his kids safe.
They should be able to have the same equipment that, possibly an active shooter would have, and be able to take them down from a longer distance if need be.
But the American Federation of Teachers has generally been critical of putting more arms in schools.
Conservative politicians know that this is really important. We have to keep kids safe. We have to keep schools safe. And so they're coming up with something to create more guns, not less guns. It's wrong.
But in Ohio, Governor Mike DeWayne signed a bill into law that makes it easier for teachers to carry guns in schools. Instead of teachers needing 700 hours of training to possess a firearm on school grounds, they'll now be able to finish in 24 hours.
This training will be focused training specifically tailored to those working in schools.
The governor says schools are not required to arm teachers, but teachers still pushed back.
To introduce firearms into a setting where there are, hundreds of children each day is just not a wise course of action.
Victims' families and survivors in Parkland, Florida, are now waiting for the sentencing of the confessed gunman who murdered 17 students and staff at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School. One survivor telling me if they had had protection like they now have in Brevard County, Florida, just maybe the massacre would have never happened.
Finally this hour, your News Now Quickcast. AG Merrick Garland says the Justice Department filed a motion to unseal the Mar-a-Lago search warrant. The CDC releasing new COVID guidance, saying it's no longer necessary to quarantine if you've been exposed to the virus. And for the first time in months, the cost of gas has dropped below $4 a gallon. Thanks for joining us this hour. As always, it's a whole lot of news. I'm Zinclair Samoa. Meet the Press Now is up next.
If it's Thursday, the Attorney General speaks for the first time since the FBI searched Donald Trump's Florida home as the Department of Justice moves to unseal the warrant. Garland also defends his agency and the FBI from the public backlash and political attacks. Plus, our classrooms in crisis. Nationwide, the lack of teachers is a huge disruption to millions of lives, and it shows no signs of improving. In fact, it may be getting worse. My interviews with 2 superintendents on what their schools are doing to keep kids in class and in small enough classes to learn. And later, target acquired. Special forces appear to have struck a key Russian military base in Russian-occupied Crimea. But Ukraine so far has been mum on the details, what we know and what it means for the ongoing war ahead. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd, and we begin with the breaking news in the last hour after the Attorney General Merrick Garland made an unannounced public statement from the Justice Department headquarters in Washington last hour as his agency faces increasing pressure to speak out about this week's search at Mar-a-Lago, what was behind it, etc. Garland announced that the Department of Justice is going a step further than what anybody expected, asking a judge to unseal the court-approved warrant, along with a receipt of what agents seized when they conducted their day-long search. That motion is now pending approval in a U.S. District Court in the Southern District of Florida, which obviously covers Palm Beach County. Now, the Attorney General did not divulge much information in his remarks. He was insistent that the Department of Justice would obey its longstanding protocols of keeping quiet. But he did disclose that he personally authorized the search of Mar-a-Lago and that the FBI had probable cause to conduct the search. He also spoke about the department's reasoning behind today's decision.
The department filed the motion to make public the warrant and receipt in light of the former president's public confirmation of the search, the surrounding circumstances, and the substantial public interest in this matter. Faithful adherence to the rule of law is the bedrock principle of the Justice Department and of our democracy. Upholding the rule of law means applying the law evenly, without fear or favor. Under my watch, that is precisely what the Justice Department is doing. All Americans are entitled to the even-handed application of the law, to due process of the law, and to the presumption of innocence. Federal law, long-standing department rules, and our ethical obligations prevent me from providing further details as to the basis of the search at this time.
So, reading between the lines, Garland is essentially saying that even though the former president is not some average citizen, the Justice Department is going to try to treat him like one under the law. Now, whether that's the correct decision for Garland to make politically or reputationally, time will tell. But you see where he's going legally. And filling in some of the details around what led up to the search, NBC News confirmed that the former president had received a subpoena for those documents in his possession earlier this year. The Justice Department and the former president's lawyers held a meeting about those documents in June. Obviously, the results of that meeting were not satisfactory to the Department of Justice. And during his remarks, the Attorney General also addressed some of the public backlash that the Justice Department and the FBI have received, particularly from the former president and his allies, since Trump himself went public with the search earlier this week.
I will not stand by silently when their integrity is unfairly attacked. The men and women of the FBI and the Justice Department are dedicated, patriotic public servants. Every day, they protect the American people from violent crime, terrorism, and other threats to their safety while safeguarding our civil rights. They do so at great personal sacrifice and risk to themselves. I am honored to work alongside them.
Joining me now on set is NBC's Ryan Riley, who covers the Department of Justice for us. Vaughn Hilliard is near Trump's Mar-a-Lago home in Florida, and Tahil Kapoor is on Capitol Hill. We're also joined by NBC News legal analyst and former federal prosecutor Carol Lamb. So let's get into what we've learned. Ryan, a few of the details here. First of all, I think we all expected Garland was feeling the pressure to come out and say something. I think the surprising thing is it was more than saying something. They made a decision. They want to reveal more to the public. Explain how unprecedented this is.
It is, I mean, it's unprecedented, but it was very much so within the rules of the Justice Department. That's sort of what he was doing. He's going as far as he possibly can within the bounds of the guidelines. He doesn't want to pull a James Comey, essentially, is what he's trying to avoid here. He doesn't want to go and release derogatory information. Now, if you notice in the, what I found interesting about this application that they put in to unseal this is they note that, you know, President Trump might be able to argue that this is going to damage him in some way, right? Like, or that he has privacy interests, and they're giving him the opportunity to do so. So I think basically the ball is in Trump's court now. They have called his bluff and said, hey, okay, sure, you want this unsealed? Let's get it all out there. Let's put it out there. And if Trump goes along with it, they can put it out there.
So he could end up saying, no, he doesn't want this disclosed. So right now, the ball, they went to a judge, and essentially what you're saying is the judge is going to go to Trump and say, do you want this in the public into the public sphere?
Precisely. They're giving him that opportunity. Are you sure about this? Like, they're giving him that one last opportunity to say, are you sure? Like, there's no takebacks after this. If you approve this, if you want to be transparent about this, it's going to come out there.
All right, Ryan, stick around. Vaughn Hilliard is down in Mar-a-Lago covering things from the Trump perspective. And I know you've got a quick statement from the former president reacting to Garland here. Because again, as Ryan just reported, it is now in the ball is now in Trump's court. What did he say?
Right. And actually, if I could, before we read Trump's statement here, I think it's important the context that we also just got here this afternoon. And that was that there was a subpoena issued to the former president's office here this spring. That led to June 3rd, a meeting between DOJ officials, Trump's lawyers, and Trump himself, when they turned over several boxes of documents over to the Department of Justice here. And I think that is where that 2 months in between, ultimately that day when the Trump team willingly handed over documents in the search warrant execution is important, because clearly the Department of Justice determined that they did not receive all the documents they were looking for. So if we turn to the Trump statement that just came out here in the last few minutes after Attorney General Merrick Garland's press conference, quote, "My attorneys and representatives were cooperating fully and very good relationships had been established. The government could have had whatever they wanted if we had it. They asked us to put an additional lock on a certain area. Done. Everything was fine, better than that of most previous presidents." He goes, they got way ahead of themselves. Crazy. Essentially, Donald Trump is making the case that they complied with the subpoena that was issued. They turned over all relevant documents. Clearly, the Department of Justice didn't believe that to be the case and issued that search warrant.
But, Vaughn, just to clarify, we do not yet have a reaction from the Trump world about whether they're going to stand in the way of the Department of Justice's attempts to unseal the warrant.
Right. I have reached out to Trump's team specifically, and another one of our colleagues has reached out to his two lawyers that are working on this case. They have not gotten back to us at this time, and we're working to read through right now the lines of that motion to unseal from the Department of Justice to better understand exactly what that timeline is on whether they'd fight it or not. But it's important. I would want to note, though, I was talking with a source familiar with the matter from Trump's side of this just yesterday, and I put out the question to them, would they turn over and show the public the warrant and the property receipt? Because they've had a copy of that since the search warrant was executed, to be very clear. And they told me that, no, we are not going to release that search warrant copy. But the argument was that because it was the burden of transparency was on the Department of Justice. So sort of essentially the Department of Justice and Merrick Garland just turned that argument on its head and said, all right, well, here we go. We're ready to be transparent.
Gotcha. Vaughn Hilliard. Appreciate that reporting. So, Ryan, let me go back to you now. So, how long does the Trump team have to respond to this request by the Justice Department?
So actually, the judge in this case just a few minutes ago, filed something telling DOJ to advise the court on Trump's position on it, right? So they're going to present this to Trump's team and say, and now DOJ will make a filing and represent what Trump's position is on this. So he's really going to do this on an expedited basis, 3 p.m. Friday, from what I understand. So that's it's going to be
3
very
p.m.
quick.
Friday that Trump's response is due?
That the Justice Department's representation of what Trump's position is due in this. Basically, they're trying to speed the ball up on this. And if this is the moment where Trump is going to have to kind of put up or shut up and decide whether or not they're going to try to object to this or whether or not they're going to let this go free as they've been required. And as I think it's a really important point that Vaughn had, they could put this out right now, but they're not putting this out right now. And there's a reason that they're not putting this out right now. It would list everything that they seized. It would list what laws specifically are being investigated. That is potentially derogatory information about the president that they could put out, they aren't.
You made another important point to me about who signed the warrant. Again, make that point. There was a specific person at Justice signed this warrant.
Yeah, so a top counterintelligence official at the Justice Department is the one who signed off on this. So it's just isn't like a line prosecutor who's working on this. That's the name that's on the bottom of this. So this is the highest levels as we see.
All right, let me bring in Carol Lamb here, because Carol, all of my next questions, you're probably best positioned to answer. You've just heard all of this. How unusual is a situation like this where you have it's high profile, where you have the Justice Department willing to make a search warrant public, willing to make the inventory public, waiting for the person the other person to do this. I'm just curious, how often does this happen?
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack here, Chuck. It is very unusual because generally speaking, people who have had search warrants executed at their homes are not real interested in creating a lot of noise around that and letting people know that their homes have been searched. In this case, obviously, the opposite has taken place. It wasn't the Justice Department that went public with this search. It was the former president himself. So now, as you've pointed out, Trump's team has to make a decision as to whether they're going to agree to the release of this or not. But I want to be clear about this. Although we will get some information, even if the search warrant and the property receipt are disclosed, if the judge orders them disclosed, we will get some information, but we are not going to see at this point in time the affidavit supporting the search warrant. So we're not going to see every little detail of the investigation that the magistrate judge who signed off on this warrant saw. We're going to see a very cut and dried, we're looking for evidence of this particular kind of crime, and these are the items that we expect to find there and we will seize, and these are the items we have seized, but that's all we're going to see. It is highly unusual, again, because of the particular circumstances here.
Do you, well, look, none of us can predict what Trump is going to do and whether he wants this public or not. Now that the ball's in his court, that's a unique decision. The speed, Carol, that the judge is quickly dealing with this, is that a surprise to you?
That's not a surprise, and I'm glad to see that it's happening because obviously everything about this is unusual. I don't know if you perceive this the same way I did, but when Attorney General Garland came out today, he was very angry. There was no small talk. There was no there were no preliminary statements. For those who have seen Merrick Garland before and dealt with him, he is as measured a person as you're going to get, and he is very, very angry. Not that he let that get in the way of his duty, but this is really a step that the department has taken that it does not usually take, and it's because the Attorney General he has had it. He's had it with the attacks on the Justice Department and the FBI.
Sahil Kapoor, you cover Congress. I would argue today's statement arguably is a response now to what Mitch McConnell called for. And I'm focusing on him because he's about the only elected Republican that seemed to say something publicly but be measured about it. Is this going to satisfy Mitch McConnell?
Well, it seems to satisfy at least a part of Mitch McConnell's demand, right? He wanted the Justice Department to explain what happened, what led to the events of that Mar-a-Lago search on Monday, and it seems like the Attorney General has taken the first step to explaining that. And of course, there's more that they have to do, to play this by the book to make sure that that warrant and that property receipt can be unsealed. Now, the irony here, and we've discussed this, Donald Trump has in his possession that information, and if he is confident in his narrative that many Republicans are echoing, he has the power to release it. So I think that, that onus shifts back to him. In the meantime, it remains to be seen, Chuck, whether the Republican narrative outside Mitch McConnell, the Trump defenders, is going to shift much. I mean, recently, the statements I've seen since Garland's remarks from Republicans like Ted Cruz, they're not backing off. He is, again, continuing to argue that this was politically motivated, even though we don't have evidence for that. Elise Stefanik, the number 3 House Republican, who could be in a very powerful position in just a few months, promised investigations of the FBI, accused them of a double standard. And then I want to point this out as well. Lindsey Graham put out one of the more measured statements we've seen as well, saying, but he did say that, one of the reasons that this is a problem is that there's deep mistrust of the FBI and the DOJ when it comes to all things Trump. And this is where we get into some circular logic, Chuck, because the reason there is that mistrust is because Republicans keep sowing that mistrust. And, it's kind of up to them at this moment to decide whether to keep pushing along that narrative or whether to just hit pause, wait to see the facts, and wait to see if Trump is willing to, offer evidence for what he claims.
This feels like the old LB, it feels like the Trump world operates, like supposedly like LBJ did. Well, it doesn't matter whether it's true, make them deny it. And that's sort of their process throughout all of that. Ryan, I want to pick up on something Carol said. Carol was struck by Merrick Garland's demeanor. Would you classify that as angry?
Yeah, that's for Merrick Garland. That's very angry.
Yeah.
I think that he's a very stoic sort of guy, so that he was a little bit worked up there. And I would point out, we don't yet know the motivation, but I would point out that there was an attack just today on the FBI field office in Cincinnati. So, I mean, this is something that they are very worried about. We've seen NBC News has reported that there are a lot of attacks online against members of law enforcement, specifically the FBI. Because of this, all of these people are stirring. There's a lot of talk about civil war, and it's all based on nothing. Nobody knows what the center of this is. It's like they don't actually know the details. They're just very mad about it because that's what they've been told to be.
It's been a 6-year campaign of Donald Trump trying to delegitimize the FBI in one way or the other. That is something we can't ignore there. Carol Lamb, it feels as if Merrick Garland tried to do, he didn't want to pull a Comey, right? That was in his mind. And I'm curious if you thought he walked the line where it seemed to me he was trying to say, look, we know this is not an ordinary case or an ordinary individual. We're going to make our decisions about whether charge or subpoena or issue search warrants. We're going to do that without fear or favor. But we may change our protocol on how we inform the public because this is a unique public situation. It seemed like he was trying to create a distinction there. Look, we're not going to treat him differently when it comes to legal decisions. But yes, we are going to treat him differently when it comes to communicating these decisions. Did he walk that line well?
I think he did walk it well, and you'd be surprised, Chuck. These situations do arise where the Justice Department, of course, you hear it all the time, the Justice Department speaks only through its actions. It files an indictment, it brings a case to trial, and it doesn't say anything outside of that unless they've obtained a conviction or an indictment. But sometimes the public outcry or roar or things that politicians or the defendant may say, and they're not gagged in any way, right? They're free to say whatever they want, and in this case they have been. Sometimes it ends up in a situation where there's such a misrepresentation out there that the prosecutor feels he or she must go out and say something to correct the record in as even-handed a manner that they can. It happens, and I think that Merrick Garland really walked the line quite appropriately here.
And Carol, how much would you read into who signed the warrant? Ryan was able to report it was the counterintelligence, basically. The justice official in charge of the counterintelligence investigation. Should we read something into that?
What you can read into it is the nature of the kind of activity that they're looking into, and that is, as you've been reporting for a couple of days now, most likely the removal of classified documents in an unauthorized fashion from the White House, because that's the kind of crime that somebody in his position would be signing off on. This is not a drug crime. This is not a theft.
And probably not domestic.
Nature.
And probably not domestic in nature, correct?
That's absolutely correct, yes.
Yeah, all right. Ryan Riley, Sahil Kapoor, Carol Lamb, before that, Vaughn Hilliard. This is quite a story, and we're just trying to give you the best of what we know and try not to speculate all that much, and you guys were terrific at doing just that, so thank you all. Let me turn now to a story that Ryan was referring to earlier in Ohio that's still developing. Federal, state, and local law enforcement officials are in a standoff with an armed man who entered an FBI field office in Cincinnati earlier today wearing body armor, and he fired a nail gun at law enforcement personnel. Law enforcement tells NBC News the suspect held up an AR-15 style rifle before fleeing the field office. The Ohio State Highway Patrol, which is located in there, pursued the suspect to Clinton County, where he got out of his car and he ended up exchanging gunfire with the officers. Officials say no officers or bystanders have been injured, and the suspect has unknown injuries. They also have yet to release a motive, but the incident does come a day after the FBI Director Christopher Wray condemned threats against law enforcement after violent rhetoric increased online following the FBI search of former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence.
Any threats made against law enforcement, including the men and women of the FBI, as with any law enforcement agency, are deplorable and dangerous. Violence against law enforcement is not the answer, no matter what anybody's upset about or who they're upset with.
Joining me now on the phone is my colleague Shaquille Brewster, who is on his way to the scene in Ohio. And Shaq, I know you've been dealing with the law enforcement officials in Ohio What do we know? Is this person in custody yet?
Well, Chuck, the last that we have is that it's still an active standoff. They have the situation contained, so they know where he is. It seems as if they're no longer saying it's an active threat for citizens in the area. Earlier today was an actual lockdown in a mile radius from this intersection. But they haven't told us that this suspect is in custody yet. And you mentioned this started around 9:15 this morning at the visitor screening facility at that FBI field office. Two law enforcement sources tell NBC News that a man got inside, fired that nail gun, and then showed AR-15 style weapon before an alarm was activated, and then he fled. And that's when troopers kind of stopped him about 15 minutes later after a pursuit in which they say the suspect actually fired a gunshot at them, a possible gunshot. There was a pursuit, the vehicle stopped, and then that's when the suspect engaged officers. So there were multiple shots then fired at that point. So since that last update, we know that it's a standoff at this point. They say that this is a man wearing a gray shirt. They say that he was wearing body armor. And you mentioned, and it's important to note this because, you know, of the context this comes in, it's not clear that there's a motive just yet. Nothing has been described as they haven't, from officials, it hasn't been articulated any explicit motive. However, Chuck, I think you have to note that, you know, this comes as we've been seeing online chatter about threats toward law enforcement and toward the FBI. And already our colleague Ben Collins is reporting that on those dark websites, you know, I'm not even going to list them, but you already have folks in that world where these threats have been being launched from, folks saying that this is a false flag, that that agitated by the FBI perhaps, or that this was somehow triggered and not a real story. But as we know now, no motive. It seems like an active standoff at this point, and we're waiting for more updates from officials.
And look, you know, when local officials get overwhelmed, they call in the FBI. Here's a case where the FBI is calling in the State Police of Ohio. Is it the Ohio State Police that's essentially in charge of this right now?
Exactly. The last update that we got was from the Ohio State Patrol, and they were the ones who are on scene that stopped the car, that are engaged with them. But they also noted that it's both city, county, and state officials, and then also the FBI involved in this standoff right now. And I was watching some earlier reports from local reporters closer to the scene where that happened. That's not in Cincinnati. It's about 30 miles away. And it sounds like they're keeping a pretty wide perimeter from that intersection. But it's multiple law enforcement agencies involved in this standoff. And that's why that video that you're looking at on the screen right now, that is pretty much the only video that we've seen that's shown any law enforcement activity. It's because there's such a wide perimeter. Again, because active shots were fired. The man exchanged gunfire with officers. So as of about 2:30 p.m., it's been an active standoff.
Well, he fired a nail gun at the FBI, active shooter. Fascinating that this is still ongoing. Shaquille Brewster, who's headed to the scene to do more reporting for NBC News. Shaq, thank you. Coming up, panelists next. We'll dive into a very busy day for the Justice Department and American politics. That's next.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
The Seduction. Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Welcome back. As we mentioned earlier, this afternoon we heard from the Attorney General Merrick Garland for the first time since the FBI searched Mar-a-Lago, the residence of Donald Trump in Florida. But was it enough for Republicans like Mitch McConnell, who have been asking for an explanation from DOJ without trashing them? Or will Garland's remarks today further rally Republicans who have already flocked to Trump's defense? Let me bring in today's panel for a little discussion here. Nicholas Wu is a congressional reporter for Politico. Naveen Nayak, president of the Center for American Progress Action Fund, and Sarah Chamberlain is president of Republican Main Street Partnership. Coming out and saying something, Nicholas, that was something that it felt like the pressure was building. We had a report this morning that said even folks inside DOJ were saying something should be said. This was different. He tried to create, I think, a distinction. Look, we're going to treat him no differently than we would treat anybody else, legally, but we are going to communicate differently. Did he walk the line?
I mean, it's a very fine line that he's trying to walk, and it looks like so far the Attorney General is doing so. I mean, the Department of Justice has just been burned so badly in the past by the way it's made public statements on some of these investigations. Like, look what happened, of course, with the Hillary Clinton investigation. And so now I think we see the Justice Department trying to learn from some of those past missteps and, you know, as they move forward with this investigation.
Should he have had Christopher Wray standing next to him? Even if he wasn't saying a word, should Christopher Wray have been standing next to him?
It's hard to say. I mean, I think this is something that Attorney General Garland is trying to put onto himself rather than point at Wray, to allow him to take more of the oncoming flack about this investigation rather than put it under Wray, who he's trying to, I think, show is a nonpartisan actor here.
Sarah, do you think it would have been better or worse?
Better, because he was a Trump appointee. I would absolutely have him stand
that's
there.
what I was thinking. Yeah. That you would have been able to say, look, and Chris Christie's attorney, right?
Right.
You know, so there is a lot of Republican credentials for Christopher Wray.
I think that was a mistake.
But Garland's statement, do you feel like did he not get to the Comey line?
He did not get to the Comey line. I think he told what he could, and then now it's in Trump's court. So I thought he did a good job. I think he did it 24 hours too late, though. He should have done it yesterday.
Naveen?
I actually think on his statement, I was pretty impressed. Even the fact that he gave Trump sort of this due, that like this was your right to release. You know, we were not going to make any mention of the search. Trump did so, as is his right, and I think that was an important thing. Just not criticizing what the president had actually been doing in the last 48 hours, even though at the end I think he also made a really important. And I think this is what prompted him. The attacks on the law enforcement, him really leaning into the fact that these are patriot public servants, that are patriotic public servants that he is going to stand by and defend. I think the reason his hand was forced is because of the Republican response to the last 48 hours.
Yeah.
That if there weren't these attacks on him and on the law enforcement, I don't think they take this step, but I think there was no choice given how Republicans were responding.
You know, it's interesting. We got Lindsey Graham's response, and I think it's for somebody wanting to rally around Trump, it's pretty measured, meaning he believes, let me read parts of it here. The primary reason for the Attorney General and the FBI are being pushed to disclose why the search was necessary is because of the deep mistrust of the FBI and DOJ when it comes to all things Trump, such as the Crossfire Hurricane and Mueller investigations. He goes on to say, what I am looking for as the predicate for the search was the information provided to the judge sufficient and necessary to authorize a raid on the former president's home within 90 days of the midterm election. It's not 90 days. We're still not there yet. That math is off, but that's in his statement. I'm urging, actually insisting, that DOJ and the FBI lay their cards on the table as to why this course of action was necessary. Until that is done, the suspicion will continue to mount. I don't want to keep going at that point. So, Nicholas, by asking a judge to release this, isn't in some ways they're answering that critique?
Yeah, I mean, it really flips the onus onto Trump now to try to they file in court. They have until tomorrow to say whether or not they want this motion to be unsealed. But I think what we're seeing the Attorney General do here is to try to fill this information vacuum that's developed in the last 48 hours. And in doing so, we've seen a lot of Republicans get potentially too far out over their skis. Leader McCarthy, right, said on Facebook that Republicans need to get out there and be loud about this investigation. But the danger for Republicans is that this investigation is just barely scratching the surface of what's known.
Sarah, this feels like such a impossible box for some of these elected Republicans to put in. I know what they're seeing. They're seeing all their base supporters. You got to stand by Trump. And they're not stupid. They know, be careful. There is nobody ever doesn't end up getting shrapnel when you stand too close to Trump.
That's exactly.
So what do you do?
So the Republican Main Street Partnership members, which I've talked to a group of them today, are caught right in the middle of this.
Yeah.
Because they've got a lot of suburban people that want to get to the facts, and they've got a lot of Trumpers that, hey, we know the facts, we don't care, Donald Trump is the saint. So they're walking a fine line, and they're getting a little concerned about the November elections. This is not a slam dunk yet.
Naveen, there have been some debates whether Democrats should use Trump as much in these midterms, right? There was certainly criticism of Terry McAuliffe.
Yeah.
Given that Trump is inserting himself so much, is it an asset or a liability? I mean, what do you do at this point, campaign-wise?
I actually think there's been an unbelievable amount of alignment on the Democratic side around this, which is talking about MAGA Republicans. This is much.
So you think go ahead and brand them?
They are.
Yeah.
I mean, they had a chance to walk away from him when January 6th happened. They didn't. I just think the fact that this is who they are, it is much bigger than Trump. Like what you hear from these candidates, whether it's Blake Masters in Arizona or Doug Mastriano, they're saying we're bigger than Trump. They believe that their movement is bigger than Trump. And I think it's really important that whether Donald Trump is on the scene or not, who the Republican Party now has changed. And they are a different party.
Well, let me play Liz Cheney's closing ad. It happened to come out today, of all days. For this to come out and of all weeks for it to come out. Let me play a little bit of it.
The lie that the 2020 presidential election was stolen is insidious. It preys on those who love their country. It is a door Donald Trump opened to manipulate Americans to abandon their principles, to sacrifice their freedom, to justify violence, to ignore the rulings of our courts and the rule of law. This is Donald Trump's legacy. But it cannot be the future of our nation.
She didn't plan for another investigation, another search warrant to be executed on the week that she airs her closing statement. But what's fascinating is that she's almost responding to the current events of this week, which of course that isn't what she was technically doing.
Right. She's getting ready to run for president.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any question about that. Yeah. And she has a lot of support behind her. I think you'd be surprised how many Republicans really around her when this is over.
Well, I didn't see the last 2 seconds, so what was fascinating to me in watching that the first time is she doesn't mention Wyoming.
No.
Right? She is clearly trying to tell a bigger story about what's happened to the Republican Party, and she's emblematic of, whoa, if that's who the party's going to be, I can't be a party to that.
Now, on Tuesday, Nicholas, she's probably not going, I have used this, and I know others are picking up on this metaphor. This was probably an Obi-Wan moment for her. Darth Vader may strike her down in this moment, but Obi-Wan still lives for a long time, right? Is that likely Liz Cheney as Obi-Wan?
Yeah, I guess Liz Cheney's Force Ghost will still hover around here. I mean, she's still the vice chair of the January 6th committee, which, all signs point to it going through, the end of this Congress into January, right? And so there's still plenty more that they can dredge up, and it will still give her this large platform, even if she does lose this primary.
It is. I go back to, Sarah, Mitch McConnell stood alone in not jumping on this Trump train. I mean, it is where they ended up didn't surprise me. It's just the speed. It was the immediate, go ahead and rally around him. Are you sure?
Right.
Does anybody ask a second question on this?
Yes, the members of Main Street asked the second question, because as we lose do we get back the Senate? It's very questionable now. And then the House members have all oh my God, why are we doing this? Because in their districts, Donald Trump is not probably the biggest champion.
Here's the thing I'd love to see more of, though, is it was actually quite shocking how much, maybe not shocking, this is what's going on. The calls for violence that were happening, I think it would be helpful to have more Main Street Republicans or more people saying, whoa, 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 whatever you think about this being right or not, let's calm down and stop locking and loading it. And
have you noticed it's been conflated with the IRS?
Yes.
Okay, and I get we don't like people don't like to pay taxes. But I've been stunned, Nicholas, at how, I think Chuck Grassley was one of them. I heard some others who are suddenly conflating, and then the IRS agents are going to suddenly act like FBI agents when they come. And, my answer to people afraid of more IRS agents is, well, then don't cheat on your taxes.
I think we're just seeing any attempts really to try to attack the Inflation Reduction Act as that comes up for a vote tomorrow.
Sure.
I mean, this was something that, in many ways could be a big win for Democrats, right? It addresses these corners of their platform that they've been trying to address for years: climate, prescription drug prices, and others. And what can you do?
So this may not surprise you, but I had a consultant friend of mine that said in West Virginia, Manchin's not happy with how much attention the IRS agents are getting.
That is true.
That is somehow becoming the lead item that the right has taken away.
And he's very concerned about that as he gets ready to go into his election in a couple
His cycle does start in 24 anyway.
Sure does.
Nicholas, Naveen, and Sarah, thank you. Another strange day in American politics. Up next, a story that I'm convinced is going to impact the campaign in November. Kids are going back to school right now. But in a growing number of places, there may not be a qualified teacher in the classroom when they get there. We're going to dig into what is driving this massive shortage of teachers across the country. It doesn't matter where you go. This is an issue. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. As students return to the classroom, school districts across America are facing a major problem with no clear solution: a critical shortage of teachers. The men and women who educate our children are increasingly burnt out, struggling with the aftermath of 2+ years of the pandemic, increasing scrutiny over curriculums that has put many of them at the center of educational culture wars, not to mention fears for their own safety. And oh, by the way, there's always that issue of low pay. Nationwide, there are more than 280,000 fewer teachers now than at the start of the pandemic. 280,000! That's according to the Department of Labor. That is a crisis that is impacting school systems in both urban areas and rural areas. It's in every region of the country. Virginia has more than 2,500 teaching vacancies right now, according to the Virginia Department of Education. Kansas could face its worst teacher shortage in state history this fall. They have about 1,400 vacancies right now. How about the state of Arizona? Schools are opening shortly, and they're going to be short more than 2,200 teachers. These shortages have forced some state and local governments to take some drastic steps to attract more candidates or keep schools open. Let me tell you about Alabama. They've had to lower their requirements to receive a teaching certificate. Boy, that's uplifting. Some districts in rural Texas that are struggling to find teachers have decided to move to 4-day school weeks. Want to talk about uneven educational outcomes? Then there's Florida. They're turning to military veterans, some of whom don't have bachelor's degrees at all, to lead these classrooms. Getting to the root cause of what's causing these teacher shortages may be difficult because it's all over the map. But perhaps even more challenging is determining the effect of those shortages and, more importantly, how to fill the vacancies. Let me bring in a couple of superintendents. I've got Carlton Jenkins with me, superintendent of the Madison Metropolitan School District in Wisconsin, and Jesus Jara, the superintendent of Clark County Schools in the Las Vegas area. You guys may have two different geographic locations. I'm going to guess is that you have a lot of similar issues. Dr. Jenkins, let me start with you. Tell me the story of your shortages in Madison.
Well, Chuck, first of all, thanks for having myself here today, along with my colleague, Dr. Jara. I tell you, our shortages here in Madison mirror the country, as we're knowing that these shortages are real. These shortages have been coming now for some time. We go back with the number of degrees conferred in education back in 1970, 71. We had almost 200,000 degrees being conferred each year. And then now we're down to like less than 90,000. And in Madison, which we're a great city, one of the top cities is always talked about, but we too face these challenges. We have roughly 2,333 employees. We have shown as many as 571 vacancies in our district. And right now, over the last couple of weeks, we've been working very hard and over this summer, and we have about 141 vacancies at this time approximately.
So, Dr. Jarrett, tell me your story a little bit in Clark County.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chuck, and I really appreciate it. And glad to be here with Dr. Jenkins, actually, as we're experiencing similar issues. So we started actually school on Monday with approximately 1,300 vacant positions in our schools for our children. One of the things that I continue to talk about is that we have seen in some of our in our communities as big as we are, 5th largest district in the country. So we do have some schools that open like significantly with vacant positions in our neediest communities where we have, as I'm calling, a crisis of inequities, because in our urban core where our children need the most support is where we're seeing our vacancies. In some of our suburban schools, we are fully staffed. Teachers have choice, but we have seen a decrease in classroom educators coming out of the university system. Right. And Dr. Jenkins mentioned, as is something that you talked about, is the attack that public education has been in this country for some time. I still believe, and we do here, that we are the best choice in public schools is what we do. We serve all children. So it's that very crisis that we are certainly experiencing here in Clark County.
What are you doing on these understaffed schools, Dr. Jara? Are you combining classes? Have you thought about maybe more free periods in a day? What are some of the tactics you're using?
Yeah, no, and I got to give credit to all my building principals that have done a phenomenal job. It's really one of the things that we're talking about is really the combination of classes, teachers selling their prep. One of the things that I do have a great relationship with our bargaining unit. And this past summer, our board approved a big raise and really incentive not only of increasing the starting pay over $50,000 a year and ending it at the end, and also increasing the column, but also, using a retention and recruitment bonus for our educators, using ARP dollars. But it's a combination. All my educators that are in the central office have been deployed to our schools to support our schools in our urban community.
Dr. Jenkins, I come from a family of a lot of public school educators, and a couple of them have already put in for their retirement, and they're not alone. And I know that's, some of this was going to happen anyway. We knew this with the boomer retirements, but now you're getting with the Gen X, older Gen X who, for other reasons, I'm out. This has been too hard. Is there anything you can do to sort of slow down these retirements?
Most definitely. I think our problem, first of all, we have to take it from a historical perspective and understand that education, at one point, we've had shortages for a long time in education, but the pandemic has truly increased, accelerated the number of individuals who want to retire because they're feeling the lack there of some support in the classrooms coming back and going through the pandemic for the last 29 months or so. We haven't had all the resources, even though we had the dollars that are era, dollars that Dr. Jarrett mentioned there. We're talking about long term. We can give quick incentives for individuals right now, in particular recognizing all the hard work they're going through. But we're calling for a federal government involvement, the state involvement. In our state, we're seeing this investment in education. We had a 0 added to our public school funding in terms of investment from our Joint Finance Committee. We can't continue to do this. Wisconsin's right now always within that 1 to 3 in terms of the lowest performance of investing in public education. So to reduce some of the retirement and continue to have people in education, I think we need to provide support, provide the professional development, increase the pay, not just for our teachers, but our food service workers. When we almost closed schools, it was because we didn't have enough food service workers. Teachers want to teach, they want to follow their passion, but it's really becoming at a point right now, it's disrespectful to have professionals to continue at this level and to continue to have to pay to teach. It's almost at that point now. Our EAs are paying to follow their passion.
Dr. Jerry, you brought up an interesting phenomenon. You said, I'm not having problems in basically the more affluent schools to get my teachers there. You are having problems in the less affluent schools. Are you also seeing those that where the parents are pulling their kids out of public schools if they can, and then that creates another bad cycle?
Yeah, we are, and that's part of where we're looking at the choice competition, and we are seeing some increase of our student enrollment in some cases where their parents have a choice. We saw that during the pandemic. And I think these are some of the things that we're addressing. So the inequities that we're seeing in some of those cases in communities, we're seeing lower class size versus in my urban core. And I think that is one of the biggest challenges that we're facing here in Clark County, Las Vegas.
And is it simply a money issue, or do we need to rethink sort of some of the ways that the public school system works, whether it's 9 months or whether we go 4 days a week, but 12 months? You see where I'm going here. Do we need to sort of say, okay, we got to rethink this because we got a different set of in order to create a different way to teach to incentivize people to come do it?
Yeah, if I can, I'll start with, I think we do. We have to, it's more than just money. I think that is, for the first time ever, this administration has invested in K-12 education, but it's really to get us through the pandemic. It's now, what do we need to do to move us forward, coming out of the pandemic and accelerate? We do have to think different about how we fund K-12 education, how we teach, and some of those things we are doing here at a very small pilot level to meet the needs of our kids. But it's the working conditions of all employees and the value that I think we need to have in K-12 education across this nation.
Dr. Jenkins, answer the same question. I mean, obviously money is always useful, but I assume it's not. You just talked about money helps in the short term, but this long-term trend and these long-term challenges, it seems to me, call for more than just money.
It totally calls for more than money. Right now, coming out of the pandemic, and we want to talk about that, we have to recognize individuals young and our more elderly have all gone through some social, emotional, mental health needs. These constant crises have pushed us all to a limit. But in terms of fundamentally changing education, Secretary Cardona said in 2022 in June that we need to look at more than just the money. We need to look at what kind of conditions that our teachers are having to deal with right now. We need to provide support for our students, for our families, and for the teachers. We think right now this process of historically underfunding education has continued, and now it's hurting all communities. I would be one to say that it's not just hurting urban areas. I'm talking to my colleagues, other superintendents who are in suburban, who are in rural, and we're all facing the same challenge. So this is becoming, in my estimation, the number one thing that we need to invest in for our defense. Public education is the key.
It's what made us, it's what has made us the envy of the world at times, is our amazing public school system. And there's not a school in this country, I don't care, public school in this country, who couldn't use a technological upgrade or whatever. I mean, just on that alone, there's so many challenges. Anyway, a lot to get to. Superintendents Carlton Jenkins from Madison, Wisconsin, Jesus Jara, Dr. Jara from Clark County, Nevada, of course, home of Las Vegas. Thank you both. Still to come, behind enemy lines, an apparent covert operation rocks a Russian airbase in Russia-occupied Crimea, destroying warplanes and cratering buildings. It was quite the assault. What this means for the war in Ukraine after the break.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. New satellite images shows the extent of the damage done to a Russian airbase in Crimea following an attack on Tuesday. The satellite photos show the wreckage of 2 buildings and 6 planes and damage to several other planes. NBC News could not independently verify all the aircraft were airworthy. Ukraine's government has stopped short of claiming responsibility for the attack, but yesterday, President Zelensky said the war with Russia began with Crimea and must end with Crimea with its liberation. Russia, meanwhile, has denied that any aircrafts have been damaged and claimed the blast was caused by an ammunition explosion. But if, in fact, the attack was carried out by Ukrainian forces, it would be the first known major attack on a Russian military site in Crimea and would be a significant escalation in the war as we approach the conflict's 6-month mark. Joined now by retired Admiral James Stavridis, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander, NBC News Chief International Analyst. Jim, I have to tell you, when I read everything I've read about this, I feel like I'm reading the script of like Dirty Dozen 3. Like it was, like, you know, like you can just picture it, like a ragtag group of special ops guys figure out how to do this. Is that what it almost read too good to be true. What do you make of what we think we saw happen here?
I think you've got it exactly right, Chuck. And the other thing that sprang to my mind, you'll get the historical allusion, is Second World War. After Pearl Harbor, FDR wanted to strike back. He sent Jimmy Doolittle's bombers on long range into Tokyo. It shocked the Japanese people. I think this one kind of shocks the Russians. Look, I've been to Crimea many times. It's beautiful. There are villas all around there. This is where Russians go to vacation. And so for them to see explosions and smoke rising, it's a big psychological moment. And finally, Chuck, it also hits Russia on what Russia at least claims is Russian territory. Recall they actually annexed Crimea. So in their view, this is an attack on Russia. Your point, it's an escalation.
Would it be surprising to you if NATO intelligence wasn't helpful in this?
I would say there is a pretty open stream of intel going back and forth between NATO, United States, our Ukrainian friends. At this point, let's face it, the gloves are off. We're going to do everything to give them the material. We're also providing a lot of intelligence.
You know, it feels like that this summer's been all about Ukraine just sort of hanging on while it knows that more weapons are coming, more support is coming. And it's sort of like make sure there isn't great advancement by the Russians. It seems as if we've had a sort of status quo summer. What does that tell you?
It tells me the Ukrainians are now marshaling their forces in the south, and they're going to go right at a town called Kherson, which was the first big city that Russia conquered. They're going to seek to take it back. And here's a punchline. Kherson controls the water supplies into Crimea, a pretty dry area. They're going to put a lot of pressure on Putin there. Putin's going to have to swing forces to the south. That's going to further stall his campaign in the Donbass. No coincidence that Zelensky comments, it started in Crimea, it's going to finish in Crimea. That's where the Ukrainians go next.
Do we have sort of a 3-month window here where things get pretty hot and then winter hits? Or do you think that we won't have a quiet winter?
I doubt we're going to have a quiet winter. There are two burn rates that are happening here. On Zelensky's side, he's got to maintain the pressure while there's still enthusiasm for this cause and NATO and the West are unified. My money's on him to do that effectively. The other burn rate is Vladimir Putin, who was just announced by the DOD has lost perhaps 70,000 troops, a combination of killed in action and wounded, knocked out of action. That's a high burn rate. When you add that with the equipment being destroyed, he's, I think, going to be looking for a negotiation sometime in the next 6 months. He almost has to. That's why what's happening now in Crimea is so important, Chuck, and what Zelensky is saying about it.
The fact, I mean, if the idea is they take back Crimea, is that a negotiating tactic? I mean, do you expect Crimea to be part of a negotiation when all's said and done or not?
I think that it'll be the last thing Vladimir Putin will want to put on the table. Again, he's annexed it. This is Russian territory in his mind, in the mind of the Duma, the mind of his people. I think that Zelensky will and deserves to get all the support we can offer him, and then it's up to him when he wants to decide when, how to negotiate, what he's willing to trade for peace. I think that's still months away as a conversation.
Well, the reason I bring that up, it just sounds like, look, if Crimea is a bridge too far for Putin, it's sort of like, well, if that's really what you want, then that's the only thing you're going to get. Could you imagine ending that way?
Let's put it this way, Chuck. As a military analyst, I'll tell you it's going to be very difficult to dislodge the Russians from the base strip that they control, running from Donbass down to Crimea and including Crimea. And Crimea is immensely important to the Russian psychology.
That's for sure. Admiral James Stavridis, always good to have you on and to get your context and historical analysis. So thank you. And thank you all for being with us this hour. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Tom Costello, who's sitting in for Hallie Jackson.
Top of the hour, this is NBC News Now. We are coming on the air with breaking news. The Attorney General, Merrick Garland, finally addressing that search at former President Trump's home, saying he wants to unseal the warrant that led to that search, also defending his decision and his agencies as there is new attack against the FBI in Ohio. What we're hearing from all angles tonight as we cover all angles. Plus some good news at the gas pump. The average cost per gallon nationwide now under $4 a gallon, but there are signs it may not last, what we're hearing from AAA today. And even as gas prices drop, groceries, rent, housing all remain high. Wages not keeping up. And tonight's original, people working 2 jobs without their employers knowing it. Then at least 3 people are dead after an explosion destroyed dozens of homes in southern Indiana. Dramatic video as we're learning more about how that community is trying to help the displaced families. And new COVID guidance today from the CDC. Listen up, big changes as kids start to head back to school, while you may not have to quarantine after exposure. That will be later in the show. Good day, I'm Tom Costello in for Hallie, and we have an awful lot going on today. In just the last couple of hours, we're finally hearing from the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, who says the Department of Justice is asking a federal judge to unseal the search warrant carried out by the FBI at the home, the Florida home of former President Trump. Garland has faced enormous pressure to address this, not just from Republicans, but also, according to 2 sources, from within his ranks at the Department of Justice. The AG saying he personally approved the search and that, quote, no one is above the law.
Upholding the rule of law means applying the law evenly, without fear or favor. Under my watch, that is precisely what the Justice Department is doing.
Okay, well, the motion to unseal the warrant reads, quote, the public's clear and powerful interest in understanding what occurred under these circumstances weighs heavily in favor of unsealing. The former president, in a statement, insists his lawyers were cooperating fully, accusing the DOJ of getting way ahead of themselves with the search. Trump is not saying whether he or not his team will fight this motion. The warrant, they have until 3 p.m. tomorrow to decide. It's all big news, and it comes as we're learning from a source familiar with the situation that the former president received a subpoena in the spring for documents the FBI believed he had in his possession, but were not turned over to the National Archives. Multiple sources say those documents were the reason for this search. As a reminder, it's one of several investigations that Mr. Trump faces right now against him, his businesses, or his actions around his false claims that the 2020 election was stolen. It wasn't. All as we follow news out of Ohio today, a man fired into an FBI field office with a nail gun. Ohio Highway Patrol officers say that they gave chase. It ensued before he got into a standoff with police, exchanging gunfire. That suspect is not in custody yet, and no word on a potential motive. And it comes just as the FBI director, Christopher Wray, is calling out a spike in violent threats against agents just since Monday's search.
Any threats made against law enforcement, including the men and women of the FBI, as with any law enforcement agency, are deplorable and dangerous.
So a lot happening. We're going to get to Barbara McQuaid and Von Hilliard in just a moment, but we start with NBC Justice correspondent Ken Delanian. And Ken, this request to unseal, it's just for the warrant and the inventory, not the affidavit of probable cause, right? Explain what this means.
That's right, Tom, and that's a really important distinction that a lot of people missed because Garland was talking about the public's right to know. The public is not going to learn when these documents are unsealed the FBI's justification for this search, what they told the judge their probable cause was, whether they had confidential sources, what the basis was. That document will remain sealed. The DOJ is not asking to unseal that. What they're asking to unseal is the warrant, which is usually like a one-page document that shows a list of statutes that are implicated and is signed by the magistrate, and the inventory of the search, the list of things seized, which actually in this matter could be quite revelatory, depending on how detailed the FBI is with their labeling of it. And both of these documents, by the way, are documents that Donald Trump and his lawyers already have, at least according to typical DOJ procedures. So they're important to have. Trump could have released them at any time. They may shed some light on things, but they're not going to give us the full picture of why the Justice Department decided to take this step, Tom.
Yeah, I think what the point you just made is critical. The former president could have released these on his own if he felt that in any way they were exculpatory, right? If they cleared him in any way. Garland was very clear here, not just in defending the decision for the warrant, but defending the FBI and that office.
That's right, Tom. And this was a bit of a put up or shut up move. Garland's move here was essentially to say, you've been criticizing us and saying that we're acting politically and that this search was unjustified, yet you haven't released this warrant and this inventory that you have. Well, we're going to move to unseal it. Go ahead and oppose us if you want. That'll send a message in and of itself. And in fairness, the DOJ must believe that these documents will be somewhat revelatory in terms of whether they have references to classified information, what laws are implicated, that they will show that the DOJ had a basis to do this. But of course, we'll just have to wait and see what the documents say, Tom.
So the bottom line is the Attorney General is kind of daring the Trump team, right? If you're okay with us releasing the documents, then we'll release the documents and we'll see whether the Trump team goes forward. You know, you also have a very big portfolio of beats. You also have more information about the threat that the FBI is under right now, details about online threats.
Yeah, that's right. I spoke to a former DHS official named Brian Murphy, who is with an open source intelligence firm that is tracking threats, and they have seen a huge uptick in credible, specific, violent threats against both FBI personnel and FBI facilities. And Murphy said he'd never seen anything like this in his 20-plus year career as an intelligence analyst, specifically directed at the FBI since the search at Mar-a-Lago. And of course, we've had this incident today. We don't know whether it's related, but where a man with a nail gun and an AR-15 walked into an FBI field office in Cincinnati, fired at law enforcement personnel, was chased out of there, and then was the subject of an armed standoff, exchanging gunfire with law enforcement officers on the highway there in Ohio, Tom.
All right, Ken, and we should remind the audience that since January 6th, the FBI takes all of these threats very seriously. Ken, thank you. Let's move on now to our former U.S. attorney and NBC News legal analyst, Barbara McQuaid. Barbara, it's great to get your perspective. The DOJ's move now to unseal the search warrant, Garland is basically putting this ball back in the former president's court, right? Saying, go ahead, file an appeal if you'd like. We can release this information.
Yeah, in fact, in the motion itself, it says we would like the court to unseal this motion unless the president objects. And so, you know, they really show that they are being forthcoming here, and that the only reason it would not be released is if the president has some objection. The judge has ordered that they work that out and they notify the court whether the former president objects by 3 p.m. tomorrow. So I think in short order, this document is going to be in the public domain, unless, of course, Donald Trump wants to stop it for some reason. And I think that's not going to be a good look for him. So I do agree, strategically, this was a good move. I think the other reason this was such a good move is that Merrick Garland, I think, was chosen for this job to restore norms to the Department of Justice. And so for him to come out and violate those norms by talking about this case, I think was just a non-starter for him. But he found a way to both speak and adhere to that policy by saying we speak through our court documents. So we have filed a court document, a motion to unseal, and then all the world can see what this search warrant says and what the list of documents says.
So Barbara, what are the options that the Trump team right now has?
Well, they really have two choices. They can either agree and let this thing get out there in the public domain, or they can fight it and argue that there's some privacy reason or other reason that would prevent, that they would be harmful to Donald Trump. I think he's unlikely to win anyway, and so I think fighting that fight and losing it would be a bad look for him. Now, if he thought it would, in order to his benefit, to release this information, he would have done that on Monday, because this is the information, these are documents he gets at the time of the search. So there's some reason he didn't want to disclose it. Perhaps it's because there's a long list of classified information there that they wheeled away. But I think he's got to make a choice whether to fight or not. I think he's unlikely to win the fight, so I predict he does not.
Well, listen, I think you just made the most important point right there. He may not want the public to know what it is that the FBI took out of Mar-a-Lago, because it may suggest, in fact, he was holding on to information or documents that he shouldn't have, that no private citizen should have, right? So that, therefore, would undermine his outrage that he's creating.
I think that's right. In fact, it almost demonstrates his guilt, because the crime is just possessing these things willfully. And we know that the Justice Department have been trying to get this stuff back since January. There's reporting today that they even used an intermediary step of using a subpoena to get it. And it was just his downright refusal that forced them to go in, get a warrant, and just take them. And so the fact that they're there, if it's on the list, that here are all the documents that we took out of there, and these are documents that belong to the government, and if they're even classified, I mean, it's as good as, as an indictment to see that warrant.
Hey, Barbara, just one last one, and this is quick. Given the overall disposition of Merrick Garland today, is there any doubt in your mind that he weighed every single option here and was convinced that the public's need to have the FBI go in there far outweighed the risk to the agency and his own reputation?
Yeah, I'm sure they thought about this. They've probably been thinking about this for the past few days, probably even before this warrant was filed, but realized that the important thing to do here was to assure the public and to protect the safety of the members of the FBI.
Yeah. Thank you, Barbara. Nice to hear your thoughts. Barbara McQuaid. All right, NBC's Vaughn Hilliard standing by in Palm Beach, Florida. Vaughn, we talked yesterday about this. A source from the Trump team told you that they wanted to put the ball in the DOJ's court, and now that's happening, right? So do we expect that the Trump team will agree to go ahead and let these documents be revealed to the public?
Right, Tom, you're absolutely right. That source familiar with the matter from the Trump side of this said that the burden of transparency lied with the Department of Justice. 24 hours later here this afternoon, the Department of Justice, they throw it right back to them here in Mar-a-Lago. Now, it's going to be at 3 p.m. tomorrow that Trump's counsel has the timeline in order to get back to the DOJ and say whether they intend to fight the motion to unseal the warrant as well as the property receipt of what was taken from the Mar-a-Lago basement where these materials were being held here. And I think it's important to note the political end of this here. You know, over the last 48, 72 hours, you heard Republicans line up one after the other, calling on the Department of Justice to explain its reasoning for this search warrant execution here. You know, even the likes of Ted Cruz tweeting, quote, in all caps, release the warrant now. The American people deserve to see it now. He directed that tweet to the Attorney General and the FBI director. Well, here on this Thursday afternoon, they've done just that. Ultimately, it's going to be left here into the Trump team's hands of whether they opt to fight it or not. And I think the other big development here this afternoon, Tom, was the lead up to this. Just about an hour before this press conference, we found out that there had actually been a subpoena issued to Trump's office here in Florida this spring. And it was a June 3rd meeting in which Trump and his counsel turned over additional material and documents as part of this subpoena. Ultimately, it's clear the Department of Justice did not find it sufficient what had been returned to them in June and ultimately executed the search warrant.
That's another important point. NBC's Vaughn Hilliard on the ground there in Palm Beach, Florida. Vaughn, thanks very much for your reporting as well. All right, let's talk about some good news right now. It's on gas. The national average is under $4 a gallon for the first time since March. That's just a penny or so, but it's still a drop of more than $1 since that peak back in mid-June, 5.01 back then. And the folks at AAA tell me that can have a major impact on simply the psyche of Americans.
Gasoline has a great psychological impact because you see the price everywhere. It's on these giant neon signs on almost every corner. They know the price of gas because it's in their face every day.
And people have been cutting back on driving. Falling gas prices are a major boost to President Biden, who's had to fight skyrocketing inflation ahead of the midterms. But there is a catch on how long this drop may last. And that's because on the supply side, the president's decision to tap into the nation's petroleum reserves for 1 million barrels a day, that ends in October. And AAA is warning hurricane season could really hurt supply. On the demand side, people are changing their habits. Gas Buddy says Americans spending $400 million a day less in August than they were in June, and folks are feeling the pinch.
I have 3 kids, so it's very hard to buy gas and pay for food and everything right now.
Nothing we could do about it.
We need gas.
I think it should go back down to two something a gallon.
That'd be nice, 2 something a gallon. We're going to break this all down now with CNBC's Pippa Stevens. So, Pippa, if we can put on the screen another factor here, diesel prices, right? Still above $5 a gallon. You and I may not drive diesel cars or trucks, but listen, the slower than regular gas, and when truck drivers get hurt, the supply chain gets hurt, right?
Yeah, that's right, Tom. Diesel is often called the workhorse of the economy since it powers trucks, trains, barges, and those prices ran up much more quickly than regular gasoline and are also easing at a slower rate. And this is a key part of the inflation story in the overall economy because demand for goods has surged out of the pandemic, which drives up diesel prices, which ultimately comes back to the consumer in the form of higher prices for everything, including food. If it costs more to transport that, we will see those price rises at the grocery market.
All right, well, let's talk about the price of crude because it closed today at about $94 a barrel, I believe, which is pretty close to prices we saw just before the war in Ukraine. Can we expect oil prices to stay below $100?
Well, WTI, which is the U.S. oil benchmark, is up 6% over the last week. So it has been moving a little bit higher here. And longer term fears around whether or not there's going to be a global slowdown have really been a driving force behind these recent declines. But there are several catalysts that could push oil higher in the coming months. As you noted, the release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is set to end this fall. There's also the ongoing sanctions against Russian energy, which will be implemented later this year. So there are a lot of factors that could ultimately push those gas prices higher once again.
Okay, but any long-term solutions here? Anything on the horizon that may keep prices at $4 or below?
Well, nothing is short-term when it comes to the energy market because these are a lot of very complicated industries. And the rapid increase that we've seen is really due to structural issues in the market. So probably nothing here in the short term, Tom.
Pippa Stevens at CNBC. Thank you, Pippa. All right, parents, listen up. Alert. The CDC is out with new COVID recommendations today for all of us, but it comes as millions of students start heading back to the classroom. The big change for the schools, the CDC no longer recommending that schools do routine daily testing. And it is also ending the test to stay recommendation for students exposed to COVID. The updated guidance also says instead of quarantining, if you are exposed to COVID-19, wear a high-quality mask for 10 days, get tested after the 5th day. And the CDC no longer recommending that you should stay at least 6 feet away from other people to reduce the risk of exposure. All of this comes as COVID cases continue to decline across the country, down 17% over the last 2 weeks. The U.S. also saw fewer deaths in the last 14 days. Dr. John Torres joins us now. John, boy, you can forgive people for being confused, right? The CDC, though, says 95% of Americans have had COVID-19 or been vaccinated against it. And yet we're still in a pandemic. So what should we be making of these new guidelines?
And you're right, Tom. These new guidelines can be a bit confusing. But what the CDC is trying to do is clarify some of that confusion by giving us a bit clarification on the guidelines they've had all along throughout the pandemic. And the big changes here, like you mentioned, are some of the school changes, especially changes when it comes to isolation, what to do after isolation. And like you see right here in the graphic, you know, they're saying if you were exposed to it, whether you're vaccinated or not, they want you to watch for symptoms for 10 days, wear a well-fitting mask around others inside for 10 days. You want to test on day 5 after you're exposed. If you're positive, obviously you go into isolation. If you're negative, you continue to take precautions for 10 days. That's for everybody, including school children. Instead of that test to stay policy they had in the past where somebody was exposed, now they're saying, you know, follow the regular guidelines. Let's go ahead and have you wear a well-fitting mask at school. You can still participate, which is important for school-aged children, especially as they start going back, and take that test at day 5. If you're positive, then you might need to stay home and isolate. And they're giving some isolation rules as well. Same thing we had before, which is isolate through day 5. If you start getting better, if you are fever-free for 24 hours, then you can go out and about, just wear a well-fitting mask. But they do say you can stop wearing a mask if you test negative at day 6 and day 8. That gives you a couple extra days without a mask if you want to. But hopefully they're clarifying these a little bit more. They're making them more generalized for everybody. And instead of doing the vaccinated versus unvaccinated or other categories, they're kind of doing it across the board, Tom.
You know, we just had a close call on my family. My daughter, who's an intensive care nurse, got COVID. And, you know, she masked up and quarantined for about 7 or 8, 9 days. And so now these new guidelines come out, and you can understand why we're confused, schools are confused. So how should schools be interpreting all of this? How should they handle all of this? How do they stay on top of all of this information? It seems to change by the week.
And dig down deep in these guidelines, because one of the things they do mention is look at your community levels. If they're low, then go with these guidelines as they're stated up in the beginning. But if they start getting to the high category, then you might need to pull back. You might need to start some of the mitigation measures we've had in the past. So it's going to depend on your community. They do emphasize ventilations in schools, so make sure schools are ventilated. That's an important thing. And then follow what's going on as far as what happens if there's an exposure, what children can do there and what other children can do. So, again, I think these are great rules. I think it does clarify to a certain extent. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. CDC.gov for more information. Dr. John Torres, thank you very much. To Indiana now. Investigators said just a short while ago that 15 families are displaced after a house explosion in the southern part of the state. 3 people were killed, at least 39 homes damaged. This happened yesterday afternoon. The moment of the house exploding caught on camera. Very dramatic video. The destruction stretched across a city block, flying 100 feet in each direction. Firefighters say there are no other victims. Rescuers could not fully search the area until today because it was simply too dangerous. Investigators still aren't sure what caused the explosion. Witnesses nearby say it felt like an earthquake with debris falling from the sky like snow. NBC's Jesse Kirsch is on the ground there in Evansville, Indiana. Jesse, last night the ATF surveyed the site of the explosion. What more do we know about what they found, and what are investigators looking for?
Yeah, well, Tom, from the ATF specifically, they've just told us that they're assisting local officials. You mentioned that we don't know what the cause is. What we believe it to not be is a gas leak. The utility and the fire department briefed us a short time ago, and they say that it does not appear that there is a natural gas leak that spurred this. And I asked the fire chief what else could cause something like this to happen accidentally, because at this point they do believe, based on their initial findings in the investigation, that this was an accidental event. And they're still working on an answer to that question. You talk about people in the immediate vicinity feeling the impact here. Tom, it wasn't just right here. Glass blew out of that building. This building behind us here, the man who owns this business says that he felt in that building as if a truck was ramming into the building. And there were people 2 miles away at a business that told our producer Will earlier that they felt and heard the aftermath of this explosion. So this thing clearly had wide-ranging ramifications, and it seems like it's kind of remarkable, honestly, that only 3 people were killed. Unfortunately, 3 lives were lost here, but it seems like it could have been much worse. The mayor telling us this road behind us where this happened is a high-traffic area, and on that surveillance video that we've been watching, Tom, in the moments just before the explosion, there were several cars that go by that house, so you can imagine how much worse this could have been if people were stopped in traffic out there.
We just a moment ago showed a photograph of 2 people who we believe were the victims. Do you know any more about them?
Yeah, so we have been in touch with the mother of the man who was killed. His mother says that he and his wife unfortunately died, and she is, excuse me, she is, however, taking some level of comfort in the fact that they were together when they passed away here. So that is what one family is holding on to here as they deal with a very tough situation. We know a 4th person was injured, and 15 families right now, according to the fire department at Last Word, are displaced, getting help from the Red Cross, Tom.
Police and ATF still on the ground 24 hours later. Jesse, thank you very much for that. All right, now to the climate. We're just learning today that the fast warming of the Arctic, a key sign of climate change, is happening even faster than previously thought. Research teams in Finland say that region has been heating up to 4 times faster than the global average just over the past 40 years. That's more than 2 to 3 times faster than usually reported. Some scientists say this can impact weather, like rainfall or the heat waves we've seen this summer. Europe is going through one right now. This is France. Look at this, where they're also having major wildfires in the southwestern region of the country. Temperatures hitting 104 today. In the UK, an extreme heat warning is now in place. And of course, here in the United States, our average overnight temperatures last month, the hottest in U.S. history. Meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now to talk about all of this. Bill, can we start with the Arctic? It's heating up faster than previously described. Some places north of Russia and Norway heating up to 7 times faster than the global average. So talk about what this means.
Yeah, we safely, for the last couple decades, we're saying maybe 2 times, maybe 3 times what we're having in the mid-latitude. So let me explain why it's so important what's happening in the Arctic and in the Antarctic. So we call this Arctic amplification. So the Arctic Ocean is actually big. Like the North Pole, there's no land. That's the ocean. So, but it's covered with ice. That's why you don't think of it like that. And so all of the ice that's up in this region reflects the sun. And it's just like, you know, if you have a black shirt on, you feel the sun more than if you had a white shirt. It's the same exact concept. And it's called albedo. So the ice and snow reflect the solar energy back into space. But when we keep melting that, then it's less that's being reflected back into space, and the dark ocean water absorbs more, and then it warms up more, and then more snow and ice melts. So here's where we are currently. We're just about at our summer minimum right now. This is where we currently have snow and ice at the North Pole right now, inside the Arctic Circle. And every year, this continues to shrink a little bit more, and then eventually, some people say, you know, decades or 100 years from now, we may have very little, if any, snow and ice. And of course, we worry about Greenland, too, because that is snow and ice that's on land, and if that melts, that goes into the oceans, and that's why we're expecting the oceans to rise. So here's the ice extent, Tom, as we go throughout the last reliable period we call from 1979 to current, and you can see that downward trend. This is a negative feedback loop in the Arctic.
Yeah, it's really discouraging. Europe is also right now in the furnace, right? The heat seems to have let up slightly here in the United States, but what are we looking at weather-wise over the next few days in Europe or also here in the States?
Yeah, I'll show you Europe first, then I'll bring it back home for the weekend forecast. And this is not the heat wave of July, you know, when record-setting, unheard of, but the duration of this one is almost unheard of. You know, London's going to have a chance for 5 days in a row in the 90s. You know, areas of France are going to be in the 90s. We just showed you some of the pictures of the fires going on. So it's the duration of this heat wave, which is very unusual, especially for the United Kingdom. Now, in the U.S., this is what so many people were waiting for, especially in the Ohio Valley, in the Northeast, this refreshing dome of air coming in from Canada. We can thank our Canadian friends for that. But there's no relief in the heartland. They're not going to get that nice, cool Canadian air. 98 in Denver tomorrow, 98 in Wichita, Oklahoma still in the 90s, and it's only going to get hotter as we go throughout the upcoming weekend. Dallas, 98 Saturday, back into the hundreds on Sunday and Monday. Houston, it'll be warm and humid for you. So you get the idea, Tom. Although a lot of people in the East are going to be celebrating what will be a beautiful summer weekend, we're not all in this together. The middle of the country is still waiting for a break.
You know what? We're going to have you back in January, and we'll be complaining then, too, but yes, it'll be different, right? All right. Bill, thank you very much. Thanks. Bill Karen. All right, coming up, it looks like your shipping holiday package costs really are going to go up this year. Exactly how much in the next 5 things we're going to tell you about. Plus, the changes Meta is making after Facebook faced backlash for turning over messages between a mother and her daughter. You may recall that. They're now charged over an abortion. So stay with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Back at you now, and today Facebook announced it is expanding encryption services after its parent company, Meta, got a lot of heat over a story that we told you about last night. It's about a mother and a daughter in Nebraska whose Facebook messages were turned over to police as part of an investigation into an illegal abortion. Now, just to be clear, this all happened before the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. But it's a situation that abortion rights advocates say will only get worse as more and more states look to restrict abortion access. Meta says the feature was in the works before the controversy. Blaine Alexander has more.
Social media titan Meta, the parent company of Facebook, is under fire after it turned over Facebook messages between a Nebraska teen and her mother as part of a criminal investigation into an illegal abortion. According to court documents, prosecutors say Celeste Burgess, then 17 years old, took abortion pills obtained by her mother, Jessica Burgess. Court documents lay out a string of Facebook messages between the two, including instructions on taking the pills. Now, both mother and daughter face multiple charges related to concealing a death, mishandling human remains, giving false information, and, for the elder Burgess, illegal abortion. Her attorney declined to comment. Prosecutors say at the time the teen was 29 weeks pregnant. In Nebraska, abortion is legal up to 20 weeks.
These tech companies are in a very difficult position, yet they are compelled by the law to turn over this information when they're subpoenaed.
Meta is now facing backlash online, with one user writing, "This is how it begins. One by one, we will lose privacy and freedom. Disgusting and unacceptable." The investigation and the warrant came weeks before the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, but experts say it could become a new reality as tech companies navigate questions of privacy and policing in a post-Roe society. In a statement, Meta responded to the criticism, writing, "Nothing in the valid warrants we received mentioned abortion," noting that the warrants related to illegally handling remains of a stillborn baby, not a decision to have an abortion.
Do you expect that we will see more cases like this?
Yes, as these abortion bans hit the books, as law enforcement starts to investigate, they are going to be requesting location data, message history from all sorts of companies, not just Facebook.
He says the overturning of Roe puts many tech companies in uncharted territory.
I think it creates an opportunity for them to start rethinking how much of that data they want to store, what they want to collect, and where they can kind of minimize the data that they're collecting.
And NBC's Blaine Alexander joins us now. So, Blaine, can you help us understand this? How exactly does this new move from Meta aim to protect users?
Well, Tom, what it does is it expands the messages that can be encrypted. Essentially, it means that if you're using Messenger on your phone, and let's say that you switch to a new phone or you upload those messages to the cloud, the previous way is that those messages are no longer encrypted. But with this new change, it means that those messages will become encrypted. Now, there are a few limitations that we need to point out. One, you have to opt into that encryption. Two, it only works on your phone. It doesn't work if you're using Messenger on your desktop. And then you also can't use them with business profiles or professional or high-profile, famous profiles, essentially.
So this encrypted chat update is just right now in the testing phase. When might this change become something that users can really opt for?
You know, Meta's not giving a date. They're saying that right now it is still in the testing phase. But all of this entire story is really just kind of opening and strengthening this debate, not just when it comes to Facebook messages and Meta, but just across the tech atmosphere when it comes to encrypting messages. I've spoken with a couple of experts about this around this story, and they say, yes, it is true that when you have encryption, there are dark things that can happen. That's certainly no question. But they say the vast majority of people really just want privacy when it comes to their messages, and that's why they say that these options are good for the vast majority of people who use these social media apps.
NBC's Blaine Alexander on the story. Thank you, Blaine. We want to get you now over to the 5 things that our team thinks you probably should know about tonight. Number 1, the U.S. Postal Service will hike shipping prices for this year's peak holiday season to help cover extra handling costs. The cost to send commercial priority mail packages will go up 75 cents. Long-distance deliveries could increase up to $6.50. If approved, the price increase would start on October 2nd, and it would last until January 22nd of next year. Number 2, Disney Plus is also raising prices. Starting in December, it's going to offer a $7.99 option that comes with commercials. Right now, that cost of Disney Plus is what $7.99 gets you, but it's without ads. Now, the new ad-free version is going up to $10.99. The increase is just for U.S.-based subscribers. Disney says it's doing this to try to make its streaming business profitable. Number 3, police in Brazil. All right, listen to this. Police in Brazil say an elderly woman's daughter was part of an odd plot to swindle her out of more than $143 million worth of art, jewelry, and money. They say she did it by using a group of supposed psychics who claimed that the paintings were cursed. Police say the suspects physically threatened the older woman, and she eventually notified police. The woman's daughter and some of her alleged accomplices have now been arrested. Number 4, a new Pew Research Center survey found Facebook's popularity has actually plummeted among younger users. Back in 2015, Pew found that more than 70% of teens ages 13 to 17 were on Facebook. Now just 32% are on it. And they're not just flocking to newer apps, though. The most popular platform from the age group is actually YouTube. A spokesperson for Meta did not immediately return a request for comment. All right, number 5, the best time to see one of the best meteor showers of the year is going to be tonight into tomorrow morning. Viewers will see something like 60 to 100 meteors per hour when this is all going through. Now, this is called the Perseid meteor, and that shower will be at its peak. But a full moon might hurt your chances, rather, of seeing anything at all. If it's clear enough, though, experts say look to the northeast in the sky. All right, when we come back, we go to Cincinnati for new developments in this pretty much all-day stand-up we've been following between law enforcement and a suspect who shot into an FBI building. So stay with us.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern?
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
All right, let's get back now to our top story on that warrant at former President Trump's Florida home. His legal team has until 3 p.m. tomorrow to respond to Attorney General Merrick Garland's motion to unseal the document after the AG defended the decision and his agency. And the FBI is saying it is rather seen more violent threats against agents since the search. We are seeing one threat play out in Ohio after a man armed with an AR-15 style rifle attacked an FBI building in Cincinnati with a nail gun. There was a chase. Shots were fired along an interstate. The Ohio State Patrol says the suspect is contained but not in custody. So far, nobody has been hurt. Shaquille Brewster is outside the FBI field office in Cincinnati. Shaq, no word on motive yet, but we're learning that the standoff has at least concluded right now. Is that right?
That's exactly right, Tom. The standoff has concluded, but notably no word on the condition of that suspect, whether that man is still alive or if he's been captured. But we do know that standoff, that was an hours-long standoff, has now concluded, according to local law enforcement. We do expect an update to come within the next couple of minutes here, so we'll get more details there. But as we know it, and we pieced together 3 different statements that we've been receiving from multiple law enforcement agencies, the FBI telling us that this started about 9:15 this morning when that suspect walked into the visitor screening center over there, produced that nail gun, fired it at personnel, according to 2 law enforcement officials. That's what they're telling NBC News. That's when we know that an alarm of some sort went off. That man was then confronted by FBI agents and produced AR-15 style weapon before taking off, fleeing from this scene. He was then spotted by state troopers. A pursuit was underway for about 15-16 minutes, and then that's when that standoff began. Officials say that he got out the car, gunfire was exchanged with officers, and for hours it was a contained scene where they knew where he was, but it was a lockdown. It was a standoff that we saw there. So officials again saying that standoff has now ended, but we don't know the specific condition of that suspect. They did say that he was injured in some way, but his specific condition at this point is still unknown, Tom.
All right, and the FBI director just said that threats against law enforcement have risen since Monday's search warrant on Mar-a-Lago. What do we now know? Is there any connection that we know of between this suspect, the events today, and what happened to Mar-a-Lago?
At this point, no word on the motive. From officials, there's no description of any motive. There's no connection that they are making at this point. But we do know, and you mentioned that we heard from the FBI director yesterday, he condemned those threats that we've been hearing against FBI, against local law enforcement. You also heard from Attorney General Merrick Garland today defend the integrity of law enforcement officials and the FBI. And then we're also seeing the statement. We'll pull it up on screen right now. This comes from the association over many of the law enforcement agencies. You see the threats made recently contribute to an atmosphere where some have or will accept violence against law enforcement as appropriate. It is not trying to pull it out of that political conversation that we're seeing right now. So we'll expect to get a little bit more from local law enforcement later today, but as we know it, there's no motive that we're aware of.
All right, Shaq, thanks very much. NBC's Shaq Brewster in Cincinnati. Coming up, Atlanta rapper Young Thug is facing new gang charges. We're going to have more on that coming up in the local. Plus, New Hampshire police say a search for a missing girl is now a homicide investigation. What prosecutors are saying about that case after the break.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Harry Styles!
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Harry Styles!
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Former National Security Advisor John Bolton is speaking out to NBC News after the DOJ revealed there was an Iranian plot to kill him. Bolton tells NBC's Andrea Mitchell he's glad the case has gone public.
One thing I can say for certain, they're not going to silence me because of it. And I hope people really have a chance to understand the nature of this threat more fully. We'll tell them the nature of the regime we're dealing with.
The DOJ says a 45-year-old Iranian national is accused of offering $300,000 for Bolton's assassination, probably in retaliation for the killing of a key commander in Iran's Revolutionary Guard back in 2020. Other news now, NBC covers hundreds of stories each day, and because you can't possibly read, watch, or listen to all of them, our bureau teams have broken it all down for you and for me. So this is what they're telling us is going down in their regions. It's a segment we call The Local. Let's go to our Midwest Bureau. Authorities in Michigan say a cleaning service employee was arrested after allegedly killing a co-worker during a dispute at a General Motors assembly plant overnight. Police did not provide exact details on what happened, specifically on who the victim was or how he or she was killed. GM says it canceled production at the plant today, and it is working with authorities on the investigation. From our West Coast Bureau, a model on the OnlyFans platform has been arrested in Hawaii months after her boyfriend's stabbing death in Miami. Hawaii police say she will be extradited to Miami-Dade, where she will face a second-degree murder charge. The woman's lawyer says that she acted in self-defense. The lawyer for the boyfriend's family said the charge was a relief for them. From our Southeast Bureau, Atlanta rapper Young Thug is facing 6 new felony charges in a gang-related indictment filed last week. The rapper, whose real name is Jeffrey Williams, was originally indicted back in May on charges centered around an alleged gang that prosecutors say was started by Williams and 2 others. Williams' attorney told the Atlanta Journal-Constitution that Mr. Williams has committed absolutely no crimes. The trial date is set for January. Police in New Hampshire today announced that the disappearance of a then 5-year-old girl, Harmony Montgomery, 3 years ago, is now a homicide investigation. Police say they are still searching for her remains. She was last seen in Manchester back in late 2019, then in the custody of her father and stepmother. Police searched their home in December of 2021 and January of this year. And on January 4th, Harmony's father was arrested, in part on second-degree assault charges from when he gave her a black eye back in 2019. Police searched the home again in June, just 1 week after Harmony's family celebrated what would have been her 8th birthday. Joining us now is George Solis for NBC News. George, talk to us about what led police to change this from a disappearance case to a murder case.
Yeah, Tom, today officials saying it was the work of local police, the FBI, and the U.S. Marshal Service investing more than 1,000 hours of manpower going through evidence and following leads to ultimately determine that little Harmony Montgomery was likely murdered around December 2019. That's roughly the last time she was seen. As you mentioned, officials today also with the difficult task of announcing that they have not yet found her body, but that they did find biological evidence that unfortunately led them to this tragic conclusion.
And George, do they have any leads on a suspect, or it sounds like maybe we're led to believe that family members would be suspects?
Yeah, Tom, if police know, they aren't officially saying, because this is now a homicide investigation, officials today not taking any questions, but they did reaffirm that they are committed to finding the person or persons responsible for this little girl's death. Tom?
Let's talk quickly about how New Hampshire officials have recommended really broad changes to how they handle child welfare cases because of this case, right? And today police mentioned that the system failed her. Where was the breakdown?
Yeah, Tom, and officials today making note of that people have questions. They themselves have questions and concerns about how all of this played out. We should know that the Office of the Child Advocate in Massachusetts conducted its own independent investigation into the child welfare of little Harmony Montgomery, only to find that it wasn't just one bad call, but a series of bad calls that ultimately put this child in situations she should have never been put in. And of course, right now the concern is trying to find her body.